So the back edge of it is sort of just past Reading, if you like. So we've got all of this to move through. It's probably going to take about an hour or so, and then once it does, we'll see there's a lot of cloud in its wake, and then some sunshine coming through, and then just the chance of 1 or 2 showers. So if we can just be a bit patient for about an hour or so, it'll clear through, things will turn drier, and then we should see, I think, almost unbroken play through the afternoon, as long as we can dodge the couple of showers that are following in from the west.
Excellent. It's muggy. It feels sort of muggy and humid.
Yes, it is, yeah. I don't think we'll see temperatures yesterday. We got up to around sort of 22, 23 Celsius. I think they'd be more like 21 today. But with all this moisture in the air, it's always going to feel sort of moist and humid. The winds still fairly brisk as well. You may have noticed they were quite sort of blustery yesterday. They've lost some of their strength today. So I think just the main thing is to get this rain cleared out of the way, which hopefully it should do in the next hour or so.
I don't suppose you've got your charts up for Leeds next week, have you, Alina?
Oh, hold on.
What did you? Because it looked.
They're over on the desk.
Well, I was looking ahead, and actually, it looks quite nice for a while, doesn't it? It looks quite settled coming up.
It does, actually. We've got a little blip through the middle part of the week. What day of the week are you looking for?
Well, I'm looking for sort of Thursday, really.
Yeah, I think the signs are that sort of through Thursday and Friday, things sort of slowly start to sort of settle down and warm up a bit. I think if we're going even further north, then we've got to talk about the chance of some showers. But I think in Leeds at the moment, I think you might be all right.
Excellent news. Thank you, Lena.
You're welcome.
Thanks for joining us. There we go. One little throw ahead, get the charts out for Leeds. It does look nice, actually, looking ahead. So that's good. But in the short term, OK, an hour of rain. And then we get stuck into this intriguing day that we have ahead of us. So who have we got here? ABC listeners as well. Good evening to all of you. And I'm sorry about the weather frustrating you all again. But pour yourself a glass of something and settle back, and we'll bring you some cricket. And once it gets going, it's going to be fascinating, isn't it? I mean, what have we got? We've got Jim Maxwell here as well. Now we've got Michael Vaughan with his sticky trousers, and Tuffers. Tuffers, where's your at the moment? Where's your inclination? Where are you leaning?
Well, for a start off, I think this looks really filled in. I'll be lucky if we're. Be lucky if we're out there after an hour. I mean, it looks like it's going to be at least a couple of hours for me. But I was waking up this morning thinking that we could bowl them out. England could bowl Australia out.
Okay.
Yes.
How many more are they going to... I mean, runs will England do?
70, 170, and then a couple of sessions. But, I mean, with this rain, I'm not quite sure.
OK. Michael, what's your...
Well, I think the rain scoopers almost England's chances. England need
Scoopers?
98... Yeah, I do. I mean, is that a word? Is that a word?
I don't know.
But it is on a Sunday morning.
Pooper scoopers. I don't have anything else.
Oh, yeah. Take the dog out with your pooper scooper. That's usually on a Sunday morning as well. 98 overs. England get another 70 or 80. Give Australia a chase of 180, 200 in 65, 70. I think that's a game. But if you lose a session, so you lose 30 overs, I can't see how England can win the game. I mean, the only results for me are the draw and also an Australian win, because if England lose 6 quick wickets, then let's be honest, it could happen. With England's batting and Australians bowling, that could happen, and Australia could find themselves chasing 150 in 35 overs, which the fewer overs Australia have to bat, the more chance they've got to win. If you ask them to get 170 in 65 overs, it's actually harder, and this sounds ridiculous, than getting 170 in 35 overs, because there's no way you're going to get bowled out in 35 overs, really. But you could get a Warner off to a flyer, and he could smack 80 quickly. Whereas a 170, 180 chase in 65, 70 overs, actually you have to think a bit, and you start playing a little bit. And England would also know they get 2 or 3 quick ones. They've got a lot of overs to get the remaining 7. So this, for me, is scoopered England's chance. I'm going to have a little rant about the last day's play, because I didn't know. Andrew Sam said you have to bowl the allocated overs today. So if there is 70 overs left or 75 overs left when the play started, unless it gets to the stage of shaking hands for a draw, you have to bowl those 75 overs on the last day. Days 1, 2, 3 and 4, you know what, who cares? No one cares. And the first day, the second day of the play, lost 5 overs. No one bats an eyelid. Yesterday, 6 overs lost. No one bats an eyelid. If you get there on the last day, we have to be here till 12:30 at night.
We're not leaving. We're not leaving.
When is someone going to actually make them bowl the overs in the first 4 days as well?
Well, I agree with that. Of course we do. You're quite entitled to your rant.
Well,
I think it's more or less accurate, but they do start taking overs off. Let's get Andrew in. They do start taking overs off once you get beyond, I think, the half an hour that you can add on for today. Isn't that right, Andrew?
Yeah, that's correct. We've already obviously added on the half hour from the plays lost on the first day, effectively. So we can add an extra half hour, but once half an hour's gone, overs start
You
coming
chip
off.
away at the overs.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. It is quite complicated. So at the moment, it should be a 5:30 or 6 finish, or 5 or 6 actually now, isn't it? You can call it off at 6 o'clock, but we've got half an hour added on from the first day. You've got half an hour to bowl the overs. So at 7 o'clock, you've got half an hour to make up for today. So that's 7:30.
So half an hour to bowl the overs isn't on the final day because you have to bowl the overs.
I see. So you just bowl them.
So you've got to bowl them. So, well,
That's what I'm saying, Angus. On the last day, we are made to bowl the overs on the last day. Days 1, 2, 3, but no one cares.
Why did I check out of my hotel? I might as well.
I know.
well, you might as well
Might need
stay.
my sleeping bag in the commentary box by the time. Oh well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But anyway, that's basically how it goes. And but at the moment, well, nothing's happening, and it's very filled in over there, in the distance, unfortunately. Jofra Archer, clearly all the headlines about Jofra Archer. That was
Serious.
as quick a spell I've seen. I was trying to think when I saw someone bowling as fast as anybody. Probably Mitchell Johnson actually, in that series down under, when he
Slippery.
blew it away. That was proper. Proper fast.
It was.
Consistently fast.
It's the quickest I've seen in England.
Yeah,
Who's the
for
quickest,
a long time.
quickest you've seen from an English bowler before this? Devon Malcolm on his day?
Yeah,
Who?
Devy could bowl quick.
Devon, the Oval against South Africa.
Harmison?
Harmson, Flintoff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark Wood's bowled a spell or
John
two.
Snow?
John Snow.
Frank Tyson?
Well, that's going back a bit, Jim.
Yes,
You
I know.
can probably remember Frank. But that was like watching the 1980s West Indians.
Yeah, it was.
It was, Malcolm Marshall. That's that sort of sustained pace.
Yeah, and
was-
that's Steve Smith. That's Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best batsmen in the world out there, bobbing and weaving. I mean, that's hit him before he sort of moved, really.
Yeah.
A couple of them. That's just a whoosh. I mean,
Yeah.
that is just
There were some
slippery.
very,
yeah.
very, very quick balls,
Yeah.
and he just seemed to run in just that little bit more keenly. I thought in that spell. I mean, normally it is a really loose-limbed, easy approach, isn't it? But he just seemed to just grit his teeth a bit and really, really put it.
I mean,
in.
he obviously took a few bounces off Cummins, whether that
Yes.
fired him. I think it was one shot from Steve Smith that got him going. Steve Smith played a back foot kind of Caribbean-esque drive through extra cover off the back shoe. It was fully and just flamboyantly whacked it past extra cover.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether it was that Jofra Archer went, "Oh, hello. You're here to play a bit, are you?" You know, and he just suddenly cranked it up, and it went from 88 to 90 to 96 miles an hour. And he just found his rhythm. And when you watch him, I was watching him yesterday when he was bowling at that pace. I'm thinking, is there a change of action? No. He'd probably just put a little bit more effort in.
Yeah.
So as a batsman, it gives you no cue. There's nothing different to what I saw him when he was bowling at 96 to when he was bowling at 88. And when he bowls that knuckle ball, there's nothing different.
No.
So as a batsman, it's a nightmare because you think, oh, what's going to come down? I mean, it's going to be down that channel. I will say facing the bouncer from the pavilion end with the slope as a right-hander
Nasty.
is a nightmare because it always follows you. You never feel it's away from your eye line. On a flat, we could say at Headingley, where it's flat surface in terms of the pitch, you're not on any kind of slope, maybe a bit of, from back to forth, but you never feel that it's kind of following you. This ground, I remember facing Akhtar here one year, and I hated it. McGrath from the pavilion, not as quick as I, but you never felt that you were comfortable with the short ball when it was well directed from that pavilion end.
I think also, when he hit that sort of Caribbean shot through extra cover, he said, I don't think I'm going to bother pitching any more up. He just bowled.
Yeah.
He bowled like the old days when it's everything. He's whistling through it. He said,
Really
I'm
knows.
not really
Yeah.
going to bother going for the stumps. I'm bowling at you.
It's getting to the stage where you used to face Ambrose Walsh. When they're back in county cricket or a Donald, and you don't wind them up. Just see them off.
Yeah.
Don't play any big
I'm not
shots.
sure bouncing Joff is a very sensible thing. I'm going to direct this question. There's no point directing this to Tuffers, or indeed to Jim, with all due respect, Jim, or indeed for me, but for Michael Vaughan. Steve Smith has had a really horrible hit on, and he's also had an arm injured by Jofra Archer. Forget this match. I'm thinking the rest of the series. How difficult is it for a batsman to get over the fact that particular bowler has really rattled you? He's hit you and he's hurt you and he's dangerous. How do you get that out of your head?
Steve Smith's a great player, so I don't think it'd be a massive problem. He's a freak. He just loves batting. I'll be very interested to see what happens in his first few overs the next time he goes out to bat. I mean, what England should do. That's why I've been surprised that Woakes has not taken the new ball. So my tactics to this Australian team would be Woakes and Broad to get rid of Warner and Bancroft. As soon as Steve Smith goes out there, Jofra, you're on. And you're going to pepper him. You know, it's the nature of high-level sport. You know, what we witnessed yesterday when he got that blow and he went down, it was awful. But I'm sorry, at Headingley on Thursday, Jofra Archer, as soon as Smith goes out there, you're peppering him and you're making life completely uncomfortable, and you go even more so. And you might even bowl a 7 or 8 over spell. Again, the time he walks out there, England have to get him out. I mean, you take his runs out of this series.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous what he's doing as one player in a batting lineup. The more I watch this Australian batting lineup, the more I think England should win the Ashes. I mean, they've got one player. I mean, David Warner at the top of the order, he's struggling. The rest of them, you look and go, whew, you've got great opportunities. And yeah, Jofra Archer will be cranked up. When you have a bowler like that, and I had it with Flintoff for a while, the problem as a captain is they're the best bowler in most conditions. So you kind of get in on a pitch that's doing a bit, you go on Jofra. Yeah. And then you get on a flat, you go on Jofra. And then the best player comes out, go on Jofra. Yeah. Because he will unsettle. And I was speaking last night, he's going to send shivers around batting lineups around the world.
Yeah, there you go.
With that one spell.
Exactly.
You know, Shoaib Akhtar, when he blew away teams, you know, it's not that it's a kind of a message, because everyone sees it in the world game. It's broadcast everywhere. And all batting lineups around the world are going, oh, did you see that spell? We've got South Africa. This went to New Zealand. So they were going, we've got to face him.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with how Steve Smith is going to react to it, I don't think, because Steve Smith's one of the best in the world. It's the rest of the other fellas who have got to come in and face it, or aren't quite as good. You know? If you see him getting dragged off, you know, and the next bloke coming down at number 7, number 8.
Well, we'll hear from him. We'll hear from Peter Siddle in a minute. I interviewed him this morning. We'll hear from Jofra Archer, though, as well. It's still raining here at Lord's. It is going to clear up, and it is actually a little bit brighter than it was even 10 minutes ago, but it is still raining at the moment. Apologies in advance, because it was raining when I interviewed Jofra. They pushed us up into the pavilion there under cover, which is very kind of them, except they positioned us right beside the speaker. And so there is, unfortunately, a bit of interference from the dulcet tones of the announcer here at Lord's. But if you listen carefully, you'll hear what Jofra Archer has to say and how he is after his long bowling spell yesterday.
A bit stiff, but, you know, nothing a few of us can't erase.
Yeah, I mean, is that going to be a bit of a change for you? I mean, longer spells, coming back day after day. I know people talked about the amount of red ball cricket you play, but that's one of the challenges of it, isn't it?
No, you're stiff after every time you bowl. Like, bowling isn't natural for humans anyway, so not just because of yesterday. I think it would have been stiff the day after any bowling.
Okay. What got you going yesterday? Was it Pat Cummins who let you have a few the day before?
A little bit, you know, but well, for me, my goal is when I get out there, try to get off as quickly as possible. So whatever it takes to get off the field as fast as possible.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. But fast bowlers don't like it when other fast bowlers bowl them about, so it suggests they're not worried about them, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, like, it's only fair. It's only fair to dish them back.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to do it. I've got to ask you about that ball at Steve Smith, of course, and how you felt when he went down. It's never nice to see, however fast you're trying to bowl, you don't actually want to hurt anybody.
Nah, that's never your plan, you know. You always try to get the wicket first. Obviously, seeing him go down and how quickly he went down, like, I think everyone stopped and everyone just probably skipped a beat as well, seeing him go down like that.
Yes. Have you hit people before like that?
Nah, no, in the net area.
Activation zone here.
And so, did you realise quite quickly he was okay?
Well, after he got up and he was moving around, then you breathe a sigh of relief, really. But no one wants to see anyone get carried off in a stretcher or anything like that. It was a good challenge, like a really good spell, you know. Him batting at the other end. So for me, I wouldn't like to see it end like that, or the day end like that anyway.
And starting out in Test cricket as you are, bowling like that, batting like that, in a very tight situation, that's kind of what Test cricket's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I didn't imagine that my first test would have been so competitive, but it's been a good challenge so far.
Okay. And today, Jofra, you're going to get out there at some stage. It's a big day in the series, this.
But you're giving me an umbrella.
It's going to stop. I promise it'll stop.
But yeah, the rain hasn't been great all week. Key times, you know, it's really stopped momentum. I think we could have really bowled really good the first test, well, the first day, if we got out, would have been a bit more into the pitch, but it didn't of happened that way. We had to bowl on the second day, and like I was telling the guys yesterday, it felt like we were bowling in the second innings, like how flat the pitch got. So, you know, I don't think the rain has done us much favours.
Yeah. So what do you need? Another 100? 100 runs?
On prospects of play.
Yeah, at least, you know. We want enough so we don't lose a draw first, but we want enough that it's never a win for them today.
There we go, Jofra battling against them. You'd think there'd be a little bit of coordination, wouldn't you? There are interviews going on. Perhaps just hang on 5 minutes before the long stream of announcements. Anyway, I'm sorry about that, but there's nothing we can do about it. But you got the gist anyway. I mean, he's interesting to me. He says he's stiff after every time he bowls. He just doesn't look like that sort of bowler to me, actually. I mean, and you're right, Michael, in that you. It is going to be a question of looking after him a bit and handling him well, because if you're just going to keep throwing him the ball all the time, and he's not going to be able to bowl that fast all the time. You're going to burn him out.
No, and Chris Woakes hasn't bowled enough this week here at this venue with his record. Again, we hear on the grapevine that he's got a little bit of a problem, but you know, for me, if you're in the team, you've got to do your duties, and I don't think Joe Root has used Woakes enough in these conditions. And over the course of, you know, we've got 3 test matches, one that starts on Thursday in the space of 4 weeks. And there's no way that he can continue to bowl with that amount of venom and that amount of pace over the course of 3 more test matches. No. So England will have to be smart with him. What I really liked about him, he's a proper old school bowler already. You know, I just want to get off the pitch.
Yes.
I want to get him out so I can get in the dressing room and have a cup of tea. That's old school. And you know, when you think it's his debut, I don't know if you've had the same, Aggers, I've never seen an English bowler. I've seen, you know, back in the day, Botham, Freddie Flintoff, Kevin Peterson empty bars to watch their batting, you know, when they've been crashing it to all parts. I don't remember an English bowler having that effect on a crowd.
No.
Where it felt to me that everyone round the back would get back into that ground and make sure.
Joffrey heading, he was steaming in, would get the West Stand going, wouldn't he? And
maybe on home, but here at the home of crowd,
absolutely.
I've never seen that before.
No, it was remarkable. It really was a proper. I'm going to have a little conversation again about these. The problem is that because people talk about 96 and 97, I mean the speeds when you're getting up to there are big talking points. And I'm just going to raise the fact that he bowled that lovely knuckleball yesterday to Peter Siddle that was registered at 90 point something, but actually was a slower ball that would have been about actually 70s, somewhere in the 70s.
I'll tell you the truth about the speed gun, and they might tell me that it's different now, but back in my time, we monitored the speed gun. So when we were in 05, when we were bowling, the paces were higher.
Yes.
Because we wanted to have an effect on the opposing team.
Oh.
So when Brett Lee was the quickest bowler in the series.
And you turned him down?
Well, yeah.
What you said?
Not me personally.
Well, no, but it was a ploy to say that he was only bowling at sort of like.
Yeah, I mean, they might deny it now, and it might not be the case. But back in my time, we could have a little whisper to make sure England's bowlers.
Well, I was told a little whisper by a certain umpire this morning as well, along the same sort of lines about other teams. But just to finish that point, just because it's not just Jofra Archer, but it came up. I mean, Pat Cummins bowled a proper bouncer, I think, to Denley, and I thought, well, that was a quick look. It was at 83.
Well, there you go.
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Don't worry, lads.
So I wonder if it's the same operator. Did you not know that, Phil?
No, I just think you have to take some of these numbers with caution.
Well, I think it also happens in Australia. No, I think they do a similar thing.
Surely not, Jim, do you?
I think they do.
You're not,
they don't do that on the M40, do they?
It might be a very good defence. Yeah, get Mr. Loophole on it.
Yes.
If he can prove it's the same technology as his testing a speeding cricket ball.
I'm sure I was only going 38. Go.
Oh, you're still over.
People
You're still
will do.
over.
Don't they get desperate to come up with something to stir up the other side?
Well, I think my point more was
he looked quick. I'll have to say
it did look quick. But my point is if that is inaccurate to such a degree, what about the rest of it? That's all I'm saying. There's such faith now put in. I'm still a bit surprised by that one that Burns was given not out. I thought quite right. They seem to be going down the leg side. It's hitting.
I reckon Cameron Bancroft's LBW or Jofra Archer.
Yeah, can you bend Hawkeye as well?
Well, he's been bending this week. I do think.
He has a few big nights, that Hawkeye. I reckon.
Well, I reckon
he has
Hawkeye.
a bender.
I reckon Hawkeye's been enjoying the local pubs.
Yeah.
Is that a bit of an iffy week for me?
Well, I think so, but it shouldn't be. And if there's so much faith put in it now, it's got to be right. And those are just clear examples of technology being wrong. And anyway, that's my little grumble. But while we're talking about sort of 96, it looked very, very fast. I mean,
Yes.
you're talking about 4 or 5 miles an hour here or there. But anyway, it was an amazing spell. We are waiting for the rain to stop. And it is brightening, and the rain there in the distance seems possibly to be going round. We've got some figures there sheltering under umbrellas, and the ground staff are doing their bit. So we did talk about toughers, and have you ever had this?
What's that?
Well, you've had to go out to bat and you're following off somebody who's
John
blood
Embry at Leicester.
streaming, or
Yes, John Embry at Leicester.
did I do?
No, it wasn't you. I think
Oh.
it might have been Kenny Benjamin. I think it was.
Oh,
Oh no, not
Winston.
Kenny. Winston Benjamin.
Winston
yeah,
Benjamin.
Yeah, Embers has gone out without the grill,
Right.
And he sort of like played this sort of top edge. So he top edge one into his nose like that, and it's all sort of blood everywhere and splattered everywhere. I've walked down the stairs past John,
Right.
who's been sort of
Yes.
helped off by sort of two St John's ambulance.
toughers.
Yeah. And then I've gone down, I've taken guard like that, and then just on the crease line, he's a massive, great big pool of blood. You know what I mean? It
Well,
doesn't
that's
fill you
not
with a lot of
Well,
confidence.
yesterday it was Peter Siddle who came down those
Good luck, mate.
pavilion steps. I caught up with him this morning, away from a speaker, but we shared first of all our frustration about the weather.
It is a little bit, yeah. Obviously, you wake up this morning excited, and went for a walk this morning. The sun was out, it was looking good, but a little bit miserable at the moment. But I think, the forecast is looking good for a good day of Test cricket.
Yeah, it's just got a bit of a feel about today, hasn't it? I mean, it really has. Whoever you're supporting, it's just got everything dangling there today.
No, it does. I think that's the exciting thing probably for the spectator coming in today, is that no matter who you are supporting, you're in with half a chance of possibility of a result. So. It makes for an exciting day as a player as well. I think, it gives you a chance to be that person to sort of step up and hopefully, try and win a Test match for your country.
Tell me how you felt yesterday. I have kind of been there myself. Lower order batsman, just going out, big crowd. And the best batsman in the world is going off, hit hard and horribly, and you've got to go in there and bat straight after him. I mean, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's
inadequate?
A little bit, yeah. No, I think it's always tough, I guess. Yeah, as Australian and as a good mate of Philip Hughes's, that there's lots of things that run through our mind. But yeah, for me, I just didn't worry too much about it. At the end of the day, just go out there and bat. You watch the ball and you see it how it is, and that's all you can do. I think that's all you can do at any time as the tail end. It doesn't matter who you're facing. Is just try and face each ball and try and keep it out.
Yeah.
So it was just like that. But I've faced plenty of fast bowlers over the years. It doesn't happen often, but. Stain, Morkel, Freddie at his best.
Yeah.
I faced a lot of quick bowling, so it's just about being quick.
It is tough, though, isn't it? There's something about watching fast bowling that's so exciting. The ground goes up, noisy and then quiet, and it is very compelling. But there is that thought in the back of your mind about serious injury, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit. I was fine by the time I actually got out there. I was more, concerned probably up in the rooms and. We were more concerned about Steve at the time, but once you get out there, like you said, no matter whether you're a top order batsman or a lower order batsman, once you're out in the middle, your adrenaline's pumping, you're ready to go. You just face the ball and you play it how it is. And I lasted out that little bit and put on. I was out there for long enough to get Steve, to be able to do his tests and get him back out there.
Yeah.
So, I love that. That's a challenge Test cricket, and that's what makes Test cricket exciting. I played alongside Mitchell Johnson that Ashes series when he tore England apart bowling fast, and it is exciting as a teammate, which the English boys are probably feeling now, but just cricket in general. It's exciting to watch. I enjoy watching great fast bowling, and yesterday, it was that spell in the afternoon, it was great to watch.
It was quick. And how is Steve today?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. He's got a couple more tests he's got to do now, and I guess you don't really know until you do those tests and stuff. He seems upbeat and everything, but we'll see how he goes in those and see what comes of today.
Peter Siddle talking to me earlier this morning, before the rain started, actually, and it came pretty quickly afterwards, and it looks as if it's starting to relent. In fact, look over there. There's definite clearing over in the west. So you can actually see now the end of this cloud, and hopefully we're going to get there pretty quickly now, and we can get all this off and sorted out, and as we know at Lord's, things can get moving again pretty quickly. So we've got such a good day's cricket, or prospect of it, and if we can just lose as little time as possible, it does keep all of those options alive. I thought Stokes-Butler battled away pretty well yesterday. I mean, he's not been in any sort of form really, has he? But he just got stuck in there and got his head down.
Yeah, it was funny actually, because Ben Stokes was moved to 5. and I agree with that. But actually, yesterday when Nathan Lyon was looking very threatening, you probably wouldn't have done that in that situation. But Josh came out at number 6. He looked to me like he had a little bit more balance on that front foot. You know, if you look at a lot of his dismissals of late, he's kind of been walking into the shot. He's been playing very square on the onside across that front pad. You know, he's not looked to me like he's got a great amount of balance on the front foot just to play a defensive stroke. So you'll see him kind of walking into a shot like he did in the first instance. He snuck one behind. Yes, it looked like he had a bit more of a base to be able to play a forward defence shot. And that's all I look for at this level. And it sounds, but all the shots are great, but can you nullify that good ball? And as I said to you on day one, Troy Cooley, and I've told the England team exactly what the message will be from Troy Cooley. He will say to Josh Hazelwood, Pat Cummins, make them play forward defences. Make them play that basic shot that you should get taught when you're a kid, and can you do it under pressure? Now, from what I've seen with the England team, it's a very difficult shot from the play, but yesterday Josh looked like he'd kind of worked a way of getting that balance on the front foot and nullifying good balls. If you can nullify good balls, you then can expand to start scoring runs. So he looked in good control. Got to do it again today. He's got to come out there. Whatever happens today, there's so much, whether it is a draw, one team can force the win, there's so much that you can take from today when you think that a game starts again on Thursday. You know, it's almost, you just roll into the next game, and individuals need to take confidence from today's display into Thursday. And if Butler can go and get a score, Stokes can get a score, Johnny can get a few more runs, and then they can give the Australians a cheeky little 45, 50 over batting later in the day. And even if they don't win, but they get them 6 or 7 down, you can knock off Bancroft. You can get Khawaja out without getting a 50. You can get down to Wade potentially and get him out cheaply once again. There's so many things that can happen today, even if it's a draw, that will affect the remaining 3 games.
Yes. And Root's tactics, if he's allowed to have tactics, as it were, will be interesting too, won't they? Because, as you were explaining earlier, I mean, to declare, but with few overs in the bank, that there's only one winner. You can't do it, can you? But you can imagine people will be shouting and yelling, declare, declare.
Yeah, this is hard for him.
Yeah.
It's hard because, you know, what you've got to remember is that, you know, you're 1-0 down and you don't want to gamble so much to allow Australia the chance to go 2-0 up. But if you've got it at about 7.5 out of 10 in your favour, 8 out of 10, you'd probably go, right, have a go. You know, have a go because, you know, you have got Steve Smith on the ropes. You know, will he come out and bat? You've got a batting lineup that was 120 for 8 at Edgbaston. You take Smith's runs out of this score from 250 of 92, again 150 all out. So if you can get that score to 180, 200, you know, I think it is worth England having a crack at this Australian team because the technical side.
In you come.
No, I don't think it's a massive, because the pitch is still doing plenty. And getting 200 runs on the last afternoon. Well, someone's going to have to play extraordinarily.
I was worried. You must be worried about the Australian batting as well, aren't you, Jim? I mean, we talk about England's and we analyse it and everything else, but you know, take 92 out of 250 and the similar sort of story at Birmingham. There's not, well, Wade got 100, but there's not much else in ways of contributions, are there? They're doing very fallible.
Well, Jofra Archer's hostile spell yesterday is at least in sense of expectation, changed the course of the series. Whether he can repeat it in other surfaces for the rest of the series remains to be seen. But it's knocked the stuffing out of Australia, I would have thought, because it's knocked Polak's their major player.
Exactly.
And that's got to send a bit of a shudder through the rooms, hasn't it? And
yes.
David Warner can't take a trick at the moment. He's become Broad's bunny. 3 out of 3.
And he can't catch.
And he can't, that's it, yeah. They've put him in at slip. Very interesting, you know. He was the naughty boy down at mid-off and mid-on for the last couple of years, and they've decided they need to have someone in the slips because there's a vacancy, so to speak, so they've given him the job, and he hasn't quite come up to expectations in that spot. So I'm sure when he comes out the bat and he hears all this noise and the rest of it, he's ignoring it. But I'd be worried that it might be just eating away a little bit at him with his lack of form with the bat.
Would you?
So that is a big concern for Australia, because if you're knocking him over all the time and Smith's wounded,
would you say that Jofra Archer, Jimmy Anderson, whether he plays 1 game, 2 games, I think playing 2 is going to be too soon for him. Maybe the last test match of the series is still alive. That spell from Jofra for me is almost like nullified Anderson. You know, it's almost like England were desperate when Jimmy Anderson got the injuries. Our key bowler's gone. Seeing that yesterday, it's almost, I've looked and go, wait a minute, England have got the trump card now.
We got another one.
And when you think that this is a slow wicket,
Yeah.
Headingley will probably be similar to this in terms of pace, but then at Old Trafford, if he gets a little bit of pace on the pitch, and we get an Old Trafford wicket that I hope we will do, which will be quite hard, and well, you can imagine what kind of damage he could do.
Yeah.
It's interesting, though, the history of Test cricket, that these things can be kind of meteoric, you know. A bloke comes in and he does that, and can he do it again? Can he do it with the same devastating effect? If he does, England can certainly win the Ashes around Broad and the rest of the attack.
You haven't seen his left arm spin yet.
Oh, yeah, he looks good out there.
Well, I hope we don't see that this afternoon. But anyway, they're pushing away the water.
Yes, we want to get the game started. Come on, get out there.
Relax, Jim. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I can see blue sky in the distance, and a rather reluctant-looking super sopper is trundling its way towards the grandstand. Not sure what's going up there because the water seems to be down on the other side, actually.
When did
but
we
anyway,
start losing overs, I guess?
After half an hour.
After half an hour, yeah.
Yes, so we're not there yet, but we will be. But we might not lose too many.
Can I just one question about this matter of overs and time? Why don't they start at 10:30 to make up overs? What's the problem there?
Well, we sort of touched on this the other day, and we're just all floundering around looking for reasons, really. They did change. In Michael's series, 2005, they were 10:30 starts.
That was to do with the TV station, I think, that was broadcasting it.
So what's the reason now?
I don't know.
When Sky starts their program at breakfast, I mean, for goodness sake, that's not a worry. I mean,
I don't think you get any dew in the writing room at the broadcasting from.
No. Well, I did touch on that travel thing, and I know some people said it was nonsense, but there is an argument about the travel in this country and how much and the really big difference there is in travelling after a certain time.
We're talking half an hour.
Yeah, what are you talking half an hour? You go and try commuting from Grantham down to London and see what the difference that half hour makes in terms of your train ticket.
Well, they just need to have more of your announcements on every station telling people what's going on.
With the modern drainage and the modern coverage, I guess back in the day, we didn't have the drainage and we didn't have the coverage that the pitches get now. So you would probably have argued that 10:30 was maybe unfair on a team, and that extra half an hour just gave the pitch and the conditions just a little bit more time to get rid of the moisture from overnight. But I think because of these grounds now are so good for the drainage,
dry as a bone,
and look at the hover covers, all the sheets, you would think that 10:30 could be looked at.
Well, do you remember those? The
finals,
the Gillette Cup, 10:30 start. You say, oh my word, they can't possibly play this, and people were putting them in, weren't they? And the ball would move around in those days. The old Gillette Cup, 60 overs per side. Happy days they were, full houses at Lord's and fantastic atmosphere. But it's how they've lost those now.
They all finished in the dark, didn't they? Was it Kent or something? It was pouring with rain.
I know.
All the fans on the edge of the boundary.
But there were special days. They really were, and all your county members would be there, and it was fantastic.
Pitch invasion.
One of those. Yes, loved a pitch invasion.
I think it was Jeffrey that stopped the pitch. Remember when he had a little bit of a confrontation, Jeffrey, didn't he?
I think he might have. There might be a bit of bat involved somewhere, was there?
It was the first time he'd ever used it aggressively.
Well, I think he ran off playing more shots than he had for the hour and a half that he had been at the middle, I think. Anyway, that's my cue to leave, I think, because on the ground staff stripping off there because it's a bit humid and hard work there. They're mopping away. They're doing a great job, and they'll get us underway as soon as they can. But I promise you, there's blue sky in the distance. I can see a large aircraft trundling towards Heathrow against a pale blue sky. So that's what's coming this way, and all will be well shortly. So beaming Mark Ramprakash, who's sitting here alongside me as well. There's waterproofs on, I think. Are they waterproofs? They look like waterproofs. A waterproof top, maybe. Nice to see you, Mark. And I think a thought or two from Tuffers about something or other. Michael Vaughan's gone to wash his trousers, which is probably just as well. I'm sorry about that again.
Yes.
And Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, didn't we? Ramps, didn't we? Hello, mate.
Morning, Tuffers. How are you? I'm just laughing at Jeffrey playing aggressive shots.
Yeah, walking off.
Running off the pitch to the crowd.
Do you remember that game? What was that final you played in against? What was it when you got 50? Was it 88?
88.
That was like, win the toss and bowl, wasn't it?
Oh, God, yeah.
Zipping about all over the place.
Very green.
Yeah.
NatWest game starts at 10:30, and it was an era of, the Lord's finals starting a bit damp. And I don't know why they started damp, because you knew the match was going to be there, and you thought that the groundsman would at least sort of do the rolling and the preparation to get it almost ready to play on the Friday, knowing that the Saturday would be nice and dry. But whoever won the toss had such an advantage in those days. And, of course, we played against a very good Worcester side. won the toss, and Angus Fraser bowled beautifully. I think they were 9 for 3. Graham Hick was out for 4.
That's
and
right.
They never really recovered.
No, and what was it, Lancashire as well? Glenn Chappell got about 7 for 12 or something.
Yes, I remember Stephen Jeffries, I think, the South African left arm for Hampshire. He swung a few around and
over by lunch.
Good enough. Still got to do it. Still got to put it in the right place, haven't you? But it was such an advantage.
It became ridiculous, didn't it? For some reason, I don't know. There was sort of before that, the games were okay, and then there was a spell where you win the toss, win the match, basically in those September finals. But it's so different now. Just talking about the start time. Why not 10:30? What's going to happen when we get to the Oval? I mean, are we still starting at 11 o'clock in the middle of September? All the Championship cricket in September starts at 10:30. So bad light is going to be an issue, and it might well be an issue here today as well, because they bowl the overs so slowly. If we start, I don't know. We will start sometime. I don't know, within the next hour, I would have thought, because it has stopped raining. There's some blue sky. They got to get the covers off, and the Lords does dry out. But we'll lose some time, because we'll lose time from 11:30 this morning. So 98 overs from 11:30 still, and then they'll just tick one over off every 4 minutes after that. But if we have to play until 7:30, I was still here at 7:30 last night, 7:45. It's just beginning to get into bad light territory at this time, even with the floodlights. I'm sorry, Tuffers, we won't care too much about that.
Well, I mean, come on,
It does seem weird, though, doesn't it, that we have lights, we have day-night Test cricket now, and they go off for bad light with the lights on. Anyway, that's something that down the line they might be able to sort out some way or other. But
Still too precious about it. Take you back to that famous game England won in Karachi. I mean, what was the light like then? I know umpire Buckner had it in for the Moin Khan, the Pakistan captain, for slowing the overs down, but still, you can play. Let's say the game today is on the edge, 8 for 130 with 3 overs to go, and Alim Dar feels a drop of rain on his head, it'll go off the field.
I think it is different in different parts of the world as well, because somewhere like Karachi, when the sun starts to go down, it gets dark very, very quickly. Here, of course, in our summer, often the evenings, some evenings can stay light, and you get a blue sky, and you can play on till probably 7:30. I agree with you that sometimes we are a little bit precious.
Hey, Jim,
I can be down the Kingswood Arms till about 10:30 sometimes, and still, in the garden, and it's light and lovely.
Jim, you'd love that Test match. You absolutely love that Test match in Abu Dhabi. England had on their last tour against Pakistan, when both teams.
It's amazing.
Both teams made about 500 and something, and it was painstaking cricket. And then last day, I think most people thought it was a nailed-on draw. Pakistan fell in a heap. England needed about 99 to win. We didn't know how many overs because the light was fading. The lights were on, and with about 20 to win, after 5 grueling days of the batsmen being on top of the bowlers, they walked off a bad light with about 20 to win and 4 wickets left or something like that. I mean,
this is very confusing for people who are listening. They say, now you just said they've turned the lights on, so how can they go off for bad light? Well, it doesn't make sense to a lot of people.
No, well, it's because the unnatural light of takes over from the natural light.
Thorpe and Nasser playing in that game, though, wasn't it? I mean, that was against Waqar Yunis as well. Waqar steaming in, wasn't he?
The one in Karachi?
Yes, I mean, and it was they hit the ball and the fielders just went, well, I don't know where it is.
Well, it's often harder for the fielding side than the batting side,
exactly,
isn't it? Because at least the batsman roughly knows where it's coming from.
Yeah.
As a fielder,
I wouldn't have fancied facing Jofra Archer in bad light.
No, but okay, if we're serious about all these things and trying to keep the game alive when we get light or even rain mucking things up, okay, so just chuck that red ball away, get a pink one, and go on with the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lob in a pink ball, I agree with you.
You've got to keep the game going. They're too fussy about getting it all right. You play county cricket in worse conditions quite often than Test cricket.
You've just come out of the England dressing room, Mark. What about the idea of just substituting a pink ball at 7 tonight for a red ball so we can play on?
Well, look, it's funny now. Now that I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, come on, get out there, go and face it.
Yes, right.
No, but I think I've got probably a better understanding of when the punters are here and they've paid a lot of money and they've travelled from Bristol or Nottinghamshire, and they come down and watch the game and they want to see some action. And it's really important that we do everything we can. I think cricket has made strides forward, unquestionably. The outfields, the covering here at Lords, is so good now that often play can get going so much quicker. Having said that, I suppose there is a balance because the integrity of the game is important. And what I mean by that is that if conditions are changing to almost alter the course of the game, where we're walking a fine line between, look, this is Test cricket and you need certain conditions. For example, if the ball gets wet, what do you do then? And the ball, if the ball gets wet, then it might stop swinging because it gets damp and the leather gets damp and the bowlers are having a hard time. And I suppose there's a balance there for the umpires to decide at what point is the game not being played in the right conditions. And I think that's the final.
Yeah, I mean, dampness and light are sort of probably two different things, aren't they? I agree. Rain and light is the two issues here.
The ball's an interesting one, though. I mean, why is it so that if a ball slightly goes out of shape, you can replace it, and yet if it gets sopping wet, you've got to keep playing with it? It doesn't seem to make sense to me. Why can't you replace that with a like for like that's dry?
I wish I had that. Tough as you were a bowler, spin bowler.
Yeah.
What was it like? You must have bowled with a damp ball a few times.
Yes, a couple of times for sure. Damp seam and everything. You know what I mean? I think one fell in a pint of lager. One fell in a pint of lager the other day, didn't they? At Edgbaston, and it came back.
Bowled a few arm balls with that, couldn't you?
Smelling a beer. No, it is an interesting thing. You say the pink ball. I mean, that would be a little bit tricky, though, wouldn't it? You just sort of sit, face 5 balls of Jofra Archer, okay? Let's have the pink one now. Whoa, you know what I mean? I think the eyes might take a bit of time getting used to that.
Yeah, but it's about keeping the game moving.
Well, I know, but it's just as Ramps just said, it's all very well and
But
good
if you
seeing out
but if
there.
you have a sunny day, Tuppers, if you have a,
Don't ask me about batting, by the way.
No, I don't. And Ramps as well. You have a sunny day. You win the toss. You bat on a sunny day, and you say all out just before the close of play on the first day. You've had a sunny day's batting. You might have clocked up 300. Next morning, it can be overcast, and that and the other side has to bat in completely different conditions.
Yes,
overcast,
absolutely.
lights on, Lords, as Ireland did actually. I think that Ireland Test match here, where they had to come out, and the conditions are already relatively variable, aren't they?
They are variable, but I'd still like the same coloured ball as the opposition, if that's all right.
Right.
Don't want to play with the square one.
If the rain stops, there will be a pitch inspection at 11:40. So it's 11:17 now.
Yeah.
The covers are still on. They're sort of grounds are poised to take them. We can see some blue sky in the distance.
Nice.
So we'll lose overs from 11:30. From 11:30, then 98 overs. So we'll tick down. So say we started at 12:30, we'd lose an hour. We'd lose 15 overs presumably. So we would have say 83 overs in the day. We'd have to bowl them all unless we had bad light or rain shower at the end of the day's play. We did have one last night actually, 4 minutes to 7, and the umpires took the players. They are rolling the covers off now.
Yay.
Which is good news. And Lords is sell out today. I mean, such a fascinating day in prospect. There still is. I think there still is.
Yeah, definitely.
But the reduction in overs just skews it a little bit. I think coming along today, I really had that sort of sense that all 4 results are still possible. Can England win in this situation?
Yeah, that's the beauty of having 2 teams who aren't very good at batting. You know what I mean? Any other sort of batting lineup, you think, England aren't going to get bowled out or whatever. They could fall down very, very quickly here, England, and so could Australia.
Yeah. Perhaps you were England's batting coach. How do you see the state of English batsmanship?
Well, this has provided a lot of debate. I think the difficulty coaching would be that as a player you grow up and you have a view of Test cricket, and what has happened in the last 4 or 5 years is a huge shift really in the emphasis of what young players are aspiring to be. And I think we've got less players now in the first class system who are really prepared to do the hard work and want to excel at the first class game. So I think...
What do you call the hard work? What do you mean by hard work?
Well, you see, Jason Roy, for example, has played 10 first class games in the last 3 years. So the time at the crease, understanding game situations, playing on wickets that keep a bit low, wickets that bounce, where the ball seams or swings or spins, learning the art of batting and to be consistent. So I would go back to obviously playing with someone like Graham Gooch, Graham Thorpe. There's so many fine players who learnt to build an innings. Michael Atherton. You think of the great openers or top order players for England in the past. I mean, when we were number one in the world, we had Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook and Jonathan Trott and Ian Bell. I regard these guys that they are in the team to bat. That is their trade. And they work very, very hard, and they put in so many hours perfecting both their attacking shots but also a rock-solid defence. And Michael Vaughan was talking earlier about defending the top of off. I mean, that's so important if you're going to get through periods of good bowling.
It's gone out of the game, Rams. The forward defence.
This is the difficulty, because the emphasis and young players, and I'm talking about kids now, 8, 9, 10, 11, they're all reverse sweeping and ramping and lashing out, clearing the left foot over mid-wicket. And that's the fun and the adrenaline and the big crowd, and that's what catches the eye. And this current crop of England players are naturally very aggressive players. And when they're on form, they're great to watch. And the public really enjoy watching them, and when they win, wow, they do it in style. But I think there is a level of inconsistency because of perhaps the mindset of, well, look, I'm going to go out and I'm going to try and be aggressive, come what may, and look to impose themselves, come what may, regardless of conditions. I mean, we were in, we played really well in Sri Lanka, won 3-0, and it was pretty convincing stuff. I thought England batted very well in those matches, and the England captain was... his mantra almost was, we're going to put pressure back on the opposition by scoring runs. And when we got to the West Indies, we were hit with 4 pace bowlers, all different in their own right. Shannon Gabriel, Roach swung the new ball a lot to left-handers. Jason Holder, tall and accurate. And we were hit with 4 pace bowlers who bowled really well and well in partnerships, and it was quality Test cricket. And you couldn't quite put the pressure back on the bowler by scoring. You had to adapt and bat some time and build a partnership with your mate at the other end. And look, the guys are aware of this. And I must say, in their defence, they've been playing 5 months of one-day cricket trying to hack a white ball that doesn't really move much out into row Z. And then we're asking them to come and adapt to the moving ball against a class Australian attack, by the way. I mean, the fact that they can rotate Pattinson and bring in Hazelwood, and Stark can't get a game yet. They are a fine bowling attack. And what was our preparation? It was a game here against Ireland, and then we're into a 5-test series back-to-back. I mean, in my day, at least the batters had a chance, because we would have a county game in between the test matches, and we'd have a run of first-class games. I mean, Rory Burns has played first-class cricket so far this year. He wasn't involved in those one-dayers, so he's had a little bit more opportunity to...
So it's no surprise he's England's leading run scorer in the series?
Well, I've got every sympathy for people like Jos-Buttler and Johnny Bairstow. They've been so prolific, so good. They've won the World Cup, and they've been brilliant at one-day cricket. But then we're asking them to completely change the rhythm and mindset to a degree to come to Test cricket, because we're talking about backing your defence for periods of time. Hazelwood doesn't bowl you much rubbish, and the ball moves laterally, and so you've got to be really precise with your attacking shots.
And can't you do that, Rams? Can you just switch it on and switch it off?
I think it would be hard with this prolonged period of one-day cricket, where they are looking to hit the ball on the up. Yeah. They're looking to give the bowler a very small box to pitch the ball in. Yeah. If they're slightly full, you're driving on the up. If you're slightly short, you're pulling or cutting. Yeah. Now, the red ball, you want to keep the same intent to look to score, clearly, but the ball's moving laterally, and so therefore you have to be more precise, especially when driving. And I think that's the great challenge. I mean, Jos-Buttler, he played really well against India. He got a fantastic 100 at Trent Bridge and batted really well, and he got forward and back really well, and he defended the top of off really well. And he got 100 off 150 balls. But look, so far in this series, his footwork hasn't quite been as clear-cut and as efficient. But, it's in his defence, it's not easy to make such a big transition from playing so much white ball cricket.
Yeah, that's interesting because when I played a little bit of one-day cricket, and I did do a little bit during my career, I didn't necessarily change the way I bowled from my, like 4-day and 5-day or Test match cricket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I kind of then took that style of bowling into the one-day game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't sort of like, I'm going to bowl quicker and flatter and this and that. You know what I mean? But so, it's difficult just to then completely swap your whole sort of mindset and head to do that on a Tuesday and that on a Wednesday.
Well, it can be. I mean, interesting with the bowling because, of course, when you're for spin bowlers, for example, like yourself, if you were bowling fairly accurate in say a 50-over game, that could be doing a really good job. At the same time, when we played one-day cricket, people were less innovative. Yeah. And now they are playing a lot more shots. If you bowl too predictably, then they tend to take a fancy to you. Yeah. I mean, so look, as I say, it's. I'm not surprised to see one or two players really struggling against a class Australian attack with their footwork, where their off stump is, and adjusting to the tempo and rhythm of Test cricket.
What does the batting coach do?
Well, look, primarily the job is to build a trusting relationship with the player. So that's really important, where hopefully you can have an open and honest discussion about the game. We want to talk about the challenges that the opposition are going to present. So if you're going to face a really quick left arm over the wicket who's just sat next to me,
Mitchell Johnson's here. Good morning to you, Mitchell.
Good morning.
We would sort of do some specific stuff, from that angle, and that's so you talk about the challenges that the opposition are going to present, and then you try and replicate that in training. And the training, I think, should have a variety to it. I mean, I think at times the players want to build confidence and get some balls in the middle of the bat, and that might be just practicing cuts and pulls or whatever it is. Or some balls on the bowling machine, whatever that may come into. I think there's times where you really challenge them and go up in terms of pace or spin, and we use like the thin bats, the half bats for the spin, for good footwork, or we use you up the pace so that you're really trying to challenge them and make them uncomfortable, so that if that happens out in the middle, that they can think clearly when it happens and they can slow everything down, take one ball at a time. So variation in training, I think, is really important. And then ultimately, when it comes to Thursday morning and they cross that white line, that the player is absolutely clear in how they want to go out and play.
What happened? Sorry, but then what? But do you remember when we played? You know what I mean? If sort of like there was a deep long off, you know what I mean, and someone ran down a wicket and smacked it straight down his throat. Gatter come in and go, "What are you doing?" You know what I mean? You can't play that. Why you keep nicking off? You know what I mean? You don't actually sort of say that though. You suggest now, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, there is. I have to say, I mean, there is a certain amount of walking on eggshells. Because the relationship is so important. You don't want to lose the player, and of course they're under tremendous pressure. I mean, a lot of our job is trying to take pressure off. The guys it's the pinnacle of their careers. They're playing for their country, and they're at the home of cricket. And if they try and drive one on the up and it nips back through the gate, they know they've played a poor shot. So there's not too much to say. But you're right, Tuffers, in that.
How quickly would you speak to a batsman after they're out?
I let them settle, and often they may. No, absolutely. And he's laughing because he knows that I, through my experience, I liked a little bit of time to settle. but often a player would drift over my way at some point, and of course, you put your arm around them and give a little cuddle and say, oh, unlucky, but at the same time, you may be able to just flip a question there. Well, what did you think? How did you think you went today? Was it full enough to drive? That sort of thing.
What other thing? Yeah, Don Bennett used to say, didn't he? So you play that again, you get your P45.
Well, that's certainly old school. Yeah, we don't sort of do that there.
Well, talking about leaving players alone, I remember my first sort of time around the Test squad, and it was Justin Lanka who'd just gotten out. I think it was at the Gabba. And, you definitely leave him alone because he got boxing gloves on and started hitting a boxing bag. So, you don't talk to those guys. You just let them settle, let them get into their little zone, I guess, of getting it out of their system. But, it's all about how you deal with players, I'm assuming. I mean, I was difficult at times as a player, and I look back and I was always very open to people
and coaches like talking to me about things, but the first initial reaction was like I'd blow up. I'd be like, no, and then I'd actually settle and go, you know what, maybe that's right, or maybe it's not. But you'd have a discussion about it. So there's that cooling off period, I guess.
You've been over in the pavilion, haven't you, for a special presentation?
Yes, I have been. Very fortunate to be handed an honorary life membership here at the MCC, and I was quite surprised and shocked at the same time. It was thank you. I never thought I'd be, in that situation. That's for sure. I always thought I was going to be Wimbledon and playing tennis over there, but how good's this place? So I'm really am shocked, to be honest. But I'm very proud, and I'm going to make the most of it. I'll definitely be over here watching the game in years to come, that's for sure.
Well done, mate.
Great to see you. Yeah.
Whenever mine's obviously in the post.
Come back to just going back to batting, Ram. So there's some players you sort of, they like to be given it straight, and others you talk about walking on eggshells. Other players that you do need to give time to, and you do need to approach in a different way. Are they do all players? Are you sensitive with all players, or do you steam in with some?
Well, I think you try and empathise with all the players, but you're absolutely right. Of course, there's some very different personalities, and someone like an Ian Bell and James Taylor, they were quite open to talking fairly quickly and quite objectively, and that's their type of personality. They like to analyse and be logical in the way they break down things. And of course, other players are a lot more. I mean, some, of course, don't want to think too much about it. They've had a dismissal; they don't want to talk about it. They almost block it out.
And move on.
And in some ways, they protect their confidence by doing that. In some ways, but I think So, for example, if you take someone like Johnny Bairstow, I mean, he. I think at times
it seems like he needs to be fired up a little bit. Like, I don't know, can you do that to him? Like, just sort of there's a way to I don't know, just get him worked up just slightly, not too far. That's what it seems to me.
Knock his Frosties in his lap at breakfast.
Honestly, you're absolutely right, Mitch. Honestly, you're absolutely right. He would so often on a Wednesday in the nets, kind of get pretty grumpy, especially with the net bowlers. If he missed one or two, he wouldn't take too kindly to
blame them for bowling a good ball?
Almost. But it was almost a default position where he'd get himself up into, worked up a little bit. But perhaps that was just the way he went around getting ready for the game and the pressure of the game. But I think there were times where Johnny, if he has been bowled quite a lot, and the percentage is very high for a top order player as good as him to be bowled in Test cricket, and often he perhaps drives that ball on the up, which in one day cricket has been so brilliant at the top of the innings. In Test cricket, especially at Lords, if the ball just seems, sometimes been out driving at balls that aren't quite full enough, and you try and open up a conversation around that, and at times the players may not be open to that, and there is a time where as a coach you have to say, look guys, it is your career. I've had my career, it's your career, and I just want you to go out and play the way you want to go out and play, and you will live and die by that, actually. And so sometimes as a coach you do have to stand back, and maybe people learn through making mistakes as well.
Because also, as well, lots of players have their own mentors, don't they? And so how does that role work? And we think Alistair Cook, and we had Graham Gooch for a long time. I know Graham was the England batting coach for a while, but he had Graham Gooch. You'd go another. I think Kevin Peters was Graham Ford. He would go to Graham Ford for batting tips. So how do you work with players' mentors?
Well, very openly, because ultimately they're playing for England. You want them to do well, and often they've formed really good, trusting relationships with someone along the way. So, great, go with that. I mean, obviously, it's good to be in the picture. So if you have a conversation with that person, that mentor, and just know that what they're talking about, that you can be aware, absolutely, and you can help them along and help the process along, because ultimately, again, the player has to, I think, be their own best coach. In a way, they've got to think when they're out in the middle. They've got to think, well, look, okay, it's Lords. Mitch is bowling at the pavilion end. The ball might come down the slope, but I've got to work out what guard they're on and how they want to go about their game plan. They might think, actually, I'm not coming on the front foot here. I'm going to camp on the back foot, wait on a cut and pull, and allow the ball to be fuller and not really look to score off that. That sort of game plan and a game awareness, the players got to work that out. But you hope that in their preparation with the mentor that they've worked on their balance and their generic things like that, and their back path and all that sort of stuff, and that work is put in before the game.
In your experience, are all top-class players intelligent observers of their own batting, or are some people just such natural talents they don't think much about their batting, they don't actually put as much thought as you think they should put into their batting?
Yeah, I mean, someone like Tuffers, for example, I watched him. He was a very natural player. Best when fresh. Didn't have too many nets. Had the odd throwdown, didn't you, Tuffers? But
yep.
he was no. But I mean, you get players who are very natural, and they don't necessarily put hours and hours in the nets, and they like to have that freedom in their mind.
And they don't analyse their game either.
And they're not too analytical. No, they won't be running off as they get dismissed and quickly go and look at the computer and all that. They're not into it. And that's okay as long as when they start to struggle, that's the trick, isn't it? That you don't want them to change that behaviour, because if they change, then they're starting to really get themselves in a bit of a pickle. So to be consistent in your behaviour, to know your game is so important.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because I tried to keep things really simple, and as soon as I started to overthink, it sort of happened here in 09, started to look at footage, and I was never really into that. I just wanted to go out there, bowl fast, and keep it as simple as possible. And there's other guys. There was Ashley Nofke, and I think he's played a bit over here.
Yeah, I played with Ashley.
Yeah, he's a real thinker of the game, and he'll plan to a T. Like, he'll have everything set out, and everyone's different. So I'm really hearing what you're saying there, and I think it's really important you're almost guiding these players and sort of watching them as people, and sort of getting to know them and trying to keep them happy for when they get out there and keep them clear.
So is the role of the coach, has it changed over the years? I think people have the idea of coach manager, someone like Trevor Bailey should be, almost like a football manager, but I get the impression he really is more of a facilitator. It's up to the players. He sort of creates the environment for the players to work it out for themselves. Is that right? Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. I mean, Trevor's incredibly laid back, but I mean, he will have these one-to-one conversations and the odd word here and there, and because he doesn't say a lot, when he does speak, it's quite powerful. He has a very good relationship with all the players. He does want to keep them happy, absolutely happy and confident. But at the same time, he's not afraid to challenge them. I think he gets the balance, right. Of course, everyone's got to be authentic as a coach. You've got to be your own personality. Not everyone can be Trevor, So Peter Moore's the previous coach, who is an excellent coach, was different. He was a little bit more proactive in some of the conversations. I think the modern coaches have got a number of things available for them, like the analysis. I mean, I was last year, for example, when Stokes-Butler got this 100 at Trent Bridge. It was a fantastic innings, but I read that he had left the most deliveries of a player to get 100, an England player to get 100, in the last 30 individual hundreds. Stokes-Butler left the most balls. Now that hit me in the face as to how efficient he was. He got 100 off 150 balls, but he left the most balls. And so that meant when the scoring opportunity came along, he hit it for 4. So he was in a really good mindset, but he protected the top of off and left the ball really well. So that's a way of putting the pressure back on the bowler, by leaving the ball really well as well in Test cricket, because you have that time. So for me, for Stokes-Butler, I always talk about that innings for him, because I think it was him at his best, and it's a good template thing.
Well, to go back to take the player back to when they're struggling.
Absolutely, it's a reference. And someone like a Joe Root, he got a 200 up at Old Trafford against Pakistan, when he'd been out here twice, I think, pulling, caught at deep square leg, and I remember he sort of came out after I'd let him settle. He came over to me at tea time, looking for perhaps a little bit of love, and he sort of said, "Oh, what do you think? A little bit unlucky." And I sort of said to him, "Well, have you got your Test match batting head on?" And I didn't say it in a sharp way, but he kind of he sidled off, and I didn't think too much about it. And then just after the next match, when he got his double 100, and after that game was completed, I came off the golf course, and there was a headline up on Sky Sports or something that Root, Ram Prakash hurt me. And it was because I'd said that I wasn't sure whether he had his Test match batting head on, but I didn't mean it in a particularly, strong way or anything. I just think it was the balance for Joe as to, that risk versus reward. Am I going to take the pull shot on? Am I going to hit it down, especially if there's a man out there? And, the balance between one-day cricket and Test cricket and all those sorts of things. So he went up to Old Trafford and got a double hundred and sort of got his Test match batting head on.
How was your relationship with him?
Really good. I really like him a lot. I mean, he's England's best batsman, no question about it. He's so adaptable. I mean, he's equally good off front foot, back foot, through the leg side, offside. He loves challenge. He loves variety in his practice. He's his own best coach, I think. He can be slightly. He will think very technically 2 days out from the Test match and work very, very hard before the
Joe
Root, before the St Lucia Test match, the third match in the Caribbean. He wasn't happy with his game. We went and had a couple of hours just as a 1-to-1. He worked very hard on his alignment, and so I'm a big fan of his. I do think, I mean, just as we're on him, that I was very surprised with the late decision of him to bat at 3 in this series. I thought that all the planning and strategy should have been done before the Ireland Test match, and that should have been a rehearsal for the first Test match against Australia. And this reasoning of him breaking up the inexperience with Joe Denley and Jason Roy, I didn't go along with, because Joe Denley's 32, he's a top order player. And I think you need your captain playing well, and if his preferred position is 4, then he should stay there. I know he tried to do it for the good of the team, I suspect. But if the pressure comes on your captain in a 5-test series, it's very difficult because it can affect all aspects of the team.
Well, there's a couple of things there. I mean, Australia would have seen that and gone, oh, here we go, beauty. They would have loved to see that change, him batting at 3, because there was already some question marks around the top order, the top 4, apart from Joe. So, yeah, Australia would have been pretty happy with that. But I just wonder now, can they change that back with Rory Burns batting so well? Because he's been a bit of a rock. Can he go to number 3? Can Denley go up to open? Is he an opener?
Oh, he has opened. He has opened. He's batted 3. Joe Denley, I think at 32, is pretty relaxed about his game at the moment, and I think he can bat in the top 3.
The one thing that was sort of settled in that top 4 was that Joe was best at number 4, so it was a little bit strange.
Yeah.
He almost sort of like sacrificed for other people's failings, sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's hard to do that, isn't it? I mean, I can see that he wanted to do it for the team at the time.
Tuffers is with us, Mike Ramprakash is with us, Mitchell Johnson is with us. Just for a few more minutes, we're going to talk about the play that we might see here today in just a moment. Mitchell, the umpires are out there, they're inspecting. There's been no play so far. The sun is out, blue sky above, but we had about an hour of rain, really sort of frustrating, annoying. It just hung around, but that's gone now, and we think we're fine for pretty much the rest of the day. There's a possibility of a late shower. We are losing overs now, 98 overs from 11:30. That still stood up to 11:30, but now we're starting to lose a bit of time. So the umpires are inspecting out there. The players are warming up, and we will get some play reasonably soon. It's just a question of how much rain. Lords is such a quick drying ground, so I can't think that the day will be enormous. How do you see the day's play, Mitchell? Slightly reduced, but still, there's still potential for, 85 overs, something like that today.
Well, we could be here till 9 p.m. That'd be all right if there's a game on. No, look, it does dry pretty quick, so I was a little disappointed with the weather. What's it doing to us? Because it's been such a great Test match, even though it's been shortened. But this first little morning period from the Australian bowlers is going to be pretty intense. I just wonder what England will be thinking. Will they be trying to put a bit of a total on? They've got 2 aggressive batsmen that can play good shots at the crease in Stokes and Butler. So I don't know. It's been really gripping, this Test match, and it'd be a shame for it not to have a result either way. I think Australia are definitely in the box seat, but there is still a lead there. So what do? Do they get to 150 as quick as possible, 170? Is it 200? I don't know. I'm a bit stuck.
Yeah, breaking news.
Sorry, not helping.
Breaking news, everybody. Play will start at 12, so in 25 minutes' time, with lunch at 1:30. So we've got an hour and 20 minutes play. So we've lost 40 minutes. Roughly, how much is that in terms of overs, Andrew? We'll have it confirmed, but
Yes, that should be 88 for the day then.
88 overs for the day. So pretty much a sort of full day's play.
I think there's
on
been
a normal day.
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of a momentum shift, as you say. Listening to Jim there, England came out of Edgbaston, and I was actually thinking, I don't quite know how we're going to beat them. You know, they've got better fast bowlers than us at the moment. You know, we haven't got Jimmy Anderson. They've probably got a better spinner than we have. So, what kind of pitches are we playing on? You know, Smith, he's looking like he can't get out. All of a sudden, that little 45-minute spell by Jofra Archer, I think, has sort of really turned it on its head. You know what I mean? England aren't going to go out there and declare today. You know what I mean? They might have 20 or 30 overs at them or something like that.
If they get in position to do so.
Just for the hell of it, and it takes 9 balls, Gucci used to say.
Yeah, and you think back themselves then going into Headingley with
I agree.
a possibility
of... You can lose the Ashes here, you know what I mean, but you can't win it.
Yeah.
So I think England, they're not, they're going to... I think they'll be bowled out. I think the best way for England to win this is actually by getting bowled out.
For how many?
Well, I think, 150, they always say. 150 to 170, you've got a chance.
I thought Gooch used to say it only takes 10 balls, not 9.
Oh, yeah.
Look, I think that...
I'd retired her.
That's where you've been going wrong for all these years, Thomas.
I think a lot depends on the England mindset, and I'm sure that Trevor Bayliss, Joe Root will want Joss Butler and Ben Stokes to go out and almost put the scoreboard to one side and say, look, guys, if you get an opportunity to score, take it.
Yeah.
And if it's a good ball, block it. I mean, I know it's a bit old school, play the ball on its merits, but it does work.
Call me old-fashioned.
Look, if two seamers open up, their footwork's going to have to be sharp, they're going to have to read the length, get forward and back, but they are both top players, and if they get the opportunity to score a bit of width or latch onto a short ball, take that. Don't think, we've got to block out for an hour and a half and then think about after lunch and all that sort of
Is this a little bit similar to Birmingham on the last day?
No.
With the mindset?
No,
What do you think? Because
so.
you think you're saying because of that momentum of what Jofra Archer has done?
A little bit. It's almost then sort of like, right, let's go out there, let's just look to play. But if we lose a couple of quick wickets, right, hold on, let's get some runs so we can have a little bowl at them. Because we were never, we couldn't get Steve Smith. Now we've got a little sort of a little sort
sniff
of,
at him.
Yeah, or a little sort of window that, we don't have to then sort of worry about this because we can bash back.
Because he definitely changed his game yesterday because of that hostile...
exactly. Got him out of that bubble.
Yep.
Mitchell, how many do you think Australia would feel reasonably comfortable chasing on this final day?
I haven't been really that good with these kind of scores and predictable sort of things, but I think the first hour will really determine how things will go.
I'll turn it around on you, mate. How long do Australia think that they can survive?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if Australia bowl out England here for, say, that 150 mark, 170, and then
40 for 3.
The pitch is still in good condition. We've seen it move around enough. There's been a little bit of up and down. Archer charging in the way he did. If he has another spell like that, he can go bang, 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 and then Australia are on the back foot here.
Yeah.
So it is still an interesting scenario that's happening here. So I think that first hour we'll really see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think one other element which was encouraging from an England point of view is that Leach bowled so well. He bowled very accurately, very tidily. He looked absolutely in place as a test match spinner. And I think he did a really good job for England. He bowled 11 overs, I think, for 19. Yep. And there's a lot of rough outside that left-hander's off stump there. And Tough, as you know a lot about that. But Leach looks accurate enough
he does,
to set a field and bowl to it.
Yeah, exactly. I think as I say, it's beautifully poised, you know what I mean? Because as I said earlier, both batting lineups, you can't factor in anything. You know what I mean? Oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, he's going to do that. We've had Australia were 120 for 8 on the first day. And then this happened. It's gone all a bit sort of like topsy-turvy, really.
How about I give you this then? England all out for 220. Would you absolutely snap my hand off of that?
What are they on now? Sorry,
104 ahead. So they'd set Australia 229 to win.
Cool,
Would you
yeah,
take that?
absolutely.
Think that sounds loads, do you?
No, yeah, absolutely loads, yeah. Absolutely loads. Who's getting them?
Well, that's Butler, Stokes, Bairstow, Wokes, Archer. I don't know. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying.
I think they're more than capable of
Oh,
getting
they're more than
220.
capable of it, but I don't see it happening.
Well, my glass is a bit half full, but no, I think England are capable of getting 220. Obviously, you'd like to think that one of Stokes or Butler could play an innings, and that the others can add to that. Of course, Australia's pace attack is very good, and of course, Lyon has bowled so well from the nursery end, which is a nightmare for the left-hander because he's turning the ball up the slope, and that. We saw some close LBWs with the one that went on the arm, and then he had a couple of opportunities at slip as well. So Lyon's performance will also play a part.
Yeah, the bowling attacks are far superior than the batting lineups. That is what's sort of, you know what I mean? As you say, you can't really gauge anything by it because, they could fall down in a heap.
Yeah, England could easily be 140 all out, couldn't they?
They could be all out before lunch.
Yeah.
And Australia, equally.
Yes, exactly. It could be bowled out in 40 overs.
Yeah. Just as a batsman, Rams, what happened to Steve Smith yesterday? How much does something like that, just from your experience, were you ever hit badly when you were playing? I can't remember.
Well, I got a ball that didn't bounce from Glenn McGrath at Perth. It went from hand to head,
right,
straight in the visor. That didn't. Luckily, that didn't go through the visor, but I didn't really see it at any stage, and that did make me think about because I grew up without a helmet. I only wore a helmet in my first class debut, and times were different then. I didn't wear the visor until 21, and I think.
So what sort of effect did that have on you?
Well, it made me think. It certainly made me think. But I was over in the tavern watching from side on yesterday. It took me back, to the 90s or late 80s.
Yeah.
And I was actually in a box with Alan Lamb, and I remember some of the cricket that they played in England, but also in the Caribbean. And it took me back because that was what Jofra was doing. Was coming from four guys were bowling in that manner. On uneven wickets at times, and it was a very different ball game. So it took me back. I thought it was a tremendous passage. It was box office Test cricket, and a lot of the players nowadays, partly because of the limit on bouncers and also the protection, the armour, as Viv Richards says, they've got plenty of armour on, and they still look to come forward, and that's a difference. Back in the 80s, we're not coming forward to a certain pace of bowling. We were camped on the back foot, and we almost played when they did pitch the odd one up. We were almost played from the back foot and hit through it. You're laughing because you can remember it.
I tell you something. There aren't many fast bowlers knocking about anymore. Really? There's a few boys at the old 85 miles an hour, you know what I mean, and what have you. Mitchell Stark's one. He can get it. And Pat Cummins as well, you know what I mean. But that's slippery quick. That can hit you before you can move. You know what I mean? Like you see some of the big lads, you know what I mean? The big strong boys, they come in and they go, ooh, and you go whoosh past your nose, whoosh, duck out the way, whoosh like that, Jofra Archer, he's boom, hits you before you can move. Yeah. And especially someone like me.
It takes such concentration to play that. And when when we were in 2 years ago down in Australia, we had 3 warm-up games before the first Test match, and we got to the second warm-up game, and I just felt that the lads weren't perhaps doing enough of the quick stuff in the nets. So we scheduled in some net practice where I had a lane just by myself, got through past their nose, and tried to prepare them for passages of play like that. But even a little bit of practice, say 5 overs, 30 balls around your head, takes a lot of concentration because if you get one wrong, there's a ramification. So it's tough.
Play is about 15 minutes away. Mark Ramprakash is here. Jim Maxwell's moving in. Jonathan Agnew is moving in to replace me as well. We're going to get some play, which is great news.
Yes, thanks, Simon. It's a completely different day. Utterly transformed, isn't it, looking out there now? Lots of sunshine, the rollers trundling up and down, we're getting ready for play, and we're not actually going to lose very much if you add it all out from what would be a normal day's play. Is it 88 overs we've got, Andrew? Well, there we go. So plenty of time for this last day to bring us whatever it has up its sleeve. We don't know. Nobody knows. That's the beauty of this game. And looking out now, you can see people emerging from wherever they've been sheltering from the weather, sitting down, the sun shining on the grandstand over there. We've got some revised playing times. Always like these press releases. Morning session, 12:10 to 1:30. The afternoon session is 2:10 until 20:05. And they're confirming that 10 overs have been deducted from the... Is that what you said, Andrew, initially? There we go. So, well, it's going to be a full day, and starting a little bit later, so we'll be going well into the late afternoon, early evening, I would suspect here, as long as the conditions are right. And, of course, if in the umpire's view no result is possible, they can say, that's it, fellas, with 15 overs to go. So that's also up their sleeve. It used to, of course, to only be half an hour, wasn't it? But they extended it to an hour because there were some rather futile draws and so on. So they can decide with 15 overs to go that if no result is possible in their view, they can pull up the stumps and say cheerio. So the heavy rollers going out. What's Jeffrey Boycott doing out there?
I love a console.
Wouldn't it be tempting just to divert that heavy roller ever so slightly to the right, just chase him off the field, Mark? I mean, it really would.
I think he's working out what to play at and what to leave.
I think he is. He's probably got a stick of rhubarb out there, but he's having a look at the pitch, and you don't see Jeffrey out there very often these days, but he's got a brown suit on, and he's having a chatter there to various people, obviously doing something to do with the telly, I assume, but there he is, in the sunshine, which means all is well with the world. I was just tapping away at an item there, Mark, and Jim's here as well. Can talk a bit of experience maybe about inevitably when we talk about a batsman being hit, and as Steve Smith was yesterday, a lot of concern, quite rightly, a lot of support and sympathy with the batsman, of course. Bowler often doesn't get a lot of that, and yet, you know, I've hit people and broken bones. It does shake you as a bowler. You know, you don't want to hit anybody. You know, however much you yap away out there about, you know, I'll get stuck in and all that sort of stuff, you know, the silly stuff. So you actually don't want to hit anybody. And I wonder, I hope, you know, Jofra Archer said today, that's the first time he's ever hit anybody like that. And you know, I hope one or two people are sort of sitting him down, and you've got to try and reassure the bowler that actually, you know, it's not actually his fault. Although the bowler thinks, well, I did aim it at I did bowl a bouncer, so it is kind of my fault, isn't it? I mean,
it surprises me that it's the first time that Jofra's hit someone.
Well, that's what I thought.
He's given it plenty of chance in his young career. I saw some of the highlights that he was playing for Sussex second 11, and he certainly put a few past the batsman's zeros. I mean, I suppose his attributes are that he delivers the ball from so high, and so biomechanically he just seems to bowl the ball so straight, doesn't it? He's got an action that repeats, and so therefore, a bit like a young Sean Pollock, you know, they're in reasonably close to the stumps, and their short ball is not wasted. It's generally not wide, it's pretty much in and around for the batter to make a decision whether to sway or duck, or play, obviously. And so, that does surprise me that he hasn't hit anyone before. And look, the England camp has got plenty of people in it that can pick up that issue, if you like. I mean, it all depends on the character. You know that there are plenty of fast bowlers we've played against or played with in the past that wouldn't dwell on it too much, and others who, yes, it certainly would affect. And look, I think all fast bowlers, they want to win the game for their team. And Jofra's no different. I think the passage of play was box office yesterday, but it was legitimate because, and it takes me back to when I remember playing against the Australians back in the early 90s, and our seam attack was sort of probing around the top of off, and David Boone and Jeff Marsh were playing very competently, leaving the ball well, and they looked in their bubble, and that's why Devon Malcolm's presence was so important to the dynamic of the attack, because all of a sudden the footwork changed when Devon came on to bowl, and that's what England were trying to do yesterday, is take Steve Smith out of his bubble where he's played magnificently well and give him a different problem.
Yes, and he did. I mean, if the best batsman in the world gets hit, I mean, it just shows a slight misjudgment at that speed. ever so slight. I mean, he seemed to think, I think it was going to go over his head, that one, didn't he? He just flinched a bit. Even if he'd been batting for over 4 hours, as he had, with 80 runs to his name, it only takes that little moment.
Yeah, well, certainly Jofra went through the gears. It was really impressive stuff. I was a bit worried about the workload, really, that Jofra was having from Joe Root. I think Joe Root's got a new toy, hasn't he, really? He's like a new Ferrari. He's just putting him on.
Wind him up and let him go.
Yeah.
Well, that's the question. I mean, how often can he repeat what he did yesterday? Has he got the stamina to keep doing it for the rest of the series? And will he have similar circumstances where he can do what he did yesterday?
Yeah, that will be interesting. But from what we've seen of him so far, I think he will. But you're right. I mean, it is going to be that balance, isn't it, for Joe Root to use him well cleverly and hopefully sympathetically.
Yeah, I think Joe Root's captaincy is evolving all the time. You know, when he was given the job, a lot of people said to me, "Oh no, he's not the right person, and it might affect his batting." Well, his batting numbers have come down. I don't think he'd had a huge amount of captaincy before getting the England captaincy. So to a degree, he is learning a little bit on the job. But you know, he needs people around him who, hopefully, he can talk about situations and learn from situations, and that's really important. And I think that, you know, he'll have had Jimmy Anderson, who's his spearhead, his go-to bowler, and who helps the rest of the bowling group as an experienced bowler, test match bowler. That's now gone, and you know, they've got a different dynamic in the team. But I think they have to be a little bit careful and look after longevity of Jofra Archer. And I know it sounds a bit silly because he's only 23, but those were some long spells that he bowled there, and
with an old ball
that will take its toll. And I think for the series, it's important they look after that.
There's an encouraging sound. It's the hover cover being taken away, so play's not far away. For our Radio 4 longwave listeners, you can leave us very briefly for the shipping forecast. Jim's favourite moment of the day. Now then, I can see Geoffrey Boycott out there. He's still pontificating away. I can't see Simon Mann, but we're going to hear him, aren't we? Simon.
Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, I've just come to the other side of the ground, actually. It's a special day for one of our number. And the reason is Isha is going to be ringing the bell, and she's with me. She's just popped down the stairs. Don't be late, Isha, for ringing the bell. You've got a couple of minutes before you need to go back upstairs. How are you feeling?
I'm a little bit nervous, actually. I've just bumped into Mel Jones, and she gave it a proper tug yesterday, so I don't know if I can follow that, to be honest. But all I want is not to be as pathetic as Shane Warne was.
So what are you going to do?
Well, I was speaking to Tuffers about it yesterday, and he said, you know, maybe 6 or 7 goes. And Guy Lavender's just said, don't go too quickly, pace it out. So that's all the advice that I've received so far.
When did you find out you were doing it?
Yesterday morning. Yeah, Adam came up to me in the morning in the media centre and said, would you like to do it? And I said, are you sure? But yeah, no, yeah, very excited.
Does it feel like a big moment, or does it just feels like one of those odd things you have to do in a day at Lord's?
It feels a bit strange, to be honest. I never sort of really knew how big a deal it was. I'm going to have to go. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, great. Good luck. Don't miss it. There we go. Isha's heading away up the steps to the bell. She's got a couple of minutes. You cut that short, but anyway, you don't want to be late for your big day, do you, Jonathan?
Well, you don't. I'm drawn to the amusing occasion when I was asked to do it for the 4th day of the Test match here against Bangladesh, which didn't strike me as necessarily being box office, and it certainly didn't strike Michael Vaughan as being box office because he laughed. He thought it was hilarious. But guess who rang the bell on the 5th day of the test here against Bangladesh in front of about 5 people? Michael Vaughan. So that rather served him right. You had a go, Ramsey?
Yes, I have. Yeah, look, it was a really proud moment, I have to say.
Yes.
I was working with the team, and I broke off to go down there and in amongst all the MCC members.
Which match was this? You remember?
Oh, that's a good question. You put me on the spot there. I'm afraid I can't remember.
Can't remember?
No, I can't remember which particular
imprinted.
Game. It should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember the game, but the experience of being down there in and amongst the pavilion with all the members, it was a very special moment for me. I really enjoyed it, and I was really drawn to the traditions of the game. It really stuck in my mind about, you know, the the stage of a Lord's Test match and everything that goes with it. And it's such an iconic moment when the bell rings 5 minutes before the start of play.
Just for Australian listeners in particular, can you give us some history of that? Why is the bell rung here, and how long has it been happening?
Well, that's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, but it's always tradition, isn't it, that whoever you're playing at Ufford Park, someone jingles a bell somewhere as the umpire's about to come out. Simon, I think it's about to happen, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Isha's poised. What's notable, actually, is how everyone is staring at her. There's so many cameras and so many camera phones. I mean, it's a very simple thing to do, really, as we welcome back our Radio 4 Longwave listeners. We're just about to hear Isha Guha ring the bell here at Lord's. But you are really in the spotlight, everyone turning to look at you. You'd think everybody would be looking out to the field and the umpires about to come out, anticipating a day's play, but Isha is up there smiling, and then there are so many people with their camera phones, all the MCC members standing up and looking at. Here we go. There's the applause for Isha. No, she just has to perform. There we go. There we go, a vigorous tug. And that means play's 5 minutes away. Well done, Isha.
Excellent. Thank you, Simon. I've just checked up some facts. Actually, it's been going since 2007.
As recent as that?
We're a cricketing celebrity. Well, what do you want to call them?
Right.
You know, a former cricketer.
But the bell was rung previously by someone.
Yeah, by a steward.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but of course, here at Lord's, the umpires' room's way up and at the back, isn't it, Mark? So actually, they might not hear the bell from there. Right. But every village ground, it must happen in Australia, doesn't it? A little bell rings as 5 minutes to go, and the umpires come out.
I don't recall it as a tradition in the way you have it here. No.
Old Trafford, there's another one. I mean, they do a sort of a former player one now, don't they? In fact, a couple of years ago, because we interviewed him, John Burko, the speaker, he rang it up at Old Trafford. So, you know, anyone can have a go up there.
So it's going to happen at other grounds?
That I don't know. But it's a nice thing to do, isn't it? It doesn't happen at the Oval, does it? I don't think. Do they have
I think it's a wonderful thing, but I just wondered how long it had been in place and where it started.
Well, for someone like that to do it 2007. Yeah. But I think if you go back through the mists of time, you'll find maybe even W.G. Grace would have waited for the ringing of the bell. I'm going to look it up when I finish this stint, actually, because it's, interesting question, isn't it? You must have a bell rung down there.
Only in church. Oh. And this is a church, I realise that.
Well, it is.
Yes.
And actually, funny enough, you only have to listen to how thrilled Mitch is to be, and quite rightly, to have his honorary life membership here. Well, that's fantastic. It really is.
It's really
and he's chuffed.
Got to him,
Yeah, because it just shows what this place does mean to people from all over the world.
Yep.
With cricket, this is the home of cricket, and we are so lucky to have this view where we just look down over the pavilion, and we do get some guests up here every now and then, and they just stand here in awe and just go, wow. And it's fantastic. It's a full house. We've got the umpires coming out into the sunshine. Hard to believe that an hour ago it was horrible. It was grey and wet and raining, and there's been quite a transformation, and we've just got blue sky now in the distance with a little bit of cloud, but nothing to bother us as the umpires walk out, and we focus again onto the game in hand and what we can expect here today. Jeffrey Boycott, you've made it from what are you doing down there? I saw you down there in the distance, and I wasn't sure what you were up to.
I was having a look at the pitch, and I did a few minutes for television.
Did you? What were you advising people to do?
Well, Mark asked me, and I said,
block it.
No, I said Australia will think they can win.
Yep.
Because they have a chance if they bowl England out. I mean, it's possible to bowl England out. We're down to like middle order. That hasn't quite been at its best for a few Test matches. And they'll have time to knock them off. I don't think there's enough time for England to win, because they wouldn't think of declaring until they got 220 or so, and I don't think there's going to be enough time then. It's a shortened day anyway with the rain.
They might get bowled out with another 100 runs.
Who get bowled out?
England might get bowled out with another 100 runs.
Okay, but then that's 200.
Yeah.
And I feel the favourites to draw.
Okay.
I just do.
Well, you might well be right, Jeffrey, as you so often are. What's nice about a Sunday at Lord's is there's often a bit of a different atmosphere, actually. It's a bit more of a vocal
sold out?
crowd that comes in. It certainly has. It certainly has.
Well, that's good.
It is good. So England are 104 ahead. as Messrs Butler and Stokes resume their innings. And they battled away, yes. They didn't add many runs, but they did at least just to stem the wickets for a while. In fact, how long did they bat for yesterday, Andrew?
45 minutes.
There we go. They just and they put on not very many, was it?
No, not that many. They put on 25 so far.
I don't think they're going to score quickly. You're going to get, 28 overs at most till lunch. None of them move fast these days, do they? If you bat slightly after lunch, 2 overs change of innings, that's 30 gone. And you're left with what? 58?
You never know.
You never know with sport, but I mean, if somebody asks your opinion, you've got to have an opinion, else you might as well not be asked.
That's unlike you to have an opinion, Jeffrey.
Shut up.
Right, we're just about ready to go. And the stewards are taking up their positions there beyond the boundary edge, carrying their chairs, some of them, that they'll settle down into. And it's Cummins who's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's on his way round the wicket and bowls to Stokes outside the off stump. He launches a furious cut at that, but misses the ball, which is collected by Tim Payne.
Just completing the over from last night. There were 2 balls that Cummins bowled last night.
Yes, umpire Dar, he was off on his toes last night at the first sign of rain, wasn't he? I've never seen an umpire move so quickly. Off he went. He took his hat off, felt a bit of rain on his hair, and he's away. 96 for 4. As Cummins wanders back to his mark, there's a pile of sawdust down there. He goes round it as if it were a roundabout, but driving on the other side of the road. Now in he comes, past umpire Gaffney. Again, it's outside the off stump, and again it doesn't go through at any great height through to Payne, who wrings his hand there. I think it might just have trapped him there on the second bounce. He's got his glove off, and he's just shaking it and making sure everything's okay. 96 for 4. England lead by 104. Down there, all our friends, the photographers have got their long lenses all pointing out in towards the middle. Nice to see you all. They have to report for duty outside our commentary box, and they get issued with their instructions like a school roll call. It is. In comes Cummins. Bowls. That's a better ball. You see, that's the variable bounce that we're talking about, because that went through to Payne, waist to chest high and still going, and that was from a pretty decent length, Jeffrey.
Yeah, but as I say to people, it's not extraordinary, slightly uneven bounce. Look, you're playing on grass, turf, soil. If you want artificial pitches where the bounce of the ball is the same every time and perfect, you take away a great deal of what cricket is. So I think it's a good pitch. I've looked at it. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers, but it's a good pitch.
Cummins moves in, bowls, and that one goes under Stokes' bat and is collected by Payne. So at the end of the over, the one that was completed from last night, 96 for 4. England lead by 104. And what interests me, Jeffrey, along those lines, therefore, is that I don't really buy this. It's a slow pitch stuff, because there is something there. And what's interesting about today is there's something there for every bowler.
Yes, the spinners is there.
There's a little bit of nip, as we know. Some balls are bouncing, and there's some spin. So actually, every bowler's in the game today.
And every batsman is. If you come back with good technique, you can make runs on there. And the slope always helps bowlers. It gives them something to work with, and it's a fantastic place to play cricket. The thing is, from England's point of view, our best fast bowler, who might worry their batsman, is playing his first test. He's almost a novice, and he hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, has he? And our spinner, he's quite a novice at test level. Theirs is different. Their spinner, they're fast bowlers.
Yeah, they're
more experienced than us. And that's why, if anybody's going to win, I favour Australia. Doesn't mean to say England can't win. They just have to play exceptionally well. But time is a factor.
Butler is ready to face Lyon. There's a slip and a short leg. And in he goes now and bowls. A bit of slow turn there, and England score their first run of the day. And the crowd have waited an hour and a quarter for that. And many of them applauding that. So 97 for 4. What I will say about Archer is that, having watched him all summer, bowling lots of spells in one-day cricket, I don't think I've seen him bowl a bad spell. He comes back and he comes back and he bowls at good pace. And he does do it over and again. In goes Lyon, bowls outside the off stump. Stokes watches it spin away. I know it's different when you're out there all day in a test match. You come back and got to do it all again the next day and so on. But I think he'll be all right.
Good. I hope so, but I just hope they don't overbowl him.
Indeed.
That's my worry.
Yep.
They've got an ace.
Lyon bowls. Oh, that's a more challenging line to Stokes, the left-hander. Not sure how much that's going to turn. He plays from the crease. And Bancroft fields at short leg. That did turn off the pitch again. Stokes for the deadest of bats. Now he's ready again. Lyon bowls to him. That spins away from outside the off stump.
The key for me is the off-spinner bowling at the left-handers. I know the quicks, the seamers, whatever, they'll be in the game a bit, but if he gets in the game quickly, getting wickets, then there is a bit of a panic.
Lyon bowls, and Stokes played at that, and perhaps he didn't probably have to, so it was quite wide and spun wider. And what Lyon would love to do here is produce that ball that he bowled Stuart Broad with, just that quicker, straighter ball, just to have Stokes thinking a bit.
He will. Give him time. He's a good bowler.
Yeah. Here's Lyon once more, and he bowls around about Midland leg, and Stokes scores his first run today. Bit of a thickish inside edge there. The ball runs out to mid-wicket. Hazelwood fields, and that's the end of that over. 98 for 4. So a little bit of slow turn there.
Actually, if you're really brutally honest, he's England's second best batsman, Stokes. And with the problems up front, you'd like to bat him number 3, but you can't be.
Well, he did in the winter.
I mean, a seamer, batting 3, it's say a lot about the batsman up front, does it?
Well, no, but he has got a very good technique, isn't he? I mean,
seamers is very good, spinners is okay, but when it turns, we know the off spinners have got him out, which is left arm spinner to him turning away.
Cummins round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Stokes, who played that a little bit early actually, and Cummins fields that as he follows through. He was number 3. I think it was the Kandy Test match in Sri Lanka, wasn't it? And actually there, he wasn't going to bowl very much.
Oh, well, that's all right.
So it seemed a reasonable decision, but.
And he's, what's the right word I want to? I think there's something about him. He's a tough little so-and-so, you know. If you give him a tough situation, if you give him, some responsibility, he's not fazed by it. And I don't know the lad, I've never met him, but I just watch his cricket. I mean, look at the World Cup, he came out for the 1 over and he gets into it, didn't he?
98 for 4. Stokes is on 17. Stands up now, bat waving. Cummins bowls to him. He drives in, he's got 4, but through the slips. And the 100 comes up for England as Khwaja there threw himself to his right at gully, but the ball was rushing away beyond his right hand and down through a vacant third man. So the 100 up for England. False shot from Stokes, driving there at Cummins, but he's got away with it. Now we've got some news from the Australian dressing room. Smith has been closely monitored by medical staff overnight. He slept well. He woke up with a bit of a headache and a feeling of grogginess. So he reported that his left arm is much better. That was also struck, of course, before he got hit in the neck. Let's watch Cummins bowling to Stokes. Short. Oh, he's got away with that as well. Hitting it in the air, straight past cover. And it hits the boundary now in front of the tavern stand. And that was a funny old shot. Again, I think he got there a bit early. And he slapped it past a rather surprised cover fieldsman and out to the boundary. I don't think he meant meaning to hit it there, was he? Perhaps he was. I don't know. He stood up.
I think he just hits it.
I think you're right. I'm looking at actually the way he followed through. I think that was a deliberate shot.
I'm not sure, but I think he just gives it a thump.
Wow.
I think an old-fashioned, no, this is chalk, give it a clonk.
He certainly clonked that one.
As long as I hit it hard, it's not going to get caught. I don't think he thinks like batsmen hit it on the floor or hit it in the gap. I think you think that's once hitting. The old-fashioned club cricket, give it a smack.
They certainly did that. 106 for 4. And Cummins again from the pavilion end. Oh, what word! He let that go. And that, I promise you, well, I don't know how that missed the off stump. It was so close. And Payne took that down the leg side. And that really was, I think, about as close as it gets.
Well judged.
Back to Steve Smith. So he was feeling groggy when he woke up. His left arm is better, much better. As part of the Cricket Australia concussion protocol, repeat concussion testing of Smith was performed this morning. and demonstrated some deterioration from his testing, which is consistent with the emergence of the symptoms that he was reporting. Here's Cummins. Bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. On that basis, Steve Smith has been withdrawn from the match.
Smart.
By the team doctor Richard Saw, and the Australian team will lodge an application for a concussion substitute with the ICC match referee in line with the ICC protocol. Now, this is the interesting part as well. In terms of Steve's availability for the third test, this will be considered over the coming days. But the short turnaround is not in his favour. Steve's fitness will be assessed on an ongoing basis. He'll have a precautionary scan on his neck on Sunday. Here's Cummins bowling outside Stokes' off stump, and he plays no stroke to that one. It ends the over. Despite the unfortunate nature of what's happened, this is obviously a statement for Cricket Australia. The positive is that the concussion protocol, including the availability of the substitute, which has been recently brought in, has served its purpose. A player is no longer under pressure to take the field when he or she displays symptoms of concussion, and a side is not disadvantaged having lost a player to a blow to the head or neck. So he's out of the game. They haven't announced who their substitute will be, but he will be able to bat, he can bowl, he can do everything. But he's got to be a like for like. So how you get it, Lavishane's probably the likely one, but how's he going to bat like Steve Smith, of course? No one's going to be able to do that, I don't imagine. Here's Lyon, that's pushed away out to mid-wicket. And so the question of the next test looks vague. There doesn't seem to be any absolute concrete guidelines then about that. It starts on Thursday, today is Sunday. There's nothing actually written in the protocol. No mandatory time has to be served. Goes Lyon, bowls. Oh, Butler there a bit loose, driving at that. It's spun back and almost a return back catch there given to the off spinner. So they just have to see how he is. If he's not fit, he won't play. And that's the.
I feel confident that the people and medical people, they won't pick him, even if he wants to play. They won't pick him if they think there's any doubt at all.
Lyon floats this up. Back goes Butler this time. And plays.
And they can't, because you can have delayed problems, can't you, with a hit on the head?
Doesn't it just show actually the value of that? In that yesterday he was assessed to be all right, and he carried out and he came out and batted again, but then overnight deteriorated.
Yeah.
And goes Lyon, bowls. That's nudged away off his pads for a single out to deep square leg. And there must have been cases over the years where batsmen have gone out and they've, because none of this existed.
Well, I say to people, Jonathan, when we see a modern day player get hit, which is rare because of the helmet and the grill, I said, just think for so many years people played without helmets.
Yep.
And there was grave danger and a lot of courage needed.
The next one has Stokes leaving outside the off stump. Well, I'm thinking back to 74-5 and that torrid series in Australia with Dennis Lilly and Jeff Thompson, and Keith Fletcher getting hit straight on the badge. I think it flicked his glove, went onto the badge, and he was caught at cover. Now, I mean, for goodness sake, what that must have been like. Here's Lyon, and Stokes goes on the back foot and plays it out to cover. Was it Tomo who bowled that? I think it might have been Max Walker, I don't know. But anyway, it went straight off the cap of his cap, the peak, boom, out to cover, and he was caught. And
that was a funny comment when I think it was Jeff Arnold watching. He said, "Oh, somebody's knocked Fletch off his horse," because it was the MCC badge.
Oh, yes, it was. King George, with St George on it.
St George. He said, "Oh, I forget who was bowling." He said, he's not Fletch off his horse.
What a funny feeling it was. I don't know why I think it was Max Walker, but I just got a feeling that it was, who of course wasn't.
No, Max Walker won't get to cover, surely.
Well,
Adam will tell us.
Andrew will tell us. He'll be on it. Jeffrey's stripping off, so there you go. It must be warming up in here now. And Cummins is going to continue from the pavilion end. We've had a delayed start. We're underway now, and England lead by 115 on this intriguing day, which has been culled, as it were, to 88 overs. And Cummins in bright sunshine now bowls for Jofra, who fields for that little outside the off stump, plays it down to Lyon, who's in the gully. that backward point. Now, trouble is, Andrew, I can't tell you which game it was, which Test match it was there.
Yeah, it's also a bit tricky to find it because he's not a retired hurt either. If he's
No.
caught, so I'm having a look.
He was out. So who would have been fielding in the covers? Is Ross Edwards?
He was caught by Redpath a few times. Redpath in the covers?
Would Redpath been at slip, would he? Jim?
Yeah, it was a good short leg and slip.
I think Ross Edwards. Was Sheehan playing in that series? Cover man? No, thinking of good cover fielders. Here's Cummins bowling, and Butler on the front foot now finds point, and there's no run.
Playing fast bowling, the quality of the pitch also has a big factor. I mean, if it's not too clever a pitch, it's very fast, or it's bouncy, then fast bowling becomes even more difficult, doesn't it? If you're playing on what is a pretty good surface, not moving too much, not bouncing irregular or unusual, then okay, it's difficult enough. But you get a pitch that's not good, like the first test in Brisbane apparently wasn't prepared very well, and must have been very, very difficult.
Here's Cummins, and Butler drives, pleasant looking stroke that not out of the middle of the bat, that's fielded there at cover. It was.
Do you remember that? The mayor did it.
Well, the mayor did it, yes.
Sacked the groundsman or something.
Clem Jones, the mayor of Brisbane, sacked the groundsman and made it himself, didn't he?
Which wasn't too clever, the pitch apparently. Up and down, him signalling, it was a bit up and down.
All corrugated.
Oh, really fun, well that would be against Lilly and Thompson.
Dear me.
That wouldn't be fun against anybody, but against them two. In the pump.
Didn't Tony Gregg wind them up as well? Didn't he bowl lots of bouncers at them or something? Is that right? I think he did. At Dennis Lilly. Cummins bowls to Butler.
Well, it was Alan Knott that worked it out and said to Greggy, look, all these short balls coming up, stand up and just overslip, help it on its way. And Greggy was already tall and up there, so it just helped him up.
I've got a feeling, it may be totally apocryphal, but Jim will know. I think that first test that was actually played quite pleasantly, wasn't it? I mean, Lilly and Tomo were all right, and no one wound them up, but Greggy bounced them and kept bouncing them, and that fired them up for the next test match, and that was it. The gloves were off. And it all is. That's. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the story that I heard. It'd be typical Tony. Rough them up, wouldn't it, that way? And you knew he was going to get a bit.
Not a good idea.
No, here's Cummins, and he bowls, and that goes through nicely outside the off stump as Butler lets it go by. Poor old Andrew's still stroking his beard.
You caught him out, have you?
Well, no, I don't like to catch him out. It's not a question of catching him out. I've given him so few details. Can we look at Keith Fletcher's dismissals in that series?
Well, that wouldn't have been the first test. He was bowled by Lilly in the first innings and caught off Jenner in the second innings.
Right.
And he's got a caught Redpath and caught Marsh off Lilly and Thompson respectively at Perth.
I had to give him a ring. Who's got Keith's number? Here comes Cummins. Bowls on the off stump.
I'm not sure he'd like to remember that.
I think Keith he would do it with a smile. With Keith, 107 for 4. Or did it just? Here's another option. Did it go straight into his cap, caught at cover, and he hadn't gloved it first, so actually he wasn't out? That might be it. Who was there? Bumble was there. Go on, Simon. Go and ask Bumble. Keith Fletcher hit on the cap
St George.
74-75.
Lilly or Thompson.
That's what we're trying to ascertain. I'm going for Walker.
Max Walker?
Yeah, I am. I don't know why.
That's a funny call, is that?
Old Tangles. Well, it's probably completely wrong. Might have been Lilly. Here's Lyon round the wicket then. Bowls. Back goes Stokes.
Well, he didn't like Keith Fletcher. That is true.
Who?
Because he did an interview with Lilly.
Oh.
And he said...
Oh, he did?
He said, I'm waiting for you tomorrow. Didn't he?
He did, yes.
About Fletcher. Right. He said, I'm waiting for you, especially.
We've got an answer here from Mark Thomas. Here's Lyon bowling. Back goes Stokes. Keith Fletcher was hit on the head by Thompson at Sydney. The ball rebounded to cover. Was nearly caught. He wasn't out. There we go, Mark. That settles out. But it was Tomo. It wasn't Max Walker.
I thought you're not quick enough.
No, he was quite sharp at times. He did bowl the wrong foot, didn't he?
Yeah, just...
There's Lyon. Stokes plays carefully to mid-on.
Like Proctor, just before the front foot went down, he sort of like overspun it.
A swing bowler, that wasn't he? Swung it
in and then cut her away.
Yeah.
Yeah, played quite a number of tests, but you know, when they get more and more quick bowlers, then they want to play fast bowlers.
Lyon bowling and pushed away by Stokes, and a chase for the mid-on fields with a nice couple of runs coming up here for England. In fact, they're going to get more than that. He's got 4. And look at the outfield there, and Lyon looks dismayed as the fielder there carried it with him into the boundary. It just kept going. 111 for 4. Simon's back.
Well, I had to disturb Bumble, who's on air actually.
Was he?
But, it's fair enough. He says Lily.
Oh. Mark Thomas said Tomo. He said Lily, did he?
Yeah, that's what Bumble said. Yeah.
I know Lily didn't like him because he did that interview, which was quite something.
There's Lyon again, short outside the off stump, chopped away to backward point. A crowd catch, but he didn't retire hurt. That's kind of the point we were making, wasn't it? That in those days he got hit, no helmet, and goodness knows what sort of state he would have been in.
Well, I know Lily was out to Greg, he bounced him, gloved him somewhere out, and Fletch must have slipped as he went past him, well bowled.
Oh dear. There's Lyon, Stokes defends. It's the end of the over.
Which is...
especially to Dennis, he could get a bit fired up, couldn't he?
He could get fired up. I was there when he had the aluminium bat.
Oh, 111 for 4. The lead's 119 for England. They haven't lost a wicket so far this morning. More thoughts from Jeffrey, and then Jim Maxwell's coming in here to commentate.
Well, while we've been talking, I thought Stokes has played the off-spin very well. He hasn't played and missed at all. He hasn't looked uncomfortable. And that is the problem, because there are quite a number of footholds there. I looked very carefully this morning, but you could see from other days' play that if he hits the footholes, it jumps and turns, and actually Stokes has played it very nicely.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey. It's not good morning. Late start because of some rain, which we didn't want, because we have so much expectation that this could be a wonderful day of Test cricket, but a bit of time taken out. Still a fair bit left, but England, if they keep batting, they've got to make a call on when they stop if we get to that point. So Cummins runs in and he bowls it, and Butler leaves it outside the line of the off stump. And just repeating what we heard earlier about Steve Smith, in short, he's suffering from some concussion. He's been withdrawn from the rest of this match, and you assume that his substitute under the new ICC rules will be, in this case, Marnus Labuschagne, who's been substituting for him at second slip. But it's certainly not mandatory that he will be out of the next test. We'll just have to see what occurs in the next few days as they monitor his recovery. So it's the first time that that aspect of the game has been brought into play, having a substitute for concussion. Away goes Cummins outside the off stump. That is in Test cricket. It certainly happened in first-class cricket in Australia in the last few years. Right. Thank you, Aggers. I was asking a question before about the ringing of the bell and its history, because it's not something you see in Australia unless you go to church. And Philip Barker's informed us that in 1849, the MCC minutes, Augustus Liddell proposed that after each innings the bell be rung at the expiration of 5 minutes to ensure that the players be ready to resume the game. So that's the history of all of it, as he hits him on the pad, and a big appeal for LBW. It's going down the leg side, I fancy. And Tim Payne's pointing in that direction as they think about a review. Pat Cummins, I think, is more convinced that it might have been going on to hit the stumps, but his captain, I don't think, is going to take it up with the umpire. And no, we're not having a review on that.
No, well, that's the only ball that really looked to cause any problems, and it's going down leg side, I think. The batsmen have been fairly comfortable. I don't think any balls have done anything unusual, no unusual bounce, and there's actually been very little movement off the seam. We may be talking, but I've been watching carefully. As I say, Stokes has played the off-spinner very well, the seamers as well. Nothing to worry England in the dressing room.
Yep. The roller may have done its trick. Cummins bowls accurately on the stumps, pushed away to point by Lyon. But just on the other side of the ringing of the bell, it's now become a celebrity performance. But apparently that didn't start to occur until 2007. So it's an old tradition, but not one of the personality.
Jim, read this. Jonathan sent it to me. A picture
about Keith Fletcher. being hit on the head by a ball from Max Walker. There you go.
But it didn't necessarily go to cover. It might not have been that one.
It was in Sydney, 4th Test, 74-5.
Yeah, it might not have been the one that went to cover because he didn't bowl it fast enough.
Cummins charges up. A bouncer down the leg side, well taken by Payne as it went down the slope, and he grabbed it in his left glove. And we've got a photo here of Marsh and the two Chappells and the slips and Redpath at short leg.
That's where he did a lot of his good work at short leg. But I don't see Max Walker bowling fast enough to hit you on the head and bounce to cover. He was a medium pace, a swing.
Well, maybe
bowler,
that's why Fletcher kept batting. If it had been Tom or
I'm
Lily.
sure Lily hit him or something because I know, I've said to you, he didn't get on very well.
2 slips, Gully watch. Cummins comes up and he's beaten outside the off stump by a good one. That bounced and just missed the edge of the bat. It's 4 for 111. A delayed start. The lead is 119. And another useful Cummins over. But a wicket hasn't fallen. And England moving along quietly. Not with any great haste here as they just accumulate more than attack.
Yeah, the problem for England is they've got to win 2 test matches out of 3 after this. If they don't win this one, I mean, it's not enough to win one and get on parity. To win the Ashes, you actually have to win the series. And, I mean, that's pretty tough.
So they've got to make it go of it today, you reckon? They've got to try somehow to give themselves enough time?
I don't think they'll have enough time. Said so already. I just don't think there's... Look, it's not a question of speaking what you'd like or hope for. It's being practical and sensible.
Now, line around the wicket. That's short on the back foot. Stokes helps himself to a single because there's a deep cover in place. And they cruise through easily enough. 4 for 112. Stokes is 30. Butler's 12. And the pitch looks as placid as any day of the match here, I'd have to say, under the sunshine. So I'm not sure whether Australia are going to be able to get the clatter of wickets they want to have a run chase. Can England press on? Lyon bowls now. Back goes Butler, plays to short leg, and the immovable Bancroft is there to grasp it on the bounce. So we've got Warner at slip, Bancroft under the lid, and Lyon working away with 2 men behind on the onside, 1 in front, 1 behind, square in the deep. He comes up over the wicket, but the back, that's the danger if it pitches in a bit of rough, but it didn't, and he played it calmly to short leg.
Yeah, there's not much rough there outside that way. When they go round the wicket, the right-hand bowlers, they have to go really wide because otherwise they're going to follow through on the pitch. Not going to be allowed by the umpires.
Line in, tossing up, he drives, miscues, dragged that off a thick inside edge.
Don't like that.
No, that's where it...
Beautifully bowled.
It's looked like Lyon has a chance a few times when he's tempted him on the front
He teases him,
foot.
doesn't he? Like you said, tempt, outside of stump, bit of extra flight, bit of extra spin, and he wants to hit it through extra cover against any type of spin. Not smart. Drag it to the mid-on.
Lyon in again, back he goes and plays with a regulation bounce and turn out towards Wade, who's there at mid-wicket. So you sense Butler wants to keep pressing here, and he goes with some pace towards square leg and settles again as he's back, and Lyon comes in and he's forward watching the ball carefully, and there's a run down there towards deepish mid-on, but he didn't hit it that far. And so it's the end of the over. Just 1 run from it, 4 for 112, a lead of 120. That's all.
Yeah, they're doing all right, England. Look, they can't be too attacking. They can't be too positive because if they do and get themselves out, then they're going to lose the match. They're going to have to play very sensibly, and then if they don't lose wickets, say after lunch, they can assess the situation and the time left, and they might then have to take a risk or 2. But not a good idea this morning when they're starting. They could be a panic. Wickets go down and they'll lose the game. So they just must sit in there, take what they can, but not have a clatter of wickets.
Change of bowling down at the pavilion end. Josh Hazlewood is coming on to bowl. And you look around Lords today and you can see the evidence of the sellout crowd now. Yeah, there are only a couple of spots where there's some empty seats, but perhaps they're now on the way to the ground after the rain that delayed the resumption of this match. A surprise to a lot of people that it was wet, but we didn't get underway until 10 past 12. So Hazelwood for the first time today. He's moving up to bowl to Stokes. Stokes walks into him, hits him on the pad, a big appeal for LBW. And Hazelwood's going up to the skies. Now there's going to be a chat here. Are they going to review this? The Council of War are having a discussion quickly with Payne, who walks towards Hazelwood, and they'll have to hurry up and make this decision. They are going. They are going. This looks to be a pretty optimistic review.
The on-field decision is not out. May I start with the front?
What do you reckon, Michael Vaughan?
Well, it looks close, but Ben Stokes has just
he was on the walk.
Tim Payne and had a giggle.
That's a fair delivery.
I just wonder if he's got an inside edge.
Spin vision, please.
He was walking towards him. Good stride.
Where's it pitched? Inside edge, isn't it?
There doesn't appear to be any bat involved.
It's pitched outside the line as well, has it not? Looked like it's pitched outside the leg stump. Let's see if he's got an inside edge.
Go through.
No.
Keep going.
He smashed it, hasn't he? He smashed it.
Well,
he's absolutely middled it onto the
inside
middle.
edge. Jay, can you bring it back one
Slightly
frame?
concerned that Joel Wilson said there was no inside edge to start with, and
there's a huge edge there.
Sorry,
Yes.
there appeared to be. You have to take it very slow because he's also hitting his pad.
Yeah, but he's hitting
Slow,
the ball.
Slow.
What's it hit first? Is it buff tick or tick buff?
I think it hits pad and ball.
I have contact between bat and ball.
Yeah.
I have contact between bat and ball.
Yeah.
Can we go back on field to Chris, please?
Yeah.
Chris, you're
Inside
on
edge
screen
to
now.
pad.
There's an inside edge. Stay with your original decision.
There's the famous description of Fanny de Villiers of that. It's buff tick or tick buff. Because sometimes the ball hits the pad, then the bat. And if it's buff tick, you never got the old days, any of those LBs. And he used to complain about it all the time. Poor old bowlers, you know. That hit the pad first, not the bat. But that one clearly hit the bat.
Just wonder if it was Tim Payne thinking back to yesterday where he got a couple of reviews wrong.
In goes Hazelwood wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. So that's a review gone down the drain.
Yep. Only one left for Australia, 2 remaining for England.
And it pitched outside the leg stump as well.
Yeah, when you think that they've gone for that review and they didn't go for either of the Nathan Lyon LBW reviews yesterday, it's slightly strange.
Well, yes, it's a perennial question. And it came up, I think, in South Africa, didn't it, Andrew? We were looking at all the reviews from captains in the game, and not many of them were anywhere near 25%. As Hazelwood goes up and bowls short, pulls, missed. He tried to tug that away to the onside, but it went past his bat.
Yeah, I mean, on average, there's about 25% of reviews overturned, decisions overturned on review.
Yeah.
Well, Ben Stokes is he's playing with a mindset and an approach that suggests that England are looking at a number.
Yeah.
It's more the, you look at the overs remaining, you're going to need at least 50 overs, you would feel. Can they get enough runs to give Australia 50 overs of batting?
Hazelwood comes up once more and he has to defend, but he gets a run this time, pushing away to the onside into a gap in the field as Bancroft comes around from mid-on to mid-wicket. 4 for 113, they're only 121 ahead, so they'll have to get a wriggle on at some point.
I reckon 220. If they can get the 220...
But how long is that going to take?
Well, I think this pair and Butler, he's just playing at the minute, but I'm sure if he gets in a little bit longer, he'll start to find his stride, and they can, could easily hit 50 in 10 overs if they need to.
But there's risk reward, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it is. I just feel that this England side have got an opportunity today if they can get to that target, because this Australian batting lineup without Smith.
Hazelwood bowls, and back he goes and plays the ball away that had a bit of a lower bounce on the offside.
Because of balls like that, we've seen balls that have bounced. We've seen that one just keep a little bit low. We've seen plenty of spin for Nathan Lyon, which will bring Jack Leach into the equation. You look at the 3 innings for Australia in this. You just take Steve Smith batting out. I mean, Andrew, what have they scored? I mean,
well, he scored.
They've been 120 for 8 at Edgbaston. They were
37% of the runs he scored for Australia in the first test.
220. I just don't think it'll be possible to get anywhere near it. Can they survive with the techniques over 50 overs on this kind of wicket? I'd question that.
Here's Hazelwood bowling. Butler's defending again. Can't do much more than that away on the offside to end the over. 4 for 113. Well, as you suggest, it's a wonderful opportunity for England.
My problem,
if they can get into that position.
My problem is that later on around 5:30, there's a few clouds arriving, and it'll probably be light that takes us off the hallowed turf at around 7 o'clock.
Now, what my suggestion this morning, you'd gone for a cuppa at that stage, or to clean your sticky pants, and I said, well, you know, if it's the problem with the lights on and a red ball, change the ball, get a pinky.
Get a pinky, yeah.
Use the pinky.
Yeah.
Yeah, to keep the game going.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. They're coming up with all these ideas to get more cricket. I mean, 10:30 is an obvious one. They should start then. I don't get that. But here's Lyon. He's about to bowl to Stokes. Let's see if Stokes can wheel him around the place. He's got 2 men deep on the onside here. The slip and the short leg. Just every now and then something mischievous occurs from the surface as Lyon twirls away. He goes around the wicket back as Stokes to defend it. Andrew, you're bouncing.
Yeah, Tim Payne has had 28 reviews now as Australian captain. Only 4 of them successful.
Is that right?
Puts him joint second lowest with Dinesh Chandimal, 14%. Only Kane Williamson's got a lower percentage.
Wow.
Here's Lyon bowling, and he's edging wide of slip. Lucky one. Thick edge past a diving Warner down to the boundary. It's going to run away for 4. The outside edge. Well, the intent was there from Stokes, and luckily for him, the edge was thick enough to go wide of Warner, who flung out his left hand, but it was well wide of that. Well, you had asked the question, I'm sorry. Have 2 blokes there. You should have 2. If you're going to try and get people out, put another chap in there. But there you go. You got 4. 4 for 117. It's not the first time he's nicked one wide of slip. He goes in again quicker on the stumps. Stokes plays it back up the offside.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, again, that's probably the mindset of Australia, is to make sure that they try and get out of this day. I don't think... You know, they might be thinking of winning, but I think if you said to Tim Payne, now you take the draw, to absolutely. Steve Smith's on the, back in the dressing room.
Lyon in again. Back goes Stokes. Yes, it plays it to short leg. Sort of becomes the interesting situation. If your mindset's like that, you actually want England to bat for quite a while.
You do.
Yeah. Andrew?
Joe Root's actually got the best record of captains with reviews. He's just over 30%, 30.4% successful.
Wow, really? Lyon, quicker ball, tucked away. Bancroft is the roadblock in there, and he stops the ball. 4 for 117. Stokes has got to 35. Butler 12. Stokes dropped by Warner at slip when he was 2, and has now made these very valuable runs. Lyon around the wicket, draws him forward. It's gone through the lot. I think it hit the footmarks and it hit Payne, and it kicked away on the offside. So that ball too good for everyone.
Just a little report on county cricket. 2 young top order players that have been mentioned for the England team. Zach Crawley for Kent, he's already out for 5, bowled by Mohammed Amir. And for Warwickshire, Dob Sibley, opening batsman, he's out for 0.
Right.
Jack Brooks has done for him, so 0 and 5 for Sibley and Crawley in the county game.
It was 1 round, is it?
Yeah, there's a round. Yeah, Yorkies at Scarborough. Yeah, usual start, 69 for 5.
I saw a photo. Lovely weather, good crowd.
Good crowd, yeah. But pitch must be doing a bit. It's 69 for 5.
Now Hazelwood starts a new over. He runs up, Butler lets it go. It came back down the slope a tad, but it was outside the line of the off stump.
Moeen Ali. Now Worcestershire are 88 for 7. Moeen Ali 42 or 48. 88 for 7. There's some wickets falling in the county game. Glamorgan 81 for 3 against Lancashire. Derbyshire 61 for 4 against Gloucester. Warwickshire the only team with really a decent start, 99 for 1.
Hazelwood in again towards Josh Butler, and he's pushing away on the offside, and another good controlled delivery. So it's all there on the BBC website. You can get the scores and some commentary of the county games, as well as following the progress of this Test match, with a delayed start today because of rain and a late finish. I mean, if the light's as good as this at 7 o'clock, unless they've called it off for some reason, we could be going for a while. So just check your dinner arrangements, folks. If you're here at the ground, you might have to be a late starter.
Yeah,
push it back to 8:30.
Supper.
Yeah. Hazelwood comes up. Josh Butler tucks it away off his pads, neatly wide of mid-on for a single. Keeps the score moving along, gets Stokes on strike. He looks the more likely to score here. Butler's 13 from 64 balls. Stokes 35 off 75. 4 for 118. The lead 126. It's building, but slowly.
Hey, Jim, how were the oysters last night? Nice?
They were outstanding, I have to say. They were. I was with a couple of pals of mine, Peter Hoyts and Sandy Morgan, down at one of your local watering holes. Very good. Yeah.
Nice tray. What did you have with them? Did you have a bit of vinaigrette sauce? Or?
Vinaigrette, yes, and a little bit of squeeze of lemon. Very tasty. Hazelwood charges up, and he beats the edge of Stokes' poking bat outside the line of the off stump. So I hope those two gentlemen are in good condition today. I suspect that one of them isn't, but that's the way it goes.
What did you have with the oysters? Did you have a glass of vino? Or?
We had a couple of bottles of a South Australian red Cabernet Sauvignon, because we followed it up with some steak, and it was very pleasant.
A bit of red with the oysters.
Well,
come on. That's not. Come on, Jim.
Away goes Hazelwood, and it's across the bows. Now, I think we'd had something else to warm us up, and then the steak arrived, and we were right for the Cab Sav. Yeah. And you were at a good spot too, I hear, last night.
Yeah.
Tucking into some red meat.
Yes. Nice tomahawk. Tomahawk steak.
Oh, wow.
Off the bone, beautiful.
Yeah. This is making everyone hungry. And I need to tell you that lunch will not be until 1:30 today. See, that's another thing they should do. Why are we having 40 minutes for lunch? Make it 20. Get on with the game.
Got to eat.
Well, get a bacon bap. Here goes Hazelwood, and pushed back by Stokes to the bowler.
Players have got to have a bit of food. You can't play international sport on a bacon bap halfway through the day.
Well, I'm sure they've got lobby in the room, as Lars would have said. Ishagu is going to come in and join you, Michael, to talk about some cricket and whatever else is.
I had a bit of lobby last night, actually, for my starter. Very nice indeed. Nathan Lyon is toiling him. I don't think he's getting it quite right. He'd probably the first to admit that he's not bowled as well as he did at Edgbaston here at Lords in the first innings. He got a few wickets, but I don't think he quite got his his disciplines as good as we saw at Edgbaston. He's bowled better to the right-hander this morning than he has done to Ben Stokes, which is surprising, with the element of rough outside the left-handers off stump. Good, is it morning still? No, it's afternoon, isn't it?
Afternoon, Michael. Butler was on the back foot, turning that to mid-wicket. Who sprints in to collect the ball. Matthew Wade patrolling there, throws it to Nathan Lyon, who has the ball back in his hands. He's at the top of his mark already. Just gives it a little spin before he's through his action. Butler forward and pushing to the offside in front of point. Sent back by Stokes as he searches for a single. And it's a picture here at Lords. Bit of cloud cover. And a lovely buzz in the crowd as Lyon bowls to Butler, who manages to get that through past cover to his left. Comes forward and just pushes it so deftly and comes back for 2. So he goes to 15, 120 for 4, lead of 128.
Yeah, you described it as a picture. Jack Russell was down below us just the other day. He was painting a picture. I reckon he does a lot of pictures, does Jack. It's very good.
Was he wearing a hat?
No, he didn't. Did he have a hat?
As Lyon bowls to Butler, he tries to drive that, but then brings his bottom hand through, and it ends up going towards mid-wicket, an inside edge. He's now just shaking his right wrist.
Yeah, there was Jack Russell down to us, and on the second day, the first day of play, Sasha Jaffrey was doing
Oh yeah, he's amazing, isn't
he?
he? Butler crouches. Lyon bowls wide of the off stump. Butler again tries to drive through the offside, but then that bottom hand again comes through and miscues it. Falls in front of short leg.
Yeah, different style. I think Jack was using the brushes and Sasha Jofra was using like chalk. And what he does, it's a commission for the World Cup.
As Butler leaves outside the off stump this time. Just turns his body as that's bowled again outside the off stump from line at the end of the over. It's 120 for 4, lead of 128 still, with Butler on 15 and Stokes on 35.
Yeah, so Jack's with his brushes, more conventional way, and then Sasha with his chalk, big white canvas.
But doesn't he gets lots of different memorabilia and puts it on top.
Yeah, what he does his piece, and then he adds kind of paper cuttings from whatever the event is, and this obviously it's the Cricket World Cup, and then he gets players handprint.
Yeah,
he was getting Owen Morgan with his handprint, and he gets them to sign it. I think he's going to be auctioned off for the Ruth Strauss Foundation.
Oh, great!
Later on in the year.
Yeah, I've seen him go for loads and loads at various different functions that are held in London.
He did one for Virat Kohli, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I reckon that was 250 grand that went for.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're going to be bidding for the World Cup now? Need a big lounge or a big house to put it. It was a big piece of art. Gladstone Smalls here. I don't know which box is in. I've seen Gladys on the telly.
As Hazelwood continues from the pavilion end, bowls short to Stokes, who pulls that out to fine leg for a single. Comes through, goes to 36, lead of 129. Here at Lord's on the final day, what has been a very interesting test match. If it wasn't for the weather, it could have been over a lot quicker. But that 50 partnership between these two, Jos Buttler and Ben Stokes, they're at it again, aren't they, Vaughan, in the middle here?
Yeah, I've just realised. I missed this morning, Isha, that you rang the bell. Seeing the pictures. How did you give it? Did you give it a good old tonk?
Ring my bell,
ooh,
my bell.
That's very good. Better than Jim.
Yes. Hazelwood bowls outside the off stump but leaves.
I missed that. What was your
technique? I had it in my head from. Well, I saw Jones, yesterday, give it a good tug, and she did it in a really cool way. She was just looking at the crowd and arm out, and I was next to Guy Lavender, and he said, just don't hold back, just wait for my cue, take your time, but just don't hold back. But then Warney a couple of days ago, he didn't put much into it, did he? As Hazel bowls full to Butler, who's turning that and clipping that out to deep mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2 as Deep Square runs to his left to throw the ball in. And Butler moves to 17, 123 for 4, lead of 131, Andrew.
At 50 partnership, taking 143 balls.
But, yeah, just... You feel quite self-conscious.
Yeah, so I liked Lucas Strauss.
Yeah.
He gave it out.
He was brilliant.
Plenty.
On day, it was day 2, wasn't it? Yeah.
He must have given it, I reckon, 20-odd seconds, 20, 25
Well, that was the other thing. So in my head, when I was doing it, I was thinking of Phil Tufnell. He said 6 or 7 as Hazelwood bowls outside the off-stump to Butler, who's defending that to the offside, no run. And... I was in the middle of it and I thought, this has been going on for quite a long time, I better stop. And then you just stop and then you look around and you go, okay.
Were you happy with your performance?
I think it was a bog standard decent performance. It wasn't, above average. But
great honour, isn't it?
Yeah, incredible privilege. I mean, I didn't realise what an honour it actually was. As Hazelwood running in on an angle, bowls to Butler, who just waits on that one, guides it past gully. Point runs round to collect it as there was no single taken. But yeah, back to these two, Butler and Stokes.
Yeah, Andrew, how many overs have we had?
We've had 11 today. And this is the 12th.
And we've scored how many? England have scored...
We've scored 27 now.
27, so that's just over 2s. Another 100 from Mary's looking a long way off. For them to have that 50-odd overs at Australia, they'll have to start putting their foot down. The problem is they don't want to lose 2 quick ones and only have 130 in front, 6 wickets down, and then the Aussies only chasing 160.
Butler backing across, ducks underneath a short ball from Hazelwood. Goes through to Tim Payne, and that is the end of the over. So lead of 131. Of course, it's what Jeffrey spoke about as well, the situation of the series. So they're 1-0 down. They cannot lose this game. So they want to obviously put themselves in a position where they cannot lose, but then you're looking at 3 more tests. They have to win the series to regain the Ashes. They can't just draw the series. So
I think they'd be silly not to give us Australia, 45, 50 overs of batting on here, because I really do feel with the fragility of Australia's batting, no Steve Smith, you could get to a stage where you get them easily 10 for 3.
Yeah,
easily on this kind of wicket.
As Lyon comes around the wicket from the nursery end to Stokes on the back foot and punching out to a deep point. He comes through for one, the left-hander, goes to 37, a lead of 132 as the throw is sent in. And the right-handed Butler on strike once more. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge blow for Australia, isn't it, not to have Steve Smith? Especially the way that Archer has been bowling.
I mean, also, I guess David Warner is not fired in this series. A kind of 200 chase for Warner. They'd be nervous about him, because he can come out and crash it to all parts.
Butler crouches down, forward press, drives past extra cover. It will go for 4. No point even running for that one. He doesn't. He just goes back into his crease and remarks his guard. As that goes into the boundary in front of the mound stand. Butler then to 21, 128 on the board now for England.
Butler's first 4 of the 76th ball he's faced. He's never taken that long to score a 4 before. Took 50 balls and scored 6 in Chennai, trying to save the game without a boundary.
Lyon tosses this one up, and Butler defends back down the pitch with a straight bat. So he's on 21, Stokes on 37, lead of 136.
Well, this is a big innings for Josh Butler because he has been struggling. And he's just found it's not been a rhythm in terms of scoring, but his defence has been good. He's left some nice balls through to the keeper.
Lyon to Butler on the back foot, defending this time. Perhaps a ball that he might have thought he could get forward to as the sun comes out here at Lord's. There is plenty of cloud cover, but we can see patches of blue around as Lyon has the ball back in his hands. Sets off, he's past the umpire and bowling to Butler again, who's defending this back down the track. These two are, of course, during the World Cup, trying to win the game against Australia in the group stages, and then an important partnership in the World Cup final. As Lyon is through, Butler goes with bat and pad towards a ball outside the off stump and defends. So no run at the end of that over. 128 for 4, lead of 136 here. Butler on 21 and Stokes on 37. But they've become a bit of a duo, haven't they? Butler and Stokes.
Yeah, and they've played a lot of cricket together in terms of white ball stuff with England, Rajasthan Royals. Obviously the last year or so in test match cricket. A lot of these played. Joe Root, Ben Stokes played a lot of cricket when they were kids, around the age group squads for Yorkshire, Durham, then England under 19s. It's always nice when you come through an era of like development cricket and then all of a sudden you've got 3 or 4 of you playing for the national team.
The left-handed Stokes on strike, taps his bat down as Hazelwood approaches the crease, bowls now. Stokes drives past the bowler. Josh Butler falls to the floor in the process, but it was nowhere near him. It now goes into the boundary in front of the pavilion. And a good shot from Stokes, slightly over pitching there, Hazelwood, as Stokes goes to 41, a lead of 140, 132 for 4 now, England. As Michael Vaughan is headed on out of the commentary box, and in comes Mitch Johnson. Have you had a bit of a shave?
I have. Yeah.
Not a completely clean shave, though.
Just
you wanted to leave a little bit of stubble on there.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the complete razor shave. Occasionally, it's okay.
as Hazelwood bowls to Stokes, who tries to cut that out to deep point, but miscues it, so it only falls in front of him onto the offside.
How are we in here anyway?
Yeah,
Sure, you good?
Yeah, good. Well, we were just
Interesting.
discussing the potential plan. So, how many overs left, Andrew?
Oh, we're still at 75.
So, the talk about the series situation, obviously 1-0 down, England have to win the series to regain the Ashes.
Yep.
No Steve Smith, lead of 140. Thorny talking about maybe giving Australia 50 overs. So that's another 20 overs of batting as Hazelwood bowls short. Stokes pulls away out to the man patrolling the boundary, running around to his right. Travis Head collects it, throws the ball in as they come through for 133 for 4. Stokes to 42. But yeah, what are your thoughts around it?
Yeah, I think England have probably had a bit of a boost of confidence with the way Archer bowled yesterday. I think Steve Smith being out of the second innings is another boost of confidence. This really could go in England's favour. I think, yeah, Australia haven't bowled as well as they would have liked to have here.
Hazelwood bowls to Butler, who edges past Khawaja, diving to his right at gully. It's heading down to the third man boundary. Marnus Labuschagne has given up the chase as it goes for 4 now. So slightly fuller from Hazelwood. Butler goes to 25, lead of 145.
Yeah, but in saying that as well, I mean, there's been a couple of shots like that as well, but there's been some really good cricket shots by the England batsmen. They are known attacking players, and they're going to put themselves in a good position here if Australia don't look to bowl them out. So it's an interesting test match. It really has engrossed everyone, I think. And it's day 5. We haven't had a full 5 days test match, but it's been so enthralling.
Hazelwood again to Butler, who bowls outside the off stump. A lifting delivery, back of a length that Butler leaves through to Tim Payne. There's 2 slips and a gully for him. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and fine leg back as the sun comes out from behind the clouds.
The only thing I can see at the moment, it seems like the pitch is playing pretty well. There hasn't been any unevenness really, apart from sort of Jofra Archer getting some to really take off. But that's that extra bounce and that's that extra pace from him. Cummins a little bit as well.
The tall Hazelwood bowls again, a good length outside the off stump, which Butler defends to the offside, no run. And that is the end of that over. 137 for 4. A lead of 145 for England, with Butler on 25 and Stokes on 42. A lot of Australian supporters over to our right, just at the back of the grandstand in the shade over there. A few of the corporate boxes are looking empty today, but a packed out house. Looking over to the members as well, to the pavilion. There's not a spare seat available, and I can see lots of egg and bacon dotted around as Lyon will continue from the nursery end.
The other thing you need to think of here is England. Archer bowled 29 overs in that first innings.
As Lyon is around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who defends over to the leg side. Cummins comes in to pick up the ball, no run.
With that pressure for him to back up again so early on, he'll be running on adrenaline, that's for sure. So I think that he's been key for England in this.
As Lyon bowls to Stokes, who's forward and with a straight bat is defending, almost lunges forwards, and that back knee goes onto the floor as he plays it back to Lyon, who now has the ball back in his hands.
And I think the other thing is Lyon hasn't really threatened here too much. This is the
Well, it turned a little bit yesterday as Lyon comes in now. Again, no turn on that occasion to Stokes, who defends once more.
Yeah, there was. It felt like there was more turn, and looks like Stokes has set in here, and he hasn't played any rash shots.
Well, there was a little bit of rain last night, They came off early as Stokes back in his crease and cutting nearly over Matthew Wade at extra cover, who has to jump to take the ball on the bounce.
He went to throw it up like it was a catch, just to stir the crowd up a little bit, but they didn't fall for it.
No. Lyon through again. Stokes on the back foot and punching. Falls in front of short leg. No run again. But yeah, a bit of rain last night, a bit of rain this morning. I just wonder if that's had an impact on this surface at all, because yesterday morning it looked a little bit crumbly, and we did see a bit of debris as the day wore on. Stokes on the back foot working that fine down to fine leg as he comes back for 2, and Butler's going to push for the 3. The throw comes in and they'll do it comfortably from the man out at deep backward square running to his left. And Stokes will go to 45 at the end of that over. It's 140 for 4, a lead of 148 as the spider cam drops down to hover above the scene. Nathan Lyon just having a quick chat to Marnus Labuschagne. But yeah, so we saw a couple of puffs of dust, didn't we, as Nathan Lyon was bowling yesterday, sort of late afternoon, evening.
Explosions out of a fairly decent area in between the rough.
Well, there's a bit of rough at the pavilion end outside the off stump to the left-handed Stokes. There's maybe 1, 2, 3 patches there, and maybe one or two patches at the nursery end, which Stokes now just marks his guard at. We're going to have a change in bowling. Peter Siddle coming into the attack. Was unlucky yesterday. A couple of drop catches. He's got 2 slips in a gully. Deep point, extra mid-off, mid-on. He bowls now to Stokes, who's coming down the track and leaves outside the off stump. A couple of steps forward there for Stokes. Is just looking at the leg side field. There's a man probably about 10 metres off the boundary at fine leg, and a player positioned off the boundary at the moment at deep square in front of the umpire. Travis Head's there in front of all the grandstand spectators.
Yeah, you'd probably think that's a bit odd what Stokes just did then. He walked towards Peter Siddle, but for me that's just trying to take him off his length early. That's his first delivery. He doesn't want Siddle to get into his rhythm here.
Stokes does it again. He's forward and pushing to the offside, but quickly signals no to Butler as extra cover comes sprinting in.
Yeah, I just feel like that's all that it is. It's trying to take Sids away from him getting into a good rhythm, try and frustrate him with bowling maybe make him bowl a different length, not get into that area where he's very good at the top of the off stump, and just keeps going with it. So Stokes with an obvious plan.
Siddle past the umpire, bowls, misses one outside the off stump to Stokes, looking to, it was back in his crease and looking to chop that away to the offside as Chris Gaffney comes down the pitch to just wipe away and throw away some dirt that he can see. And now just heads back to his position now. Stokes on his back resting on his left shoulder. Now just resets himself at the crease. 2 slips in the gully as Siddle bowls wide of the off stump, very wide. An easy leave for Ben Stokes there.
That's what they call a Queensland line. Playing first-class cricket, I used to cop a little bit of grief for bowling quite wide at times to certain teams, and apparently that was the Queensland line, about 8th, 9th stump line. I don't think Queensland ever did that. They always attacked. They had Andy Bickle, Michael Kasowicz. That was all made up, I'm pretty sure.
Siddle bowls outside the off stump once more with Stokes charging down again.
The charge leave.
Yeah, the charge leave. That's exactly how to describe it. He was looking to come down and then just lifted his hands up as it flew past him. Siddle yesterday, he seemed ruffled. it's the first time I've ever seen him really angry on a cricket pitch. Obviously took a couple of wickets, and he's been good again as he bowls on the middle stump. A good length delivery which Stokes defends. It falls out to the leg side. That is the end of the over. A lead of 148 then for England. Butler on 25, Stokes on 45. Some words from you, Mitchell, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yeah, well, he was a little bit more noticeably frustrated. And I think that was a couple of things. That was Jofra Archer had just barraged him with a few short balls, and he was bowling quite quickly. So, and Siddle backed himself, got him behind him as much as he could, and then to go out there and then have a drop catch, a chance. He had it a couple of times in the first innings, so I think that frustration was building, and he just wanted to get himself away, and it helps as a bowler when...
Here's Lyon bowling to Butler, goes back and knocks it on the bounce to short leg. There's no run.
Apologies there. He just rushed up on me, Nathan. They can, spinners. They get on you a little bit quick.
It's all right, Mitchell. You can just pause, and then I'll let you make the point you want to make. It's no problem at all. Here's Lyon going into bowl to Butler. And Butler's forward quietly and plays defensively. There's no run.
So I just think that was just the frustration. You can get away as a bowler and get yourself going into rhythm. And, yeah, Siddle maybe felt like he just wasn't supported by his team at the time.
In the end, he did it all himself, didn't he? With dead near the caught and bowled. They're not going to catch him, I will. Here's Lyon bowling to Butler, who turns that pass short leg. It's in the air. It's not taken by Bancroft away to his right-hand side. What's the umpire going to signal here? A leg by. Well, there's a lot of interest out there. Lyon arm in the air. But it was not inside edge pad. It was just pad. Well, according to the umpire, anyway. Let's have a look. It was quite close to that inside edge.
It was close.
But hard to tell from the replay. Anyway, leg by given. Doesn't necessarily means it was a leg by if they'd reviewed it, of course. Australia have one review left. Already used one so far in this first session. Lyon round the wicket now, bowls to Stokes, and that's a ripper. Goes past the outside edge, but he's bowling into those footmarks outside of Stokes' off stump, and he's turning it away from him as well. It's not easy for the left-hander, very difficult.
No, it's in your eye line as a left-hand bat, and that's probably on the outer edge of one of the, I think it was the second one, the middle rough spot. So this time turning, maybe next time it'll go straight on. Yeah. So that's the difficult part of it.
Stokes was beaten. Stokes this time is squeezing forward and lying there for a moment. You think, did I get onto that front pad first before bat? I don't think he did. Got outside the line, Stokes as well. You can't just play no shot. Let's have a look at that one. No, they got the bat down just in time, then onto the pad. Here is Lyon bowling again. Stokes brushes this away off the back foot. A bit of relief for him there. Turns it wide of mid-on for a single. Cummins picks up, and England's lead is now 150, and they have had a very good first hour. So they'd lost 2 early wickets. Then with 88 overs left in the day's play, clearly they would have been in a lot of trouble. 142 for 4. That's a lead 150. But with the loss of those 10 overs, it's just a question of whether they can sometime today get into a position from which they can realistically have a go at Australia. That's the problem with the declaration, really, is you captains, when you're the person having to make the decision, you're inevitably a bit quite cautious, because you don't want to give up all the efforts of the previous 4.5 days and hand the opposition victory by taking a big chance. So it's just that balance. It's not easy.
I think there has to be a slight risk, though, but a smart risk. It's not just a...
There's Siddle scuttling in, bowls to Stokes, who plays defensively to cover, and there's no run at 142 for 4.
I think with the score leading by 150, England, but for me the pitch is playing really nicely. There's no real... We see occasional one go out of that rough for Nathan Lyon. Will Leach come into it later on? Jofra Archer, will he be able to get that same venom going? So there's questions. Will England want to try and... they've got to try and win this one. I think they're in a good position now.
Siddle rushing in, bowls to Stokes, who comes down the pitch and thick edges that on the drive towards third man. They're coming back for the second, throws on the way. Well, certainly some intent there from Stokes. Takes him to 48. He's looking to thrash Siddle through the offside. There's no one at home in the gully. And he picks up 2. A miscued drive.
He was on the charge again, Stokes, so he was still moving just before he hit that. Hence why he probably just got a bit of an outside edge, because it was he made it a full delivery in the end. I think because of that balance, he wasn't quite there.
The lead is 152. Stokes 48 then. Here is Siddle bowling to him. Stokes turns it into the onside towards mid-on, where it's picked up by Wade, and there is no run. So I'm just trying to think ahead, really. The lead 152. Overs left 71. And they, from here, I mean, if you think about a declaration, you'd want another 100, wouldn't you, really? You think just 250?
To be sure, I mean, what's the run rate at? They need to probably pick that up a little bit, because they're not really taking a lot of risks. I mean, they're starting to, seeing Stokes walking at Siddle. Maybe this is his chance to go a bit harder.
Siddle bowls to Stokes. Stokes plays defensively back up the onside of the pitch, picked up by Siddle, and there's no run. It's strange that those 10 overs that we lost at the start of the day just took something out of it, didn't it?
Yeah.
It just obviously took something out of the day's play, but what I mean is took something out of the tension of the match in a way. Yeah, that feeling. 98 overs, full day's play, a real sense of expectation this morning, but I don't know. We would have deflated Australia a bit.
I'm feeling like there's a bit of nervous energy in my body, that's for sure.
Still?
Yeah, I still feel like there can be a result here.
Siddle to Stokes, comes down the pitch, and Siddle drags his length back, and Stokes defends into the onside, and Siddle picks up, and there is no run. Stokes definitely trying to manipulate Siddle here.
Well, he's missed out on an opportunity. That's probably in his zone if he's sitting in the crease, and he's come forward again to Siddle. He's trying to do it to take him off that good line and length, because it seems like if you bowl a good line and length, it is quite hard to score. But he has definitely missed out on an opportunity of a pull shot there.
Siddle tries again, bowls to Stokes, again comes down the pitch, and Siddle strikes the outside edge of the bat quite high up there, again dragging his length back. Stokes gets a single though into that vacant gully area. So he goes to 49, and England to 145 for 4. Play starting at 10 past 12. We lost 10 overs. Now, there might be a light issue later, so we could lose a few more. On the other hand, we could have a situation where the captains shake hands before the last hour, but a lot can happen between now and then. We have been sort of fighting against time ever since this match started, but the players have done their best to make up for it, and actually I think by yesterday evening we've almost caught up, not quite, but almost caught up. But the rain delay and there's that feeling as well. The pitch just seems to be sleeping at the moment. Perhaps it's just good batsmanship between these two, Butler and Stokes. Two fine players. Just holding Australia at bay, and the lead over 150 now. Here's Lyon with a new over, bowls to Stokes. Stokes goes back into his stumps, right back, and plays it up the onside the pitch, and Lyon fields, and there's no run. That's the adage against spinners. You play it as close as you can to the bowler, or as far away from the bowler as you can. Play it late or play it very early. You get out to the pitch of the ball or play right back. Here is Lyon into Stokes outside the off stump, chopped away. And there's Stokes' half century out towards deep backward point. It's a single, he walks it, and he's got there in 106 balls. His second half century of the series. He's had a fine summer with the bat, Ben Stokes, one of England's heroes in the World Cup, and a couple of Ashes half centuries as well. He missed the last series, we all know that. Very determined cricketer. I thought he looked really determined in that first innings at Edgbaston.
Yep, he did.
And then just played a loose shot after he got to half century. A cut shot outside the off stump.
He's done well here. He had a chance go down. Nathan Lyon was...
Lyon bowls to Butler. Butler drives through extra cover for 4. Reaching for it. And he hit it sweetly. Second time he's done that to Lyon this morning. Butler to 29. England's 150 is up. 150 for 4. The lead 158.
Yeah, no risk involved in that shot. Nathan Lyon just getting it up there a bit too full on this occasion. But these two haven't taken the big risks. They're just holding on, playing the shot, playing each ball.
Partnership worth 79. Butler back into his stumps. It's now worth 80. Clipping it up towards deep mid-on. Picked up by Cummins in the sunshine. So one more, 151 for 4. The lead is 159, and it feels as if England are beginning to dictate terms here, rather than Australia striving for wickets to put England under pressure. That's how it feels at the moment. It can change. 2 quick wickets and suddenly Australia right back in it. But here is Lyon bowling, turns away from Stokes. It's taken by Payne. You still have to say clearly the draw is the big favourite.
Yeah, it's still very much in the game, and it's whether England look to keep pushing on here. Will they want the draw and have confidence going into Headingley?
Lyon just holds that one back a bit to Stokes, who stretches forward and plays it defensively up towards mid-on. There is no run. That's the end of Lyon's over. Andrew.
106 balls, 7 fours and 127 minutes for Ben Stokes, 50. He got a pair in his first test at Lord's, but he's now got at least 150 in 5 of his next 6.
Well, he's played very well. He did have a sticky time at the start. He really should have been caught by Warner. Actually, it was an extraordinary drop yesterday. I know he was diving to his left, but it's ballooned really. A fielder of Warner's class, you'd expect him to have caught that. But most people in the game, I think, playing today, either side would have caught it.
It's probably one thing that's been noticeable is the fielding. A couple of drop catches. It's uncharacteristic for the Australian team, but it can be quite difficult here with the ball. It can move around afterwards. We've seen a lot of swing after the.
Siddle bowls to Butler, who comes down the pitch and then dead bats it. Drops the ball at his feet, so Siddle has to trot forward and pick up.
Yeah, after it has passed the stumps, we've seen the ball swing. Bairstow copped a nasty one on the thumb. You know, Tim Payne had spoken about that when he played his first test here, how the ball did move around quite a bit. Peter Siddle, for instance, does get the ball. I've caught in warm-ups before. I've had to catch with the mitt, and it's not nice because the ball does wobble and you're sort of trying to catch it and not get hit. So
yeah, Siddle, 2 slips in the gully and bowls to Butler outside the off stump. There's no stroke. It's taken by Payne. Do you have catching statistics for grounds or drop catching statistics for grounds, Andrew? Right, which is the worst for catching?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay.
Crickvers has that sort of stuff.
Right. I remember there was a test match here, England played Sri Lanka, where they dropped. I mean, Sri Lanka held on for a draw heroically, really, and Flintoff bowled 50 overs, and that was a decade or so ago now. But I think in that match, England dropped 11 catches. This is Siddle bowling to Butler. Butler drives, nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off. Picked out the fielder. No run.
Yeah, I feel like this ground, it can happen at Lord's with. I don't know, sometimes the visibility where the seats and the people, and I don't know, when I was out there a couple of days ago and we were doing some stuff out in the middle, a couple of balls being thrown in our direction quite low and in low light, and it was quite hard to pick up the ball, so can happen here a little bit.
Siddle bowls, Butler leaves, taken by Payne away to his right hand side. Must be a bit harder for the fielders actually on. What day was it? The Ruth Strauss Foundation Day. Was that Thursday when everyone was wearing red? You got the red ball. I don't know what that was like for the players. More pastel shades today. There's the odd red shirt around about. But on Thursday, lots of red to support that foundation. There's the Australian green and gold. Or green and yellow. It looks like yellow to me, but they call it green and gold. Away to our right, and lots of spectators there in the top of the Compton stand to our right, and the grandstand as well. Siddle bowls outside the off stump, and Butler leans forward and lets it go. We're moving towards the lunch interval. One more over after this one from Siddle. Then there will be in the afternoon 67 overs available, but probably if there is a declaration, we'll lose 2 between innings as well, unless it's done during the tea interval, in which case there'll be very little time, one imagines, for England to press for a victory. 151 for 4. Butler 30. Waits for Siddle. He gets one down the leg side. Tries to flick it away. His appeal for LBW. The ball's coming down fine for 4 somethings. Is it leg buys? Let's wait for the signal if there's going to be one. Umpire Gaffney is kept us all in suspense there. Finally signals leg buys, almost as if he wasn't sure, as if he wanted to ask the batsman and check with him But 4 leg byes are signalled.
He's waiting for them whether they're going to review it or not.
Good point. Good point, of course. Yeah, good point. Yeah, I didn't really consider that because it was so far down the leg side. It looked, no chance of it being LBW. 155 for 4 at the end of the over. So England's lead is 163. Yeah, it was way down the leg side. Umpire's call for impact and missing by a mile.
Yeah, it wasn't a very good appeal, to be honest, but I think it was just a shout because it hit on the pad and a bit of hope.
Haven't created many opportunities so far today, Australia. Not like last night. It felt like a wicket could go almost any time. Here's Lyon into bowl to Stokes. Stokes is back. Scuttles through. Taken by Payne. That was a wicket-taking opportunity, or felt like it anyway.
That's that spot on the middle. Yeah, and it stayed low as well. It's the second bit of rough is troubling Stokes. It's some turning, some not, some staying a bit low. So
Lyon bowls to Stokes, just forward, turning it on the banks towards Bancroft at short leg. Such a good fielder there. He parries it, and there is no run.
Be a pretty good goalie, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, Steve Waugh was really talking about before the series started, saying one of the best short legs I've ever seen, and he caught that brilliant catch in the first innings. Here is Lyon bowling to Stokes. Stokes is forward, dead batting it, gets a thick edge past the second slip fielder, and Warner has to run back and pick out. Is Labuschagne in there, the sub fielder at second slip, number 33?
I don't know his number. I think it's...
Yeah.
I think it is.
Labuschagne is he's actually in the match now. Does he get a test cap for that? How does that work?
He's in the match, he's a player now, yep.
So, yeah.
Well, the fun part would have been if he'd taken a catch yesterday, it would have been caught sub, but he takes one today to be caught Labuschagne.
Yeah, well, that's the sort of thing you scorers love, isn't it? Or hate, I don't know. Here's Lyon bowling round the wicket, and Butler pushes forward. He's sort of beaten across him there. No spin, just went on with the arm, pushed at it, missed it, taken by the keeper.
Hate is the correct answer to that.
I thought it was, hate rather than love.
Well, that's the one thing I didn't think about. He is now a test player for his country.
Yeah.
Well, it's he's in the game, like, you know what I mean? Not a test player.
Butler drives in the air, past the diving line, up towards deep mid-on, picked up by Cummins, and Butler is through for a streaky single. 157 for 4. Yeah, strange.
You know what I mean?
But when's the presentation of his test cap going to be? Perhaps it happened before play. I don't know. I didn't see it out there.
No, he's already made his debut.
Yeah,
he's already made his debut.
Of course
he has. Yeah, of course he has. Yeah,
he's made that. But I'm thinking, like, also, what if that was a player that hadn't made their debut, and it's odd.
Yeah, strange way to make your debut. It would be. Lyon bowls forward, goes. Stokes plays defensively into the onside, and there is no run. Of course, Labuschagne's played a little bit for Australia already. And he's been in very good form this summer, actually. Certainly for De Morgan. Excellent form for them. That is the end of an excellent session for England. 61 runs, 21.4 overs, so the run rate just below 3, but they have not lost a wicket. And they're just pushing Australia out in terms of Australia winning the game. 157 for 4. 51 to Stokes and 31 to Butler. Did you want to say something, Andrew?
Morné van Wyk, remember him? He played a couple of one-days for South Africa. He made his first-class debut as a substitute. It wasn't concussion subs in those days. It was an international call-up. But he was his first-class debut was as a substitute.
Well, it will happen, won't it? A player come in for their debut as a concussion replacement. Decent applause from the members at the far end for Stokes and Butler as they walk off at lunchtime. The partnership, well, they came together at 71. And the score now 157, so that is 86. 86. Valuable runs for the 5th wicket. Mitchell Johnson.
Very valuable. No risks taken. They've just played a very solid session there. And I think it's really going to set them up for after the lunch break. Will they come out now and be a bit more aggressive? Will they really take the game on and they look around that 50-odd over mark, possibly give them a chance to bowl Australia out? They'll be thinking that. With 2 attacking players that have got their eye in now, they can really push this game on.
So 67 overs left, Andrew, is that right, at lunch? 67 overs left. Well, if they if it were to be 50 overs, they'd have to come out and have bat from another 15 more overs. Are you going to get enough runs to feel comfortable? Probably not. You might have to go closer to 40, aren't you? Bat for another 25 overs and see if you can get in those 25. See if you can score, say, 120. So you're setting 270 in 40 overs. It's difficult. It's difficult when you're looking for a declaration on the final day.
It would be interesting to be in those change rooms, so hearing all the discussions going on. Joe Root and Trevor Bayliss and the senior guys in the dressing room thinking, what are we going to do here? It'd be back and forth, I'm sure. But I think you have to be clear as a team, as a unit. And they were pretty clear with their plans then. They were just playing the ball on its merits, didn't take any risks. And look, I think I look at Australia, they looked a little bit flat.
Yeah.
Didn't really have that sting in the, Pat Cummins didn't really get them through as well. It was a couple that sort of did go through okay, but there was no real aggression, and they sort of just let it happen.
Yeah, there'll be people shouting at their radios, this game is nailed on for a draw. It's bound to be that. And perhaps that rain at the start just sort of taking some of the sting out of this final day. So, yeah, draw, big, clear favourite at lunchtime on this 5th day. But it feels as if England got a little bit more of a chance of winning the game, just fractionally more than Australia.
We're going home, are we, Simon?
No, not yet. No, not yet. No. Still a long way to go. But I'm just thinking, projecting ahead. Here's Jonathan anyway.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Journo panel coming. Not sure who we've rustled up from downstairs, but they'll be up here in a second. It's been sent, actually. It's only of interest because it's the first time that we've seen one of these. The concussion replacement request form that was filed by the Australian team to Ranjan Madagala, the match referee. We've been sent a copy of this, and the symptoms: headache, dizziness, feeling slowed down, feeling in a fog, don't feel right, drowsiness, and so the diagnosis: concussion. And there's the request is Marnus Labuschagne, and then the decision at the bottom there, little box for Ranjan Madagala, and he says approved with a big tick on it. And so that is what has happened here. It was cleared yesterday, of course, let's not forget. When he was hit, he went off, and he returned at the fall of the next wicket. So it shows that concussion, and after a night and so on, has knocked Steve Smith out of this Test match, and we wait and see whether he's going to be fit to play in the next, which of course starts on Thursday at Headingley. So, lots of sunshine now, looking out there, which is excellent. Sunshine to my right, too. That's rather nice, too. Jeff Lemon's not here yet, but he'll be here in a second. I think from the ABC, Isabel Westbury's here. She's writing for The Telegraph. And Vishy here as well, from Crick Buzz as well. Lovely to see you, Vish. Good man. Down the end there. You've probably been writing already about the Steve Smith, Vish, because you're on sort of a constant 24-hour filing system, no doubt, on the net. What do you make of it all? I mean, it's interesting that he did appear yesterday, out to bat again. In fact, he didn't want to go off, did he? That was quite clear. It just shows that when you have been hit, sometimes your determination or whatever it is just wants to make you carry on. But then there he is today, ruled out of the game.
Yeah, it was very strange yesterday, because I suppose 1 minute we're watching this incredible spell of fast bowling, and the best batsman of our era and quite a few other eras playing him actually quite well, and then that happens and you're kind of shaken out of the stupor of the game and kind of dealing with some real world consequences here. I suppose I was quite surprised that he came out after 40 minutes, but then obviously Cricket Australia have been actually one of the main drivers of the concussion substitute, and they have these measures in place where they ask some questions on the field. He was taken to a medical room in the pavilion, and he went through a computerised test. He went through another test as well, and those tests now are they're a lot more rigid, because back in the day, especially in rugby particularly, you'd have a situation where rugby players were learning certain answers, and now it's a test that changes every time they give a test, and it's given against the standard that they ascertain in pre-season. So when everyone's a full body of health, they ask them these questions, and then they ask them certain questions and see what their responses are, and they measure it up against that totally, I suppose, clear-headed. And the one thing we know about concussion is you do get delayed concussions, and I suppose it's probably no surprise, seeing how he was hit and where he was hit, that he showed signs and showed symptoms this morning and had to be put out of the game. I suppose the issue then becomes, well, what happened if he got a hit again for a second time? That would have exacerbated it, and it would be a much worse situation, and he'd be in a much worse state. Sorry, a much worse state as well.
Yeah. Is he? I mean, it just seems like the right thing to do, doesn't it? It makes you wonder how many times in the past, and especially before helmets came in, how many batsmen must just have carried on, and not least because we saw yesterday he wanted to carry on.
Absolutely, and I wonder whether one of the issues is the way in which we receive a batsman when they come back on or want to stay. There's still this kind of hero element where the fact that Smith did come back out and it was to widespread applause, and it was sort of, it therefore made his innings even better. We thought he was even greater. We thought he was grittier. It's a mark of respect almost. And actually, should we be doing that? Should we not be thinking, no, stop, get out? It doesn't have any effect on your innings. But there's still this sense of he's still got in, he's still got up, and he's much better for it. And I think that's what we've got to change.
And wanting to do it for your team too, because you think your team want you to get out there and do it.
Yeah, and I think we need to almost depart from that and think, actually, no, let's take the sensible route instead of kind of glorifying this ability to return.
Yeah. It's good. Oh, you've arrived. Hello. Well done. Yeah, well, you've obviously aware of what we're talking about.
Yes.
It's
painfully aware.
It's interesting to see it for the first time in operation, isn't it?
Well, I just think you could see yesterday, when he was walking back out to bat yesterday, I was already saying he shouldn't be here. Yeah. You can't get hit in the head by Jofra Archer. You know, where it hits him on the neck is near the base of the skull. There's a lot of bone there. That vibrates through your entire head. You think the chances that he's concussed are very high. Players can easily pass concussion tests within 20 minutes of being hit. They do it all the time. We have delayed onset concussions all the time in cricket. Chris Rogers in 2015, Hashim Amla in the World Cup, they come around routinely. And it's a failure of the systems. I don't think it's a failure of the doctor specifically or the coach or the management. But if the system says we're going to give a player a test, and if they're okay 20 minutes after they get hit, they're right to play on, that's ludicrous. Yeah. Your administration
I suppose we're
can't
learning,
work
aren't
that
we?
way.
We're learning, and with cricket never having had a substitute that can play a full part before, I guess they're being very cautious as far as just letting it be too easy to replace players. I suppose that's one way of looking at it, to be able to bat and bowl and so on. I mean, do you think that while this is a very good thing, what it might do now is say, well, okay, he's got concussion, you can prove that. Yep. He's got a broken finger, you can prove that by an X-ray or a scan or whatever it may be. And it is definitely a broken finger. It's not like it's got a bit of a dodgy hamstring, so you replace him. So you start to replace people who have got a broken bone, so you can see it. And then, well, if you've got a broken bone, this bloke, look at the scan there, he's done his hamstring.
Got a very tight calf. This calf is very tight.
Yeah, because there's a hot spot down there on that scan. So, I mean, is this a way towards more and more substitution?
I think it's about the safety of the player, though. And that's the difference, is that concussion is about, is the player going to be fundamentally hurt their long-term health, whereas a player with a tight calf is not going to. If they go out and bat and pull their calf, well, so be it. It's not going to give them cognitive brain damage in future years.
But if a bowler can't bowl and he's out of the game, we had that test match here with Sri Lanka.
He's not in danger by trying to play some part in the match. A player with concussion is in danger.
Is it not more about actually preserving the human being rather than the player?
Yeah.
I think a lot of times, especially with the substitute issue that they brought into concussion specifically, and in all sports, not just cricket, there was almost a fear that, right, well, if he can't play, then, God, it's 10 against 11. That's a bit annoying. And so you ended up in a situation where, definitely in rugby, it happened a few times where they would lie, for example, and it happened in the NFL as well, where they would lie about whether people had passed the concussion test, and if they had to be pulled out, they would lie about the injury that kept them out so they could play the next match the following week. And now everyone's just wised up to this and thought, actually, it is just a game, but there's a human being at risk here, and we need to be so much more aware of that. Maybe not immediately, but certainly in the long term, there could be serious damage done.
And I think one thing that may be a question that needs to be raised here, I don't think that the medical professionals of Cricket Australia made the wrong decision here or there's any fault on them, but do we have to consider then, do we need to have an impartial medical staff there? Because the pressure on them, the conflict of interest, and honestly...
But it's not about the medical staff at the time, because you can give Steve Smith an assessment yesterday and he passes it because he's just been hit. He's not going to fail.
There's still a huge pressure at the moment on medical staff to.
It doesn't matter who the doctor is.
Absolutely, but at the moment there is still an element that you can still fudge it in a way. And if you really want to have your player still there and playing, and that pressure on a medical staff as attached to Cricket Australia, there will be a pressure on them.
You can bring in 50 impartial doctors to run the tests that they ran yesterday, and Smith will pass them, and he will be allowed to go back out. He shouldn't be allowed.
I'm going to play a really naughty card, and I don't mean this at all. So please don't take offence to anybody. But I'm putting a scenario where a really fabulous batsman gets hit on the arm, and he goes and has an X-ray. It's not broken, all right, but it's really sore, and he can't actually hold a bat. But he carries on, after he got hit, and he gets hit on the head, and he's retiring hurt. Next morning comes, he can't hold his bat.
Too stiff.
He can't bat. But he got hit on the head yesterday, and he's now diagnosed with concussion, and you can get your substitute batsman in. That is purely a total hypothetical situation, but it's not an area that you're saying where it could be manipulated unless you do have impartial assessors.
Well, I mean, I guess it could, and I think this is where we have to consider all scenarios. And it's like go back to the World Cup and the sort of the count back for the boundaries. You don't really know what's going to happen until you get tasked with that scenario. And I think it's the stage we're in now. I actually think that this is probably the best decision to be made at this point in time. But I just think we need to think about whether this could happen again in the future.
What you do know is that Steve Smith will be desperate to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
that's what he's like. He didn't want to go off.
No, exactly.
He was refusing to go off until the doctor made him. He was like a kid being dragged out of the sandpit. Just 5 more minutes. Yes. He's always going to try to come back on.
Exactly.
There has to be something in place to stop that.
Yes.
I think almost any player would also do the same, actually.
Yes.
At this level.
Right. What about the bowler? I mean, all the attention, quite rightly, is focused on the batsman who's got a nasty blow. What about who's talking to the bowler? Saying who talked to Sean Abbott? How did that all work after the awful Philip Hughes thing about it is not your fault that you've just actually injured somebody, or in that case, obviously worse. We sort of forget about him, don't we? And that you've got to be still free and feel okay about bowling an X1 at 90 miles an hour at somebody's head.
Well, no one forgot about Sean Abbott. He was given a huge amount of care and has been taken care of very carefully.
And he's returned straight away. I mean, he carried on playing almost straight away, didn't he?
He did almost straight away, as a way to push through it. But he was definitely strongly affected by it, of course, as you would be. But there's been a great deal of care taken with him over the next few years to make sure that that he is embraced and that he is included and that he does feel like there's a pathway to keep going with this sport, which that it doesn't sort of have to end in tragedy.
Yeah, should Archer, someone say to Archer, look, hey, you've got to carry on as you are. It's part of the game. I know it's an old cliche, but does that happen? Do you think?
Absolutely. I think that did actually happen on the field as well. I think Butler first of all ran out and saw that Steve Smith was okay, and a few moments later we saw him just trying to almost to calm Archer down in a way, because Archer, I heard the interview you had with him this morning.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I always listen to your interviews.
No, I meant with the booming speakers. it was if you heard every word he said, he did very well, is he?
But he said that his heart skipped a beat, and also that he never hit somebody on the head there before. So this is sort of, he's going through this for the first time. But I think in general, apart from there was some spurious comments on social media about the way was he laughing? He absolutely wasn't. This was it was a nervous laughter if anything else. And from the sounds of it, both players from Australia and from England have been very good to him and very reassuring. This is cricket. That was a reminder of how brutal and how life-threatening cricket can be. But this is a tactic, and it works.
Yeah.
And I think that, from what I understand, that's been said and actually has been handled very well.
Jeff made a brilliant point this morning. I think he would have written about this as well, but in fact he did. It was. We got caught up in it, didn't we, a little bit, and we were like, it's exactly what we wanted to see, and then we saw something we didn't want to see.
That's exactly. It's a really good point. I was going to mention that, and the crowd who moments earlier been baying and then suddenly silence. You see a batsman lying there, prostrate and helpless, and doctors, and it is such a fine line, isn't it? Because it is such a compelling thing. It's such theatre to see a fast bowler bowling like that at incredible speed. But then that's the consequence of that.
Well, it's like going to the circus and watching the high-wire trapeze artists. You don't want to see them fall.
No.
You want to see them defy the risk. You want to see them come through it safely. And, we thrill at seeing players go through the risk, face the risk, but we want to see them come through unscathed at the other side.
Does it just show as well? I mean, he's been there batting over 4 hours. He got 80. The best batsman in the world.
Yeah.
one slight misjudgment against a ball coming you at that speed.
And that's all it takes. And it's the hit on the arm that rattles him enough that he then makes the mistake against the next ball. He sort of ducks into the ball that hits him almost. It didn't need to hit him, but he was shaken by that. And when he's hit in the arm by the ball, the crowd love it. They go, "Oh, yes!" And then he's hit in the neck and everyone goes, "Oh, God, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. That's not what I wanted at all."
There was some really telling comments from Justin Lanka and Chris Wokes at the press conference last night. Justin Lanka talking, referencing Phil Hughes, obviously, and the feelings then, and those feelings flooding back. And because of that tragic incident, we're also conditioned to it. As soon as it happens, Butler goes over to him. Wokes was down at fine leg, and he said when he saw where he'd hit it and heard the noise, he said he pretty much knew exactly where it hit him, and immediately his fear was, okay, right, that's very close, very close to the neck, very close to a very sensitive part of the head. And I think you sensed that with the crowd as well. It just went deathly silent, didn't it?
Yes, it did, absolutely. It is extraordinary. That spell, though, that was quite something, wasn't it? I mean, we've been building up to Jofra Archer making his Test debut. He couldn't play last week because he was injured. Crikey, he lived up to his billing, didn't he?
Well, it felt like he hadn't unleashed yet, and I thought it was the sight of Pat Cummins that was going, oh, here are the tail enders, here are the rival bowlers, and that's when he really started to crank up.
Cummins has stuck a few up his nose, let's be honest, the day before. I'm not sure how sensible that was.
Sure, but also Cummins, flicked one for three through the gap in the cordon. Yeah. But very early on, there's a three, Smith whacks him for a boundary through cover, and Archer's going, no, hang on, I've had enough of this. So then he starts going, 150 plus in the kilometre per hour range and up to the mid-90s, and it just got faster and faster. He bowled the fastest over ever recorded by an England bowler at one point.
It was extraordinary, really, because you almost felt as though we were expecting it to a degree, because Stuart Broad the night before was really interesting. He'd sort of in the press conference he'd said that he thought that Jofra had made a very accomplished sort of debut day and bowled very well, but he pointedly referenced the Steve Harmison spell in the West Indies, I think Jamaica, it was, in Jamaica, and even Mark Wood as well earlier this year, his spell. Instead, he hadn't yet seen that wow factor from Jofra. And I don't know whether he was pressing exactly the right buttons or he was predicting what was to come, and it did. It did. It was
with an old ball. I mean, it was
absolutely did have the wow factor.
Well, remember Peter Siddle before the match saying, "I think I'll just be very nice to him. Hello, Jofra, congratulations on your debut." And then Cummins saying, "No, I think I'll pop one up his nostril."
A poor old Siddle having to do one that goes out to bat with the best player in the world going off. So did I.
Amazing.
I thought Cummins immediately after that showed his class as a cricketer. Obviously, it's deep down on the list of things we talked about yesterday, but even with the way he came back with the ball and having what he showed with the bat, he's an incredible cricketer himself, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, he was facing half that spell.
Exactly.
When Jofra's at 94, Cummins is down there swaying out of the way and then playing the odd little cut through the slips for four.
Yeah. That's the other thing. Sorry, Agus, but that's the other thing about Archer when you watch him in county cricket. He does loads of different jobs for Sussex. He obviously takes a new ball. He obviously cranks it up when he needs to. But then he comes in the 60, 70 over period. He can do these kind of holding patterns where he's bowling between 80 and 85 miles an hour. But I mean, I've never seen anything like that.
No,
that was.
And they won't use him in England for England as a holding pattern.
No, of course, not after that. No. Wrap him up in cotton wool.
They know what he can do. Do you think that there's any thoughts of Smith after this? If he does play at Headingley and he's up against Archer again, he knows what he's going to get. I wonder how he'll look forward to that.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any thoughts about that?
Well, I think there will be. Justin Langer was very candid about that last night. He said any player, when you've been hit, you think about it. You can't forget about it, but you have to decide that you want to take on that challenge again, and you've got to let your head get right to do that. And he said, Steve Smith wants to bat so much that he will, find a way to get through that. He might decide that he needs to set up for it more. Obviously, as soon as his next batting, Archer will be on
he
first.
Will. And immediately. The feed will be, he'll be bowling, and you do know now that you're fallible.
Yeah, but you also know if you know what the opposition bowler is going to do, that can make your job easier.
That's true.
So the way that he took it on yesterday, that was a very conscious thing of Smith to say, I'm going to hook the hell out of this because this is my way to come back at him. And it made me think of Stan McCabe and that famous innings, taking on the short pitch bowling at the MCG, saying, well, if they're going to bowl at my head, I'm going to hit it off my head down towards fine leg for 4, and that's what he was doing.
It was one of those afternoons that you just won't forget. I think. Well, it's when Ashes cricket just goes boom and it just gets above all else. Izzy, I was interested by what you wrote about Stuart Broad the other day. Someone who I think accepts that the grains of sand are draining away, and I think that's the way he went into this series. Actually, short-term, looking test after not looking any longer term than that because he knows the end of the road's on the way, but. Isn't he having a good series just quietly?
I'm really enjoying him, and it was almost a shame actually that Archer spell happened yesterday because I think Broad now has really developed into, he's the leader of the tack, but he's a responsible leader because I think his whole career has been played out with Jimmy Anderson. When we talk about Jimmy Anderson, we talk about Stuart Broad and vice versa. They are sort of joined at the hip. But now that Anderson's not there, Broad he's had to step up. He's had to take that kind of responsible role, which I don't think is his natural role. But actually, and it was interesting because during the World Cup, Stuart he likes his social media. He likes to be in the thick of the action, the centre of attention to an extent. And you kind of thought, goodness, how is he going to react? Because he's not there when
he felt very out of it.
Yeah. And how would that manifest itself in the Ashes? Would he be, again, the petulant Stuart Broad? We've seen that guys before.
Yes.
And actually, he's no longer that. And I don't know whether it is just he's a bit wiser and older. And
yeah, I think, and relaxed. And I think just enjoying the moment now, isn't he? I mean, I think I came with Joe Denley this morning, actually. It's the same sort of age. But completely different ends of their careers, and there's Denley desperately trying to, work out if he's good enough to do this and wants to carry on. And then you've got Stuart at the same age, so you have to kind of done it now.
And I think we have to enjoy it now because what I'm worried about is that we won't enjoy it, and then suddenly he'll have gone.
Yeah.
And actually, you almost have to remind yourself that actually he could retire at the end of this Ashes.
Yep.
Even if it's not this year, maybe next year. And you want to think, actually, let's really, savour these last moments.
What I admire about Stuart is he got so many of those wickets bowling from the end that he wouldn't naturally have chosen as well, because Anderson's always had the choice of ends.
Yeah.
Howling Gale, Stuart, you're running into it, or whatever it may be. He really has had to do it the hard way, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We do this a lot with double acts in kind of not just in sport but every other walk of life. The more senior partner or the more successful partner gets all the praise, and the junior partner, well, I wonder how many of those wickets, for example, you would have got if he wasn't bowling at the other end. And it was interesting actually because it would have been. I can't remember. I looked at the stats; they're not on the tip of my tongue now. But I suppose that second innings at Edgbaston, he got to choose an end for the first time in God knows how long. Yeah.
Well, actually, the last time since Trent Bridge when he got 8 for 15.
Well, exactly. Yeah. And
when Jimmy wasn't playing.
And it was interesting. I think you gave me the exclusive aggers about him working with Richard Hadley and changing shorten his run up. And there was a period maybe 2 years ago where he lost his wrist.
Was it exclusive?
I think it
Why
was.
Why didn't I keep it to myself?
You're just
why did I get this?
Just a generous man, aren't you? I think he lost his wrist and he ended up bowling accidental leg cutters, and he suddenly started bowling in swingers, and he's always been quite open, hasn't he? And he talked about he didn't really know why and he didn't know how to change it. And I suppose, as Anderson has done, he's just got to a period where he's pretty comfortable with other aspects of his bowling workload, and he can focus really on fine-tuning those little bits, and we're seeing the fruits of that later.
Well, I think without getting too boring and technical, but I think he'd lost that wrist and was doing that because he was bowling at the end that he wouldn't have wanted, because he would want to swing the ball away as well. Anderson had that end, so you do instinctively start to try and do something a bit different, and that's why he's been so brilliant against left-handers too, mind you, from round the wicket. He's got that wrist and the breeze probably going in the direction for that rather than what he would actually want. So I'd imagine that's why that started happening.
It's been a real journey as an Australian learning to like Stuart.
Oh, come on. No, he's a lovely bloke.
That's kind of the point. I mean, I'm not very parochial.
Look who you've had down the years.
But more than anyone, he was the one who just really got on our collective nerves. And, all the way back to 2009, he was so smug. He was like Draco Malfoy on stilts. And then he was just really easy to dislike. Also, he kept bowling us out and winning Ashes, so that didn't help. But I've warmed to him.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it.
And I've started to. He's got a sense of humour, and he's very pleasant in person. And but you just got to admire the way that he's been marginalised. He's been criticised. There've been people writing the end of his career for about 5 or 6 years now, and he keeps coming back and saying, "Oh well, here I am on the first day at Edgbaston, and I'm going to bowl beautifully." And he still does it, and he's still doing it. So I respect him.
What can we say to that?
I don't think I can get Draco Malfoy on stilts out of it.
No, cannot. No, well, I'm pleased he's doing well because he is clearly coming to the end, and he knows it, but he's doing it in a nice, relaxed way, and he's making it hard for them to finish it or him to decide to finish it, whatever. That's what's nice about it. On the other side, the flip side, and we'll come to Australia's woeful batting in a minute, Jeff. Let's start with England's though, and it was always going to be about the series of the two. What do you call them? I mean, they are weak batting lineups.
The
They are
woe-off.
totally unpredictable. Well, indeed. Two really good bowling attacks against batting lineups that, you're just so unpredictable, apart from predicting they're going to be hopeless. What's England going to do? What are England going to do? There's Rooty getting a first baller at number 3, where he doesn't really want to be, but he told us 2 weeks ago, of course, and now he can't wait to bat at number 3, and it's the right place for him, and it's his future. What do you reckon? What are they going to do?
I don't really know. You do wonder if we've seen the last of Denley. I think the smart move would be to give Roy the series. Otherwise, we're just getting into a ridiculous
Just a waste
situation.
of time. Yeah,
exactly. So, and to be fair, we've tried loads of different openers.
Opening, by the way, you think Roy?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Otherwise, because we find it hard enough to find one opener in Rory Burns.
Yeah.
Where's the other one going to come from?
Yeah.
Dom Sibley got a football duck today. Zach Crawley got
5.
5, yeah. So we're in a situation where actually if you look a little bit further down the order in county cricket, we do actually have some very capable number 4s. There's a man who's playing here who obviously has Test and Ashes experience in Dawid Malan, but personally I would go with someone like Sam Northeast, someone who is comfortable enough with their game, has that understanding of what it takes to bat in England. He's got an exceptional record, 3 first-class hundreds this year, and an incredible
Where would you
record.
put him at?
I'd put him at number 4.
You would? You still have Root at 3?
I'd still have Root at 3. I'd be really tempted, because I don't think he's a number 5, I'd be really tempted to move Butler back and potentially bat Stokes at 5, because with Archer bowling like this, we don't really need Stokes' overs too much now, do we? Because Stokes would often come in and do what Archer did yesterday.
The roughing up job.
And not as good as Archer did it yesterday. So we don't need as many overs from him, so as many hard overs from him. Perhaps move him to Stokes to 5, Butler to 6 or even 7, and allow Bairstow to move one step up, because I think Bairstow's too good a batsman to be batting at 7, too good a test batsman to be batting at 7, even though his numbers this year haven't been particularly great.
It is interesting though. I mean, there's so many different ideas, aren't there, and talking points. What makes the job interesting and supporting and following it and coming up with thoughts and ideas.
Well, it's a bit like cooking without a recipe. You just go, maybe a bit of this, a bit of that, see what's at the back of the cupboard. Oh, it's Chris Wokes, I'll chuck him in there.
Are you that good? Can you cook without a recipe?
Well, I'd never cook with a recipe.
Is that the difference between baking, where you have to have everything right?
Yes.
You need
It is,
exact
yeah.
ingredients,
Yeah.
or the one where you've got your tagine or something. I can see you
Sure.
make one of those.
It's more just, a stir fry or a pasta sauce or something. Whack a bit of everything in it, and it
Right.
might work. Look, think about
And
it.
both teams are doing that, really.
If you've got Anderson coming back, he's not pushing out any of these 3 seamers, which means you're going to have to pick 4. You'll have to have Wokes batting up a spot, and then that just pushes one of the rubbish batsmen out of the middle order. So job done.
Yeah, but which one of the rubbish batsmen?
Hard to pick. I don't think Root can't be at 3 because he doesn't want to be there. He's pretending, and we know that he doesn't want to be there. And if your best player is uncomfortable in the job that he's doing, you're detracting from a strength to try to
I'm afraid I
alleviate a
agree
weakness.
with you entirely.
This is where while Bayliss has done wonderful things with the ODI side, because he's been so withdrawn and allowed them to flourish, we need a sterner hand with the test side, which is something they've got to consider when they appoint the next man.
Right, but he's halfway out the door, so...
Well, no, exactly, yeah.
You know, how much is...
So he's even more aloof, is what you're saying.
Right, he's got on-the-plane syndrome, so, whatever, bat 7 if you want, Joe, no worries, I'll catch you on an island.
This is where the vicious rumours starting to do the rounds in the press box, that you go really left field and you say, right, let's pull a Brearley Let's put Owen Morgan in there.
Oh.
If you need, if you
Couldn't
need,
be worse.
Do you know what he said to me a couple of days ago?
Go on.
I'll give my right arm to be played.
Oh, okay. We can start the rumour here then.
There
Here
you
we
go.
Really? He wants to
did.
play.
Certainly.
I would have thought he'd hate to play Test because he's, being the one-day captain's kind of cushy. You play about 6 months of the year, take the rest of the time off. Oh, go off to Sri Lanka for a Test series, are you boys? All right, good luck.
Did he really mean that?
Well, I was talking about the World Cup sort of bounce, if it were, or negative, if you like, and some of the players possibly not getting up. He said this is more or less a quote. It's the Ashes. I'll give my right arm to be played.
Okay, right.
Well, don't do that because he'll be less effective as a batsman if you take his arm off. But put him in with both arms.
Yeah, we'll need an arm substitute, wouldn't we?
Well, Smith's already given his left arm.
But that would be quite a move, though.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, if they say we draw today, right? So they're 1-0 down. They're still I think 2-0 is beyond salvation, isn't it? But 1-0 down, 3 matches to play. Root's really not happy at the moment. He can be the Botham of this scenario.
Where's he going to bat?
Oh, number 4, absolutely. Maybe Morgan will bat number 3 then.
Have we not had enough madness this summer?
No.
Do we need more?
Yes.
There are column inches to fill, bitch.
Do we need more? Yeah, but there's only so much brain power for one summer.
We're off to slight loony land there. But anyway, it's interesting. We've got to throw. What about your lot?
What about him?
Well, your bat is awful.
Well,
it's terrible.
I mean, the good thing about our openers is they may look ugly, but they don't do it for as long as Rory Burns. So at least I think they've made about as many runs between them as he made in Birmingham across 9 innings.
Yes,
Warner and Bancroft. So
there's real worries there too.
Yeah,
aren't there?
it's a massive issue. Bancroft was always a contentious pick and wasn't really justified, I thought, based on having made some second division Champo runs and
Indeed.
a few runs in a warm up game against his own bowlers. That's what they've picked him based on, and they've left 2 batsmen with much better recent records in real proper quality cricket out of the side, so that doesn't make sense to me, but they've given him his run, so he's going to get at least another test. You wouldn't drop him after 2, you might drop him after 3 if he keeps failing. Warner has to make runs at some point because he was so good during the World Cup. He hasn't just forgotten how to play, so I'm not too worried about David Warner. He'll play the series and will get runs eventually, much like Jason Roy will, I think. But yeah, basically it's just an underperforming lineup. Travis Head's still making his way, Matthew Wade's just coming back, and so those players could come good, but they had the platform from Smith at Edgbaston before they did. Wade's 100 comes after Smith has really done the spade work for him.
But I mean, if Smith can't play ahead,
which presumably is it's presumption now, because if he's out concussed now, I think the protocol is that he'll probably.
Well, there's nothing mandatory. There's no mandatory time that he has to serve, but he's going to have to be properly.
It's usually a week or so, though.
Yeah.
Like you don't usually shrug off a concussion in 3 days, so I can't imagine he would be past fit to play. So then what happens? Does Marnus come in and play for him in the middle order? Probably, and that's a pretty weak batting lineup.
Yeah.
Well, this could be the most evenly matched match of the Ashes, considering you take Smith out and you think about the weakness of the batting lineups versus the strength of the bowling lineups. Could be really
and then
quite
you have
fun.
Test 4 with Smith back and Anderson back potentially.
The narrative is there.
Suddenly it all starts to wind up again. How much excitement can we take in one summer?
Indeed. Well, that's what brings me on to the next bit, because Vishy, you wrote a piece about how lucky we are to be witnessing this era of Test cricket, and what tell us all about that.
I suppose not. I think we are lucky, but I think the way I went into that article was because we always malign about what Test cricket used to be and what it is what it is now compared to what it used to be. And cricket, we indulge nostalgia a lot, and it was interesting yesterday watching that spell between Archer and Smith, because that reminded me of spells I would hear about from before my era, and
back in the 80s.
Yes, and the reason I enjoyed it a bit more is because I imagine adding on a bit of mustard when I regale this story to my kids and my kids' kids and things like that. I was just thinking about the fact that it's probably Test cricket is the only format which is really skewed toward the bowlers now, and it's skewed quite spectacularly towards the bowlers, because it wasn't that long ago, I suppose, maybe 10-15 years, where we were watching Pakistan v India scoring 600, 500, 330 for 5, ball draws,
horrible pitches,
horrible pitches. And now we've got, especially in England, we're quite lucky with the Duke's ball and with, I don't know what's happening with the pitches at the moment, but we're getting really entertaining, really fascinating Test cricket that moves along at pace. I mean,
how much of that is down to the batsman's technique now, though?
Of course. Yeah. So I mentioned in the piece that there are factors, factors affecting batting, which do need to sort out. But then I also mentioned things like the schedule. You know, batsmen go from all sorts of different competitions, all sorts of formats, and they don't actually get time to really have even just 3 months of first-class cricket. Even now, we're looking for we're looking for a red ball batsman. This is the first round of Championship cricket starting today that we've had in 2 months, something like that.
Right.
So, and that's what I feel. You know, batsmen aren't getting the kind of help, but also, you know, their eyes are being drawn elsewhere. You can make a healthy living from cricket, which is no bad thing, without playing international cricket. But because of that, you know, ambitions and I suppose, you know, I've lost some words now, but you know, the drive to play international cricket is not there as much as it was, because you can make a decent living elsewhere.
Yeah. It's interesting. It did take me back to the 80s, that spell. And apart from for one thing, and that was the overrate. Because he just keeps going, doesn't he, Jofra? I mean, it's not wandering back like the West Indies of that time did. But that was the kind of pace. I remember having a chat with Alistair Cook a few years ago now, and he must be watching some television or something. We were in Australia. And he said, tell you what, Aggers, you know, you in your 1980s. I said, look, he said, I'll give you Joel Garner, but don't start telling me Michael Holding was fast. And I said, what are you talking about? And I got Graham Gooch over, actually, so I'm sorry, you need to give your young man a bit of help here. But that's what he thought. He'd obviously been watching some of those highlights of one-day games, maybe, where Mikey came off a short run.
Yeah, Holding might not have been, he must not have been around then. You'd never say that in front of him, would you?
No, I told him. I told Michael the next day. Yeah, I did. just to put Cook in it. Yeah, absolutely. But it was, that was, you know, it really was. It was really fascinating to go back into that again. What else to talk about? The Ruth Strauss Day. I mean, that was a wonderful success, wasn't it? I mean, it was just very emotional. We all know Andrew and the family and so on. And that was, you know, the way the boys were able to go through that.
Oh, absolutely. I think it was one that, you know, no one really knew how it was going to happen or play itself out in England, because we've seen it in Australia with the McGrath Foundation Day, and you know, this is Lords as well. It's like it would have been quite awkward in a way, but actually I thought it was remarkable how it was embraced both by the spectators in the crowd, but also the pavilion as well. I mean, everybody had something red. There was, and the generosity. I mean, the amount that they raised was incredible. I think now, for me, seeing that, it was kind of a reminder of sport does have that unique power, and maybe we should be using it more often. Because the returns that it can make are quite something.
Excellent. That's Isabel Westbury. You heard from Vishy Handaraja and also Jeff Lemon from the ABC. They're coming out in the middle. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for coming. Just before you restart, let's got a little note here. We can quickly hear from Steve Smith. He's been giving an update on how he's doing.
Started to feel a little bit of a headache coming on last night, probably as the adrenaline, I guess, probably got out of my system, so started to feel a bit of a headache come on last night, and was able to get a good sleep in, which is somewhat rare for me, but woke up feeling a little bit groggy and with a headache again, so yeah, had some tests done, and upon some, I guess, further assessments, deemed to be a mild concussion, unfortunately, and have been ruled out for the rest of this test match.
So your results today with the tests have actually deteriorated from your testing yesterday and your baseline assessments as well, is that correct?
Yeah, they've declined a little bit, unfortunately. We did a test this morning here at the ground and did one last night, and results changed slightly, and unfortunately that and how I'm feeling have contributed to me being ruled out for the rest of the test match.
There we are. That's Steve Smith's situation then. He's not taking any further part in this game. There is a substitute there, Marnus Labuschagne, who's at second slip, I think, at the moment. And so Steve Smith ruled out of this game. The substitute can play a full part. He is a like-for-like replacement, if you like, which, of course, as you know, doesn't normally happen in cricket. Let's watch the first ball after lunch. Cummins is bowling it. He bowls a bouncer which flies over Butler's head, is taken by Payne. So the question now, as far as Smith is concerned, is whether or not he's going to be fit for the next test match, which starts up at Headingley on Thursday. Thanks to our colleagues from below. Thank you all as they scurry off downstairs. That was a very interesting discussion, of course. And now Isha Guha, fresh from her ringing of the bell this morning, will take us away now, Isha.
Thanks, Aggers. Wonderfully conducted as always. And bright sunshine here at the home of cricket. There are a couple of clouds in the distance over behind the pavilion, over towards Maida Vale, as will be Cummins to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Stokes-Butler. Bowls outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper after Butler leaves it. He's on 31, Stokes on 51, a lead of 165. England 157 for 4. It's a welcome back to Phil Tufnell.
Afternoon.
Hello to you.
Yes, hello.
Good
Rich.
lunch?
Yes, no, very nice. Very nice. Nice little bit of chicken.
I went for the veggie. I went for the truffle pasta.
Yeah, not
Do
me.
love-
Truffles.
You know I love my truffle.
Yeah, not for me.
Truffle cheese.
Yeah, not for me. 165, just getting into now the area and start thinking England are getting a bit safer.
Yeah, as Cummins approaches the crease now, bowls, but leaves again outside the off stump as it bounces in front of Tim Payne. Andrew, how many overs left in the day?
67.
67. So earlier, Michael Vaughan was saying
50 overs odd to bowl a side out.
50 overs. What do you think?
Yeah, well, that would be another 10 or 15.
Yeah.
Another 3 and over for that, so that's 3, another 50.
So 17 overs,
Yeah.
or is it you lose 2 with the changeover?
Yeah, you lose 2.
Yeah, so 15 overs, and England are 165 ahead at the moment as Cummins bowls short to Butler, who ducks underneath it. There are 2 men back in the deep at deep square and a fine leg about 10 metres off the boundary. Josh Hazelwood positioned down there.
Couple of hundred lead.
Yeah.
Fair enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so.
So I'm thinking maybe 3's and over, 30, 45. So yeah, just past 200.
But then what happens if Mr. Warner comes out and starts smashing it around everywhere? Everything's got to be taken into consideration.
But you've got one person up your sleeve.
Well, yeah, but it's his first Test match.
There's Cummins bowls wide of the off stump, but a good lead from him outside the off stump. It was back of a length, so he probably just left that one on length.
Yeah, it's a tricky time for the skipper, Root. You've got to take it all in, haven't you? You know what I mean? You don't want to even give him a sniffer coming out of here 2-0, otherwise it's gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and then sort of do you put that, just...
Maybe 40 overs.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably more 40 overs.
Yes.
How safe do you want to be?
Well, exactly, yeah, and you'd rather sort of go with the last 3 Test matches and sort of go out and sort of win them, you know what I mean? Win them and play better cricket.
Cummins chasing his shadow as he runs towards us, past the umpire, back of a length. Butler defends to the offside, wide on his toes. And that is the end of that over. So no runs scored off that. Lead of 165 still. Butler on 31, Stokes on 51 as well. And people just coming back to their seats now in the grandstand. There's lots of movement out there after going off to a little food area. I've got lots of different choices now, I find, at Lord's, in terms of what kind of food's on offer.
Oh, right, yeah. What, out the back?
There's all different sorts of meats, and there's an Indian, there's a crepe stand. Do like me old crepes, but they're all sugary.
What, savoury or...
No, there's none. There's no savoury options.
No.
Like a cheese.
Fish and chips.
Yeah.
All the usual stuff.
Yeah. There's Lion will bowl from the nursery end around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who's forward pressing and defending down the ground.
I think he'll be a bit disappointed with the way he's bowled, Nathan Lyon. I thought he was going to come into the game a little bit more with those rough patches outside the left arm. Ben Stokes has played it very nicely, but he just doesn't look quite sharp.
He's got 2 slips, Lyon. As he edges, does he? No. Well, it goes past the 2 slips in play as David Warner hustles to retrieve the ball.
Buys.
They'll come through. No, it's buys, yeah. So Stokes has come through, picked up 158 for 4, lead of 166, and he's bowling against the gradient of the slope here, Nathan Lyon. So Stokes is lent forwards to drive the ball, completely misses it, beats the outside edge.
Bum, big out of the rough holes. That's what I was saying. I think that he would have been slightly disappointed with himself there. You know, he'll be I bet he thought he was going to be all over Ben Stokes. You know what I mean? He came out yesterday, didn't he? And he looked like he was going to get out any minute, didn't he?
Continues around the wicket to the right-handed Stokes-Butler, who crouches and drives outside the off stump to extra cover, no run. He's got a man positioned at long on, but he's about 15 metres off the boundary. Josh Hazlewood there, tall figure of the Australian fast bowler. Got two men back in the deep on the leg side as well, at deep mid-wicket and deep backward square as Lyon bowls. Butler drives again, and he catches the inside edge of the bat. I've seen him do that quite a bit in this innings, actually, to Lyon, where he's looking to drive, but then his bottom hand comes through, and
it's what the off spinner's trying to do, isn't it, through the gate?
His wrist snaps as Lyon tosses this one up. Butler on the front foot, working to the leg side, but it finds short leg after it bounces. Butler now just moves across, looking towards the square leg boundary before resetting himself at the crease. Bat stump high as he's back in his crease and defending with a straight bat down the ground. The end of the over, lead of 166 then for England, 158 for 4. Butler 31, Stokes 51.
And the pitch looks like it's got a bit easier, doesn't it? You know, there are those rough patches there for the left-hander, and that's why I think Nathan Lyon, as he jogs off, actually, I don't know what for, he'll be thinking, I should have got Stokes out by now. But for the seam bowlers from the pavilion end, it hasn't particularly done anything, has it? First couple of days, well, I mean, sort of couple of days, wasn't there? It was just nipping about a bit, but it's sort of flattened out now. That might come into Joe Root's thinking.
You think 200's the number, don't you?
You would have thought
Get to 200 and then they might just have a bit more of a dip.
Yeah. No, well, England will have a dip at some time, you know what I mean? You can't just bat out the day.
Well, no, in terms of get close to 200, then maybe just try and go at 5s and 6s potentially, if they've got wickets in hand, and then...
Australia can win this. Yeah, Australia can still win this by bowling us out quickly here after lunch. So it's a balancing act, isn't it?
Cummins around the wicket. He's got 3 slips as Stokes leaves outside the off stump. It's 2 slips and sort of more like a 4th slip as Bancroft takes the ball there and throws it to extra cover. Just gives the ball a bit of a shine. Matt Wade in position there. And he's got a deep point as well, out on the boundary in front of the mound stand. Andrew?
Yeah, coming into this tour, Nathan Lyon didn't have a particularly great record bowling on the 5th day of the Test match. He averages in the low 30s in the first 4 days of the Test, and before this series he was averaging just over 30 on the 5th day.
The dark-haired Pat Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Stokes on the back foot, punching to the leg side. It goes to mid-wicket as mid-on runs round. They come back for 2 as the ball is fumbled. And Stokes will move to 53, 160 for 4, the lead 168.
Yeah, you'd expect a spinner to be better on the 5th day as a general, and obviously with 6 wickets on the final day at Edgbaston, he's improved that.
Yeah.
But he's overall brought that average down on the 5th day to 27 at the moment.
Yeah, he did the job for his side, didn't he? Edgbaston.
Bowled beautifully. There's Cummins is past the umpire. Bowls short. Stokes misses it as it goes through to a diving Tim Payne to his right. Sort of didn't get up as much as he anticipated. Looking to play that along the ground to deep square. It's a man at deep square and fine leg on the boundary. About 5 metres off. Butler just rehearsing some defensive shots at the non-striker's end. And Cummins turns at the top of his mark, going past the sand pile next to him as he runs towards us. Bowls to Stokes, who's pushing to the offside off the front foot, out to deep point for a single. Goes to 54, a lead 169.
Sand?
Sawdust. I'm glad you picked that up. It's because of that sandbag that was brought in yesterday to try and fill the hole.
No, Henry was very quick on that, wasn't he? Come with a sandbag and stuck it down the hole. Very, very full of initiative.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
There's a great story. I think Lisa Stalaker told me about Catherine Fitzpatrick. Instead of sawdust, she used to use cat litter as Cummins bowls to Butler on the back foot, defending to point, no run.
What, she used to bring her own sort of bag with her?
Litter.
Yeah. Well, herself, you know what I mean, at the ground. Because
Yeah.
usually sawdust is
Yeah.
always provided,
Yeah,
isn't it,
well,
by the groundsman.
yeah.
Once she said, no, I don't want that. I brought my own cat litter with me. And really?
We'll have to check that story. We'll have to get in touch with Lisa.
Wow, okay.
to tell us what it was exactly.
Wow.
Oh dear.
Ah, okay. Thought it'd been a bit gritty.
You can use anything these days, Stuffers, as Cummins approaches the crease now. 2 slips in a Guylian position as he bowls short. It goes in the air and finds Josh Hazlewood at fine leg. So Josh Butler is out. Pat Cummins punches the air and the Australians come together. It was a fairly easy catch in the end. He didn't really have to move an inch. He just waited for the ball down in front of the mound stand. And that's a big wicket because Josh Butler was getting into his groove there. 161 on the board, and England 5 wickets down.
Yeah, that's the breakthrough that Australia needed, isn't it? A good short bouncer there by Pat Cummins. As you say, about nose height, just outside off stump, and that's why he couldn't really get it down. He had to fetch it from the offside. Got a good piece of it. I mean, it's quite a long way down there, comfortably caught at fine leg, but Australia will just be thinking to themselves now, if we get another couple here quickly, come on boys, we might get ourselves back into this. Still a long time left in this game. First session always a little bit too easy, wasn't it? You know, oh, well, this is all right. All of a sudden you go bang, bang here, and England could be in a bit of shtuck.
Josh Butler disappears through the long room doors.
Played nicely there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see Josh Butler back a bit,
Yep.
you know what I mean, playing with authority and confidence. He
Well,
hasn't
batting time.
Yeah, there you go.
Batting time,
Yeah.
spending time in the middle. And,
Yeah.
you know, that change of mindset and change of gear to play in Test cricket.
Yeah.
As he now walks up into the home dressing room. So 161 for 5 on the board with Johnny Bairstow striding out to the middle now. Picked up 50 in England's first innings. England with a lead of 169, but
Just as well.
this is an important partnership as well.
It
I know
is.
Chris Wokes is to come, but
Yeah, they break this partnership quickly, Australia. They're back in it, aren't they?
Yeah.
If this just sort of like, you know, another 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 10 or 15, 20 runs, all of a sudden it swings back England's way a bit.
just reminded me that shot from Butler. He was caught on the boundary, wasn't he, during the World Cup in the group stages? It was a long hop. It was a rank long hop that should have been smashed for 6 off Marcus Stoinis. And Usman Khawaja caught him in front of that mound stand area,
Edgbaston.
running to his right. No, here.
Oh, was it here?
As in the group stages, as Lyon continues to Stokes, who clips that out to deep backward square for a single. Bowled on around leg stump, quite full, as Stokes goes to 55 now, 162 for 5, with a lead of 170. But that one was a sharp ball from Pat Cummins, just banged in.
Yeah.
Helped it on its way, really. The plan was set.
Yeah.
Josh Butler's probably thinking, well, either side of him, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, you don't want to get that. Yeah, you don't want to get that intent, do you? That run-scoring intent away from Josh Butler. But you're right. I think he left nicely outside off stump, didn't he? He played for his off stump, added some time. But then, you know, if you keep bowling sort of like short balls, Josh Butler's going to have a go, isn't he?
Johnny Bairstow just running out to square leg after marking his guard. He's got a short sleeve jumper on. I'm glad they've got the same colour as their t-shirts, as their shirts now. Tuffers is Lyon is around the wicket bowling to Bairstow, who misses it, beats the outside edge, goes through to Tim Payne, bowled slightly wider of the off stump.
Yeah. I don't think it was the arm ball, just didn't spin. Natural variation.
Yeah, down the slope.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't look like a change of seam or anything, just didn't turn.
Spins the bat in his hand, Bairstow. Now bat high as he looks down the pitch, open stance as he drives to a diving mid-off to his right. He'll get off strike as that ball is parried to Josh Hazlewood at mid-on. The throw comes in, Bairstow to 1 then, 171 is the lead.
He was very good at that, wasn't he, Nathan Lyon, in Australia, bowling round the wicket to England. He threatened both edges, didn't he? Just necessarily hasn't done that over here. It's like he hasn't quite sort of finishing his action to get that drift away from the right-hander.
It's bowling to the left-hander now, and Ben Stokes with 2 slips. Again on the leg stump. He's tickled that fine to the leg side as deep backward square runs around to his left. Pat Cummins picks up the ball and throws it in on the bounce to Tim Payne. Stokes comes back for 2 in the meantime, goes to 55, lead of 173.
Can't do it every time, I suppose, when you bowl, can you? You know, sometimes you're not quite on, or pitches and conditions and what you had for breakfast and all sorts of things.
As Lyon is through his action.
That's close.
Trapped on the pad, and that is given not out by Alim Dar, but he was forward in defence. They'll come together now. Tim Payne and Nathan Lyon.
Did it turn?
David Warner's still appealing a slip.
They're having a look at
Alim.
Joel Wilson.
TV umpire to director. Player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. May I start with the front foot, please?
I think this might be close.
Front foot is absolutely
That's a fair
fine.
delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
Now to see if there's any bat involved. Joel Wilson is the third umpire. Pitches, middle and leg.
Did it turn?
It looks like there's a gap between bat and ball. Can I get ultra edge just to confirm that, please?
So it doesn't look like there's any bat involved.
Standing by for ultra edge, Alim.
It's hit him on the front shin. I think that's just slipping down, isn't it?
Potentially. Ball tracking will tell us more, though. So we look at ultra edge now. Is there any bat?
Flat line as the ball passes the bat now. So I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved. When you're ready, ball tracker, please.
You can see off stump.
Ben Stokes on 55. Having a look at a review.
Ball tracker coming up now, Alim.
Pitches in line.
Ball pitching in line. Impact in line, and...
Oh.
We're going to have a look at this again as it's re-cued.
Hold on.
Hold on, the graphics have gone down.
The delivery is re-cued.
There you go. Come on. Push play.
Stand by, Alim. There's a little problem with ball tracker.
The Australians are having a little chuckle in the middle. David Warner throws his head back. Peter Siddle with a smile on his face. Matt Wade as well.
I think they all know it's going down anyway.
Stokes looks pretty relaxed there at the moment with Johnny Bairstow. Having chatted to Chris Gaffney, and even Justin Langer's got a smile on his face on the balcony. So...
What do we do now then?
Well, here we go.
Here we go, Alim. Ball pitching in line, impact in line. The wicket's missing.
Good decision.
Yeah, no turn.
So can you put Alim back on screen, please?
Didn't turn. If that had a turn from that line of length, as you're saying, just bit.
Go on screen now.
He's having a laugh. They're all having a laugh out there. A little bit of a relaxed affair, isn't it now?
Well, that's what you're saying. It was going on down the slope, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Stokes is fine.
Yeah, didn't bite at all, did it?
Australia, no reviews remaining.
There you go, Burnton.
England have 2. And Nathan Lyon looks a little bit bemused, standing at the top of his mark with that hand on his face. What's happening here? Tim Payne having a word with Johnny Bairstow.
I don't know.
And Alim Dar as well.
A little bit of chat. Don't know. Surely not. Ashes Test cricket. But having a little bit of a chat with him.
Andrew?
Ben Stokes reviewed with his score on 55. I suspect it's the first review of a player on his score of his shirt number.
There's another first.
Wowza.
Well played.
Nice little nugget, that one. As Stokes sets up once more to Lyon, who bowls. Manages to get bat on it this time, but falls in front of short leg, who knocks it on. He has to dive over to collect it. Cameron Bancroft that is the end of the over. So 165 for 5 with a lead of 173. Bairstow on 1, Stokes on 55. Some thoughts from you, Phil?
Yeah.
And then it will be Simon Mann.
I wonder what happens, Andy, if the telly does sort of break down the review system. Who do they?
Well, the umpire's original decision had to stand, wouldn't it?
Oh, just stands, yeah.
Yep.
Just stands, I suppose, yeah. Bit of old school.
Yeah, they might.
Didn't give you out.
Just like in the old days.
They might not lose a review, though. I suspect they'd be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was just thinking about this Labuschagne and substitute and everything, concussion substitute. If it was an off spinner, does he have to be replaced by an off spinner, or is it a spinner?
That's a good question. It's supposed to be like for like, isn't it? And I raised the question about, a middle order player, if you have a right-hander who's concussed, can you replace him with a left-handed middle order player? Because you think about, well, let's watch this ball first from Cummins, who's taken 3 for 27, moves in now, balls to Bester, Bester pushes forward, plays up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Before we get to that point, I'd just like to pick up Andrew. I mean, that as a serious statistician, Andrew...
Has he let himself down?
Well, he's just made the comment about Stokes being number 55 and reviewing on 55. That must be the first time. There's been another test match going on in Sri Lanka. I hope you've been monitoring that game for reviews by players with their shirt number in that match as well, Andrew. Otherwise, that's very sloppy.
I haven't been actually. I presume they are wearing shirt numbers, isn't that?
Well, they must be, mustn't they?
Well,
don't know.
Not sure.
It's been brought in, hasn't it? Actually, I saw a photograph. I saw a photograph of the game being played in Gaul. Is it?
In Gaul, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I saw a shirt number.
Are you saying that? Andy's had a punt?
Well, yes, I am. Well, he could have done. Yeah, he's probably right, but. Here's Cummins bowling to Besto underneath that, and it goes through to Payne.
The problem will be getting all the players' shirt numbers into the database, because I'm not sure what the numbers are in that series at all.
Yeah, well, we'll let you off on that, but
thank you.
Now, what was the other point we were talking about?
Left-hander, right-hander. Yes, is he a bit quicker than me, or is he a seam bowler or a swing bowler?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, left hand, right hand. Yeah. If you think about a pitch where. Say you're playing on a spinning pitch.
Yeah, exactly.
You want a right-hander, say, than the left-hander against the off-spinner. Are you allowed to replace the left-hander with a right-hander?
It's going to happen.
It's amazing it's happened so quickly, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
First.
Yep.
Here is Cummins bowling to Best, who turns this away for his second run down towards fine leg.
Yeah.
And England moved to 166 for 5 and the lead to 174.
Well, it could get to the sort of stage like... you'd have to take around like-for-like substitutes everywhere you go. There'd be two lots of teams going around, wouldn't there?
Yeah, well, it's
a touring party of 32.
In theory, yeah.
Yes, like...
so when you pick your touring party, you have to think about like-for-likes. Take it into consideration, possibly. Might have to put 1 or 2 more on the touring party. Or the other side of it is you could just not replace them. Play for 10. Play with 10, I should say, as England did at Edgbaston.
Well, look what happened there. You don't want that.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You play with 10, as England did for 5 days at Edgbaston.
You're going to...
it's hard work.
Yeah, it is hard work. Yeah, but that will happen, I can guarantee it. He's a better offside player than a leg side player. I mean, where does it end, I wonder?
Cummins around the wicket to bowl to Stokes. Stokes gets one outside the off stump. A difficult one for Payne to take. To get low, dying on him. Not much pace in this pitch. We've seen quite a few edges go down. How many slip catches have we seen in this match, actually? It doesn't feel like we've had any at all. There's probably been one along the way somewhere. Can you remember one?
Sorry, can I just say something else? I mean, it's a bit like if I got whacked, you know what I mean, and I came off, and let's say someone like Ashley Giles replaced me. He's a better batsman than I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a left-arm spinner, but more of an all-rounder left-arm spinner. It's going to happen.
Cummins bowls. Stokes pushes forward, goes up towards mid-off, and there is no run. We've seen a few fall short of slip. We've seen 1 or 2 dropped at slip, but I can't actually remember a slip catch in this match so far, unless Andrew can find one for me.
There's been at least one. Wade was caught by Burns at third slip. I'm just checking if there are any others.
That was in the gully, wasn't it?
No, it was about third. It was about third, yeah. Good catch, low down.
Yeah.
They don't whistle through to the slips anymore, really, on these pitches.
Cummins.
Jofra might have got one through to slip yesterday.
Bowls to Stokes. Stokes dabs it away down towards third man. Australia have got a deep backward point in. Stokes is hustling back for the second. It was away to his right hand side. Lovely throw coming in from Travis Head. right over the bails. That was a well-judged second by Stokes, but he saw the opportunity quickly with head at deep backward point rather than orthodox third man.
What are you thinking here then, Simon?
Well, I'm thinking 270 in 41 overs.
270? 270? Yeah. You want 270 lead?
Well, I think, no, I don't necessarily want it, but I think that's what
will happen.
The cautious captain will think about.
Yeah, 270.
But, so, another 90 runs, say, in, well, actually, it's going to be quite hard to get there in, what are we looking at, 16 overs now, isn't it? With Butler out. So, I don't know, 250 and...
Is it
41 overs or 270 in 37 overs or 30? Yeah, it's going to be very skinny in terms of amount of time to bowl the team out.
And if you're 2 out, you shake hands.
Well, if 2 out going into the final hour. Yeah. Line round the wicket, bowls, and Bairstow gets a thick outside edge on that. They scuttle through for a single. I mean, there is some intent out there from England. They are looking to progress the score without taking any outrageous, playing outrageous shots. Taking any outrageous chances. Andrew?
Yeah, definitely no catches at first or second slip in the match.
When was the last time that happened? I mean, in most test matches you get a first or second slip normally.
Yeah, one of the biggest modes of dismissal, isn't it?
169 for 5. Lead is 177. Lyon bowls. That's guided away by Stokes nicely off the back foot towards deep point. And they are through for another run. 170 for 5.
Who'll be happier with the draw going into Headingley? I think England slightly,
Well,
it's been a shift of momentum for me a little bit, I think.
What, since yesterday afternoon?
Yes, I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
Lyon bowls. Down the pitch comes Bairstow and hits this out towards the long on boundary and over it for 6.
Well done.
Well, we talked about intent, and there was some intent from Bairstow. I mean, he does like to get after the spinners. He does like to dominate them.
Yeah, quick.
But even so, first 6 of the innings, 176 for 5. He hit that sweetly, and long on is immediately being posted by Tim Payne. Hazelwood's back there at long on. I have to say long on. He's just
3/4.
Yeah, 8 yards in off the boundary. Reverse sweep from Bairstow, and he makes decent contact. The dive at short third man is successful, so it's only a single. There was Cummins away to his left-hand side, otherwise that would have been you had to get out and chase it all the way down to the third man boundary, probably unsuccessfully. So he saved himself there, and he saved his team 3 runs. Bairstow to 10.
Might be a little gear shift here.
It's 177 for 5. Stokes on strike on 58. Lyon goes in, 3 men on the boundary. Stokes is edging, and it beats second slip. More runs for England here. That was careless at second slip. It's going down towards the boundary. Warner's after it, down towards the visitors' dressing room. Picks it up inside the rope, and they come back for 3 runs. 180 for 5. The lead is 188.
That's turned off the posh stuff. Yeah, that's turned off about middle and leg. Puff of dust as well.
Yeah.
Leachy.
Left-handers of this Australian side got 5, I make it.
Have they? Well, look at all that rough out there for him as well.
Here's Lyon bowling. Dab attempted by Bess's. Appeal for catch behind from Payne. He's very confident. He's been given not out. There are no reviews left. They've used them up. Bairstow went for a dab sweep to a ball that's quite well down the leg side, and Payne plucked it and was very confident about the catch behind. In fact, he's come up to the other end and had a chat with Alim Dar, who gave that not out. Well, this really would rub it in if Bairstow got something on this. Let's have a look at the replay. Difficult to tell. There might have been something there.
Might have almost been off the face as it sort of caught up with it, Let's have a look.
Seeing another look from behind. Was there a bit of glove in that? Yeah, if anything, it was off the face. Strange one, really.
Yeah, might have just sort of followed it round and just sort of pushed it into his gloves with the face of the bat.
We'll need the technology on that, I think, to ascertain whether there was something on, or whether it would have been given out on review. Anyway, Cummins, meanwhile, begins a new over. Bowls to Stokes. Stokes is playing that uppishly into the offside, into a gap, out towards the cover boundary. Head runs around from deep backward point to pick up. And they trot through for 2 runs. 182 for 5. The lead is 190.
Well, being a member of the Brotherhood, The left arm spin.
Here we go. Here's the
so
ultra
look.
edge on that. Is there anything?
Caught up with there.
Anything on the glove? No.
Lion didn't really appeal, did he?
It was Payne. It was very confident.
Yeah.
Often they have squeaky gloves or something, just a sort of small noise as the ball goes past the gloves and the bat.
Click of the fingers.
Yeah, someone doing that slip. Here is Cummins bowling to Stokes, who plays defensively into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, there was loads of rough out there for the left-handers. I'd love to be bowling into that as a left-arm spin if you've got 5 left-handers. I mean, all you're doing is thrusting your pad out there and just hoping it could bounce, kick, keep low, outside edge, inside edge. I got one to turn at the oval that hit that Mr. Young on the head, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, so Warner, Khawaja, Head, Wade, Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Left-handers in this Australia side.
There's some top order boys left-handers there that Leach could. And I think he's bowled well. I thought he bowled nicely in the first innings.
I think they felt as well. The England camp felt he held the end.
Yeah,
which didn't happen really at Edgbaston at times.
No.
Stokes tries to force that away into the offside. It's picked up at extra cover,
and then
no run.
Unleash the beast at the other end.
Yeah.
So you've got to have, realistically, you've got to have at least 40 overs, and 20 each, and try and get them out.
What's the fewest number of overs?
Here we go.
A test match has been sort of won on the last day. There was actually, the Sri Lanka test match at Cardiff. That was a bizarre game England played down in Cardiff. Remember it rained,
yes.
and they batted on Ian Bell's 100, and then they declared about 3:30, and the game was over by 5:30.
Yes, that's right.
Cummins round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes has a massive wipe at that outside the off stump. That was the World Cup revisited, and he missed it through to the keeper. Robert Taylor emails, like for like replacement. Does Steve Smith's replacement have to dance at the crease, or can he stand still?
Well, there you go.
Well, we'll find out later when Labuschagne is out there, if England get that far.
Well, that was a big heave. Cool, that was the kitchen sink there. Ben Stokes.
Well,
why not?
Sometime today, England are going to be bowling. It's just a question of how many overs they're going to have and what the equation's going to be, clearly.
Yeah.
182 for 5. Stokes 63. Cummins moves in and bowls to Stokes, who covers up but dabs it away into the offside, into a gap. And Bancroft goes away to his left to pick up. And they're through for a single. Butler, the man out today, and since lunch, caught Hazelwood at fine leg off Cummins' short ball, which he pulled straight into Hazelwood's hands, out for 31.
And I think England can be slightly more adventurous because of that rough as well. Because if they get off to a fantastic start, Warner crashing it everywhere, you can just stick the spinner on and bowl it into that rough, and that's going to be very, very difficult to score out of. Left hand, right hand, over the wicket to the right handers, left handers. Yeah. Let alone at the other end.
It's always that thought in your back of your mind about Warner, isn't it? If Warner were to get away.
Yeah, well, they'll take it as like a one-day game.
Cummins bowls to Best, who drives. That's a good shot. Deflects off the foot of Cummins and hits Stokes at the non-striker's end, and then goes to mid-on. There's no run. It was a nice shot from Best. You'd hope for 4 from that.
Yeah.
Very good piece of field. Good footwork from Cummins.
Yeah. Deflecting
it into the onside. And the upshot is a dot ball. 183 for 5. Doesn't really tell the full story, that dot ball in the scorebook.
No.
191 the lead. With Stokes on 64 and Bairstow on 10. So how quickly here could England get another 60 runs? Do you think they want
270s and too many for me?
250? Okay.
All right.
250?
Mike's having a little nod of his head here. What would you fancy, Mike?
225. Oh, I don't like that.
You're getting all tough now.
225.
Getting all bold now. You're not down there, Mike.
Here's Lyon bowling to Stokes. Stokes is forward, pushing it back down the pitch, and Lyon bends down to pick up. And there is no run. There are 3 men around the bat, so 2 slips and a short leg, and then plenty of scouts out. There's a deep backward square leg, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward point, mid-on and mid-off up. You can see Hazelwood loosening up at mid-on. And this is Lyon moving into bowl to Stokes, who's forward again, playing that into the onside. Lyon goes across to pick up. Not easy for Stokes to attack against the off-spinner. Easier for Bairstow.
That game at Cardiff in 2011, it wasn't the fourth innings of the game, it was the third innings. Sri Lanka behind on the first innings. They were bowled out in 24.4 overs for 82.
I suppose it's declarations, isn't it? Late declarations and then bowling a side out on the final day. Here's Lyon bowling to Stokes, right back into his stumps, turns it away towards deep back with square leg. He was off quickly for the first, hoping for the second, but that was covered off by Cummins, sprinting in from in front of the tavern stand. 1-8-4 for 5. And this is probably a better option for England with Bairstow on strike against Lyon. Although, having said that, there are now 3 men on the leg side boundary. For Bairstow's on 10. Deep back with square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. A couple of close catches as well. Bairstow hitting for 6 in the previous over from Lyon. Lyon goes in, bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow's back, nudging into the leg side, picked up by Wade at mid wicket. And there is no run. 2 balls left in the over. England looking to get a move on here. Fighting against time. Lyon into bowl to Bairstow's back and nudging it past Bancroft at short leg. Maybe little helps. Another run. 1-8-5 for 5. Bairstow moves to 11. Stokes has just half a chance here of an Ashes 100. 65 not out. It's been tough going for him. He was dropped early on. He's been beaten several times by Lyon. 2 slips waiting for the outside edge. Stokes is back, looking to flick it into the leg side. Can't beat the dive of Bancroft at short leg. It is the end of Lyon's over. And it is 185 for 5. And England's lead is 193. Bairstow 11, Stokes 65. Here's Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, I've no idea how Nathan Lyon has not got a wicket. 24 overs, 0 for 81. So England are doing a job on him. The fielding from Australia has been very unlike Australia. They've dropped chances, they've fumbled quite a few deliveries. I reckon England will get to around 230, 225, 230 and pull out. I think they'll look at the pitch. I think they'll understand Steve Smith's not going to be batting for Australia. If you want to have a relative chance of winning, 40 overs you can't see it. 50 overs again, it's a massive long shot, but you'd rather more overs than 35, 40 overs. I mean, what are you going to get out of that?
That's the problem, isn't it? We're losing those 10 overs this morning.
And Australia aren't scoring at 4 and a bit on the last afternoon to win a test.
Here's Cummins. Bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow covers up, plays defensively towards mid-on.
Or should I say, not on here, not on this pitch. This pitch is still doing plenty.
Yeah.
Look at those footholds for Jack Leach. You see the ball moving around a little bit still for the seam. It's a bit slow. Jofra Archer charging in from that pavilion. You're going to be silly not to give him if you've got 45, 50 overs, Jofra's going to bowl, 10? 10 of those?
Remember Michael Clarke's declaration at the Oval? And England won that series in 2013. There was 3 up, and Michael Clarke was pushing for a victory, an improbable victory on the final day, and declared England would have won if the light hadn't deteriorated. Cummins bowls, Bairstow tries to force into the offside, doesn't time it, goes out towards Wade at cover, and there's no run. That was a similar sort of target he set, and I think the feeling was then, it's going to be tough last day pitch. I think it was only just over 200 he set England.
Yeah, but that's just at the end of a series, where the series is gone. This is when the series is really alive.
227 was the target on that occasion.
And how many overs?
England batted for 40 in the end. So.
Yeah,
it was a better pitch than this.
Would you be brave enough as England captain, do you think, to declare 225 on, 230 on today?
1-0 down, yes.
Cummins bowls to Bairstow, again tries to force it into the offside, hits it straight to cover where it's picked up by Wade.
You've got to remember, England, they have to win this series. The Australians have got the Ashes. It's 1-0 with 3 to play. Australia will only have to win one of those last 3 test matches to take the Ashes home.
So what percentage chance, if it were 225 with 45 overs, something like that, what percentage chance would you give Australia of winning from there?
Minimal. Absolutely minimal. I'd give England a minimal chance as well, but I'd give the bowling team more of a chance than the batting team. Particularly, no Steve Smith. Just look at the numbers throughout the series.
Cummins bowls, short, swatted away by Bairstow. It's going out towards deep back with square leg very quickly to Travis Head, straight at him. Bairstow would have hoped for a 4 from that shot. It was a fine pull stroke, but straight to the fielder in front of the mound stand away to our left. One more run, Bairstow to 12. 186 for 5.
That was a no ball. Was it given? I've just seen the replay. Pat Cummins' foot was over the line.
Don't think so. I didn't see a signal.
How many overs left?
58 after this.
58. So 2 for the... Well, they're not going to get to 225 with 50 remaining.
It's still hard work to score. It's not easy playing the big shots. Here is Cummins bowling, turned away by Stokes for 1. Wide of mid-on. England inching forward. They had that spurt a couple of overs ago when there was a 6 struck and then a 3. 187 for 5. Lead 195. Well, what they have done here is today they've had a good day in taking control of the match, because they lost a couple of early wickets and Australia have been banging control.
Yeah, they've played sensibly. Stokes has played with great technique. It's not been easy for the left-hander. Stokes-Butler looked good. Again, he played with control.
Cummins to complete the over, bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow pushes into the offside straight to Wade at cover again, and there's no run. 187 for 5. Andrew's got something for us, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
I was just answering your question, Simon. I reckon the shortest fourth innings of a game after a third innings declaration on the final day is 27.3 overs. New Zealand beating Sri Lanka and Kandy in 1984, set them 262 and bowled them out for 97 and 27.3 overs.
Well, I'll ask you, do you think if England said to Australia, right, you need 225 in 45 overs, do you think they'll go for them?
Do I think? You're talking to Andrew? You're talking to me?
Yes.
I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting state. 195 runs at the moment. I mean, there's still...
Australia 1-0 up in the series. Do you
58
think
overs to go.
Chance their arm?
So it'll be 55. So what were the rates? So my own view is that England aren't going to set anything, but I might be completely wrong. Here's Lyon from round the wicket. They're certainly playing very positively at the moment. Lyon bowls. Stokes on the back foot finds cover. I mean, if you're...
They'll make sure that it's all in their favour.
Yeah.
Give them 40, 45 overs a bat. They'll want to make sure that it's 4.5 required. I'm not going to give them, force to chase.
I think they want more than that. In goes Lyon. Bowls, and this is played off the back foot hard by Stokes, straight to backward point. I mean, my own view would be...
But why would you want more when you're 1-0 down in a series and you know that you have to win the Ashes? You've got 3 tests remaining. That means
I get all that.
Australia have one good week. The Ashes are going back to Australia.
No, I get all that.
Surely you have to put all this in the equation. You've got an opportunity of doing something here that, all right, it's...
There's Lyon again, bowls, and that's a run off an outside edge. That'll infuriate Lyon, who's got his hands on his knees as the ball runs down to the third man boundary, and Bairstow thinks about the third. Stokes not interested though, and it's 2 more, but that was off the edge. 189 for 5, so the lead 197. I think, well, my view would be to, bowl 30 overs, get Warner out, get Bancroft out.
Well, that means you have to win the last 3 tests, potentially.
2 of.
Yeah, 2 of. What, do you think it'll be a draw? A bit of rain.
Here's the next one from Lyon, and Stokes hammers that out to cover. I mean, it's unlike, it doesn't look like they're being draws, do they? But you can't give them a sniff here, can you? Because then you might be 2 down.
I just don't think it is a sniff on this kind of wicket. 225 runs. Look at the scores in the match. I just can't see how anyone could chase that on the last afternoon.
Here's Lyon. Oh, and he swung that hard. That's like the World Cup final. That's gone for 6 into the mound stand. And the lead goes beyond 200. And Stokes to 74 now. England lead by 203. And definitely a much more expansive game being played, as if they do have an eye on a declaration of some sort.
They definitely are going to do something.
Yep. Well, they are playing more shots, aren't they? Lyon again round the wicket. Bowls to Stokes, who repeats it. Up it goes. Out into the leg side. That is, I think, brilliantly caught in the mound stand. A chap there in a red shirt appears. And consecutive 6s off Lyon. And Stokes to 80. 201 for 5 now. He's got a big smile on his face. That seemed to go up a long way. I rather lost it, if I'm honest. But was it taken? Let's see, we can see the replay now. There's a chap in a red shirt there who appeared with it.
Oh, it's a guy with a beige jacket that went for it.
Yeah.
I think it's gone straight through his hands.
It might be one hand, one bounce by the fellow in the red shirt, I think.
You've got to take that, Aggers, haven't you?
Yeah, I really have.
You know, you might have had a few pints, but come on.
They should have got that one.
Did you know Latham Lyon's been hit for more sixes than anyone else in Test cricket history? That was number 213.
That'll cheer him up.
Nobody else has got to 200.
Really? Yeah. The whole of Test cricket?
Well, put it across the tannoy and just let him know. No, he's on 80, Ben Stokes. I just wonder, you know, England 209 now. You said if Ben Stokes go and get 100. Get 100, not out, then we walk off, declare, give Australia 40 odd overs. No way they can get that amount of runs. Knock a few out, you never know. Get them 10 for 2, like England were 10 for 2 in the second innings. Then you get Jack Leach bowling into the rough. You've got Labuschagne coming in. You've got an opportunity. This Australian batting lineup is so vulnerable.
It is. I totally agree with that.
I just wouldn't want not to have that opportunity at them on this kind of wicket.
Here comes Siddle roaring in from the far end, and Bairstow's forward, pushing out to cover. And there's no run. The lead 209. So you fancy another 40 runs. That would be, what, 10 overs? That's 55. Take 3 off, 52. So 250 and 52 sort of thing.
Well, I just...
Not putting words in your mouth, but it seems to be a sort of a...
Yeah, I said 225, 235, something like that. And just say, right, I want 45, 50 overs.
Now, here's the next one. That's pushed away in the air off a thick leading edge. Ends up in the covers. As Bairstow tried to flick that away into the leg side. It's coming up and doing some gardening. Another little suggestion there of some of the uneven bounce.
And then, you know, you'd go out there thinking, wait a minute, if David Warner gets going, but you'd probably require one or two of their batsmen to think that they can get it.
What I do think, as mentioned earlier, is that it's quite unusual, I think, on the last day of a game, but it sort of isn't the fifth day, is it? But it is that actually, I think all the bowlers are in, as it were. They all have a bit of a chance. Here's Siddle again, flicked away out to deep square leg. They'll take a single, because there is some indifferent bounce. There's still a bit there for the seam bowlers. And of course it's spinning as well, so you can attack from both ends, as it were.
You know, Jofra Archer, from what we saw yesterday, do you think the Australians are really going to fancy having a pop at MJ at target? That, you know, you just feel that the whole momentum of the series has changed with that one spell that we saw yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, there must be a thought of, crikey, if he can do that to Steve Smith after he's been batting for 4 hours, what's he going to do to me? 202 for 5. Siddle bowls and Stokes comes down the pitch at him and slaps him through the covers for 4. He's really opening up now. Dancing down the pitch. I think Siddle liked that very much. And then he drove him through the covers and down to the tab. It was like playing a spinner. Really hit that hard. A lovely follow through.
Well, since Bairstow arrived out there, it's certainly been a more aggressive England. They've certainly been told a target or an amount of overs that they've got left to bat.
Siddle again. Runs in, bowls to Stokes, who drives him. That's a lovely stroke, that one. And he's going to get 1 for it, though, to Quadra mid-off. But that was a perfect cover drive off the front foot. 207 for 5. The lead 215 now. Stokes plays the stroke again at the non-strikers end. Bairstow goes gardening. What's interesting is you see that Payne, you look at the field, and Payne still thinks he's bowling England out here to win the game. He's got 3 slips. Well, that's odd, isn't it? Siddle bowls, Bairstow forward, wants 2, is pushed it into the leg side. We saw this in the World Cup a lot too. They're coming back for the second. That would have just rolled out to the edge of the one-day circle. And we saw a lot of that. Running the first one really hard. The field is deep. The field has got a long way to come in. And again, just well, you don't need an indication anymore that England clearly have something on their minds here. 209 for 5, the lead 217. But it is strange that Payne at the moment is still attacking as if he feels, well, we fancy these.
Well, he's taken Nathan Lyon out of the attack. He's going to put Hazelwood back on. The partnership's 48 from 48, so run a ball for Bairstow and Stokes. The glove's been sent out again. That'll be a message of some sort.
See, Stokes is using that spray on his hands too. Keeps off anti-sweat, is it? Yes.
Never really worked that,
didn't it?
Well,
I never tried it.
It felt nice as soon as you put your gloves back on, and then
right.
a ball later, it's like,
was it?
I guess you never got to that, did you?
No, good Lord, no.
There was spray, and then there was another kind of dust kind of bowl that you could, like gymnasts. You see gymnasts put the hand into the chalk.
The chalk.
Yeah. Similar. Or if you're Steve Smith, you just have a new pair of gloves.
Oh, absolutely. He's out of the match, if you're just joining us. Delayed concussion. And so there is a fully fledged substitute there who can bat and take a full part in the game, a like for like. Labuschagne, who's will be batting. It's Hazelwood bowling, and Stokes down the pitch, looks to drive him over his head but misses. The crowd are enjoying it. 209 for 5. Had an hour's rain this morning, which means we've lost 45 minutes in time. And now look at this field, is still, that's what, 2 slips.
Well, Khawaja's moving from mid-on to that gully region, so just a swap in personnel.
This is not a field of a captain that feels that he's getting flogged.
But it's been a performance of the last 2 overs of Stokes, and maybe he's been given a number of overs left to try and get his century.
Still 62 overs left if they take them out of the change of innings. There's another swipe from Stokes.
How many?
Hit him into the leg side that time. 65 overs and you lose 3.
No, there's less.
No, there's be only, if they've declared on the end of this over, there'd be 53 overs left.
Oh,
65 is the number that have been bowled.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. I am. Oh, I'm being silly.
Sorry. Overs on.
56, yes, I am. So, yes, it would be correct. So it'd be, 4 and a bit and over.
Looks to me around 45 overs that England are going to have. And the way that Stokes is playing, he's probably been given 4 or 5 more overs to get his 15, get to 3 figures.
Here's the next one from Hazelwood. That hits Stokes in a very, very painful place. And as strong man as he is, he's sunk there. He's actually sitting down, breathing deeply, helping himself up with his bat. And I suspect through rather watery eyes, you can see Johnny Bairstow coming down to make sure he's all right.
I don't think it was a flush one.
Well,
I think it might have just
it's always very cruel as you see a replay and
it's just the edge. The left edge.
Well, he's doing some gardening.
It wasn't right in the centre, was it?
It was. Yeah, the crowd keeps showing the replays. Down he went, poleaxed. 209 for 5. Hazelwood on his way round the wicket, bowls Stokes down the pitch, gets an inside edge. That won't please the Australians very much. It's going down to the very fine leg boundary, right in front of the pavilion, where it's picked up by Siddle. And Stokes back for a second. 211 for 5. So the lead 219 now. Great game of cricket this, isn't it? It's really ebbed and flowed. There's lots going on. The sort of test matches wouldn't have seen 20 years ago. It wouldn't have been played like this. You know, time made up and, we've lost a day and a half. That's it, you know. Get a bit of practice for the next game or something, but it's...
Well, maybe that's what the Test Championship will bring as well.
It might do. Here's Hazelwood. Bowls, steered away down to gully. Khawaja's there. No run, 211 for 5.
Sri Lanka on top of the Test Championship at the moment with 60 points from beating New Zealand.
Yeah, good chase that. 4 down, weren't they? 4 or 6
4
down?
4 down, chasing 260.
Kruna Ratner with a ton.
Yep.
But
good chase that in goal. Was it goal? 260.
Goal, yeah. 260, 263, 268, I think.
Good chase that.
You know how terrible my maths is, though, Andrew? Could I just run this past you for checking? There's 120 points, aren't there, for a series of whatever length. So if England go to Sri Lanka in March and draw it, 1-1. Off goes Hazelwood, bowls outside the off stump, has drilled away square out to the grandstand boundary. Fine stroke from Stokes. 215 for 5. If you win the Ashes 3-2 or 3-0. No, 3-2 because 120 points.
3-2, yeah. You'll get
you get the same points.
You get 72 points for 3 wins.
And
24 points a win in a 5-test series.
Okay. So what Stefan has tweeted. By beating New Zealand in the first of a 2-match series, Sri Lanka have just scored more points in the World Test Championship than you would get winning 2 and drawing 1 Ashes Test.
Yep. It's only cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is it so complicated?
I don't know, but it is going to be complicated.
It'd be easier just having 3 for a win.
Should be per test, shouldn't it? It'd be better than per series, you'd think. Is Siddle short, and Bairstow tries to hit it into the leg side. So here's a theory, off the top of my head as usual. But if it were per test rather than per series, people say, oh yeah, but England play more test matches than anybody else, so whatever. But actually it would encourage those other countries to play more test matches, wouldn't it? If they were serious about the World Test Championship, isn't that?
You need to go on the committee.
Would have me on there. That'd be a fair thought, isn't it?
Well, I mean, they'd have to do it on an average per test, if they were to do it per test, because you're not going to have teams playing the same number of tests because of the way the schedules are.
We might encourage them to play a few more. Siddle rushes in, bowls, Bairstow defends him. Still playing it back up the pitch. 215 for 5. The lead 223.
So the minimum is 54.4 overs remaining. Take the 2 off, so 52.4. Lead 223. I reckon another 6 or 7 overs of batting. 45 overs bowling. Scoring at this rate, they'll get another 30. It was a feel. Over 250.
Sun out. Not bad conditions now. Siddle again. Bairstow with bat raised, waits when he flicks that away firmly to mid-wicket.
And the reason, it's a full house. And I just feel that this crowd, if England get a couple of early ones, it'll just it'll be almost like the World Cup final.
It's a Sunday crowd, and they are a bit different, aren't they?
They'll get this place going, and all of a sudden Australia will be under so much pressure. And if the Australians got the techniques to bat, you lose 2 early wickets, 45 overs, it seems nothing, but you're 10 for 2 and you've got another 40 overs to bat. You start thinking about the balls, not the overs.
Yep.
And they've got 240 balls to face.
Siddle bowls, Bairstow runs him down to third man. There's no one at home. 4 runs. Nicely played too. 219 for 5. The lead 227. Bairstow's on 19 now from 25 balls. Stokes is on 91. Just a timely boundary there. Still there's a slip. And now a third man as well. Siddle waits for the ball to be returned. He's come all the way down from third man.
Which was the Ashes series? Ian Bell won England the series in England. He just kept on running it down to third man. Very similar to that shot.
13 or 15. Here's Siddle bowls, and it's pushed away square. It's doing 13, was it? One run there at point, 220.
Similar wickets, weren't they? Quite slow.
Yeah. The lead 228. Fellow I can see there, it might have been Henry Blofeld's got a bright yellow jacket and green trousers. Like a traffic light, had a red hat on.
Is he here, Blowers?
I haven't seen him for a little while, actually. He'll be around somewhere. He'll be appearing at a theatre near you, I'd imagine. 220 for 5. Stokes on 91. Here's Siddle, still running in very wholeheartedly. Bowls down the leg side. Payne can't stop it. Did that touch anything? It flicked the leg. And they're 4-leg byes. We've got people running all over the place now. Someone's leaving the field up there. Looks like Bancroft to me, heading off.
Yeah, well, you start looking at Bancroft and you start, looking at his numbers for the series. He's yet to get a score. Gets another low score here. You feel that his position in the team will start to be questioned.
I'm betting Jim in here, Michael.
You just feel that this whole Ashes series changed yesterday afternoon. That's why England have to capitalise. They have to grab this moment. They might not get the 10 wickets, but they certainly should be able to get a few and put this Australian team under a lot of pressure going into Headingley on Thursday. Afternoon, Jim.
Michael, yes. England getting themselves into an interesting position here with all that rough for Jack Leach to bowl into, which hasn't done much for Nathan Lyon so far. He bowled unchanged, didn't he, from the delayed start at 10 past 12 and has come up empty.
Yeah, he bowled a 16 over spell from the start. 0 for 61 today, 0 for 95 overall.
So it's Hazelwood in front of us at the nursery end who runs up, and Bairstow is forward, pushing the ball into the covers. And Labuschagne is out there to field. So the lead is building, 2:32. At what point will Joe Root offer something for his bowlers to bowl Australia out? And there's a very good effort from one of the security fellas coming out and kindly picking up, I don't know, was it a ball? It was something that was on the ground. It wasn't a beach ball. Don't know whether he gave it back, but he cleared the field. So a wide slip and a spread field, and Hazelwood coming up at Bairstow, driving and sending it out to the deep for a single. Keeps the board ticking along. Jeffrey Boycott's here. How do you see this one going now?
I think he'll declare shortly.
Yeah.
I think he's got enough now, but it's Australia have lost their main player. It's as simple as that, and he's held the team together.
40% of their batting.
Correct. So, I mean, I don't see them getting these. The other good player, Warner, hasn't got a run yet. And he's a very good player, but he hasn't got a run, and England have to win. That's the key. I know what he'll be worried about is they'd only got 2-0 down, but I don't see Australia winning from this position. Not a cat in hell's chance.
Not with that batting. Around the wicket, Hazelwood bowls. Stokes swings lustily, drags it away behind square. There are 2 men out, and he comes back for a second. So a couple of things happening here. Stokes getting close to what will be an excellent century. He's 93, Bairstow's 21, and the declaration may be imminent. We don't know.
Well, he might have wanted it, but then he's sucked into, does he let Stokes have a go at getting a century?
Yeah.
He's got to think the overriding view should be win the test match. That it's not about. I mean, yes, you want one of your players to get 100. They're rare, but you have to try and win.
Yes, he wants to have enough overs to do that. Hazelwood again at Stokes, and Stokes has a flog at this down the leg side. He's hit that for 4 between the 2 chaps down there. It's gone sizzling away to the boundary, and Stokes is within 1 shot of reaching a very good 100 here. He's 97, and he's taking it to the Australian bowlers at 5 for 231.
Well, I said it before, I said it again. He's the second best batsman in the England side. Simple as that. He's not quite as technically correct as Joe Root, but there's a lot about him that is. He plays straight. He's a good defence, particularly against seamers, although he's played the off-spinner really well today.
Hazelwood again, and Stokes gets a short ball. He plays the uppercut, and it goes down on the bounce towards third man. And Khawaja flies in. They take 1. He played that pretty well. There's no one within QE other than third man. And he moves to 98, and the score 232, 240 ahead. You remember that game you played against the West Indies when Sobers all of a sudden declared? And what did you have to get, about 240 in the last 2 sessions?
Something like that.
Yeah. And they had 2 bowlers missing, didn't they?
No, they had, was it Charlie injured? They had Wes and Sobers to bowl.
Yeah.
Lance Gibbs.
Hazelwood charges up and is punched back down the pitch on the bounce, and that is the end of the over. So Stokes will have the strike. Could this be the last over? We will see.
Yeah.
Bairstow's 21 and Stokes is 98.
This Lord's pitch is a better pitch than Trinidad. If you remember the old Trinidad pitch, but it turned square by the 4th or 5th day, and the ball used to shoot along the deck at times, didn't it, from the cracks. It changed. They dug it up some years ago and made it somewhat different surface, because, I mean, I remember I was there when Ambrose bowled England out with 8-4 next to nothing. I mean, seamers, you wouldn't expect to get wickets in Trinidad in the 4th and 5th day. It was seamers. That's where all the spinners, rather. It's where all the spinners came from, Jumadine and all those, didn't they? They came from Inchan Ali, the Chinaman. They came from Nanan, the off-spinner. They came from Trinidad because it turned quite a lot.
Mr. Atchong, who was famous for the description of left-arm wrist spinner's ball called the Chinaman.
Correct.
Which is probably not politically correct to use anymore, but we know the story.
It's silly, this politically correct. It's the way you say things, what you mean by it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody meant that as against China people.
Okay, let's see what he can do. He's 98 not out, Stokes, and he's forward and getting a run, maybe two. He's knocked it away on the offside. He's not taking the second.
Good judge. Good judge.
He's 99 not out, 5 for 233. Stokes at the non-striker's end. Bairstow's got the strike, and he'll want to be giving it back to Stokes. So this is a fascinating situation here. Is Joe Root about to declare the innings closed? And is he waiting for Stokes to reach three figures? The game is tantalisingly placed. Everyone expecting England to close. As Siddle bowls a ball that's knocked away on the offside. There'll be a run here behind point, and they'll get what they can, two of them. A good little steer down behind point to third man. 2 runs with Khawaja flying in. And it's the runs that count at the moment, as much as Stokes is a kind of sub-issue of getting to 100. 2 runs well taken.
He's quick. Johnny Bairstow is the quickest in the team. Stokes is no slouch, but in some ways it might have been advised to take a single and give Stokes the bowling to get the 100 if Joe's going to declare.
Siddle in from the pavilion end. Bairstow tries to turn down the leg side. It may have got a bit of pad on it. Bounced in front of Payne, who stopped it. So Australia on the back foot a bit now that England have been launching this attack with some calculated intent, and it's put them in a position where they can probably dictate the terms. A lot of rough down there. 4 left-handers in the Australian top order. Leach may well come into his own, even though Lyon hasn't had any impact today. Siddle again bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow forward, defending quietly, back down the pitch here. And we've got a couple of balls to go. 2 more in this over. And Stokes is at the non-striker's end on 99, with only 1 man out today for England, and that was Butler, who was caught by Hazelwood taking a short ball from Cummins down his throat behind square fine leg for 31. Bairstow holds his bat aloft. Siddle bowls, and he's driving off the bottom of his bat into his pad. So now 1 ball to come in the over. This is the tease. Does he really want a single?
No.
And they're not thinking about the Stokes 100, are they? Just thinking about runs.
I think he should just stay at this end. 2 or 4, but stay at this end. Let Stokes have a go for his 100 and then declare and get on with it.
Yeah.
See if they can bowl Australia out, which is not a great batting unit, and particularly without their great batsmen, you've got to fancy you can make inroads. Whether you can just get 10 wickets is tougher, but you've got to fancy England can make inroads.
Last ball of this over. Siddle runs up to Bairstow. Bairstow forward, plays to cover, doesn't score. Stokes will have the strike. Are we heading for the last over of the innings and the Stokes century? 5 for 235. The lead is 243.
How do you see your batting? Asking Australian, it's a bit fragile, isn't it? Without him.
If you've got one bloke scoring 40% of the runs who's not batting, all of a sudden there's a massive hole in it. And I don't know what psychological effect that then has on the rest of the team to try and lift their game to the level required. So I think England have got a rough chance of pulling this off if they get into the Australian top order. David Warner's out of form.
It's Warner is the key because he's such a good player, and Broad's nipped him out 3 times, but he's a really good player. I think he's a big factor for you without Smith.
Well, this is interesting. Nathan Lyon's back. He's going to bowl to Stokes. Perhaps they feel that this is the best chance of stopping the show here, but Stokes has belted him for 2 sixes the last time he bowled it over, and he only needs 1 for his century. Australia ring the changes with the field. They're going to have a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, short fine leg mid-wicket, with a backward point cover, and mid-off Pat Cummins is coming up now to stop a single, perhaps. Well, there's singles everywhere and anywhere. So Lyon to Stokes. He's on 99. Stokes waits. Stokes forward, plays the ball gently away on the offside. He's trying to get the right ball to put away, and Payne's going down to talk to Lyon now about what he could or should be doing here. And Stokes, of course, had that life early yesterday.
How many hundreds has he got? 100?
6.
Wow.
So he's made Australia pay for that miss offline yesterday. He's on the precipice here of another wonderful moment in his career on this ground too. Line goes up, Stokes 99 plays the reverse sweep to the wrong one. He tried to reverse a ball that was speared down the leg side.
He could have swept it easy, couldn't he? But he premeditated the reverse.
Yes. He made a bit of a meal of that, but that's what happens when you premeditate. He only he can knock it anywhere for a single. Lyon goes up to him again, and this time he's back and he plays the ball to mid-wicket. And it's another dot. The crowd are all on edge here.
He'll get one. Hang on, wait for it. If he got 99, you just wait for a ball. He'll get one. Just don't go daft.
Lyon around the wicket. Stokes 99. Stokes forward. And there it is. 100.
Well played, lad.
A wonderful 100. He's doing a little leap in the air as he came down the pitch. Now he's catching up with himself and raising his bat and his helmet to the crowd, acknowledging the applause. He gets the wraparound hug from Johnny Bairstow. It's a special 100 for Stokes on this special ground for Stokes. The second time in a couple of weeks that he's been the star on Sunday at the home of cricket. Another Test 100 for Ben Stokes, and a pretty good one that.
And beautifully timed and played. He played carefully, sensibly, made sure Australia didn't get early wickets, and then once he's got in, he's taking it to him.
Line bowls, back goes Bairstow and taps it down the pitch.
Because if they lost early wickets this morning with Cummins steaming in, Hazelwood, the spinner getting the left-handers out, 2 tail-end left-handers to come, haven't we? It just could have been awkward for England, so he played very sensibly.
Lyon again, Bairstow has a lash, and he's hit that long and strong and into the crowd, into the grandstand for 6. Is that enough? Bairstow looks over his shoulder towards the pavilion. They're going for another over, at least. They lead by 250. Stokes is 100, Bairstow's 29. Andrew.
Ben Stokes' 7th Test 100. He's second here at Lord's, and he's second in an Ashes Test to go with 120 he made at Perth in his second ever Test match. It took him 160 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes, and he's been batting 207 minutes.
I liked his innings. I liked the way he timed it, and then when he realised that England hadn't lost wickets, he played well with Butler. I thought Butler played really well because the kid is not in great nick. But he fought his corner, and I was surprised that when he hooked, because he was just beginning to get into his stride, just a couple of off drives, and then Ben went for him.
Siddle bowls, Stokes swings hard, straight back over the bowler's head. It's heading down towards the boundary, and that's where it goes for 4. A straight driven 4. Joe Root still wants some runs here. 254 to the good. Stokes is swinging strongly, and that was a full toss. I think Siddle went for the change of pace, and Stokes was in the mood to go. And with the field up, mid-off and mid-on are up, he miskidded a bit, but got enough on it straight back over Siddle's head. It's tough to bowl to a man like this. He's getting ready again to swing, and he does. And that's going out into the crowd for 6 more. Over mid-wicket, just in front of square. Into the crowd for 6. 5 for 252. The lead is 260.
He's a dangerous player. Anybody who's seen him, I saw that innings in Cape Town, was out of this world. I mean, and it's all on film. You'll be able to see that the rest of your life. He played, 200 he got. Oh, wonderful innings.
Will he go again? Siddle bowls, and he swings the short ball in the air. That's going out behind square, and it's just cut off out there. A bit of a slippage by Wade as he came around. They completed 2. He didn't get all of that on the yank to the onside, and Wade lost his footing, but they picked up 2 more.
It's That's why I say he's such a good batsman. After Joe Root, he's best player because he can play careful, with caution this morning, sensibly. But then if he gets in, he can change gear. Not everybody can. He changes gear, and he can smash you all around the park. The bowlers are running up thinking, oh, where the hell's he going to hit it? Where shall I bowl it?
Tough one for Siddle. He bowls again, and it's a swinging shot through the offside. He's caned that out to deep cover, where there's a sliding save by Travis Head, and they come back for 2 more. So he's just rubbing it in here, pushing the lead on to 264. You can see all the highlights on the BBC website anytime, but right now there's plenty to look at with Stokes charging into the Australian bowling here and knocking them all over the park. Special Sunday treat at Lord's. Siddle bowls and he swings again. That's a short one, hit down behind square on the bounce to Wade, and he collects a run and he moves along to 114. It's 5 for 257.
See, that was a terrific shot. He's bounced it so high above his head, thinking if he's just having a dart, a swing at everything, he'll let that up in the air to the 2 men in the boundary. He hasn't. He's hit it down in front of the men. He's a smart cricketer. And actually, he's a batsman bowler all-rounder for me. Wonderful fielder and catcher. But his batting is very good.
Siddle to finish off the over, bowls to Bairstow. Bairstow swings, gets a thick inside edge onto the pad, and they run off for a single. Is that enough? What's the call from the dressing room? They're going to keep going. Nope, it's it. He's declared. Australia will need 267. Well, that's an illusion, really. And all the applause for Ben Stokes. Johnny Bairstow waits for him as he comes behind him off the field. The crowd are up and away. They've had a real tonic this afternoon to watch number 55, Ben Stokes, rip into the Australian bowling and set up the game here for the tantalising prospect, perhaps, of an English victory in less than 50 overs. That's about what they'll have to bowl. Unlikely that Australia will be chasing that, and a draw, of course, is the other opportunity here. How many overs will England have to bowl, Andrew?
48.
48 overs, 267.
Well, you wouldn't think Australia would collapse in 48 overs, but having said that, sport throws up unusual events, doesn't it? If you look at the Australian batting on paper without Steve Smith, it looks very rocky. If you were a bowler of any type, particularly a seam bowler with a new ball in your hand, you think, I like a little bowler, a lot of them. Not a few, a lot of them. That's all I can say. It's all on paper and all what I see out there. What happens, but sorry, it's not a great batting order, so you have a chance. I still think England, on balance, won't have enough overs to get them out, and somehow somebody will stick around, and because that's a pretty good pitch. There's these footholds, there's a bit of turn on the pitch. Left arm spinner, who knows? He's in his second or third Test match or something. But even so, that's what makes great names. If you can perform, you can get 5-6 wickets, win the game, you'll be a star in no time. Jofra Archer will always be a handful because he's sharp. And they haven't looked as if they're playing well, because a number of these batsmen, they stay back when they should be forward. There's one of them, the opening batsman, he plays across his pad, he gets his foot on the wrong side of the ball. The other opening batsman, who is a top-class player, David Warner, Broad's got the eye on him at the moment, got him out 3 times. So there's a lot of ways that England can think about pluses, and we have a chance here. They're not very good, we can get them out. So there's many things to have positive thinking about, and sensible thinking, not rah, we can bowl these out. Some of these batsmen haven't got great figures in England. But at the same time, history says to you, hang on, nice sunny day, decent pitch, 48 overs, you ought to be able to bat that, didn't you?
You'd think so. We might find out from Andrew if anyone has bowled a side out inside 50 overs on the last day here at Lord's. I'm sure Derek Underwood would have at one stage or someone like that, or back in the uncovered pitches days. But they made 5 for 258. They went into this day at 4 for 96. So 1 for 162 suggests that, yes, the team should be able to bat out 48 overs, but it's a different situation for Australia. Cummins, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 35. Hazelwood, 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. Siddle, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. And Lyon, a lot of expectation with those foot marks that he would do some damage. In the end, 26 overs, 3 maidens, none for 102. Bairstow was 30. Stokes, his 7th Test century, 115. Butler out for 31. So that's the situation of the game here. A lot in prospect for the next couple of hours for Australia to try and defy the England bowlers, and for England to try somehow to come up with the wicket-taking balls that'll put the pressure on Australia. Remember, Steve Smith is out of the game. He's been withdrawn because of delayed concussion, and Marnus Labuschagne is his substitute. It's not quite like for like, Jeffrey.
No, I don't think so, as the wording in the law says. I don't think he's like Steve Smith, the lad. A lot of pressure on him.
Well, he's played well in county cricket for Glamorgan, and he's a gritty player, but he's not quite as good as Smith. I'll let you ponder.
There ain't many around that are.
Yes. What way may occur here this afternoon as we get ready for England to come out and try and pull off a bit of a miracle here and win this game to level the series, and Ishagua is going to come in and join you.
Well, miracles do happen. That's what sport's all about, confounding you. Even, you could say, ex-players like me, that's why we watch. We're never quite sure what's going to happen. We can only give you an idea of what we think might happen. I think if Warner is got out early, that's a big factor. It has been before, but then Smith's come in and made 40% of the runs. But no Smith, Warner gets out early, I think they are in a bit of trouble.
I'm with you, Jeffrey. So 267 and 48 overs. We've talked a lot about, can England take the wickets, but will Australia? And as you mentioned, David Warner, he's such a bulldog at the top of the order. Will he just go into that one-day mentality? Will he think to himself?
He can't chase these.
No.
If they chase these, England have a better chance of winning. But if he gets out, not only do you get a wicket, the psychological value without Steve Smith. I've been in dressing rooms. I've been when we're under pressure and things aren't going well and wickets go down and, oh Christ, I've been there, and they just have to do the best. That's all England to do. They have to have a go, and they've done that. I might have declared 2 or 3 overs before, because it's going to be time overs that's going to be the precious commodity.
I'd love to know what the discussions were in the dressing room there. Stuart Broad, obviously, as the senior bowler, would have spoken up and said, look, this is what I feel comfortable with. But then you've got Jofra Archer. I wonder if he would have piped up. Just the confidence that he has behind him to say.
Not a new boy. He'd have sat in a corner and just...
Do you think?
Yeah.
He wouldn't have said, come on, give me this amount of time at the Aussies.
No.
We can do this.
I think he's got a bowl after Stuart Broad. Stuart Broad from the pavilion end for me. Wokes at this end. Wokes bowls well with the slope for his outswing and then nip it up the hill. And I'd say of Archer, because I've thought all along his best end is the pavilion end.
So you wouldn't open with Jofra Archer. You'd go Wokes and Broad.
Yep.
Okay. Well, he's stretching.
Look,
at the moment.
it's all about how you see it, how you feel it, isn't it? Look, Jofra Archer's bowled well. When he was given the new ball, it was all over the place, wouldn't he? Give him 1 over. 4 of them you couldn't reach. That's not what you want. As an opening bat, I love it wide. I love bounces over my head. I just don't. I don't have to play it. I don't have to get my feet moving. I don't do anything. You can't get me out unless I hook. So all I do, I'm looking to save my wicket. That's what they're looking to do. I want somebody to make me play. That is what worries you early on.
Yep.
You know, because you can't look at Joe Root. Joe Root's our best player. I don't think he did anything particularly wrong. He got a good ball in the corridor just outside off stump. He had to play it. And he'd go back in the dressing room and think, good ball, but maybe I could have got my feet a little further forward. But it's very difficult when you first go in. You're just trying to get everything going. So if you can make them play, you have to make them play.
Yep.
That's when you get people out from just missing the ball.
The applause around the ground because the players are taking to the field. Cameron Bancroft and David Warner just rehearsing a couple of strokes as they stride to the middle. Alim Dar and Chris Gaffney are almost at the wicket, and England in a very tight huddle, actually. They're very close together.
I don't understand that.
The pavilion.
Never have it.
Joe Root with his final words to his team.
Did you have that when you played, all these huddles? What can you say in a huddle out there on the pitch that you couldn't say in the dressing room to them? Tell me what you could say different. It's just good show, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a bit of show.
And that's what it is. It is all for show. It's to show how tight you are as a unit and to perhaps impose yourself
Why
on
do you
the
need
opposition.
to show
As
people?
The stewards now disappear off the field of play. The heavy roller as well is wandering off towards us here.
Best captains I've played under didn't say a lot. They kept it short, their instructions. Keep it short, to the point. You should know your job.
Are you leaving me, Jeffrey?
I don't want to, but I have to.
Don't leave.
I can't get over looking at your lovely red shoes.
Oh, thanks.
Beautiful.
That's very kind of you. It matches the headset that I'm wearing at the moment, as the sun is just poking through now. The field about 2 minutes ago was completely and entirely covered in shadow as the clouds blocked the sun, but they are moving across as it is bright sunshine here at Lord's, and a nice hum and buzz in the crowd at the moment, because it really has been a fascinating test match. And we're in a situation now in the fourth innings where Australia needs 267 and England have 48 overs. Stuart Broad will take the new ball from the pavilion end. He's just doing a few warm-ups, having a chat to Chris Wokes, who's mid-off for him. Cameron Bancroft spinning the bat in his hands at the moment. He will take the first ball. Scored 13 off 66 in Australia's first innings. And David Warner at the non-striker's end scored 3 off 17. But we can absolutely guarantee the English fans here at Lord's will be cheering and backing England. They'll be getting right behind Stuart Broad as he turns now, taking a look at the ball in his hand. Fingers firmly placed on the seam as Joe Root just sorting out his field at the moment. He's got 2 slips, 3 slips. 1, 2 and 4th slip as he comes in now. There's a short leg as Stuart Broad bounds in. He bowls to Bancroft. He clips off his legs out to fine leg, who's sprinting in to collect the ball. Off the mark are Australia and Cameron Bancroft. 1 for no loss. Target of 267. Minimum overs remaining today, 47.5. David Warner marking his guard. Stuart Broad immediately will come around the wicket, as he so often does. He'll have the slope to use as well, going away from David Warner. 3 slips, a gully, point. Jofra Archer will position himself at a wide-ish mid-off. We'll have a mid-on. Chris Wokes in there. Square leg just in front of the umpire, and fine leg out on the boundary as Broad bowls to Warner, drives uppishly in the air through the covers, and will go for 4. The first ball that he's faced, and he's picked up a boundary. 5 for no loss, Australia. I did ask Jeffrey whether he thought that David Warner will look to play one-day mode. Well, this is a real sign of intent. Andrew?
England 258 in their first innings and 258 for 5 in their second innings declared. It's the first time England have made the same score in their first innings and in their second innings in a test match.
Well, over 4 weeks ago, England needed to chase down 241 and 50 overs as Broad is approaching the crease now. Bowls. Warner misses. That is an absolute beaut of a delivery. Bowling on a good length, on around the off stump. David Warner shaping to defend the ball, and he beats the outside edge by a whisker as it goes through to Johnny Bairstow. It's pitched on around middle and off, and it's left him down the slope ever so slightly. I think it might have even clipped the back of David Warner's leg as it goes through. He sets up once more, tapping the bat ferociously before he looks down the pitch. Broad, tail up, bowls. Warner defends solidly to mid-off, no run. As Warner comes down the track now and just wipes away some debris. Cameron Bancroft as well has a little prod and a poke at the pitch. As Jofra Archer has tossed the ball to Stuart Broad, has the ball back in his hands once more. Bowling from the pavilion end. Claps around the ground as he approaches the crease now. Bowls wide of the off stump, gets a bit of movement down the slope, but too wide for David Warner to even be interested in playing it. As Mitchell Johnson is in the chair. Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah,
It's changed
very
a lot here. The England flags are all up everywhere. Oh my goodness, the atmosphere's changed in here.
That's the beauty of radio, Mitch. You can make stuff up. But there are certainly a few interested fans as Broad bounds in, bowls inside edge from Warner. It goes to the leg side, coming forwards to defend the ball. Good length on around the off stump. It's been a good starting over from Stuart Broad, the experienced campaigner for England and the leader of the attack, getting that ball to wobble seam. Warner almost threw his shot as we look at the replay, and almost in a similar style to how he got out in the first innings, just opening that gate for Broad to pounce on it as Bancroft will mark his guard, and the cheers around the ground because it will be Jofra Archer to open from the nursery end. Did wonder if it might be Chris Wokes.
Yeah.
Who would you have gone with?
Tough one. And this might, I don't know how this will sound, but I would have gone Wokes. Wokes has got the ball up there. He does enough with it. Archer, yes, he bowls fast, but he's bowled short as well. Tough decision for the captain to make, really. You go your two best bowlers, and I'm assuming they think Archer, or Root thinks Archer's the best bowler.
Well, here he comes now. He bowls to Bancroft, who leaves outside the off stump, an easy leave. The line of it was probably about 6 inches outside the off stump. It's got two slips and a gully. In fact, it's more like two slips at 1 and 2, and then a fourth slip. It's got a backward point, a man at cover, mid-on, short leg. It's a square leg just behind the umpire, and a fine leg down on the boundary in front of the Warner standers. Archer ambles in, he bowls inside edge from Bancroft onto his pads, and it trickles out to the offside as fourth slip comes in to pick up the ball.
I mean, there's a couple of things here. Archer bowled exceptionally well from the pavilion end. That's where he got most of his damage. That's where he bowled quick. He was using the slope back into the right-handers. Yes, this is going away from the right-hander. I just would have had a Wokes challenging the batsman here.
Archer past the umpire, bowls wide of the off stump, almost off the pitch. It ends up as signalled a no ball by Alim Dar, and he's now just showing Archer how far over he was in his delivery stride. That ball before, though, it was a good length, wasn't it? It drew him forwards, Bancroft, and actually a bit of nip off the slope against the gradient, which is exactly what he'll be wanting to do as he sets off again now. Archer bowls, Bancroft leaves side the off stump. It's a good leave.
Yeah, it looked like he sort of played it, but he just played the line of the off stump and it missed by a fair way. But that's what Josh Hazlewood was doing in the first innings. He was bowling from this end and going down the slope away, but then occasionally would bring one back in. That's where he got Joe Root in the first innings, wrapped on the pad. So maybe the same sort of game plan.
Archer, through his action, Bancroft defends. All around the off stump, a good length to the offside. No run as he rehearses that shot once more. Bancroft at times has a tendency to just get that right leg around and squares himself up.
What I would be doing if I was Archer and Joe Root, the captain, bowl him in a short spell here and just let him fire up. Go short if he wants to and do all that. Be aggressive.
Jofra bowls full. Bancroft leaves outside the off stump once more, but a bit of tail back into the right-hander there as it goes through to Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, because that's where Australia look the most uncomfortable. If the best player, their best player, Stephen Smith, he looked really uncomfortable. It shook him up yesterday when Archer came hard at him. And it was very difficult with the ball coming, sloping back into them off that Lord's slope here. So, who would you have gone?
As Archer is past the umpire, Bancroft defends onto the offside, goes to point, no run at the end of the over. It's 6 for no loss Australia with a target of 267. 46 overs left in this day, the final day of this test match. It's a difficult one. I think...
You obviously go with your instincts as a captain.
Yeah,
and you make that decision and back it.
I think... Who are the batsmen going to most fear? And I know Chris Wokes, if he gets the ball shaping, he can be a real handful, especially from the nursery end. But I feel like you have to have a look at Archer for a couple of overs.
Yeah, if I was the captain, I would have probably done the same thing. The only thing is look at Broad, but Broad has got out David Warner, so he has to bowl.
Yeah.
And he's got him out 3 times already.
He's coming in on angle now, bowling around the wicket to David Warner, who gets that down to fine leg, flicks it off his pads, and it's very fine indeed, as there's no chance for Jack Leach running around to his left from fine leg as he picks up a boundary. In fact, it's leg byes as the score goes to 10 for no loss.
So this is the starting pair that they have gone with, and you back that as a captain. And look, it's probably the right decision in the end. I sort of agree with the crowds all up and about, the excitement. There's not many overs left in the day, 46. Come hard.
Here comes Broad again, bowling to Warner. He leaves outside the off stump through to Johnny Bairstow. Good length outside off. Just correcting his line on that occasion. There's a breeze blowing across this ground here at the home of cricket. The England flag waving above the home dressing room, and at the Australian flag as well, as Stuart Broad has the ball back in his hands. The sun comes out here. The whole ground bathed in sunshine. It really is a picture as Broad is past the umpire. Warner pushes to the offside to point, no run.
I sort of had a thought that Warner might just have a go here and get himself into this test series.
Well, his first ball was a 4.
Yeah, I just wonder if in the back of his mind he's thinking, well, no Smith, I'm the senior batsman in this team. I've got to be here till the end. He's still got to play his natural game though.
Yeah.
If he plays his natural game, he can get away, but I think there's probably too many runs.
Warner tries to cut outside the off stump. He misses it, goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Stuart Broad has a look at him, and his hands on his hips as he looks down the pitch and now retreats to the top of his mark. But a lifting delivery outside the off stump, wide, maybe about 10 inches outside the off stump, that Warner tries to flash at. It'll definitely keep England interested.
Yeah, that's carried through nicely. You can see the reaction of... We can see the reaction of Bairstow taking that above the shoulder height.
Broad bowls. Warner defends inside edge to square leg. There's a run out on, but Bancroft is able to get in. It's Chris Wokes who's having to run around the ball to pick it up with his right hand and throw it at the nursery end, the danger end. And it was a good single taken in the end. As we look at the replay, Bancroft was in by some distance. So single taken, 11 for no loss, Warner to 5.
That's what the moment's done, hasn't it? There's a little bit, everyone's on edge. The crowd are getting excited. We're going to see something really special here from England. We're going to see something special from Australia. What's going to happen? Is the game still on for someone to win?
Well, you know what it's like. If England take an early wicket, all of a sudden the crowd will be with them as Broad coming in on an angle, bowling over the wicket to Bancroft, who defends to the leg side, mid-on. Comes in to pick the ball up to his right as they come through for 1. Bancroft to 2, 12 for no loss after the end of the over. Target of 267 then, and 45 overs left. Some more words from you, Mitch, and then there'll be Simon Mann.
It's just a bit of cloud starting to form again. Had the sun out through most parts of this day. Started late due to the rain. It's just starting to come over again. The lights are on here at Lord's. So
Australia's saved by rain.
I'd say England saved by rain.
Well, it could be. Who knows? 3 overs gone, 12 for no wicket, 267 to win, 48 overs available. Here is Archer bowling to Bancroft, who edges it. Taken at third slip on the banks by Burns away to his right-hand side. That would have scuttled down the slope to the third-man boundary if Burns hadn't got across and stopped it. Just looking at the breeze today, I mean, it has been a factor here in the first few days. You know, the pace ball from this end bowling into the breeze. It's not quite as strong today. It's hard to tell. It's sort of swirling around a bit at the moment. But I think Archer's... Yeah, I think he's bowling into it. Here he goes to bowl to Bancroft. It's full and turned away by Bancroft through mid-wicket for 1. Broad's after it. They might go for the second there. Broad sliding stop. Hat falls off, picks it up, sends in the return, and they are limited to 1. 13 for no wicket. Bancroft 3. Warner 5. What do you think the Australia approach is here, Mitch? Do you think they've got a victory chance? Or just bat and see what happens?
Just bat and see what happens, I think. I guess the game plan here would be go out, see ball, hit ball. If it's in your zone, if it's nice and full, go for the drive. If it's short and wide, go for the cut or go for the pull shot. Davey Warner is sort of showing that. He's defending when it's on the stumps. Bancroft doing the same. Try and rotate the strike as much as you can and get through this first little tough period.
Here's Archer bowling to Warner from round the wicket, edged and caught in the slips. Warner's on his way, and so's Archer. Sprints off to celebrate, and his teammates rush after him to hug him. Archer has got rid of Warner. Low down in that 4th slip position, and Australia are 13 for 1. Finding the edge of Warner's bat, and England have their first breakthrough. It's a low catch, around about boot height. And that's another test wicket for Jofra Archer, his 3rd and his first test. Warner has gone for 5. Burns with the catch.
Well, there you have it. That's why Archer's on. He gets the crowd going. It's the perfect delivery. It's come around the wicket to David Warner. Stuart Broad's trouble him this series. Now it's Archer's turn. I'm just thinking, was it the right move to have Archer on? Yes, from an England point of view, it is. And now, what is going to happen in this game? England, they enjoy these kind of moments. They have bowled Australia out cheaply in the past. Stuart Broad's been a part of that. They've got a young quick who's got plenty of energy.
Can he bowl from both ends? 48 overs. Kawaj is coming in at number 3. It's another failure for Warner. So in the series now for David Warner, 2, 8, 3 and 5.
Yeah, 4 consecutive innings in single figures. He has actually done that once before in his career, but they were spread over 2 series. last 3 innings of a series in India and the first innings against England in 2013.
And if there was a danger to England, the 267, a Warner quick start was it. So, with that dismissal and no Smith, really it is, you feel, for Australia, all about batting out the overs. 267 was a long way off. England taking some insurance towards the end of their innings and delaying the declaration by a million miles, but just batting on a bit. Stokes getting his 115 not out. Bairstow 30, but just that extra insurance taking it up from, say, 230 to 266, the lead. Listen to this Sunday crowd getting behind Archer. Khawaja, who played very calmly in the first innings before he was dismissed by Wokes. Here goes Archer round the wicket. Bowls to Khawaja and fires in a short ball, and Khawaja flinches on the leave. It was quite wide of him. That was 91.9 miles an hour from the speed gun. That first over from Archer, he was just sort of feeling his way. He was bowling about 85.
85.
But that one was 91.9.
Well, he ran in harder then, so he gets that wicket, and now it's on. He is up and about. I've got to say, that was a brilliant catch by Rory Burns as well. Low and sort of just in front of him. So the crowd right behind Archer.
2 slips and a 4 slip in and a short leg. Archer bowls full, clipped away by Khawaja. Lovely looking shot, hits it straight to forward square leg. And there's no run. Khawaja was struck in a warm-up game by Andre Russell before the World Cup.
Nasty.
And this is a test. The lights are on, it's a bit overcast, there is some brightness in the sky, there's the possibility of a shower later, we were told earlier today. We had that rain that took 10 overs out of the day's play. Archer moves in from the nursery end, bowls to Khawaja, and Khawaja is stabbing at that one, runs it away into the offside. And just a flinch in the defensive shot, goes out towards backward point, there's no run. It is the end of the over, 13 for 1. Australia have been set 267 to win, more realistically to bat out for 48 overs. We have had 4 of those overs now, so 44 to go. So that's basically half a day's play. If you think about the first day of a test match or a normal day's test cricket, can Australia survive for half a day from here?
Well, they have to if they don't want England to win. So this will test them. And it's Usman Khawaja, the experience of him now. He needs to stand up for Australia, help out Cameron Bancroft at the other end. Keep planning of defend the good balls. If it's there, still go for it.
Bancroft on strike, Broad racing in to bowl to him. And Bancroft playing across that front leg. Plays it up towards mid-on, there's no run. It's noticeable for Bancroft, a mid-on and a mid-wicket and a short leg in front of square on the onside, where he plants that front leg, then plays across it. You feel he is an LBW candidate.
I mean, even that ball there, you just sort of think, oh, if he misses that.
Yeah.
But he must have an incredible eye.
2 slips and a 4th slip. There's a gap there between the 2 orthodox slip fielders, and Burns at 4th. There's a backward point in the mid-off. Broad goes in, bowls to Bancroft, and Bancroft gets a ball just outside the off stump, pushes it up to Archer, wearing his sun hat at mid-off, and there's no run. Just looking at the clouds up there, I mean, it's got a bit darker, but it's still a reasonable afternoon, was it? 4 o'clock, there's plenty of blue sky and brightness in the distance as well.
Doesn't feel like rain.
No.
It's just getting a little bit darker than what it was before, but it's still fine.
I mean, in a way, if you're trying to win the game, these are sort of the conditions you want with the lights on, a bit of a cloud cover now. There was bright sunshine earlier when England started, but that was to their advantage after the rain this morning. Broad bowls, Bancroft drives and misses, looking for the extra cover gap there. I mean, in this situation, you feel that was a ball he could just have left, but he went for the big drive and missed it. It was taken by Bairstow away to his right-hand side.
Yeah, well, it just looked like he got right across there as well. It was like a good seam position from Stuart Broad. Got it out there, and I don't know, it was just an odd shot, really.
Yeah. It was on the up as well. It wasn't a half volley, anything like that. If it had been half volley, probably would have hit it, but just stretching for it. Trying to hit it on the up through the offside. That big tempting gap at cover. Crowd right behind England here. Here is Broad bowling to Bancroft, and that's wide, rather a wasted delivery. Bancroft ignored it, strolls out towards square leg, 13 for 1.
So David Warner becomes the second Australian opener to make single-figure scores in 4 innings in a row against England. Mark Taylor, 1997, made 1, 2, 1 and 0 in 4 innings.
And then he came back with 100, didn't he?
And then he came back, yeah.
There was talk of him being dropped in that series, or him dropping himself. He just couldn't get a run anywhere. It's actually one of those... You see an Australia captain get 100 as an Englishman in a Test match. You think, I'm not sure I necessarily want to see that, but actually that you really felt for him. Here is Broad bowling edged and just short of first slip, picked up by Root. Again, another one of those that goes into the slip cordon along the ground. And good bowling from Broad, and Australia under a bit of pressure here. But Taylor he is a very decent man, and he was struggling. It was horrible to see it in that series. Of course, they came back and won the series 3-2. He made that 100 at Edgbaston.
So you sort of felt for him for 5 minutes and then went...
No, he's a very nice man.
Is.
Yeah.
I used to love watching him bat.
13 for 1. Here is Broad bowling to Bancroft, who turns that away through mid-wicket for 4. Down the slope. That was on the pads, and Bancroft, he favours that leg side with playing that bat across that front pad. And if it's right in the zone, then he can deal with it. And he did there. Bancroft is 7, and Australia are 17 for 1. And that's 5 overs gone. 5 of the 48 that are available to England. Well, I could nip through and bowl lots of overs and get more in, but that won't be happening because they've got the pace bowlers on.
Definitely.
He actually made the 100 at Birmingham at Edgbaston in the first test because he'd been out of form in his previous series, and then he followed that with 1, 2, 1 and 0.
So the 100 first?
It was 100 was first, yeah. Then he got a 76 and 45 at Trent Bridge.
Oh, it's amazing how the memory
it is, yeah.
plays tricks there.
I just wanted to mention that last delivery. Stuart Broad might be too upset with that. It was probably more the length that he'd sort of walked back to pick up his cap quickly.
Archer bowls, and Khawaja is beaten. Across him, pushing at it, missed it, around about hip height, through to Bairstow.
Yeah, that was a good delivery, that. Back over the wicket, across the left-hander, Khawaja. I was sort of saying, I don't think he'd be too upset, Broad, with the line of the delivery. That's what he wants Cameron Bancroft to do. He wants him to hit him through the mid-wicket or a little bit squarer because of that front pad. He's trying to wrap him on the front.
Archer to Khawaja. Khawaja drives, push drive through the vacant straight mid-off area. He's going up towards the boundary, and Stokes is after it and hurls the ball in, and Khawaja is off the mark with 2. 19 for 1, 267 to win. We're in the 6th over of 48. Stokes, who played brilliantly after lunch. He was 51 not out at lunch and made 115 not out. The acceleration that England required to give them a sniff of victory. Here is Archer bowling to Khawaja. Oh, he's caught behind. There's an appeal, he's out. Archer's got another one. He's off again. Out towards square leg. Khawaja's not going straight away. He's coming down to have a chat with Bancroft. Well, if you hadn't hit it, you'd think you'd review it straight away. What's he going to do here? He is walking off. He's had a chat with Bancroft. I don't quite know what the conversation would have been there, because you'd feel that Khawaja would know it, whether he's hit it or not.
It's hit his back leg, but that sounded pretty good. It's a great line again, and the length.
Do you know what I think might have happened there? Is I think it might have just flipped the outside edge and might have just clipped the pad as well.
Yeah. So maybe Khawaja didn't feel it off the bat initially. And then asking Cameron Bancroft at the other end what he saw, I guess. That's all I can think of.
Australia are 19 for 2. Archer's got them both. And Khawaja is on his way for 2. Remember, number 4 normally means Steve Smith. But if you just joined us, we no longer have Steve Smith in this Test match. It is going to be Marnus Labuschagne making his way out, who's been in good form this summer. He's been overplaying for Glamorgan. Andrew will give us his stats this summer, but he's got stacks of runs for Glamorgan. And Jofra Archer with 2 wickets. Bowling from the nursery end, there's a feeling that Wokes should have started the nursery end and then Archer from the far end perhaps replacing Broad, this mix and match. And of course he did his damage yesterday from the pavilion end, but he's picked up 2 from this nursery end, and Australia are under pressure in front of another full house here at Lord's on a Sunday. It wasn't that long ago that Stokes and Archer were starring on this ground on a Sunday, and they are doing it again. Stokes with 100, Archer with 2 wickets. Andrew.
Leading run scorer in the county championship this season, minus Labuschagne, 1,114 wickets, 14 wickets, runs at 65.
That's not bad effort, that.
Very good effort.
Yeah.
Runs at 65.5, 500s.
Well, there was a man who took that number of wickets for Glamorgan, Don Shepherd. He died a year ago.
2,000 wickets for...
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't do it in one season.
No, he didn't. No. He died a year ago, Don. Right, Labuschagne, who is, as I said, is in good form. But this is, I mean, it must be really tricky, this, just to suddenly be pushed out there.
Pushed into the
last day of a test
the big
match.
stage, yeah. In this situation, he's just got to play the way he normally does. And he's got to get that focus. Listen to the crowd.
Here goes Archer with a leg slip in. Bowls to Labuschagne. It's a short ball, and he's underneath it. And it is through to Bairstow. Just trying to think, would you better look this up? Labuschagne ever played at Lord's before? 19 for 2 is Middlesex are in the 2nd division. Interesting, where they would have played Glamorgan earlier in the season. We'll just check that. So Khawaja out for 2, Warner for 5, both to Jofra Archer. England making just the start they wanted with the new ball. 20 for 2. Labuschagne faces Archer. Oh, he's hit him! He's hit him, and he's up straight away. England gathering around Labuschagne just to check he's okay. It hit him in the helmet, in the grill of the helmet. He went down, and then he got up straight away. And England, well, just checking he was all right, and he looks fine. It's another familiar sight here at Lord's. Australia's physio coming on to have a look at Labuschagne. Anyone's hit in the head, and that has to happen. And they might want a replacement helmet as well. He's just taking it off. Well, that was another nasty one. Yeah, the replacement helmet called for. Goodness me, what are we going to see next in this match?
This is an absolute brute of a delivery. He is right on the grill.
Just been played on the big screen, hit him on the grill. He's trying to leave it. He just couldn't get his head out of the way. In one sense, he sort of had his eye on it, but he just kept following him. Almost too quick for him to get out of the way.
Oh, that was the thing. It's the right height again. It's the perfect short ball, because it's really hard to move. It's hard to get under that kind of delivery, because Archer is tall, and where he releases the ball from, he's getting that extra bit of bounce. But the other thing you got to think of here is Archer's bowling it should be going down the slope, but that's actually come back into Labuschagne. So really difficult to judge, and you could see on the replay of the screens that we were just watching that he had his eyes on the ball. I just think, yeah, you're right. It was probably too quick for him.
Yeah. Just couldn't get his head out of the way in time, even though he was looking at it. It was an odd one. So the physio's out there. He's down on one knee at the moment. He's just checking out again that sort of concussion situation. He was up straight away, but that doesn't mean to say he's not concussed. I think Butler who stepped forward at short leg and said, "You all right? Are you okay?" There was some concern out there.
Honestly, I think where it's hit him, it's probably a good spot. If you're talking about concussions, I'm guessing on that shell of the helmet, there's probably more chance. Yeah, just where it's hit him, it looked like straight away he got up, he was fine, but.
Can you have a concussion sub for a concussion sub? I don't know. We're in new territory here.
Can't see why not.
Yeah.
I was actually going to talk about this story yesterday about Labuschagne, because he came onto the field, and during the 13-14 series, actually he came and batted against me while I wasn't able to fit my run up in the Brisbane nets at the Gabba, and he actually came with me to the nets at Albion and did a bit of a centre wicket with me. So he can face pace, and he was always ready and willing to do it as well. So that's one good thing. So I was quite confident when he walked out there, but to see that, that's got to shake you up as a batsman.
Yeah, also the dressing room as well, seeing that.
Oh, well, the tail enders yesterday when they had to come out after seeing Steve Smith go down is it's not. They've all said how quick Archer did bowl yesterday. They were like, Mitchell Starc was having a little discussion with him this morning when he was catching balls from Mitch Marsh out in the middle, and he did say the big fella did bowl very, very fast. So, I mean, we all appreciate fast bowlers. You just don't really want to get hit.
No. Right, the physio's gone off. Or was it the doctor or the physio, one of the two. And Lamashane's back on his feet. He's got a new helmet, and good luck. He's about to face Jofra Archer again. And Jonathan Agnew is going to take over the commentary. 2 wickets for Archer. It's 20 for 2.
Well, that was quick. That was very quick indeed. A brutal line, and Labuschagne hasn't seen it yet. And Archer's on his way again, urged on by the crowd. Oh, that goes flying past the outside edge. And Labuschagne there offered a very twitchy, very tentative bat. Mitchell Johnson's seen enough. He's away. I think it was like commentating on you bowling as well, Mitch.
Wow. That was slippery, John.
Strap in, Tuffers, strap in.
Yeah, that was slippery. He's hit it before he's moved.
Yeah. And he's bowling into a breeze.
He's got that sort of ability just to pop one at you.
In he goes again off his shortest run. Bowls to Labuschagne, who's beaten again, groping outside the off stump, and Archer looks to the heavens, and he'll be soaking up this applause. Tell you what, he's brought these Ashes to life.
Yes.
And we saw England limping away from Edgbaston, heavily beaten. But that spell yesterday afternoon, you just feel there's been a momentum shift here. Whatever the result, the outcome of this match today, even if it's a draw, but he has brought another dimension to it.
Well, Stuart Broad looks medium pace.
You can go and tell him if you like.
Well, no, I'm not going to go and tell him, but I mean, that has hit Labuschagne.
Yeah.
You have your trigger, you're back and across, and then quick bowlers, they sort of like, oh crikey, whoosh past your nose, but that's just on him before he's moved.
Yeah.
Hit him straight in the jaw, couldn't move. It's like it increases pace, doesn't it, and rise up at you. That's quick. That's proper wheels, John.
I think he's got quite a big variation in his pace. I think that
slippery bounce. He's got that slippery short ball. It's like another yard on it.
Broad in the sunshine, on his way, bowls to Bancroft. He's forward, and Archer will go chasing that out towards cover. Long, athletic strides. He picks the ball up 10 yards from the grandstand. He gets an extra cheer from the England supporters in there, and back they come for 2. Bancroft to 9. Wow. So there's something else very strange about Labuschagne was the way he takes his guard.
What did you notice?
He takes every stump. He took off stump and raked.
Really?
Yeah. Then he took middle stump.
Yeah.
And marked it. Right. And then I think he sort of guessed where leg stump is himself, but he marked every stump and then still an off stump, which is rare.
He didn't ask the umpire for off, middle, and leg.
He asked him for off and middle.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay. Strange.
Bancroft waits. Broad moves in. Bowls to a menace in the air, but flies past short leg.
Why not have one there? Why not have a leg gully?
Comes down to fine leg for a single.
Why have a mid on, John? Why have a mid on now? You've got to. The only way Australia were going to get into this game is if Davey Warner smashed a quick 50 and everyone went all crikey. Yep. 2 down now. No one in. Yeah, just get everyone in.
The Aussie winner's gone.
Yes.
It's just a question now. Somehow, miraculously, England can get 8 wickets in. Yeah. The 41 point, whatever it is, overs that remain.
Light comes into it.
Well, it does. You wonder what it's going to be like at the Oval.
End of December. Bring a scarf.
Well, now they are bringing a man in there now, but the horse has bolted.
It's like that.
Now look at him checking his guard. There's off stump.
Yeah.
He's raking away.
2.
Now he's going. Oh no! He's marked his middle there by doing it himself. I think. Was that the middle stump that he took? Let's have a look.
A little bit trotty.
It looks a bit. But he's standing on. It's pretty much in front of his stumps. 3 slips, leg slip, short leg. And Labuschagne got a horrible blow on the grill. He's waiting for Stuart Broad from the far end. He comes in, bowls to him, and he played at that for a moment and then just took his bat away. And he's batting, of course, because Steve Smith had to withdraw from the match under this new concussion protocol, and that means you can have a fully fledged substitute as long as it is a like for like.
He nearly got concussion. What would have happened then? The concussion replacement gets concussion.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
How many concussion replacements can you have for concussion?
I don't know, but there are going to have to be a lot of players in squads and so on now, aren't there?
Going to be queuing up, aren't they?
23 for 2. In comes Broad, bowls, and Labuschagne gets one down the leg side. That's brilliantly stopped by Bairstow. Full length, flinging himself to his left. He took that with one hand. Lovely piece of work, because they're standing quite close now because the ball hasn't been carrying very far, but
thigh pad.
Very good take from Bairstow. It's a little deflection there off that. Yes, you're right, it was the thigh pad, wasn't it? It's a little flick. Broad walks back, sun behind cloud at the moment. The lights are on.
I'm tempted to give Wokes a go. I don't actually. It's almost cooling his heels, isn't he? I mean, he bowls beautifully from this nursery and the swings. Jofra is doing a very good job. I'd swap him round.
In comes Broad, bowls, and he's away. Labuschagne with an inside edge round about the middle stump. And Leach is the fielder down to our left and at long leg. So Broad holding his head in his hands there as Bancroft comes down again. 24 for 2. The target for Australia is 267. But you feel with the loss of Warner and the absence of Smith that 2 wickets down cheaply. It's just a question now of them trying to hang on.
Yeah. And we've said all along they've got that sort of like flaky looking sort of middle order, haven't they? Lower order without Smith.
Very.
Yeah, you get one more now to go into tea with. Oof.
This is tea in 25 minutes.
Oh, might get 2.
Leg slip waiting now.
Greedy.
Down go the slips. Broad's on his way. He's there. He bowls to Bancroft. It's almost picks him out. It's gone for 4. But it was just past his right hand. It went very quickly. It was Stokes who's been put into that place.
That would have been catch of the century. It was absolutely motoring.
Well, there's a man who you'd back to take a catch of the century. It's Ben Stokes, but it went very quickly. And it was well wide of him, but Bancroft had no idea where it had gone, but I think he is vulnerable around there.
Yeah.
And at forward short leg as well.
He's done us there a bit, old Stokes. It's the old goalkeeping save. Didn't particularly have to dive there.
This is fun. Anna Wilby. Hello, Anna. She's my friend and I are music teachers.
Oh, lovely.
On a canal boat holiday.
Oh, lovely.
I always fancy doing that, didn't you?
Yeah, so have I.
Take the dogs.
Do you fancy going?
Yeah, I'd love to. That'd be really nice. Anyway, they're listening to Test Match Special, of course, she says.
Rosie and
we've
Jim.
found ourselves inspired to be a little creative. So what we're doing, we're doing TMS, the opera.
Okay, here we go.
In goes Archer, bowls to Labuschagne, beaten again.
It's a beauty.
I don't think he's laid a bat on Archer yet.
What a delivery that is at 90.
Searing down the hill.
Crikey.
Into Bairstow's gloves. So back to the canal boat.
Yes, sorry.
They are composing TMS, the opera, based on the final of the World Cup that we greatly enjoyed during the rain on Friday.
Right.
We intend to deliver this, or at least highlights of it, before the end of the Oval Test this September. What a lovely target, Anna. In goes Archer, bowls, and there's a good shot from Labuschagne. Well played him, to be fair. Got right behind that and punched it through mid-off. He's going to get 4 runs.
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah. Pitched up that time by Archer, and he said, well, it was a bit of a foul volley actually on off stump, so just leant forward and got a good face of the bat on it. But that length from Archer, that just back of a length. So the opera.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think. Have you ever been to the opera?
Oh, I love opera.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, do like opera. As long as you've got the translation, so you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Bit in the dark otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh no, I love a bit of opera music. Bit of Wagner. Archer. Bowls beats him.
It's a beauty.
Outside off stump again. 32 for 2. Who could be the Phantom? You be the Phantom?
Yes. Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Get an arm bread.
Phantom of the TMS Opera.
Just get an arm bread, stick it on the side of your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be easily done.
Well, I'm fascinated by it. I'm looking forward to that already.
Yes. Oh, I love some of the music's lovely.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Archer bowls short. Oh my word! That came rearing back.
Wow!
How did that get there? And Labuschagne there just swayed out of the way, and that was again just minutely away from his gloves and bat as he kept them out of the way, or tried to. That came ripping back from outside the off stump. Whoa!
That could have got a glove, could have got anything, could have just whizzed past about chest high.
How did that get there?
I don't know. That's really jagged back. He's a bit special, this fella.
No, it's hard to say. He played that pretty well again,
Yeah,
frankly.
he did.
32 for 2. Labuschagne's on 5. Archer bowls to him, and it goes straight through him again. Pushing forward.
Wow.
And Archer there has got his hands on his knees, saying, what have I got to do to get this bloke out? The crowd saying, come on, Jofra, we're with you. And he's smiling. Mr. Dars scraping around at the footholds there, and the crowd sense that he can knock him over here. Joe Root saying, come on, everybody. He's like conducting an orchestra from first slip, talking of the opera.
Yeah.
Perhaps he'll be our conductor. 32 for 2.
Put in a beautiful length, just short of a length as well, isn't it? And every time it hits the seam, it just goes away.
In goes Archer, bowls to Labuschagne, is forward. He's going to get runs here, off the edge. That's the injustice of it all. He pushed forward, aiming for cover, gets the edge, and it runs down to third man to the boundary. 36 for 2. And I thought Archer looked a bit quizzically there towards Bancroft as he walked past him. We've got some ideas for the TMS, the opera.
Yes.
Madam Butterfly Slip could be the title.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like that.
Like that?
Yes. That's about it from me.
Is it? What else can we think of?
Les Mis, is that an opera? That's an opera, isn't it? Not really.
It's a musical.
It's a musical, yeah.
No, I think we're talking about, posh ones.
Okay.
Proper operas.
Yeah, it's got...
Yeah.
Barber of Seville?
I was thinking of that. Something to do with Michael Vaughan, but I couldn't quite get it all in. 36 for 2. In comes Broad. Bowls to Bancroft. Back he goes, looking to force through the offside field. It's picked up there at point and there's no run. Not thought of?
Don Giovanni? Is that an opera? It's thrown us a bit. Yeah.
I'm getting a bit highbrow here, Tuppers, aren't
we? We are. Yeah. I quite like Oasis.
Well, you're not having Oasis. Here's Broad, bowls, and Bancroft behind it plays to mid-on, which is where he tends to play his defensive strokes, rather across his pad. Sun out.
Yep.
So the floodlights redundant once more, but still beaming down. Lots of blue sky around. Cloud in the distance.
They say we're going to shower later.
Possible.
Yeah, possible. I hope that doesn't come. One more. England need just one more, I reckon. Go and have a cup of tea. Give Jofra a rub down and send him out again.
Here's Broad, bowls, Bancroft. Oh, it's just... That's where I think he's vulnerable.
Yeah.
It popped over short leg's head and out for a couple into the leg side, but he does thrust that left foot and the pad and the bat's there alongside it, and that was an inside edge. It bounced over short leg, inside edge, and
off
up
the
it
hip,
popped.
almost the hip, wasn't it?
That's... I'd fancy
too much velocity
get
on
out.
it. Yeah.
The crowd is just simmering. They're ready. 38 for 2. Bancroft's on 16.
He's done all right, actually.
Warner and Khawaja both dismissed. As Australia want 229 more to win. That's not going to happen. But can they hang on? In comes Broad again. He bowls outside Bancroft's off stump and he lets it go through. It's collected by Johnny Bairstow.
Wokes is having to loosen up. I like Wokes from this end.
I like Wokes from this end. They're going to have to switch things around, aren't they?
Jofra Archer just popped it on that slope, didn't he?
Yep.
From this end and just got it moving. Labuschagne must have played and missed it about 6 or 7. So unlucky not to get the outside edge.
And that horrible grilling that he got.
Yeah, he has the ability, as you say, just to sort of slip himself, isn't he? You know, goes whoosh.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting variation in his speeds. I think this speed machine is erratic.
Yeah.
In comes Broad, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Bancroft again, playing that quite calmly. Don Giovanni, that's not bad.
Yeah, nice.
Well done, David Razell.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, go on.
Is it John Baglow, is that his name? Phantom of the Jofra.
Oh,
that's not bad. No, we like that.
That's number one at the moment. Yeah, Phantom.
John Tipple, full Tosca. Well, you've got some material there, ladies.
Yes.
On your canal boat. That's a lovely, peaceful thing to do.
I know, nice. 4 mile an hour, don't it?
In comes Broad, bowls, a little bounce there, Bancroft's forward, playing down to mid-off where Archer fields. Now, what are they going to do here? Chris Wokes is walking up purposefully, as if he's going to come on up at this end before the ball, and this is sense point, if you're going to have Wokes in the side, you've got to bowl him with a ball that's likely to swing, and he's so successful from this nursery end.
Yeah.
So he's going to have a go. Now, do they bring Archer up from that far end? Personally, I would, because he's loose.
Yeah.
And he's bowled, how many overs? 4 overs, so I think, yes, up the far end. But they might wait till after tea, of course. Broad finish a spell, going to have a cuppa.
Yeah.
But it's Wokes for now, with 15 minutes to go until the tea break.
He's grabbed this Ashes by the scruff of the neck, hasn't he, Jofra?
Do you think so? It does feel
like
it.
I really do. I mean, I'm actually sitting here, as I said, I was driving home from Edgbaston going, I can't really see without Jimmy now how we're going to get 20 wickets, and the batting's not great. How can we put pressure on, and, you know, Smith and things like that. He's actually turned it on its head a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he has.
Yeah.
Well, I really think he has.
I haven't seen that for a long time.
He's at mid-off then, Archer. He's got a sleeveless sweater on. Wokes is loosening up, and he's going to bowl from this end. So he's going to bowl to Labuschagne. And those slips are very close. Certainly a couple of yards up than what you'd expect, but the ball hasn't been carrying. Labuschagne then's right-handed, and he waits for Wokes. Oh, he lets that go straight over his stumps.
Nick Backer.
Remind us of Labuschagne's background, Andrew, because he's one of yours, wasn't he?
He is, yeah. He was born in Klerksdorp in the northwest.
Klerksdorp.
If you drive to Potch from Johannesburg, and you drive past Potch for about another half an hour, you get to Klerksdorp. It's a slightly bigger town than Potchefstroom. He was, of course, Marnus Labuschagne when he was born there.
Oh, is that right? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, went to Australia when he was about 10, 11, I think.
Wokes bowls, and again he leaves that very close to his off stump. Labuschagne.
Schachny.
Right, he's just a Labuschagne now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just Labuschagne these days.
He's gone Australian. Well, he's prodding around there. He's played half a dozen tests for Australia.
Yeah.
Potchefstroom, that's become quite a centre of sporting excellence, isn't it?
It has been quite a while with the university there.
Yeah. 38 for 2. Wokes runs in, bowls to Labuschagne, and lets that go outside the off stump. A bit of bounce there.
If we can just get one to nip back, it's going to be in a bit of trouble. What's this?
Margaret, the magic route. Very good, Margaret. Kev, Latravi Archer.
Oh, yeah.
It's not bad. Adrian suggests Jofra Archer and the Nutcracker.
Yeah.
38 for 2. Some chanting going on now as Wokes kicks up his heels. He's on his way. Bowls to Labuschagne, who plays that pretty well round about the off stump and a good length. He's behind that.
More South African-born players in the Australian squad than the English one for the series. Jason Roy for England, and Labuschagne or Labuschagne, and Michael Neeser, the reserve team. He was also born in South Africa.
You think the grief used to get from Jim Maxwell?
I know.
I've got one.
Have you? Have you got a funny one?
Well, quite. I don't know whether it's quite an opera, though, is it? Or is it a ballet?
Who? Swan Lake?
Graham Swan Lake.
It'll do. We'll have it. It's nice. It's nice music in it. Here's Wokes, and that's tucked away. That's a good shot from Labuschagne. easing it away through mid-wicket off the front foot. It's fairly clear from what we've seen of him. He likes to go on that front foot, actually.
Yeah.
And that was a very nice stroke indeed. Just rolling the wrists. He does set himself on the front foot. But that was a pretty stroke.
Yeah.
4 to the substitute. 2 for 2. What do you do with your sheet? Just say, Andrew, that England do bowl Australia out. How are you going to manage all these names and things? How's that going to work? It'll still be 11, won't it?
It'll still be 11, so it's not too messy, this one.
So did you just not refer to Smith at all anymore?
No. So
he didn't bat. It's none of that.
He's gone.
In goes Wokes. From the nursery end, is there, and he bowls, and Labuschagne allows that through to the keeper. And it's the end of the over, 42 for 2. Bancroft 16, Labuschagne has 13. Can England take another wicket before tea, which is 10 minutes away? Tuffers, I'll leave that with you. And then Jim Maxwell's coming in here.
Well, they'd certainly like to get one more, England, and Jofra Archer has been switched ends. Taking his jumper off, I'm going to have a go at the pavilion end, where he bowled so devastatingly yesterday. But he bowled pretty well at the nursery end as well, Jim.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what he can do to stir the game up a bit further, as he's already done with a couple of wickets to put Australia very much on the back foot here. The interesting thing about these two batsmen, of course, is that they've brought some county form.
Yes.
It's county cricket that's got them where they are at the moment to play for Australia.
Yes, we've been very good to you.
Labuschagne, whichever pronunciation you want, is the leading run scorer in county cricket.
Is he?
Yeah.
For Glamorgan?
Yeah, and here's the captain of Durham, Cameron Bancroft, at the other end. So, they can be thankful to England for giving them the opportunity, and it may be the saving of Australia here. Now, it's Archer who beats him outside the off-stump first up. Went straight through, 88 miles an hour. Bancroft just pushing at the line, couldn't do much other than hope he missed it, and he did, luckily. He's still 16 with Australia set, an illusory 67 to win from 48 overs. And they may well wiggle out of this, but how well are they going to do it? They could get bowled out, of course, but even if England get them 5 or 6 down, that's something. Now, the next ball hits him. He tried to leave it. It bounced and took him above the pad, the thigh pad, I think, probably going over the stumps. But you've got to make split-second judgments against a bowler of any pace, but particularly of this pace.
Got him right in the tummy.
Hit him in the belly button.
He did. Nipped back and hit him in the belly button.
Well, better the belly button than the other spot.
Yeah.
There's a deep leg slip, very curious field placement. Archer bowls and he's forward, and he's playing the ball out there into the covers. And there's no score. Now, what do you make of where Stokes is fielding? He's behind the level of the keeper in the slips.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that, because if Archer's going to sort of like jag one down that hill, Cameron Bancroft does like to go over to the offside, doesn't he, and just sort of help it round that corner. So, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Why? I mean, you may as well have them anywhere. What's the, runs aren't an issue, have everyone catching.
Yes, as Archer bowls and Bancroft defends. That's what he's good at, defending, even though his technique might be a bit porous. He is a great fighter and quite fearless in many ways, as we've seen at short leg. And he's clearly here as the developing prospect for Australia at the top of the order, in view of the way he's been able to get ahead, jump the queue of a Burns and a Renshaw and a Harris. And he's waiting and watching him. Archer has him ducking a bouncer. Another sharpie. He had to go down quickly. 91 miles an hour.
That's that length, Jim, isn't it? It doesn't get up. That's the thing. It's sort of like, it's quite banged in short, but he's ducked that, and it's almost, He
almost kissed the helmet.
Yeah, it has, yeah. Yeah, he's misjudged that and almost ducked into it a bit, like Steve Smith yesterday. Very high release he's got, Archer, isn't he? Very high sort of finger release.
He runs in again and bowls a higher bouncer. Is that too high? No, that's all right. That's the end of the over. It's interesting that he has his sleeve buttoned on his bowling hand, and up in the other. He's short-sleeved on his left arm.
I think that might be one of those Under Armours or something, I think.
One of those...
yeah, like tubies or something, tuba grips or an Under Armour or something. Or it might not be, it might just be a
that hose, that sort of hose they wear on their arm. Yeah. Well, it's 2 for 42, the end of the over. There's another potential 37 overs to bowl, so it'll be a very good effort to bowl Australia out, you would think, in that time. You're really only looking at a draw or an England win at this stage. And now Leach is coming on to bowl. He's got 2 right-handers there. He'd probably prefer a lefty. And Manus Labuschagne, he may lack experience and certainly hasn't quite got the skill of a Steve Smith. But there's a lot of grit there.
And a bit of form.
There's a lot of sort of a combination of Afrikaner and Australian grit, fight. And you've got to admire the way he goes about his cricket, even if he's a bit raw on this stage. So this will be interesting. What can Leach produce? He's going to bowl around the wicket. Now, I would have thought it might be worth just going over the wicket. Toughest for a while, doesn't it? Land a couple in the problematic area?
Yeah, I mean, let's just get into your work a bit, though. Get into your work, not get him on the pad.
Well, he's got 2 slips, or slip in a gully and a short leg. And here we go. Left arm around to right-hand batsman. Leach, couple of little steps, and on the back foot, Labuschagne hits the ball hard to cover. Doesn't get it through the field. He's 13, Bancroft 16. Warner and Khawaja out cheaply. Warner can't buy a run at the moment.
No.
Not anywhere.
Or a catch.
Yes. Leach in again, tossing and forcing on the back foot. Labuschagne content to get back for the most part so far, just watching the ball. He's got to draw him forward. That's where the problem may be off an edge, inside, outside, with men around the back.
Yeah, a bit of flight.
Leach comes up again and does draw him forward with a good stride and a push straight back down the pitch to the bowler. Now another manoeuvre in the field. They're going to have a short fine leg, pushing broad back at mid-wicket with a mid-off short cover and a point. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And he is going to bowl over the wicket.
Oh, well, there you go, straight away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, so let's see what happens. Can he cause a kerfuffle getting into some footmarks there? He comes up and bowls, and it does land, and it beats the outside edge. There you go. That was like watching Derek Underwood. Wow. That fizzed through and went past the edge of the bat, and Bairstow made a pretty good take in the end, but that landed in some rough.
Ooh, so lucky. That is absolutely kicked out of that rough hole.
That was dead set, deadly under Derek Underwood.
Yeah, gone quickly.
He comes up again, and he's forward looking for the ball to hit his bat, poking it out on the offside. You could have an hour or so of nail-biting cricket here against this probing spin on a helpful surface. And Manus Labuschagne waits, watches, Leach bowls, he's forward, he sweeps, and he sweeps pretty well. He'll only get one because Broad's back there near the boundary.
I'll tell you something, Jim, if he keeps playing with his bat out of that, he will keep over the wicket. You know, you can sort of get on top of the old the spinner if you just keep thrusting the pad out there, pad out there, pad out there. It's a sort of a battle of wills a bit, but all 3 of those deliveries over the wicket to Labuschagne, he wants to get the bat at it. It can be a bit tricky.
One more over then before the tea break. We could be finishing any old time here tonight if we bowl all these overs. 36 available. England need 8 wickets, and Australia basically need to survive. And they'll try and do that in a very positive way, but the bowling has a cutting edge, and it's Archer with it. And he bowls an awkward bouncing ball that is fended off the body by Labuschagne. I may have taken him on the glove as he withdrew at the sight of a ball that was a little short, and it followed him and hit him bang on his left glove. Could have gone anywhere. Luckily, went into the ground.
Looks like he's potentially going to get a wicket every ball there, Jofra Archer. He's just makes something happen, doesn't he?
Bowling hand grenades, as they say. A leg slip there. Archer bowls Manish Labuschagne and runs it. Uses the pace of the ball to send it down towards third man. The runs don't matter that much. It's the wicket-taking balls as they return for a third on that little nudge away. And Labuschagne say, you can take him for a few more balls. I'm going to have a rest at the non-strikers end and collect my thoughts because this bloke is awkward.
Yeah, he's awkward. Yeah, and what it does, and I think Bancroft played it quite well, really. It's I haven't seen it for a while in Test match cricket. That brave, got to be brave, against this.
Archer bowls, Bancroft plays defensively along the line of the stumps towards Broad, who's down there at mid-on.
Yeah, I mean that sort of West Indies side of those, those great four fast bowlers and everything. It wasn't just about technique and and whatever. It was about having the ticker,
Yep.
Yeah, all of a sudden, that if there's a fear of personal safety, you've got to get stuck in a bit.
Leg slip, short leg in place. Archer bowls, Bancroft plays around the corner, off the body. Crowd catch. The crowd were going, no one else was. It took him on the body and lobbed to Stokes at leg slip. Sorry, folks, anti-climax. There was not a catch, but it could be.
Yeah.
He played at it and it hit his thigh pad, but next time it could well hit the glove or the inside edge. It's worth watching this cricket now, and it will be for the rest of the series if Archer's bowling like this. He charges up and Bancroft gets a snorter past his nose. Ooh, that flew. He just got his head out of the line of that 91 miles an hour, flashing past him like his life going before him as it ripped into the gloves of Bairstow. That was quick. Whoa.
That's a great delivery, and as you say, from the pavilion end as well, it's even more difficult to sort of like sway out the way of it because it pitches and comes down at you, down the slope.
Archer again, last ball, and Bancroft back and defends. That bounced where he was more comfortable, then he pushed it out on the offside, and the umpires are going off for a cup of tea, and you can too, but don't go too far away. The game is not over, folks. Australia are a bit wobbly. They're 2 for 46. They need 35 overs to survive, with England today going on with the loss of only just one wicket. And Ben Stokes' 7th Test century. He was 115 not out. Bairstow was 30. Butler made 31. And Lyon did not take a wicket. None for 102. And Archer struck twice, sharing the new ball with Broad. He had Warner caught by Burns at third or fourth slip for 5, and Khawaja nicking one to the keeper for 2. As the score was then 2 for 19, it's now 2 for 42. What's going to happen in the final session, Tuffers?
Well, I don't know. It could be anyone's game, doesn't it? I mean, it's heading for the draw, perhaps, but one more wicket there would have been nice. Archer bowled well. He got it past Labuschagne's outside head on many occasions. But, Cameron Bancroft has played pretty well there. He's faced it down, and he's going to go and have a cup of tea and a bit of a rub down, but so will Jofra Archer.
If I say Transylvania to you two, what do you think of?
Dracula.
Phantom of the Opera?
Now you're thinking cricketer.
Right.
What? You're thinking, it's not just Dracula.
Oh, isn't it?
Right.
Pavel Florin, have you seen him on his internet sensation? Or Transylvanian spinner? I think that's what he's here.
Oh, okay.
I'm speaking to him in a minute. I know.
Very
It's no longer just Dracula that comes from Transylvania.
Fantastic.
There you go. Right.
Okay.
Thanks, Jim.
Righto, Waggers, over to you.
He has become an internet sensation. If you haven't seen him bowling, you might want to quickly go onto YouTube now. Put in Pavel Florin, Pavel Florin. Pop that into your search engine, and you'll see I think it's our first Transylvanian cricketer. We'll see, certainly the first that I've interviewed, playing in the European Cricket League. He's here, we're going to talk to him in a second, but first of all, we'll start with the news about Steve Smith, who's not taking any further part in this match. He's a serious doubt for the next test. That starts in 4 days' time at Leeds. Well, Smith has been talking to Cricket Australia's Brian Murgatroyd and gave an update on his condition and why he couldn't take to the field today.
Started to feel a little bit of a headache coming on last night, probably as the adrenaline, I guess, probably got out of my system. So started to feel a bit of a headache come on last night and was able to get a good sleep in, which is somewhat rare for me. But woke up feeling a little bit groggy and with a headache again. So yeah, had some tests done and upon some, I guess, further assessments, deemed to be a mild concussion, unfortunately, and have been ruled out for the rest of this test match.
So your results today with the tests have actually deteriorated from your testing yesterday and your baseline assessments as well, is that correct?
Yeah, they've declined a little bit, unfortunately. We did a test this morning here at the ground and did one last night, and results changed slightly, and unfortunately that and how I'm feeling have contributed to me being ruled out for the rest of the test match.
So how did you feel yesterday when you came off the ground, and what were the results of your tests then?
Yesterday when I came off the ground, the results were normal. I passed all the tests and felt fine, felt normal. So was allowed to go back out and bat. Upon discussions with the team doctor and the coach as well, they were both happy, and I was comfortable as well. So we were all happy and was able to go out and continue batting.
So you've been ruled out by the doctor from this match, Dr. Richard Saw. How does that make you feel?
With the tests that I've done and sort of how I've woken up today, I think it's the right decision. I'd obviously love to be out there trying to keep performing and try and help Australia win another test match, but I think the right decision's been made, and I'll obviously be monitored very closely over the next few days with a pretty quick turnaround in between test matches, and I'm hopeful that I can make a recovery and be okay for that.
Let's talk about your arm, because obviously you were struck on the arm yesterday by Jofra Archer before you were struck on the neck. Tell us about those two areas of your body and how are they today?
Well, the neck, I actually didn't have any real pain in my neck yesterday when I touched it or when anyone else touched it. Today I do have a bit of pain there, whether that's some swelling or what, I'm not sure. So perhaps that's leading to me having a headache and feeling, a bit groggy. In regards to the arm feels pretty good today. Actually, it's quite a good bruise and a good bump I have on it, but it's feeling a lot better. The movement I have in it is far greater than I had yesterday, and that feels really good.
So what about the third test, Steve? It's not long away now, just Thursday it starts up at Headingley. Are you going to be fit for that?
Look, it's obviously a quick turnaround between test matches. I'm going to be assessed over the next 5 or 6 days, each day, probably a couple of times a day to see how I'm feeling and see how I'm progressing. And I'm hopeful that I will be available for that test match. But it's certainly up to the medical staff, and we'll have conversations. But it's certainly a area of concern, concussion, and I want to be 100% fit.
And presumably you have to tick the right boxes as well in terms of any preparation before a match too.
Yeah, I think I've got to be able to train probably a couple of days out and then face fast bowling to make sure, I guess, my reaction time and all that kind of stuff's in place. So there's obviously a few tests that I'll have to tick off, and I guess time will tell.
And what about the stem guard, Steve? Because that was something that a lot of people noticed yesterday, the fact you're not wearing a stem guard. Just explain why you don't wear one, and whether yesterday's incident will perhaps make you reassess.
Yeah, I think along with a few of the other players in the team, find it, a little bit different, uncomfortable, I guess, to what we're used to. For me, I feel a little bit claustrophobic when it's on. I feel like I'm sort of just enclosed and not overly comfortable, but, it's certainly something I need to probably have a look at and perhaps try in the nets and see if I can find a way to get comfortable with it.
Well, that's Steve Smith talking earlier on today. He withdrew from the game and he will play, taking no further part. That's a substitute. Obviously, he's batting at the moment, Labuschagne. And the question now for Smith is whether or not he's going to be fit to play in the third test starting at Headingley on Thursday. Fingers crossed for him. Now, before you restart, we've got about 10 minutes to go. We're going to have a quick word with someone he's become an internet and social media sensation, and you must put his name in and have a look. Pavel Florin, I hope I've said that right, is a Transylvanian cricketer who's been playing in the European Cricket League. His unusual bowling technique initially attracted online mockery, but he's received backing for the likes of Shane Warne and Jofra Archer. He's a professional bodyguard by day, so I'm keeping my distance. But he's a player president of a club in Romania in his spare time, having taken up the game at the age of 32. His comments about the game have won him fans all over the world. He said, maybe someone says my bowling isn't beautiful or not effective, but I don't care because I love cricket. And he's here as a guest of the MCC. And Pavel, lovely to meet you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello. And you have become, wow. People.
Yes, it's amazing. I don't believe this because I just play cricket. It's nothing special.
It is special, though. It's special for we don't associate Romania with cricket very much.
Yes, it's very strange. I feel like the national of Jamaica Bob team.
Yes, of the bobsleigh team. Yes, I know. Well, actually, perhaps you're right. Maybe that's why we are interested. What do you think of Lords and this view that we have here? Because I'm guessing that you don't probably have something like this in Romania.
No, never. Is the name is Lords. Is Lords. I spent one day just buy the clothes for this.
Did you really?
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. What do you make of it? All the tradition?
Yes, it's history. Is many people, and that building in front of me is amazing. And everybody here talk about cricket. Is not usual for me. When in Romania I go with the cricket bat on the street, the people think I go to the fight.
Yes. Well, we won't go there. So, what got you into cricket? How did you discover cricket?
Yes, I'm a fan of sport in general, and a few people know I'm a champion in another sports like futsal or American football. But I want to try cricket, and in one day some Indian and Pakistanis play in my neighborhood, and I reach there and I say, these people let me bet.
Oh.
And the Indian throw me a ball like I throw, and I hit the ball. Somebody catch it, but the Indians say, oh, you are a great batsman, you are the future captain of Romania national team. And obviously it was a lie, but...
Well, not necessarily obviously. Why was it a lie? But they wanted another player, did they?
Yes, is missing a player.
Oh.
And have matches and don't could go just 10.
Right, so you just made up the numbers.
Yes, but I know it's the life. But I like this life because it's an honor to play for your country, to be in the team. National team is something about you is in your dream.
It is amazing. And so, tell me about the cricket league, then, Pavel.
European Cricket
League.
Yes.
How does that work then? So Romania has a team in that?
Yes, my team has win the championship and is qualified for this tournament. My team is a very little team, and is for us it was a dream because we are not professional, and this competition have professional players, and for us it was first time when we go on TV, and it was in 100 countries.
Amazing,
and everybody look at us, and we lost all the matches there, but for us is gold.
Yeah. Your bowling action is unusual. Is it self-made? I mean, was it coached?
It's not coached. I just see another player how do these things and follow the rules.
Yes.
I not throw no balls or wides or
no.
And I just training in my city. The problem is with my city is don't have a field, and we need to go 500 kilometers just for train and for play.
Really?
Our matches, yes.
300 miles, 500 kilometers to play.
500 there and 500 back.
That's incredible. It's dedication.
Yes, but we go and play. It's normal. Why not?
Well, I admire that very much. The ball goes quite high when you release it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Are you working perhaps on making it go down first rather than quite so up?
It's not good to go down because if we go down, everybody hit me.
I see.
It's a technique.
It is. I mean, it is quite cunning. It's a sort of a lob in a way, isn't it?
Yes, it's a grenade.
Well, yes. I mean, it did. I have to be honest. It looked like you were bowling grenades when I saw you. But there you go. So it's a deliberate.
Yes, but it's working. You see, in ECL is T20, and I have 18 balls. Maybe I bowl 18 balls, and it's true I bowl some wides in these 18 balls, but nobody hit a 6 on my bowling.
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, it does bring a new concept of taking the pace off the ball. It does. It's extraordinary. You must have a look. It's fabulous stuff. And I didn't realise you were doing it deliberately. I thought you were just trying.
Yes, I try to be a fast bowler, but not working because my technique is not good, and everybody hit me. I'm not stupid.
No.
I need to go slow.
Why do you like cricket, Pavel? What is it about cricket that you really like?
Yeah, the cricket is different sport. In my opinion, the cricket combine two kind of sport. One team sport and one single player sport.
Yes.
And one more thing is about the adrenaline. The people need. The sports people need this adrenaline. When you are at bat or at bowling, is about adrenaline. When the ball is coming and you must catch it, your heart is beating faster.
It's the pressure.
Yes.
Can you imagine facing Jofra Archer? Do you fancy that?
I don't fear to Jofra because I'm a bouncer and it's coming all other things on me. But I don't know how I do points.
You think you'd be all right? Oh, you wouldn't score runs? No.
I don't know. I score runs, but I don't fear about.
No.
He's a cricketer. I am a cricketer. It's a fight.
It's only a ball.
I have a chance, my little chance, but it's my chance.
Yeah. Have you met Shane Warne? Because I think Shane Warne makes.
No, I don't met it.
He said some nice things about your book.
Yes, he's this. Yes, it's true.
You have to go and meet him because I think he's going to be next door. I think.
There's many people here. I don't know.
Well, no, Shane. I think he's probably next door.
Next door.
You have to go and meet him. Yes.
Yes, for
You'll have
sure
to.
I want.
I mean, when Shane Warne actually supports you and says it's good, do you understand? I mean, he is probably one of the best bowlers there's ever been, ever.
Yes, but in that moment I was a little confused because I have a tournament there and I was the leader of the group and my head was on the cricket. And after I coming home, I realized this.
Good stuff. Well,
take some time.
You are going to take him next door and to go and meet Shane. Yes, they're nodding. You're going to go and meet Shane Warne.
Oh.
There you go. Listen, Pavel, it's been lovely to have met you. It really has. Good luck with your cricket. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
I loved watching it.
And for sure you heard about my team and Romania in the future. This is for
looking
sure.
Out for it. Looking out for it already. Thank you. Thanks for coming. You look after yourself. There we are. Pavel Florin. Put it into YouTube and have a look. It's unusual, but as we know, it's tactical. Thank you, Pavel. You take care of yourself. He's a lovely fella. A good smile on his face. There we go. Well, we learned a bit more about cricket there, didn't we, if I'm honest? That was great fun. Anyway, we must look out for his team and Transylvanian cricket. All the way round. But that European Cricket League does a great job, doesn't it, down at Lanka, I think the last one was. So that's where he's been filmed playing. So, back we go then to Lords. 46 for 2. And England have got 35 overs left. It was to try and get these 8 wickets. We shall see. Labuschagne played, I thought, pretty well, I must say, before the break. He's playing here instead of Steve Smith. And Leach will bowl the first ball, and he simply kicks that away. And I think that's probably a better tactic than we saw before tea, when he was using his bat to the ball, pitching in the rough outside his leg stump. But he can, of course, just pad it away. He doesn't have to play a shot at that. Forward short leg, a slip on a gully, as Leach strides in again and bowls shorter, and that can be worked away easily off the pads down to Broadett, deep backward square leg. One more to Australia, where the runs really of no importance. 47 for 2. So it's a question of wickets and any blows that England might strike over the course of these 35 overs going to Leeds. I don't mean physical blows, I mean like Warner getting him out, not letting him get get any confidence back. If they can just get 3 or 4 more wickets in that time, and if they don't win the game, it'll be good to take that on. Root's busy there at Gully. I think he's telling Leach to come back round the wicket, and that's what he's going to do. So this means that Bancroft will have to play, have to offer a bat to these. Leach moves in, bowls on the leg stump, turned easily by Bancroft out to mid-on. That's where Archer is fielding. 47 for 2. Leach again. A couple of little steps and he walks, breaks in a bit of a trot and bowls quite full, and Bancroft has to drive that to cover. And again, no run. Lovely part of the day, but there is some cloud on the horizon that might affect the light a bit. That could come into the equation here a little later. Leach again, bowls, and that's pushed away out to cover. And there's no run. Look, it's 5 o'clock, and under utterly normal but circumstances that never exist anymore, Andrew, this would be the start of the last 15 overs, wouldn't it, normally at 5 o'clock?
Pretty much, but as you say, normal's gone, I'm afraid.
It has. There's Leach again. Oh, that's going to be LBW! He went back, the ball kept low, and really no need for an appeal. And Mr. Dar put his finger up, certainly no need for a review. And Bancroft there was horribly trapped, right in front of his stumps. The ball, it just hurried on, it did keep low. But you won't, I don't think, get a plumber LBW than this all series. It's just hit him halfway up the pad, if that. And he just turned and walked off. Mitchell Johnson.
Haggers, yeah, I've come in at the wrong time from an Australian's point of view, but it's Cameron Bancroft straight after the break. Batted so well against the Jofra Archer onslaught, and then this was the danger. Leach, he one to turn, one to go on quicker. Nathan Lyon bowled a bit quicker. He did beat the bat at times. He bowled some absolute ripping deliveries, but this is Leach's turn. He can get a couple of quick wickets here, and look out, Australia.
I agree. I mean, it's a fascinating 34 or 35 overs we've got ahead, because Travis Head in now, and there's Wade and Payne. Cummins, as we know, can obviously bat and do more than just keep his end up, Siddle. But there is the potential, with pressure, with men around the bat, with Jofra Archer steaming in as well, plus 29,000 people, most of whom will be behind the team. That's all of that adds up to quite a challenge here for Australia to keep their lead.
And also Leach bowling to the left-hander as well, with all that rough.
Yeah.
Makes it very difficult outside the off-stump, spinning back in. We've seen some of the balls really take off from Nathan Lyon, especially yesterday. We saw the puff of dust. So,
well, that's a really good start for England. So soon after the interval, Jack Leach trots down to his position here and quite shyly raises a right hand there to say thank you for the applause that he's getting from those in the Edrich stand and this end of the mound stand, who are saying well done. And now Archer is going to bowl from the pavilion end to Labuschagne, who's waiting for him. He's right-handed and he gets a very full ball indeed, but he digs out and Archer picks that up and heads off back to that far end again. So we've got 3 slips, a leg slip, and Butler at short leg with a helmet on, and Archer walking back to his mark again, just every now and then polishing the ball on the back of his trousers, and he spins himself a catch and wheels round, spins himself another catch, and straight into this very loose-limbed run. Here he comes and bowls a ball that comes cutting back at the right-hander, and he's bowled a few of these. In fact, 1 or 2 have really cut back a long way from short of a length. And Labuschagne's played it well, to be fair.
He has played it well, and he's watched the ball extremely close. And it seems like the one from Archer, that the seam position is really bolt upright, and it's actually coming back in quite a fair way. We saw it before the break. Bancroft did leave one.
He bowled a brute earlier, didn't he? Archer again comes in, bowls, good shot from Labuschagne. Likes to get on that front foot, and there is driving through the covers. A chase for Wokes up to the grandstand, and it'll be 2 as his throw comes into Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, well, he hasn't let Archer get completely on top of him. He's able to get forward in this on this ball, on this occasion, just push it through. He's not wafting at it outside the off stump, so that's a good sign from an Australian's point of view. And for a guy in this situation who's come into the Test match in those circumstances,
very odd. Yeah, it's strange going out and just being a substitute fielder, isn't it? You don't really feel part of the game.
You don't feel part of the game, but he's right amongst it now. He can make a name for himself here.
Well, he can. He's playing well. He does like getting on that front foot. Archer comes in, bowls to him, and he lets that go by outside the off stump, and theatrically Archer there bends at the knee, suggesting that had just somehow miraculously missed the off stump. It was a good leave, that, on length and on line. So it's 49 for 3. England needs 7 wickets in this final session to level the series. Go to Headingley 1-1. It's a big ask. In comes Archer and bowls and hits Labuschagne on the pad, bounces away out to point. But I have seen it before, Tuffers. I've seen England win a Test match in this situation before. Christchurch, 1992, 1-2. Better look it up, Andrew, because I'll be wrong with my figures. But I think New Zealand were 1 down at tea on the last day. And Philip Charles Roderick Tufnell came on to bowl. In comes Archer, and bowls, finds the edge. That runs down to backward point to end a hostile over from Archer. 49 for 3. And England won the game. Tuffers bowled them out. Oh, Clive. Sorry, it's Philip Clive Roderick Tufnell. Must get that right. Must get my figures right as well. He always thought with 3 initials like that he'd be future England captain, but it didn't quite happen. So he took 8 for something ridiculous. I don't think he got all 8 after tea. He got 7 after tea. We'd all written up. I was writing my reports. I had it all done at tea. Match drawn. Boom, boom, boom. And New Zealand lost 9 wickets in that final session for England to win the Test match. It was a remarkable game. So it can happen.
It definitely can. It's never over, and this is this great atmosphere. The sun's out again.
Yep.
So light won't be a factor if this after cloud over the back there's a little bit, but I think we're
there's route to bowl some spin, so they could have spin at each end.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, the left-handed head then waits, and Leach will bowl the ball into that rough. In he goes. Oh my word! Well, he's swung at that. His first ball, which is full outside the off stump. He's had a right old go at it.
Yeah, felt like a bit of a half-hearted shot, to be honest. He didn't really get down on that back knee, and he wasn't really settled. So maybe he sort of thought this might not be the right shot. Halfway down the pitch.
It was a horrible shot. Leach again moves in, bowls to him. Flatter turns around the corner and fielded by Root at leg slip. And there's no run. He just feels he's on a hot tin roof out there.
It's a very good spot to be bowling in for Leach.
Yeah,
he's got enough to work with.
49 for 3. Head yet to score. Leach moves in, bowls to him, and that bounced, spat out of the rough. And with a jerk and a prod, Head managed to get the ball away into the offside defensively.
Well, it was what we spoke about with Nathan Lyon. It's the second bit of rough that's the troubling one. One to go in the middle, really turn and bounce, and if it just gets on the outside of it, there's that chance it might just go straight on, or it could kick off as well. So Leach will be enjoying this.
He looks very jittery. Leach moves in, bowls to him. Phil Wiley's done a real mess there. There's going to be byes as the ball runs into the shadows and towards the pavilion. 4 byes, but he there again set himself to play that heave into the leg side. The ball was way too full for it, and he was in no position at all to play. I mean, he's all over the place here.
He's just uncertain. So in his mind, he wants to play the sweep to hit out of that rough, but he's not watching the ball.
No.
He's been so good this trip, Travis Head. I've really enjoyed watching him bat when he's come in at situations where hasn't been ideal for Australia. He's had good intent, but this is a serious situation in the game. They could lose from here.
Well, he's not looking at all confident. 53 for 3, left-handed, 3 men around the bat, and Leach moves in again, bowls to him a little shorter, hurries in, plays it away down to backward point. The crowd can sense it too. They can really feel that Leach is all over Travis Head, who's gone for a stroll, looking to compose himself there. Conversation with Johnny Bairstow.
So Australia not having a senior player out there that can really hurt him in this situation. Just need to slow things down, just compose yourself, watch the ball.
Last ball of the over, in goes Leach, bowls, and he's jabbing the bat down on that again. It kept a little bit low. It's fielded by Stokes. Well, I think Travis Head has to have a little think about how he's going to try and play this, because I really don't think trying to swing him into the man stand is the answer. And he got that length completely wrong with the one that went for byes. Anyway, Andrew, you're taking us back to Christchurch.
Back to Christchurch, 1992. You exaggerated slightly, but only slightly. 201 for 3 New Zealand.
There was 3 down, were they?
They're following on. So they were 267 behind in the first innings.
Right.
Tuffers had taken 1 wicket at that stage, and New Zealand bowled out. Martin Crotchrain hit the 4 to level the scores.
If the ball had gone for 4,
the
10-minute break would have taken us out of the game.
Correct.
They'd have drawn it. And he was caught. Pringle. Was it Pringle took the catch?
Pringle, yes.
He did.
PCR Tufnell, 46.1 overs, 25 maidens, 7 for 47.
There you go. 53 for 3. Here's Archer on his way in bowls, and Labuschagne defends this, and it's picked up by the bowler as he follows through. Well, I get most of it. Got most of it right. But it was 7 after tea anyway, so still pretty spectacular stuff. And yes, it was... Martin Crowe looked at the clock, knew that if he hit a 4, it would level the scores, and so even if he got out, that was okay. But he skied it, and I think it was at mid-on, wasn't he, Tuffers? Is it mid-off? There we go. Here's Archer. Past the umpire again, he bowls, and Labuschagne's beaten there, and Root jumps up there in expectation at first slip. But the edge not found. Dan has emailed us. Great to hear from Pavel Florin. Got to look him up on the internet. As he said, he hasn't been hit for any 6s, and Nathan Lyon could do with his advice. He's now been hit for more 6s than any other Test bowler. That is true. But Pavel Florin Have you seen him bowling, Mitch?
I did see him bowl.
Terrific, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought it was great for the game. And
spectacular stuff.
For his country, you know, it's...
His archer bowls outside the off stump as no stroke.
It's just great to see countries that don't normally play the game or follow it too much, and it's obviously he really enjoys himself.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed watching him. And
deliberate lob bowling.
Yeah.
Very, very slow.
He's really nicely dressed as well.
He was. He said he bought new clothes to come to Lord's. I mean, really.
He said he likes to wear his sports gear generally. So.
In comes Archer, bowls wide of the off stump. There's no stroke. I did like it when he said that when he first took his bat out into the street, his friends all thought he was going off to have a fight.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 53 for 3. Labuschagne's on 20. Stokes at leg slip is quite fine there. Bairstow's talking to him, and then there's 3 slips to the right of Bairstow's. Archer again glides in and he bowls, and Labuschagne again prods that away all jerkily, awkwardly into the offside. That says 87, and I know we've had our issues with the speed gun in this match, but do you know what, I don't know if it's right or not, but one of the things it seems about Archer is that it does have quite a big speed range. He used to run up, but whether it's deliberate or not, that there's, I don't know, 10 miles an hour at least sometimes between deliveries, whether it's a rhythmical thing or whether it is an entirely deliberate thing, and that also of course makes it difficult for the batsman. 53 for 3, up he comes and bowls short ball, and Labuschagne managed to get that away down to the gully, going for a run, a throw up to the non-striker's end, misses, Broad misses it, and there's our old friend the buzzers. Overthrows, all from a leg by into the gully, and they've got 5 for that. Stuart Broad put in a huge dive there at mid-on, and well, again it just shows jitters.
That was quite funny because Jofra Archer was signalling to the umpire. That was leg by, surely.
I'll tell you what, he was out.
He was
out.
out.
That throw hit, he was out.
He took off really, really late. Travis Head just head down and off he was. So the one thing, actually a couple of things with Jofra Archer, and I think people might want to sort of hear this because obviously the Australians have struggled. And there's a couple of things. Obviously it's his pace. He bowls quick. And like you were just saying then, Aggers, the pace difference, there is a significance. So he does step it up another gear. He has got that second gear, which is amazing. He's got the effort ball.
Yeah.
But his bouncer, I think his bouncer is not as short as what most are because he gets that bit of whip from his action. He's got a real sort of whippy action. He's really tall, and he gets it from almost like back of a length. So that's where I reckon he's troubled a lot of batsmen.
Where he's hit them.
He's hit them because they can't actually get underneath it, and they try to sway, and it's almost like a ball that you should feel like you could play on the back foot, but you can't because he's done it so. He's so skillful.
Yeah. So the right-handed Labuschagne is facing Leach. Oh, that pops away into the leg side. It seemed they were pretty desperate to get the right-hander up at that end, which was the reason for that near run-out off the last ball of that over. So the left-handed Head is leaning on his bat down at this end and is leaving it to the right-handed Labuschagne to deal with Leach for now. It should be easier for the right-hander from this over the wicket as he moves in again and bowls, and that pops away into the leg side. Not quite sure why he's gone back over because he got that wicket of Bancroft from round. The ball has hurried on and nailed him on the back foot right in front of the stumps. But he's over the wicket at the moment.
Yeah, think about having a leg slip. Just really crowd the batsman, make it even tougher.
Leach bowls. Oh, that turned. He didn't have to play it though. He didn't have to use his bat. He ran away for route to field at gully. I think it's while he is still using that bat, they might continue bowling there, but he doesn't have to.
Oh, I feel like he might have had to just get a little bit on it.
Oh,
it's tight.
It's Leach again. Bowls, and he's swept this from very full down to short fine leg. If you want to see a magnificent exhibition of how to deal with a spin bowler from round the wicket, put into Google Shane Warne bowling to Phil Tufnell. It's outstanding performance from Tuffers.
All right, I'll be doing that later.
No, you do. Here's Leach bowls, and that's nudged away towards mid-wicket. Chase there for Archer. They won't take the second run. There's one ball to go in the over, so they'll come crowding in. It's hysterical. That's all I can say to you. It's a bit like watching a hockey goalkeeper.
He's gone. He's out.
Well, I'll look it up. As soon as you come out, you've got to have a look at Tuffer's face. It's hilarious. They're all laughing. David Boone, short leg, laughing. Shane was laughing. 59 for 3. What's Head going to do here? And goes Leach bowls to him, and he's forward. I'm a bit surprised about that field change. I'd certainly have kept the man in there on the offside, but they put him out for that swing into the leg side. 59 for 3. Then England have a wicket in those first 20 minutes. They still need another 7, and the overs are ticking away. There's 30 to go. More from Mitchell, and then Isha Guo is coming in here.
Well, the sun is still out here, Lords. The lights are on. They've been on most of the day. And the crowd is... there's not too many spare seats here today. It's been an amazing day of Test match cricket, an amazing Test match. This morning I was thinking Australia, if they get that breakthrough early, they're big chance of winning this Test match, and then, well, I've been showing up. Isha. And I guess that's part of the game. You never think you're ahead or never think you're going to win until the last moment.
Well, Archer is in and bowling, and Labuschagne is able to defend it to the leg side. No run. 2 slips in a gully. Leg slip. There's a man down at fine leg, short leg. A wideish mid on, a wideish mid off, and a point. There's just some clouds brewing in the distance over towards Maida Vale. Lights on here at Lords as Archer pushes away, runs towards us from the pavilion end, bowls short, and Labuschagne comfortably able to get on top of that and play that to the leg side. It just dropped in pace ever so slightly, Archer. He's into his 9th over.
I was about to say that even the last over there was a few that Labuschagne played a little easier, so maybe just lost a little bit of a sting in his short ball. He has bowled a lot in his first Test match when there was a lot of pressure. Maybe just tiring.
As Archer bowls again to Labuschagne, who again gets up onto his toes. He's almost off the air as he plays that down to the ground off his hips. He's on 21. Australia 59 for 3. England needs 7 more wickets. They've got 30 overs left. Doug Falconer emails us, Pavel Florin may be the first men's Transylvanian cricketer in the European leagues, but my wife Carolina may be the first female Transylvanian cricketer in this country. As Archer bowls Labuschagne off his hips, he tucks that away out to deep square past Stokes-Butler at short leg as fine leg runs around to collect it. Jack Leach has got a bit of a crew following him behind him in the mound stand. I was down there just about half an hour ago as Labuschagne goes to 24, 62 for 3 Australia. It's got a lot of support in that mound stand. It was an incredible atmosphere. As I'll just continue with this. Invited along, Carolina was to an indoor training session on a cold night in March, and with a background in martial arts. It's a bit like your missus.
Yeah.
She's since fallen in love with the game of cricket completely, turning out for all church all-stars from Worcestershire in softball festivals organised by the ECB, and even the odd league match. Proof of the power of cricket to reach all parts of the world. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Awesome.
That is
so
wonderful.
Good. Yeah, it's so great to hear.
I do enjoy those softball leagues. It's just great for women and girls of all ages, really, to get involved with cricket. A wonderful initiative from the ECB as Archer is coming around the wicket to Travis Head, who's still yet to get off the mark. Bowls wide of the off stump, easy leave as he just pulls his back behind him. Travis Head moves through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think this might be Archer's last for this spell. I just feel like he's just dropped a little bit with that intensity. So he's still bowling it quick, but just doesn't quite have that sting behind it. You normally see when the ball carries through, hitting the gloves of the keeper, it's just not quite doing the same.
Archer bowls to Head, who clips that off his hip to Stokes-Butler after it's bounced off the pitch, and he safely navigated himself through the over. Just wonder if there might be a little change potentially, or will he just keep going with Archer? There's Johnny Bairstow puts his helmet on. Jack Leach will continue from the nursery end. Someone I want to introduce to you, Mitch, in a second, once you get off air.
Sure.
As Leach spins himself a catch. And he's going to have 2 slips to Labuschagne, a short leg, backward point, cover, extra, mid-off, wideish mid-on. Fine leggers. Leach bowls to Labuschagne, who drives back to the bowler. What are you being shown there by Aggers?
Oh, just Tuffers trying to stomp on the ball. Shane Warne bowling to him around the wicket. That was interesting.
As Leach bowls once more to Labuschagne, who's driving to the offside. It's something that we saw Labuschagne in your summer, Mitchell, actually. He was quite good against spin.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a tough character and he works really hard, so he's plays spin pretty well. He's got a good technique, which is Leach in.
As Labuschagne's on the back foot this time, defending.
Yeah, he's got a good high elbow. He uses his feet well. So he's quite confident against the spin.
He sets up, taps the bat down a couple of times before he's still in his crease, Labuschagne. Leach is through, Labuschagne on the back foot and looking to cut. Heads on out to cover, no run.
What he does well is he'll get forward. He does use the crease a fair bit. He'll come out, but he got sort of deep in the crease there, gave himself a bit more time to play that shot, which is really important to the spin.
As Leach continues around the wicket, as Labuschagne is forward in defence and smothering any sort of spin that might be available. Just wonder why he's not bowling over the wicket with that bit of rough outside the leg stump to Labuschagne.
Yeah, he's changed it up a bit, so a couple of balls around, a couple of balls over.
He's working that through mid-wicket this time, a ball pitched just outside the leg stump, doesn't hit the rough as he comes through for 1 at the end of the over, goes to 25, 63 for 3, and 28 overs remaining in this test match as Labuschagne and Travis Head just punch gloves now. England searching for wickets. Yep, it's a warm welcome to Goldie Sayers, who's in the commentary box at the moment. Goldie Sayers, a very fine athlete for us. Mitch, javelin thrower.
Oh.
And finally got her hands on the Olympic bronze. 11 years after she was at Beijing.
I needed her when I was in high school. I threw the javelin, but it was pure luck.
How far could you throw it?
I think my best was 58 metres, maybe 60.
Okay.
But I literally went into school one day for one of the carnivals and just picked up the javelin and started throwing it, and no one else was throwing it, so they picked me for the school, and then I had to work on it, and I ended up going for school, the schoolboys athletics carnival, and then I absolutely choked when it came to the Australian schoolboys, because all these kids that I was up against all had strapped up shoulders, and they were like quite broad across the shoulders, and I was running around in my pink Nikes that I had to borrow from lost property, and I just absolutely choked. I threw it about 40 metres in the competition, so it was no good.
Oh, Mitch.
I needed help, a lot of help.
I was one of those that always had to do it from a standing position. As soon as I put a run up in there, I just couldn't get the right trajectory. I wonder how good Jofra Archer was.
Well, I actually went to school with a guy called from Australia. He's passed on, actually, sadly. Jared Bannister. He was a couple of years below me, and he went to the Olympics, I believe, for Australia. So, yeah, he could throw it. He could throw the javelin.
Yeah.
It's good to watch.
As Archer will continue from the pavilion end. He's got the crowd behind him. He sets off now, almost ambling in as he's past the umpire. Labuschagne tries to have a flirt outside the off stump. What's he trying to do there? He just rehearses a little uppercut up and over the slips.
Maybe he just got caught up with the crowd as well then.
That was nearly catching practice.
He's just been leaving them alone. He's weaved out of the road. Apart from the first one where he got struck earlier in his innings, he's been pretty decent facing Archer. He's played a couple of shots off him through the covers, one straight.
Well, this has just enforced a change in the field, so Joe Root remains at slip, but now we've got Jason Roy heading out to almost a fly slip, about sort of 25 metres off the boundary at third man. Still at a 4 slip in play. He's got silly point, short leg slip, man at mid-wicket, a man at extras. Archer is around the wicket to Labuschagne. He plays it to the leg side, off his hips and on his toes. He gets off strike as he comes through for 1. Stuart Broad running around to his left to go and collect the ball. Finds its way to the mid-on area, but importantly for him, he's at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and just when I was thinking maybe Archer would be taken off, and all of a sudden the field changes and it's become quite aggressive, and he comes around the wicket. And the crowd really up and about. They sense something here. They want another wicket.
It's coming towards us again now. Archer bowls to head. It's aerial as he clips it off his legs out to the square leg boundary. He'll fetch 4 for it as well, Head, as he finally gets off the mark. 68 for 3 Australia.
It's a good shot from Travis Head. It's on the leg side, and it was a little bit high on the bat, but it's just that extra bounce from Jofra Archer. It was about 90 mile an hour, that one, I think, just over. So still bowling with good pace.
Head, bat hovering, stump high. Archer bowls to Head, who's squared up. Outer part of the bat means that the ball is sent towards point. Looking uncomfortable on that occasion, Travis Head.
Well, it was the fuller ball at the stumps from Jofra Archer. It was probably a ball that he should have got forward to. Just sort of stuck on the crease, and that's what genuine fast bowlers can do to you. They can make you, as a batsman, get stuck on the crease.
Archer bowls, Head keeps it down. Back of a length delivery where again he's jumping off the pitch. Gets his bat high to try and keep it down off his hips onto the floor.
Well, what a test match Jofra Archer's had.
Incredible.
There was so much
it's
pressure on him.
It's amazing, isn't it? And you think, what, 2 months ago he wasn't even in the England setup? Well, it would have been longer than that, 3 months. 3 months ago he wasn't in the England setup, as he's now rolling towards Head, bowls. Head struck on the pad. They've semi-appealed. I think he must have got bat, whether it's going down the leg side. As it heads on out to fine leg. He'll come through, and the signal from Chris Gaffney is leg by, so probably just going down the leg side, pitching on about middle stump, as that is the end of the over for Archer. And England's hopes just slipping away here. 7 more wickets required. Still challenging times for Australia. 27 overs left. They need some magic. They need a spark. A couple of wickets and then maybe just another shiver down the spine of Australia.
Well, these clouds, it's become a little darker again. And you can tell because the lights have been on for a while, but you just watch we can see the players out in the middle with the shadows around them, the 4 shadows because of the light that's coming down on them from the light towers here at Lord's.
4 men around the bat for Head as he pushes to the offside off Leach, bowling from the nursery end. Bowling over the wicket, the left arm spinner. 3 areas of rough we can see up here in the commentary box. They're quite prominent as the left-handed Head sets up once more. He drives ferociously this time, more of a punch drive, but with real force as that goes out to the deep cover boundary. There's no one at cover, and Archer will have to go and retrieve that from mid-off.
Yeah, much better from Travis Head. The first over he faced off Leach, he would have tried to play the sweep shot to that. He was a little bit nervy when he first came in, but seems to have settled down a bit more now and a little more comfortable. But it's not to say that one just getting in that right spot out of that rough, it could kick off, could bounce on him off the glove. There's plenty of men catching around the batsman.
A bit of a trot from Leach before he's into his action. Bowls to Head, who smothers the ball, coming forwards to defend.
Well,
he's on 8.
That's good bowling, and that was a really good defensive shot from Travis Head as well. Very confident.
with a couple of bat taps before he's forward pressing and driving again. It's time to Archer. Wide of mid-off, has to come round to get down and field it with a long barrier. Leach with the ball back in his hands, spinning himself a catch. Past Alim Dar, bowls. Head, sweeps, misses it, hits the pad, but strikes him outside the off stump. Again, doesn't look comfortable in that sort of area.
Yeah, it seems a bit half-hearted when he plays that. It worries me a little bit. Wanting to kick out of the rough and top edge. So either, I think, sweep hard or defend.
Head on the back foot this time, but needs to be careful there because there was a real lack of bounce on that occasion.
That was close.
Gets his bat down in time. And the 4 men around the bat very interested as that is the end of that over. 73 for 3. Minimum overs remaining 26 here at Lord's. An incredible test match that really has gone back and forth, and we've had plenty of rain, but even the chance of a result still possible today as Mitchell Johnson will step out and in will come Jeffrey Boycott. A nice chat while the rain fell. It was yesterday or the day before, talking about techniques of fast bowlers and how actually it's quite similar to javelin throwers. As Jeffrey Boycott comes in, Stuart Broad will be on from the pavilion end then. A change of bowling as Archer stands at mid-off, just giving himself a couple of deliveries to bowl at Chris Wokes at mid-on. 2 slips, got a man at sort of a forced slip as well, point. There's a leg slip, a man down at fine leg, Jack Leach down there about 5 metres off the boundary in front of the mound stand. Short leg in Joss Butler, and Labuschagne is just adjusting his gloves. Just taking some time before Stuart Broad is ready at the top of his mark. Remarks his guard, there's Labuschagne. Has a quick scan of the field over to the leg side. There is no one back there at deep square as he sends Chris Wokes a little bit wider. Does Stuart Broad. He's now coming in on an angle. Past the umpire, he bowls. Labuschagne leaves outside the off stump. All right, Jeffrey?
Yes, it just needs one good partnership to survive because there aren't that many overs left, and that's why I forecast a draw. But if you actually watch carefully, the quality of the batting is poor. I mean, that Labuschagne, do they call him? I mean, he flirted at one outside off stump, a rising ball going past nearly shoulder out. I didn't know what the hell he was doing. He's trying to save the game. It's just poor.
Labuschagne leaves aptly outside the off stump.
And that Travis Head, we had him at Yorkshire, and he goes into the left-arm spinner. I can see there's a bit of turn. I know there's some footholds there. So when you stood eyeing it up, you know it's going to be difficult. The first thing he tries to do is sweep. That's in his head that he's worried about the footholds. Well, when you first go in against a turning ball, whether it's in India or Sri Lanka or whatever, or a pitch like in England where there's footholds, you know it's going to be tougher, but you've got to survive for 20 balls. It might be hard, but then it gets easier.
Here comes Broad again. Labuschagne whips off his legs to a wideish mid-on. Chris Wokes has just been going through some warm-ups there before that delivery. No run.
I think he's a good bowler from the pavilion end. They opened and the quick bowler got 2 wickets, so it's just how you see it. But I think he's a good bowler too from the nursery end. Very good bowler.
I wonder if he'll be coming on from the nursery end.
He just needs a partnership, doesn't he? Steady the ship and just stay in for 10 overs or so. You're nearly home and dry then.
Broad. Arms pumping. Bowls wide of the off stump, driven by Labuschagne out to the cover boundary. And Joe Denley will give up the chase because it's gone into the advertising sponge there in front of the grandstand. He picks up 4. 77 for 3 Australia. Just slightly fuller, just the tempter, Stuart Broad, and that one just shaping in as we look at the replay. So wanting to get some help with the slope as well. The angle coming into the right-hander. Still leaving that gap open on the offside. It's just hoping that one might nip back as he sets himself once more. Firmly places the ball in his hand as he bowls outside the off stump this time shaping away up the hill. But it's an easy leave for Labuschagne. That's what you talked about, Jeffrey, wanting to try and make the batsman play as much as possible.
Well, you haven't got many balls, have you? So you have to. I mean, they tend to stay back a lot. On English pitches, that's not smart. In Australia, you stay back, the extra bounce and pace. You don't be pushing out, you're going to get one in the throat.
Final ball of the over, broad bowls. Labuschagne tucks that to the leg side to a wideish mid-on as that is the end of the over. So 25 overs left of this test match. A few words from you, Jeffrey, and then it will be Simon Man.
A number of the Australian batsmen, they prefer to stay back. Yes, that's the surfaces to play on, but you have to adapt. And in England, if it's up, you play forward. If it's short, you play back, and then there's the in-between length. And in England, that in-between length, most times, I don't say always, but most times, the in-between length, not right up or right short, you should be looking to play forward. In Australia, you look to play back because of the extra bounce and pace. And they've had a match or two here, and they've got to get used to that. But some of them, look at the lad who got at LBW. A straight ball just kept low a bit. That's all it did. If it had been forward, he'd have got some wood on that. Then it's not out.
Yeah, I was in the box next door to you, Jeff. I heard you on Channel 5 highlights.
I was up. Oh, that's how. Don't need the
But
umpire.
you made the point that he should have been forward rather than back.
And they do. Look at Khawaja. He stays back all the time. And I've been talking first innings and through the other test match. You need to get him out of his comfort zone, get him forward, because he likes to just stay back.
Change of bowling. Leach is off and Wokes is on. 25 overs. It's got a bit darker, and there is another shower on the rain radar that's in the Lord's area. It's just a question whether it's going to slip by or not. Here's Wokes going into bowl to Head down the leg side. Head tries to turn it away and misses it. One of those that you could just glove through, but it was a bit wide of him. Taken by Bairstow. And Australia are moving towards safety. It's always going to be a big task for England to bowl them out in 48 overs. Archer gave them a great start with 2 quick wickets. Leach with a wicket after tea. Labuschagne's done well. I mean, brought into the side at the last minute for the 5th day. Okay, he was fielding yesterday, but officially brought in today. Gone out there and done well. 30 not out at the non-striker's end. Head waits. Wokes goes into bowl to him, and Head turns that away to forward square leg. And there is no run. Fine 100 from Stokes earlier. 115 not out. Bairstow 30 not out, and Butler 31. England losing only the 1 wicket today. 258 for 5 declared. But we lost 10 overs to rain this morning. Just sort of.
That hurt him.
It did, didn't it? I mean,
those 10 overs, and I actually thought, Stokes had played so well. He waited a bit for him to get his 100 or have a chance. He could have declared 2 or 3 overs earlier, so that would have given him another 12, 13 overs.
Wokes bowls, and that's edged along the ground to second slip where it's half stopped. They run through for a single. Burns chases it back towards short third man, lobs the return in, and Head gets 1, takes him to 9, and Australia to 78 for 3.
I missed Andrew when I was on a long time ago. How many teams have been bowled out in Test cricket in 48 overs? Did you give that to them? Because I wasn't here then.
We talked about teams who, there'd been a declaration and then teams bowled out on the final day.
Yeah, and it's pretty rare. The one I found similar to this situation was in Sri Lanka in 1984, when New Zealand declared on the final day and bowled Sri Lanka out for 97 in 27 and a half overs.
Wow. How many overs did England have when they were all out for 50 at the Oval and Hutton made 13 or out? That was all.
78 for 3. Labuschagne on strike. 3 slips in the gully and a short mid-wicket. Wokes bowls, and Labuschagne plays that quietly, confidently into the onside without any fuss whatsoever, looking assured. And the floodlights taking over from the natural light. Here's a dark cloud on its way towards Lord's, it seems. There's some light away to the right-hand side over the visitors' dressing room. It's dark over the home dressing room here at Lord's.
England were all out for 52 in that innings in 42.1 overs.
I thought it was first innings, that, wasn't it?
Wokes wide of the crease, balls on the pads of Labuschagne, flicks it away down towards fine leg. They're through for a single.
I know that they have Limwell and Miller bowling.
They did, yes.
Big Bill Johnston. Yeah, I can see why they got bowled out if there was a bit in the pitch.
Yeah, but if you look at now, this is in the final session of the game, there are England needing 8 wickets coming to the final session. There are 4 teams that have taken 8 or more wickets, fourth innings wickets, in the final session of a game to win.
I think I was there for one of them.
You were there for one.
Old Trafford
in 2001, that's right. England lost that one to Pakistan. New Zealand took 9 Pakistan wickets at Hamilton in 2016 to win that game.
Here's Wokes round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed head. He's up on his toes, guiding into the offside. Archer has to jog towards extra cover to pick up, and they are through for a single. 80 for 3, head 10, Labuschagne 31.
I've got another one for you. When Ambrose bowled England out and got 8 for at Trinidad, how was that? I was on the top deck somewhere, about 3 there, and I kept looking to go downstairs to use the toilet, and then there was a wicket every time. You had to run back and have a look at it on television. And that was magic. That was real theatre. That didn't take so long, did it?
Yeah, it was dramatic cricket, because England only needed about 180, something like that, 190 to win.
Unbelievable cricket. Yeah. Fantastic theatre, real theatre.
80 for 3. Andrew's just having a look at that. Umpire Gaffney's got his umpire's coat on now. Yes, the temperature's fallen a degree or 2 with the cloud coming over the ground, and there might well be a shower out towards the southwest. He's looking in the distance. It looks as if there's some rain falling. 80 for 3, 24 overs in theory left in this test match. 5:45, the captains could shake hands at the start of the last hour with 15 overs left. I think, they might want to keep going a bit longer, even if it was still 3 down. We'll see. Broad goes in, bowls to head. Head is forward, playing it to extra cover. The other side of that, of course, is how much do you want to take out of your bowlers with another test match coming up on Thursday.
1994, Trinidad, England were bowled out in 19.1 overs for 46.
19.
Needing 194 to win.
And Sri Lanka all out for how many we say earlier in that game in Cardiff? 20 odd, was it?
24 overs, 24.
24 overs. Yeah.
So it is possible, but it doesn't happen very frequently.
Well, England has 7 balls from victory. That's what you've got to say to yourself. Broad charging in, bowls to Head, and Head clips that away nicely, but straight to Archer, who's fielding it wide mid-on. And there is no run. But what these two have done, they've settled things down. That wicket straight away after tea, and suddenly you're up as a fielding side. But Head and Labuschagne have quietened the game down.
Well, it's quite simple, really. Only play what you have to play. Don't look for runs. Wait till they bowl you an easy ball. It's full half volley, real long up that you can't really miss.
Broad charging in, bowls to Head, and Head turns it into the onside again towards Archer.
And if they bowl a ball that you don't need to play, why? Just let it go. Don't play it. Don't go looking for drives. Don't go looking to hit it. Look, that's the nature of the game. That's the way the game is. You're trying to save the game. You don't need heroics. Save that for another day.
I think when you were playing, and perhaps a bit afterwards as well, teams were more conditioned to play out for a draw. They were better at it, and then perhaps had a bit more practice, because a lot more games finished in draws in those days. So you had more practice playing out on the final day. Broad bowls, turned away by Head, off his pads, down towards fine leg, races away for 4 runs. Leach is quite square at fine leg. 4 to Head then, he goes to 14. And the score moves to 84 for 3. Australia were set 267 to win in 48 overs. Root's declaration, 258 for 5. It's the first time in Test history that England have scored the same number of runs in their first innings as their second innings. 258 and 258 for 5. And a couple of wickets early for Archer, then 1 for Leach, but time beginning to run out. 24 overs left after this one. Broad goes into bowl to Travis Head. Head drives, nice looking shot, but straight to extra cover.
He didn't need to play that. No. That was sort of slightly on the up, wasn't it? And I do understand, I'm not just critical of them sometimes with their technique, I do understand they play so much of this 20, 50 overs that it's bound to become a bit second nature, and it's in their DNA from being young, which is what's happening to kids now. So then they have to change to test match cricket, and Yeah, it's not so easy always. So I do understand it. It's just, you just some of the shots you find it very difficult.
It doesn't seem logical.
No, I mean,
especially to someone like you know,
just
brought up
odd
batting out games like this. Head on 14. Broad bowls to head and heads up on his toes, playing that defensive again to Archer mid-on, and there is no run, so another over ticks by. 84 for 3, head 14, and Labuschagne on 31. I saw a decent block from New Zealand last year in that test match in Christchurch to help them win the series. I think they were 11:30 in the morning, they were 4 down, and England looked to be steaming towards victory. But
that's right. De Grandin, Wagner all stuck around a bit.
Ishodi as well batted very well for a very long time. England dropped some catches. Stoneman dropped a couple of catches from memory. I think if they caught them, they probably would have won the game. But we just ran out of time. Light. I think New Zealand were about 8 down.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, just one draw in the last 34 Test matches in England. That was that rain-affected game against Sri Lanka here at Lord's in 2016.
Yeah. So, yeah, a rarity. It looks as though we're going to get a drawn match in this series.
Feel though, Simon, with these two batting units, if we get clear weather for 5 days, they're not that capable, certainly without Smith.
Here is Wokes bowling to Labuschagne. He's struck on the pads. A shout for LBW. Umpire unmoved. Now what does Root do here? Does he have a gamble? He does. He has reviewed that.
TV umpire to director, player review
he was
for
squared
LBW.
Up.
The on-field decision is not out. May I start with the front foot, please?
I think he's a good bowler, Wokes.
Right, here we go. No ball. No.
That's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front down, please.
I'm just watching this now. Back leg, quite high.
Height.
Too high, surely.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge to confirm that, please?
I don't think it has a lot going for it. He's not hit it, but...
Right, because keep going. Right.
He's giving him not out anyhow, so if he's touching the bails, it's not out.
Ball tracker when you're
umpire's call, so...
Ball tracker coming up now, Alim. Ball pitching outside off. Impact is outside off. So you'll be staying with your original decision. Can you put Alim back on screen, please? Alim, stay with your original decision, if not out.
Just a gamble that, wasn't it? Yeah. 2 reviews left, overs running out. We'll have a look. And quite a few have been overturned so far in this series. And sometimes you as a bowler, as a fielding side, is wishful thinking. You think you've seen something, and you haven't. So not out, clearly not out. Here is Wokes trying again, bowls to Labuschagne, and Labuschagne is edging along the ground, again squared up, thick edge, again the ball going down, which is so often in this game.
He's on the back. He's on the back foot though, when he really should be forward there. If you watch that, it just keeps a little low. That's forward in England. Yeah, it's under the knee roll when he stopped, on his shin almost, isn't it?
Yeah. If he missed that one, that would have been LBW. Just got the bat down in time.
They find it very difficult to make themselves play forward.
84 for 3. There's not been a slip catch, a first or second slip taken in this match, which is must be a rarity in England. Wokes bowls and Labuschagne lets that go. That was coming back up the hill, not far away from his off stump. This is good bowling from Wokes. He's probing her off stump of Labuschagne, close to having him LBW the ball before, closer than the one they reviewed. Actually, he just got the bat down in time with an edge just into the slip cord and along the ground. That dark cloud is coming a bit close. There's a competition going on between a light patch and a dark patch. Just a question of which one's going to beat the other to come over Lords in the next 20 minutes or so. Wokes bowls to Labuschagne, who plays that with a thick outside edge in defence, just quietly, soft hands down to backward point. And there is no run. Australia 84 for 3. 22 overs left after this one, just about halfway, just past the halfway mark of the number of overs for Australia to bat out to save the game. Set 267. We thought if Warner got a flyer, then just an outside chance Australia might do something.
Did you? You thought they might
possibly
win?
You never know, do you, with Warner. Outside the off stump, chopped away, down to third man for 4. There's a wide delivery from Wokes. He knows it. He turns straight away to walk back to his mark. It was it's a very small outside chance, isn't it? I was just thinking of that match at the Oval where Michael Clark declared, and everyone said, "Oh, England won't chase that," and they would have won if the light hadn't closed in. And that 2013.
I think Michael
series.
Clark were a bit better than some of these.
No, he was the captain. He declared. Yeah.
Well, who was batting?
Well, England were batting. They set them. Remember, they tried to get a consolation victory at the end of the series. They were 3 down. Here is Wokes bowling, and it's defended back up the pitch by Labuschagne, who's 35 not out. Commentary continues on Fired by Sports Extra, digital radio, online on ABC and via BBC Sounds app. Long-wave listeners, radio for long-wave listeners. Off for the shipping forecast. 88 for 3, head 14. Labuschagne 35. It looks at the moment as if that brightness is going to win. The natural light, the floodlights are beaming down. On we go, 5 to 6, and there are still 23 overs left, 22 overs left, which if we did get them all, that's 7:15, something like that. Right, Stokes, the man of the day really for England, one of them, is going to bowl from the pavilion end. His first bowl in this second innings. 5th bowler used, 115 not out, his 7th Test century, not his first Ashes 100. He got one in Perth, 2nd. Has he got one at Lords before?
He got one against New Zealand at Lords.
Of course he did. Yeah, magnificent 100 in that wonderful Test match England playing against New Zealand. Here is Stokes into bowl to head, short and wide, and clattered away for 4. Bit of a loosener from Stokes. In a way, runs don't really matter. Well, unless they keep bowling long hops outside the off stump, they keep getting hit for 4 in the next 4 or 5 overs. Suddenly have a huge spurt of runs. I remember that Test match in Nagpur where Alistair Cook's first Test match.
Yes.
Where do you remember that game where India were just blocking for a draw, blocking, and they suddenly they had a go at it after tea, and England got nervous. So I think Dhoni was involved, and they thrashed it around for a bit, and then a couple of wickets fell. Then they stopped with that nonsense trying to chase down the total, but it can happen suddenly. Stokes bowls, head defends up the onside of the pitch. That's the only time I think I've seen a game where clearly one team were batting for a draw, and then suddenly I think they got to tea not many down, no interest really, and they thought they had a go. They had a dart for about half an hour, 40 minutes after tea. The ball was disappearing everywhere, and suddenly the pitch was flat. You thought surely they're not going to pull off something sensational. They got a couple of wickets just in time. 92 for 3, head on 18. Stokes bowls short and down on his knees there, head avoiding it past the chest through to Bairstow.
Yeah, those people who really understand cricket, and the 2 types of cricket, one day and Test match, understand how much more difficult it is to chase in Test match because you've no restriction on fielders, no restriction on the bowlers. You can put your fielders wherever you want, can't you? You can bowl wide down leg side or offside, and it's not a wide because you can bowl wider. And there's many things different that make it harder in Test cricket.
It's more rough as well, 5th day pitch as opposed to a pitch for a 1-day match.
Yeah, they're usually flat and good, aren't they?
Yeah. 92 for 3, and Stokes has come round the wicket. They just want to sort out the sight screen at the far and get them pushed together. Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. Stokes bowls to head wide of off stump and hit hard into the ground. Bounces out to Denley, who's fielding it backward point, and there's no run. Australia are 92 for 3. Head is on 18. Stokes is bowling his first over of this second innings. Labuschagne is there on 35. England had that initial burst with Archer. I think they really sensed something special when he picked up those 2 early wickets, but just a fraction flat out there now. Stokes bowls, and he tries to clip that away, struck on the pad. Shout from the crowd, nothing from the bowler. It's going down the leg side. In fact, the batsman will feel he's probably missed out there. Nice clip through backward square leg for 4.
I think it's an excellent cricket pitch. We've just been unlucky with the weather. It's taken some bigger chunk out of the game. But there's a bit in it for the spinner. Both sides, there's a bit in it for the seamers, and you can bat on it if you can bat.
Here is Stokes bowling, guided away, down to 3rd man for 4 by Travis Head. Denley has to chase it back to pick it up off the rope. Nicely played by Head, goes to 22. Australia are 96 for 3. Yeah, we might have had a very different game. Australia in a full 5-day game, if he started on the first day, they might not have put the opposition in. They might have batted first, mightn't they?
Might have done. I think 4 days or more, proper 4 days without rain, we'd have got a result. Don't think we'd have needed, certainly not all of a 5th day. They're just enough there, isn't there?
Yeah.
And
No,
they're
it
better
would have been a
games.
really, really interesting game.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
the better games, these lower scoring games. I don't mean too low, but lower scoring is 250, 300, 350. They're brilliant for spectators, for players, because every run is crucial, every wicket is important. There's no batsman going to totally demoralise the opposition. Even Steve Smith, as well as he played, he had to bat for a long period.
Right, Jack Leach is back, and so is Jim Maxwell.
Thank you, Simon. And let's see what Leach can do. Because every now and then he lands a bomb with those footmarks, but he's around the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne, who's playing pretty well here, but he won't be enjoying having all those blokes within handshake distance. 2 slips. Silly point, leg, short leg, and a push forward to a ball that's well up. He can handle that.
He's got to spin it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, it's always one to really turn, and then the new batsman in.
Yes, left arm around the footmarks, more in evidence outside the leg stump. And he's on the back foot, playing well here to the offside, waiting for the ball, taking it off the pitch. And the only danger there is if he misjudged the length and gets caught on the crease a la Bancroft, and one skids a bit and he'll be LB. But Leach trying to find a way to get this wicket, and that's a good ball outside the off stump that beats the outside edge. That's about the spot. He probed at that, Michael Vaughan, and missed it.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne's played well. You just feel that he's just now starting to think about scoring. He's going to make sure that he ends up not out, gets his team away from Lords with a draw. 35 from 74. He showed a lot of courage, good technique.
Here comes Leach forward. Labuschagne punches it down to Broad, who's out there at mid-on. In the context of the series, this is a very important innings for Australia, because we're not sure about Smith's fitness for the next test. Labuschagne might fit in anywhere in the order anyway. But he's forward again, looking to drive, plays to extra cover, but he doesn't score.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, from what I've seen, whatever happens to Steve Smith, he'll play. You'd have him over Cameron Bancroft. You'd put Khawaja to open with David Warner. He's struggling, but you'd do that. You put this kid at number 3, Steve Smith number 4, surely.
They'd have to be thinking about it. Yep. Leach again. Labuschagne back, and he's almost LB there. Just kept that ball out. It was a bit full for back on the back foot, but he survived the over with Leach working away. How many more overs are due to be bowled, Andrew?
20.
20. And what do you reckon? When can they? What's the earliest they could call it off if they wanted to call it off?
With an hour to go, so after 5 overs from now, there'll be 15 overs left. They'll call the last hour, at which point they could call it off if they wanted to.
What do you reckon they'll do if it's still 3 down?
I would say they'll shake hands. Maybe Joe himself would have a couple of overs. I don't think they'll go too much longer if this pair is still playing as they are doing. They're playing nicely. Test match starts in 3 days. No point in putting.
Here's Stokes. Back he goes. It's got dropped. Dropped by Roy at second slip. Travis Head has a life. It went pretty much straight to him, and it may have hit him on the wrist, the palm of the hand, but it has gone down onto the floor. There was a chance.
Yeah, it's not been a great week for Jason Roy. He's kind of giving his eyes a roll to say that he didn't quite pick it up. It's a perfect height. It's midway. He doesn't have to move a great deal.
A life for Head. Stokes again, pitching right up, and he knocks it back down the pitch. Head's 22. It's 3 for 96. The light's a bit dull, but gee, it went straight into the bread basket.
Yeah, hit him almost on the wrist.
Yep.
Right wrist.
Came quickly, but he couldn't grasp it. And it hit and popped up and came off his body onto the ground. Stokes around the wicket, goes in, and he's back to fend that away. And he gets it through the field. Well, that was a surprise, and he's knocked it past Denley, through Denley, really. I don't think he got a bad bounce, but it's gone for 4 and the 100's up for Australia. 3 for 100, head 26.
Yeah, cricket has a way, doesn't it? I mean, you think about a few weeks ago, Jason Roy, he was like the topic of conversation, smashing the ball to all parts in the World Cup. He was the instigator of England coming back and playing so well in those last 4 games. His mindset against India on that Sunday afternoon when he strolled out after that hamstring injury.
His head whizzing at the ball wide of the off stump, trying to knock it through the offside in Caribbean fashion, and he missed out.
Yeah, and then celebrating here, a World Cup winner. Test debut against Ireland, he gets 70 odd, and 2 weeks later, no runs against the Aussies, you drop a catch. Cricket is, it's a great leveller.
Well, Warner's the same. All the runs he scored in the World Cup don't look much now. As Stokes pitches up and he's driven for 4, square of the wicket on the offside. It flies down the slope to the boundary. So a drop catch and 2 boundaries to head. It's 3 for 104.
That first 4 in there also brought up a 50 partnership of 87 balls.
So Australia only need 164 to win.
It's like a good afternoon, late afternoon jostle here, isn't it? And which team's going to get ahead and with more kind of points? more positives.
What do they need? 163 from 19 overs. Stokes runs in over the wicket. He bowls to head, and head is pushing this away a little uncertainly to the onside. The crowd, still a good crowd in here. They're wanting to see some more English wickets, and they could have seen one in that over, but the catch went down. It's 3 for 104. Australia left with 48 overs to bat. England needed the 10 wickets, and they started blindingly with Archer picking up cheap wickets of Warner caught by Burns for 5, Khawaja caught by Bairstow for 2, and then Bancroft leg before to Leach for 16. Archer 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 26.
I tell you, I'm going to give a bit. I think Jack Leach has proved this week that England have just got to give him a run of games. First innings he held an end. He's done pretty nicely today. He's not a Muralithan or a Shane Warne, but for what I see, England should give him a run of games in the Test team to just try and see if he can become that dependable holding bowler. You've got 4 quicks at the other end.
So here he is again around the wicket, and he's bowling, and Labuschagne is playing the ball away on the onside, punching it out through mid-wicket for a couple of runs, and they go wandering back, and he's 37 out of 3 for 106.
Yeah, and I think if Joe Root uses him nicely, he looks the kind of left-arm spinner that he should be able to hold an end on day one. If you lose the toss and the pitch is pretty good, just rotate the seamers from the other end. I liked him bowling over the wickets to the right-handers, hitting the rough. Did that on a few occasions.
Yeah, he's varying his flight, and he draws a forward defensive lunge from Labuschagne, playing it straight back down the pitch. Now he is going to go over the wicket and just try something a little different, getting into the footmarks. Now this is where Labuschagne has to be careful. He doesn't need to play at balls pitching outside, but it's a question of judgment whether he does or doesn't.
Jim, you're into the year 2019. They generally don't just block it. They don't like to just use their pad. The sweep will be on.
Yes, he's opened his stance up, and he probably will sweep if it pitches outside his pads. As he's down there, it goes. There's the sweep. Thank you for coming. That's 4. Just pitched outside the line, and he helped himself to 4.
Yeah, nicely played, but keep doing it, because you play it slightly wrong. Jofra Archer's at short 45 for the top edge sweep.
Yep. Yes, it just has to hit the edge of those footmarks, and it could go anywhere. But he played that pretty well, and he's doing extremely well. He's 41 not out. And now there's another change in the field as a result of that stroke. They're going to...
Well, they're protecting the boundary. Whether Joe Root's... I'd have left that completely open again. I don't know why Joe's changed anything. And surely he didn't think that Australia can get this target. Just say to him, play that sweep again.
Have another go. Yes, the short fine leg and a deep square. Leach over the wicket, and he's beaten by a ripper. That hit around the edge of those marks, turned, bounced, too good for the bat, and well taken by Bairstow.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to mention that. That's a tremendous take.
Oof. That's impossible to play. That bounced above his gloves as it kicked out of the rough. Did well to miss it. Leach again, and he sweeps, and it hits him on the pad outside the line of the leg stump. As long as his foot's around the line and it's pitching outside, he's safe.
What I like about Jofra Archer is he's appealing from deep square leg on the boundary for LBW. He's a genius, this kid. He can bowl 95 miles an hour, and he can see from all that distance away that he fancies it out LBW.
Umpire Allen does, just waiting for the 15 seconds to elapse before he allows play to continue.
It's been about 30 seconds.
Yes, it's like a shot clock. But that was never going to be reviewed. Leach tries again. Labuschagne, what's he got this time? Another sweep, it hits the pad, but it was pitching outside the line, and that's the end of the overs. So Labuschagne's 41 and Australia 3 for 110, with Travis Head on 30 at the other end. So Leach trying to make something happen. We've got more cricket tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra, with Kent versus the leaders Essex in the County Championship, on air from 11 o'clock.
Now, your supporters here, Jim, the Merv Hughes crew, they come into Leeds as well?
Oh, I would think
they
so.
Come to Headingley?
Well, it'll be a group, whether it's all this or a new group or whatever. Yeah, there'll be.
In actual fact, I think Merv told me that I think they're off to Amsterdam.
Right.
I think they're off to Amsterdam, and then they come to Leeds after that.
Who's playing there?
I don't know, but it's a good trip.
There'd be something on. Bit of nightlife there, isn't there?
Have you been, Jim?
No, I haven't, but I heard it's pretty good. But Stokes bowls wide of the off stump, and it's taken by Bairstow without any offer. I'm heading off after the Ashes to a place I suppose you've been to at some stage, the Faroe Islands?
No, I haven't been there.
No?
No. What you didn't know, you just a bit of time off?
Oh, it's just my wife likes going to quirky places no one goes to. And that's one of the reasons we're going there.
You want to try Bristol?
Bristol. Stokes bowls wide of the off stump again, and it's allowed to pass through to the keeper. She went to Lapland a few months ago. She said it's too hot in Sydney, so she got on a plane and went off to Lapland and lived in an igloo.
There's a Lapland in England now.
That's Legoland, isn't it?
No, there's a Lapland in the forest in the winter.
Is that?
Yeah, around Windsor.
A Lapland?
Yeah, reindeer, you get all the elves, you get all the treatment there. Marvellous it is. Nice rink.
Stokes goes in, and Head plays away at mid-off. Now, there's an inquiry here. Raymond Adams has an important question on the email. As Steve Smith will have naught in Australia's second innings,
very good point.
When will Tuffers be proceeding down St John's Wood naked?
that is correct, isn't it? Raymond Adams, yes.
Here comes Stokes, and forward goes Travis Head to punch it away on the onside.
We must explain that Phil Tufnell on Tuffers and Vaughan stated that if Steve Smith got naught in either innings here at Lord's this week, he would be running down St John's Wood High Street naked.
Right.
Now, for me, is that right, Andrew? Would there be naught by his name in the second innings?
No, he won't even be in the second innings at all.
That's a shame.
He won't even be there.
That's a shame.
You've killed Joing. You killed Joing, Andrew.
That has ruined the residents of St John Woods.
Stokes bowls a bouncing ball, ignored by Travis Head.
Oh, what a shame. He said it like he was confident straight away.
You should have that live. It should be live on your show.
He said he's in good nick.
You could call him. You could call or describe running down St John's Wood High Street.
He had a few days last week at a health spa, just getting himself in condition.
Right.
He was confident. He wasn't that confident that England were going to get Steve Smith out for naught.
Stokes again. He's got to make him play, and he does. And he pushes it firmly to cover where Broad's fielding, and another over rolls by. 3 for 110, Head 30, Labuschagne 41. And what do we got? 17 overs to go. So 2 more overs before 15 in the last hour. And this is always the longest day of the Test match.
I'll tell you what, we've got a podcast that we've got to record in the morning at 9:30. He's not here, is he?
Tough as nails.
No. I'm going to say he's got naught. I'm going to say he won't have a clue. Andrew, he won't have a clue about that, will he?
No, he won't.
And particularly when we get you on, you say that we could get him going here.
This would be a boycott, leg up, leg over.
The problem is, I think he's quite excited about doing it, so not too sure that he's going to be disappointed. Very confident in himself at the minute, Phil.
Yes. But he's got to do it in broad daylight. He can't go hiding at midnight.
You're down St John's Wood High Street tonight. You might see.
Yes, he might put in a practice run. Now Leach is bowling left arm over the wicket again to Labuschagne, and he's forward, keeping the ball out to short leg. 2 slips there, short fine. Archer deep backward square, brought it to mid on, short cover and a deep point. And a mid-off. Leach is trying again, and he gets it around the corner this time. Off a bit of pad, I fancy. Let's see what the umpire says as he tried to knock that away. Was there bat in it? Yes, there was.
Now, will we see, Jim, at Headingley, James Pattinson back, or Mitchell Starr? Will we see maybe Siddle rested? Or can't see Cummins resting. I can't see Hazelwood resting.
No.
Can you? Will it be Pattinson or will it be Stark?
What sort of surface will that be?
Well, it'll be slow. I would think it'd be a decent one. If the sun's shining, if the clouds roll in, you'll get a bit of action. There'll also be a bit of spin. Won't be too dissimilar to this. But the weather's going to be good.
I would have thought...
No surprise.
You have to get Pattinson back in the side.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be back.
Yeah.
Or do you save him for Old Trafford? A bit of a break between Headingley and Old Trafford.
You've got the game at Derby in between. So everyone will be well enough rested. Now, Travis Head looked horrible in the first over he faced from Leach, but he's got himself in a bit more with better judgment since then. Leach over the wicket has him back and pushing out on the offside. But it's just the odd ball that's playing up. A bit of mischief.
How many overs left? What are we up now?
16 after
16 after this. I don't think it's going to be too much longer.
So Leach working away at Travis Head, and he's back and watching that easily off the pitch. It's every now and then one does something unexpected when it doesn't hit the flat, even surface over the strip, when it lands in a bit of a rough. 4 chaps and the keeper are nearby, and Travis Head is back, keeping that out. That's skidded through in towards his stumps. LBW's on the cards here if he keeps getting late on the ball, playing back as it turns and doesn't bounce, even if it goes straight. Leach again, and he is forward. Oh, that's pretty well played in the end, but there's always the chance of a bat pad as you push out in the way he did then. Another over goes by. There's one more before we get to 15 in the last hour.
Well, this is the first sign Joe Root's going to bowl himself.
Okay.
First sign that he'll probably think, I'll rest all my seamers now. They've done enough work for me this week. I'll just come on and have a couple, and if I get a couple in a couple of overs, of course, we'll stay out here. But I would think Jofra Archer's having a bit of a go with his left arm spin as well. So it'll be Joe Root to have a go from the pavilion end, and I'm pretty sure we're probably 2 or 3 more overs away from them all shaking hands, as long as these two for Australia stay out there.
Well, the Champagne Moment nominations are open. So TMS at bbc.co.uk if you want to send your nominations. TMS at bbc.co.uk. Here's a few to think about. The Archer-Smith contest. Stokes reaching 100. Archer's first test wicket. Cummins getting Root first ball. Ovation for Andrew Strauss and his sons on the Ruth Strauss Foundation Day. All right? So TMS at bbc.co.uk if you want to send a nomination.
Can we add Tufnell to that?
Yes, you could probably do that. If he does it before the end of play, though, he'll have to get out there quickly. Here's Root, short, back goes Labuschagne. Plays it away, hard behind point down towards the boundary. It will be cut off, yes. a good bit of fielding down there by Leach on the chase.
He's got an interesting running technique, Jack Leach. He's kind of he kind of crawls but quickly.
And he throws right hand.
Yeah, he does. Oh, he's here, Phil. Phil's arrived back.
You better tell him the good news.
No, not yet.
We'll save it for you. Now, Travis Head is taking his time here, just having a look around the field, and they're just doing a bit of reshaping. We've got a slip, an under the nose and a short leg, and Travis Head back to the short ball, hits it for 4, goes flying through point, 3 for 118. Australia only need 149 from just over 15 overs now.
Yeah, it's a nice juicy one, isn't it? Short, crunched away. Good game on that offside. It's also his downfall, Travis Head, on a few occasions, but he times it square of the wicket.
He's moved to 34, Labuschagne 45, so good effort from these two as Root bowls again, and that's short, and that's hit away past the under the nose on the offside out to cover.
Yeah, Rory Burns will be saying, come on, Skip, any danger, get it up there. Won't mind playing at Headingley.
Root again, and that's quicker outside the line, and that's allowed to pass by Travis Head. So 15 overs in the last hour coming up after this, or will they be calling the game off? Root from that pavilion end, he comes up to bowl, and Travis Head gets a fuller ball and treats it with respect, pushing it down the onside. So England are declaring with Stokes a fine hand. His 7th Test 100, he made 115. Root into bowl, heads back, and he plays the ball out of his stumps down towards mid-on. Time for some drinks to come onto the field, and then we'll see how much more cricket we're going to get here. So drinks are coming out with the score at 118 for the loss of 3 wickets. So drinks coming out onto the field. Here's Michael Vaughan and Simon Mans coming in.
Yeah, the skipper's just having a nice chat with Chris Gaffney. Not too sure whether that was to suggest that he may be thinking about checking out. Chris Gaffney's actually ran off. I don't know if he's just going for a quick toilet break. Alex Wharf, the 4th umpire, strolls out there to give Alim Dar a drink. It's a matter of time, you feel, Simon, that they'll be shaking hands, maybe.
What would you do if you were Joe Root in this situation? You would just a few more.
I'd have at least one more from Jack Leach.
Yeah,
because Jack Leach to me could easily go, 2 in and over.
Yeah,
and maybe 3 more overs.
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't want to put any more overs in your seamers.
No. So, Denley could bowl, couldn't he? Root just bowled.
Yeah, I wouldn't go down. If you're getting down that means you're getting down to the last few overs. You don't want to take it so deep. So I would say that Jack Leach will bowl one more, Joe, and then maybe one more from Jack Leach, and that'll be pretty much it, as long as this pair from Australia are still out there batting. They've played well. Labuschagne in particular. It's amazing. Yeah. The opportunities that get thrown your way in cricket, it's generally from a new game or an injury drawing the course of a test match. For him to have switched on mentally and to have faced Jofra Archer, you get that brutal blow, and he's looked in this innings as composed as any batsman has on either team throughout the series, apart from Steve Smith, who's just been leaps ahead of everyone. Technique's been good. He's played with soft hands, he's played some good strokes, left the ball nicely. I'm sure we'll be seeing him at Headingley, whatever happens to Steve Smith.
Yeah, well, so far he has really been a like-for-like replacement for Smith. England just cannot dislodge Australia's number 4.
Is that written in the contract, whoever? Yeah.
Just looking at champagne moments. Stu Kemp Champagne moment nominations. Archer versus Smith, no question about it. Best batsman in the world versus a brilliant up-and-coming bowler, and amazing commentary too. It was great. It's fantastic theatre yesterday afternoon. So, at the Coliseum, Lords, yesterday. That spell, it really was gladiatorial and brutal. Smith fell twice. And we saw, as Michael mentioned, Labuschagne hit in the grill as well when he came in. Right, play's going to resume after the drinks break. How much more cricket we are going to see today, I'm not quite sure. We have 15 overs in theory. Well, we actually have an hour's cricket. We can have more than 15 overs in the last hour.
Jason Roy's having a bad day. He's having a bad week.
He's having a bit of a Warner week, isn't he, really?
Well, Ben Stokes has just bowled the ball to him at extra cover, and it's gone straight through his hands. It's gone to about deep out. He's had to chase after it.
I mean,
He's having one of those weeks. Look at him.
Warner low scores and drop catches as well, and same with Roy. I mean, that was an extraordinary drop, really. I suppose the only thing you would say is they might not have expected one, because there hasn't been a first or second slip catch taken in this match. But it came at a lovely catchable height.
Yeah, it was almost... I think it surprised him. It might have just wobbled in the air, but as a second slip getting on mid-rate, you'd expect to catch that.
Yeah. Paul Willets on email, Champagne moment. Got to be Andrew Strauss and Sons, and their ovation way more important than the cricket match.
That gets my vote. Absolutely.
So who gets the champagne? Is it Andrew Strauss or his sons?
No, his young sons. Let him store it away for a while.
Does it keep? Probably does, doesn't it?
Yes. It's very, very, very good champagne.
118 for 3 is the score. Andrew?
Now, I've got information on catches for the last 15 years, or since 2005, and there hasn't been a test in England where there's no first or second slip catch during that period.
In the last 15 years?
In the last 15 years, we've got data for.
That's very good research. You dragged it back after your 55-55 comment earlier. That's a full toss from Leach, which is swept away for 4 to deep back with square leg down to the Warner stand. It disappears into the shadows down there. Broad trots after it. 4 more runs to Australia, 122 for 3.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne is a very popular member of the team. Just watch this. If he gets a 50, what that balcony does. Very tough, driven. Loves practicing, very busy, energetic.
He's 49 not out. Here is Leach going in to bowl to him. 3 men around the bat. Bowls to Labuschagne, who's forward, dead batting it into the offside, and there's no run. Australia need 145 to win from 14.4 overs. England needs 7 wickets in the same time. All the captains can just metaphorically shake hands. Tim Payne's up in the dressing room, so that's not going to happen, but he'll presumably got a message on. Well, they'll take it, won't they? As soon as Root offers the draw to these two, they will take it.
Change of angle. He's going to come round the wicket.
There's a silly point in, 2 slips and a short leg, and Labuschagne's on 49. Here is Leach bowling round the wicket to him. He's down the pitch, driving towards mid-off, off the single, and it's sort of allowed, really. Wokes putting no pressure on it, just accepted there was going to be one. And there's a half-century for Marnus Labuschagne. Australia's new number 4. Produces the sort of innings we've come to expect from their previous number 4. England have struggled to get past him. That really looked like getting him out. 89 ball half-century for Labuschagne.
Well, that's some innings. Really is under the pressure. Facing Jofra Archie, took that blow. Played and missed it a few, but it's been a tremendous knock.
So Smith is fit for Headingley. Labuschagne in for who?
Bancroft. Khawaja opens.
Okay. Head on 34. Here is Leach bowling to him, and Head plays back and drops it onto the pitch. Davis from North London. How do we know Labuschagne is not Steve Smith in disguise? What, with a sort of Labuschagne mask on? Well, I think we know from the mannerisms. Here is Leach bowling and guided away by Head off the front foot with an open face towards backward point, where it's picked up by Archer. Yeah, we know, because there's no fidgeting going on in Labuschagne's batting. But I take your point. 123 for 3. The last knockings of this test match. Here is Leach bowling, and Head comes down the pitch and drives into the offside. There's no last knockings.
Last knockings? What's that?
Well, that's a phrase which means we're moving towards the end of the game.
Is that right?
Yeah. You not heard that?
Knockings? No, I've not. Well, thank you. No, I've not heard that.
What was the word you invented earlier?
Scooped.
Scooped. You mean scuppered? That's what you meant. Scuppered.
Oh, yeah, scooped. Scooped. Whatever you want to say.
Scone, yeah.
Knockings. Last knockings. Yeah. Oh, is that a Bristol kind of saying?
I don't know, really. Grew up with that, yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. What's going on here?
Well, they're bringing back Archer. They're bringing back Archer with 14 overs left of the match. Australia probably thought they were moving towards the end of the game and hands being shaken, but Archer's going to have one last go. 123 for 3. What about this? He's bowled how many overs in the match? 39 overs in the match already.
Well,
and there's another game in 3 days' time at Headingley.
Last throw of the dice, but you've got to be careful.
Yeah,
you've got to be careful with. Already, you can see he's now the real X factor in this England attack, and in our eyes, he's changed the course of what everyone's seen of this Ashes series with that spell yesterday. But you've just got to be very, very careful that because he can bowl in all conditions at all time, that you just keep bowling him. I'm not too sure this is the right move.
There's a huge temptation if you're route to bowl him a lot. Of course there is. It's a fantastic weapon to have in your team, but you also need to think about the rest of the series as well. Anyway, 3 slips and a gully in and a short leg, and Archer is going to bowl to Labuschagne in the sunshine. He's with him now. He bowls a slower ball first up, and it's defended back up the pitch, and there's no run. I noticed when Archer was loosening up, the first ball he bowled was a left arm. He does bowl left arm spin.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Last knock-ins, everyone knows last knock-ins, don't they? It's like overs cadovers.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I mean, he came up with Scoopert earlier.
Everyone knows last knock-ins. I don't really know about this, actually. Getting Archer back on, stiffened up. It's breezy down there. You don't want him to go bust now.
No. Well, Archer moves smoothly in, bowls to Labuschagne. He plays that on the banks towards short leg, where it's picked up by Stokes-Butler. The only England wicket to fall today, out for 31. Bairstow 30 not out, Stokes 115 not out. 7th Test 100, 2nd Ashes 100. Warner for 5, Bancroft for 16, Khawaja for 2 out in Australia's second innings. 2 for Archer and 1 for Leach.
There was that little period, wasn't there?
Archer bowls to Labuschagne. Labuschagne defends, and Archer steps forward to pick up, and there's no run.
When Labuschagne first came in, wasn't there, and Archer was bowling at the nursery end, he did him about 4 out of 5, didn't he, past the outside edge. If he'd have got a little tickle on then, you just felt that some momentum was really, really with England. But he's done very, very well. And I don't, as you said, Jofra, he's just dispelling the sort of aura a bit here. You know what I mean? He's tired. He's had it really. He's stiff.
40th over of the match for Archer. Bowls to Labuschagne. Nearly bowls in there. He let it go, and it went over the top of off stump. I suppose there's a good chance with Archer if he bowls anything other than a really full delivery, the ball is going to go over the top.
Yeah.
So you can leave it on length. And that's what Labuschagne did there. England on the attack, as you'd expect. 2 slips and a gully and a leg slip and a short leg.
How many overs left?
13 after this one.
Well, I suppose you give him a little spell of 2 or 3, don't you? And then shake their hands.
Archer moves in and bowls to Labuschagne's up on his toes, guiding it down towards fine leg. Leach is down there, and Labuschagne gets his 51st run.
Yeah.
124 for 3.
Taking his chance well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I suppose does he play?
Well, Michael was talking about this. I asked him, I said, what do they do? And he said, yeah, he does. If Smith plays, Labuschagne plays as well, he says.
Instead of
Bancroft, and they push Khawaja up to open.
Well, then all of a sudden you're starting to mess with...
Yeah,
you know...
Bancroft's had a very unconvincing series. Well, I mean, both Australia openers have had an unconvincing series so far.
He has looked... He's looked technically the best Australian player. Actually, sort of like for
Labuschagne.
Yes, Labuschagne. Yeah, you know, for sort of like leaving outside off stump, forward defensive, backward defensive. Nice sort of composure.
Archer round the wicket to bowl to Head, and Head goes after one and misses it. And it's dropped by Bairstow behind the stumps, and that's the end of Archer's over. That was 85 miles an hour. 124 for 3. There are 13 overs available to us.
You don't want him to pop a hammy now.
More of a side injury.
Well, there you go. I mean, I've been down there and it's blowing quite a cool gale, you know what I mean? You do stiffen up and then you try and come back and you kind of, you're popping into Costwell and that's him done. Because at the moment, it's swung the sort of balance of power a little bit, I think. Just a little bit England's way, I think.
Bancroft in the series, 8-7, 13 and 16.
Got more than Davey.
Yeah, and David Warner 2-8. 3 and 5.
Take your pick.
Yeah. So problems at the top of Australia's order, problems with Jason Roy at the top of England's as well. Leach bowls, down the pitch comes Labuschagne, hits him inside out past mid-off, and that's going for 4. Wokes gives that up. Goes out towards the wide, long off boundary. Nice stroke.
Yeah, good use of the feet, got the pitch of the ball, nice high elbow.
Labuschagne to 55.
Very nice.
Well, perhaps Australia want to bat on. Perhaps they still fancy a little dart.
Well, then you just start getting a little bit cheeky. You don't start doing that.
They need 139 to win from 12.5 overs. No. Wokes has dropped a bit deeper at mid-off. 4 men around the bat. This is Leach going into bowl to Labuschagne. Pokes out of that one past Silly Point towards extra cover, where it's picked up by Jason Roy, who has not had a great game.
Sorry, Glamorgan have got him in a bit of nick, haven't they?
1,000 runs for them.
1,000 runs, thanks very much.
Second division runs, it has to be said.
It's runs.
Here's Leach bowling down the pitch. Labuschagne again into the offside. There's a man on deep point boundary, runs round to deep extra, sends in the return. That's Denley to Bairstow, and they are through for 2. It's all gone a bit flat.
Yes, it has.
130 for 3. 267 the target, so Australia nearly halfway there, but only 12 overs left after this one. England taking 2 wickets inside the first 6 overs, 3 inside the first 14.
Yeah, that was then. It was ticking then. You just feel if you'd have got one more of them and then head in, because he looked very uncomfortable in that first innings, didn't he? But they've stopped us a bit in our tracks. Sorry, England in our tracks.
Right, Leach is going to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne, and he bowls into the rough. He plays a reverse sweep, makes good contact as well, goes down towards the third man boundary. Again, Denley's in action, this time running to his left in front of the tavern stand, and sends in the return, and Labuschagne comes back for 2 very crisply struck runs. Takes him to 59, and the score to 132 for 3. It's been an interesting, strange last day, really. The possibility of lots of wickets.
Yeah.
We've only had 4 wickets all day.
I know.
And the batsmen have dominated, really well. Apart from that little spell when Archer was roaring in.
Yeah.
Batsmen have done well. Here is Leach bowling into the rough down the leg side, taken by Bairstow. So how many runs have we had today in all for those 4 wickets?
We've had a few.
Yeah, 100.
Stokesy played well.
This is where I normally lean on Andrews.
Yeah.
It's 294.
So 294 for 4 today. Who would have thought that?
I know.
Leach bowls into the rough again. Swept away into the onside. It's caught. It's claimed at mid-wicket. He must have hit someone on the way. He went for a sweep, Labuschagne, and it deflected, I think, out to mid-wicket. I lost it in the sunshine. But it was claimed at mid-wicket, and Leach gets his second. Slightly fortuitous. The umpires are going to consult here. It was a low catch. I think this was taken, though, and the soft signal is out.
Copy that, Dalim.
You reckon it's
Give the umpire to director.
on the way through.
Could have
Umpire
done, yeah.
review for a fair catch. The soft signal on the field is out. May I start with the front foot, please?
I lost the flight of the ball. It was definitely taken at mid-wicket. It might have clipped something on the way out.
That's a fair delivery.
Is it lobbed in the air in the
angle
end?
for the catch, please.
Unless he's toe-ended it. Anyway, we'll see now.
Oh, it's not out.
Hold on.
Can you give me a side angle there?
Oh, I don't know.
No, he won't give that. He won't give that. Oh, no, it's bounced.
Do you have a side angle, a side-on angle of it?
Not out.
It's in the end of the fingers, and then it bounces up into the palm. It's one of those TV catches that makes it look, it definitely bounced, and it might well have done. Let's have another look from the side.
Can you zoom that for me, please?
Who's the catcher? Who do we think is the catcher?
Root, isn't it? No. I don't know.
It's into the end of the fingers, and when it's in the end of the fingers, it looks as though it's bounced. It's a really difficult one to tell.
I need to determine whether his fingers are under it. Can you give me a zoom up, please?
Soft signal's out.
Yeah, soft signal's out, so it needs conclusive evidence to overturn it. I mean, there's one freeze frame there where it looks as though the ball's on the ground, but it's so difficult to tell. TV foreshortens. It's the old problem. It does bounce up from the end of his fingers into the palm of his hand. Just a question of whether it hit the ground first. It's Denley there at mid-wicket. No, they've really got the zoom in on this.
His fingers appear to be under the ball. It's bouncing off his fingers and into his hand. Can you do the rock and roll again? Yeah.
You might give that as out.
I have his fingers under the ball and it's bouncing up into his hands. I have a decision for the big screen.
It's going to be given out, I think.
Yeah.
And my decision is out. Out.
There we go.
Well, there you go.
Labuschagne can't believe it. He thinks he's got away with that. A few smiles out there from the England fielders. Labuschagne walking off, shaking his head. Let's have another look at it, how it got out there. Did it hit the short leg fielder? Yes, it did. It did hit the short leg fielder. Hit him on the thigh and was claimed by Denley coming forward at mid-wicket. I mean, I don't think it's going to make much difference to the outcome of the game, but it's a controversial moment. Labuschagne walks off out for 59. Caught by Root, actually, at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Root said he caught it. Root said that he put the finger up and said, yeah, I caught that.
He played well. 100 balls, 59 runs, and sort of stopped England's efforts of trying to blast through that middle order. He's done a good job for his side. Come in for Steve Smith, and he'll be getting some big pats on the back in that Australian dressing room. He really did play quite well there. Very well there. And a little bit unlucky. Hit short leg on the thigh and ballooned up.
And if Australia lose 6 wickets in 10 overs here.
Well, it could be. Well, now you go, right then, Joff, sorry, mate, you really have got to loosen up here. Mate. Give us everything you got. Because there is just a bit of a sniff now that if you get 1 or 2 quickly in the next 2 or 3 overs, that you could just rattle a few.
I have to say, with the naked eye, and the umpires clearly thought the same thing, and Root did as well, it looked out, didn't it? But on TV, it's that old story that if the ball hits the end of the fingers, it looks as though it's on the ground. But if you get the end of the fingers underneath it,
and it pops up into
the ball bounces off the end of the fingers into the palm.
Correct.
But, I mean, normally they give those not out.
Soft signal, I suppose, was the big thing there.
Labuschagne couldn't believe it. He saw it on the big screen. Root said out. Right, here is Archer bowling to Head, who's in behind that, playing defensively up the onside of the pitch. There are 11.5 overs left in the game. England needs 6 wickets.
Who knows?
It was a fortuitous deflection off the short leg fielder.
Lovely. Take them.
I have to say, just watching it, just seeing the replay, just watch it on TV in slow motion with Root coming forward. It looks as though he caught it, but then here is Archer bowling down the leg side, turned away by Head towards fine leg, leaches onto it, sends in the return, and so Matthew Wade will face Archer. That was 90.7 from Archer, so previous they were 85. Just cranking it up a bit with that wicket going down. $133 for 4. Australia set 267 to win. I mean, when you, there is an angle which, when you see, you think there's no way that's out. But then there's another one which suggests he might have got his fingers underneath it, which is what Joel Wilson considered from the side. From the front on, it always looks bad for the fielder.
It does.
Side on, it looks much better. But it's how you want to see it, really. Well, there are lots of people saying that's definitely not out. Here is Archer bowling. Oh, and that's claimed by Bairstow. It's gone over his head. It leapt in the air. It might have just, flicked the back or the helmet of the new man Wade as he tried to duck under Archer's delivery, and Bairstow leapt for a moment. I thought he got it, but it was like a mime, and it went over his head and down to the boundary for 4.
Hit him on top of the head.
Does that mean the doctor's got to come out again?
Oh, blimey. It was only a glancer. No, he's got him though. They've got it. They called him on. He's been hit on the helmet. So Alim Dar says, "Come on again."
They're going to be running out of helmets, aren't they, Australia? I hope they've got a good helmet sponsor.
Yeah, that incident you can see on the BBC Sport website very soon to make your own minds up. Lots of people just say clearly not out. I think Daggers said not out.
Yeah, I did originally from that first sort of, as you say, front on view.
Yeah. But it always looks bad front on.
He's been busy, hasn't he? The old.
Is that the physio or the doctor?
I don't know. Is it the medic? Medic!
Well, it's certainly the medic, yeah. But
you're going to have to get a new lid, I'm afraid, mate.
137 for 4. 11 and a half overs left. On we go. The light at the moment is fine. I think there's another quite bright patch on its way, and the lights are on, so it might well be that we're, if they want to bowl all these overs, we might get them in. They seem happy. I don't think they've changed helmets either, have
He's
they?
got an uncanny knack, hasn't he, Jofra Archer, of bowling that delivery that hits people on the helmet. You know, I'll tell you who was like that as well. Sean Pollock could do that, couldn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Sort of that high finger release and sort of wrist flick.
Archer goes in, bowls to Wade, and Wade flinches another short ball, gets underneath it, over his shoulder in the end, taken by Bairstow. England, of course, on the attack against Wade. 2 slips, gully, short leg slip.
It's a good trajectory, isn't it? It's sort of like a climbing trajectory.
Yeah, I think there can be a few more helmets tested out in the series, the way things are going.
Some people just have that ability, you know.
137 for 4. Wade yet to score. Archer, 2 wickets to his name, goes in and bowls to him. That's down the leg side, tries to flick it away and misses. And very close to leg stump.
Yeah, it was. He's gone for that.
Came across and tried to turn it away. 137 for 4. Root claimed the catch at mid-wicket. He sort of pointed his head out, you know. Yeah. But then I think he sort of said, well, you know, check it as well. Yeah. And if you're Labuschagne as well, you just stay there, don't you? You
kind of know as the catcher, you know, if your fingers are underneath it. Otherwise,
Archer bowls. Wade turns into the onside, wide of mid-wicket, and he's off the mark.
You know, if it is a bump ball, you're going to be kind of found out a bit, aren't you?
Yeah. If you claim something that looks ridiculous. 138 for 4. Head 35. Wade 1. On we go. 11 overs available. Time for another spell from Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, he played well, Labuschagne. As you say, what an unlucky way to get out. Got a good bat on that sweep as well. Slapped it straight in the short leg's thigh. He'll have a bruise in the morning. There's been a few bruises, actually. There's a few boys who will know they've been in a test match, that's for sure, out there.
Well, a little twist like that. I must admit, I was with you, Tuffers, at start with. I didn't like the look of that to start with, but it's that soft signal, isn't it? You've got to find something conclusive, and that was the decision, but I can imagine that some of the Australians will be muttering about it. 138 for 4. Overs ticking away, 11 left. And England needs 6 wickets to win this match. Crowding round the left-handed Wade now, and Leach is going to bowl to him. Light deteriorating as he moves in now over the wicket. And that spins away, it's caught! Got it short leg. It popped up beautifully for Butler. And Wade's on his way for 1. The 5th wicket goes down. It just spat out of the rough and did everything that you'd want it to if you're an England fielder there. Popped out of the rough. It bounced. That's the real key as well for these. It bounced. Hit glove straight to short leg. And that's it. Nothing the batsman can really do about that. And that's why left-handers batting now are going to find this a real issue. Wade's out for 1. Australia are 5 wickets down. And England are starting to believe that they have a chance. And you get a freak dismissal of Labuschagne, who played very well. And he's on a hat-trick, Jack.
Yeah, who's coming in now? Pat?
It'll be Payne, won't it?
Oh, Payne, yeah.
The Australian captain with a bit to do. Out he comes, with a sleeveless sweater on, his Australian helmet. 138 for 5. England need 5 wickets.
Do you remember 85? Wayne Phillips.
Yes.
Yeah, he slapped it into Alan Lamb's foot at Silly Point. Yeah.
Popped up. Yeah, I do remember that. I was there.
The door,
I was 12th man.
Oh, were you?
Running around doing the drinks.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that opened the door, didn't it?
Did open
Bit
the
of
door.
a freak dismissal.
But there was a lot of rowing about it as well, mind.
Yeah, it was out. It was out.
Yeah, it was, but there was a lot of rowing. Anyway, we've got a right-hander then. Leach on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
With a slip, a gully, a silly point, forward short leg. The crowd is absolutely ready for this as Australia's captain carefully marks his guard. It's got Archer up there saving the single at backward square leg, Broads at mid-on. Payne's over his bat, and Leach on a hat-trick moves in round the wicket and bowls to Payne, who comes forward and stubbornly plays that back to the bowler. 10 overs remain after this for England to get 5 wickets.
Yeah. You never know.
Leach again, round the wicket, bowls to Payne, who goes back and defends.
Still only Jeff Griffin with a hat-trick at Lords. And I reckon there have been 49 hat-trick balls bowled at this ground in Test cricket since then, without another one.
Is that right?
Wow.
138 for 5. Leach strides in, bowls to Payne. Oh, that hit high up on the bat. He went a bit heavy at that.
Yeah.
And he's got to be very careful because he prodded at it, the ball bounced, took the splice of the bat. Very close to Burns, who's there at silly point. Right up high, that was. Down they go again. There's 2 balls to go in this over. In goes Leach again. Bowls to Payne, who plays that nicely, coming forward. A groan from the crowd as that's fielded at cover. 138 for 5. England need 5 wickets.
Just goes to show how crucial that partnership was between Head and Overshane.
Yep.
He nicks off early doors, like when he was on about naught or something or other, and he kept getting beaten on the outside edge. England would have been right in here.
Leach again, bowls, very full, and Payne can just drive that back to him, but another successful over.
Well done.
For Jack Leach. As we're doing wonders for his confidence too. He's a quiet fella, a traditional sort of young man really, and he'll be really, really, really pleased at how it's been going here. Looking at the ball, I would assume it was that delivery which accounted for Wade. I mean, we heard our old friend from Romania talking about bowling grenades. Well, that was like a grenade spitting out of the rough.
Big lumps of the surface just.
So Head is on strike, and he's going to do battle with Archer from the pavilion end. The light, I think, is going to deteriorate quite quickly because there's cloud coming. There's going to be a bright moment now, and indeed the sunshine is filtering through, but I do worry a bit after that. In comes Archer from round the wicket and bowls, and that's steered away down to backward point by Travis Head. He runs that first one quickly, thinking about a second, but it was never going to be on. And that's Denley who fields. So 139 for 5. Payne comes down to face Archer. There's the brightness I was talking about. This is illuminating the grandstand at the moment. But there's a lot of cloud to come. It's high. It's not going to rain, I don't think. But it's a question of this time of year whether the umpires are going to consider that this light is of good enough quality to play Test cricket. The floodlights are on. Without those, he wouldn't be playing now, that's for sure. The lights, see, twinkling there in the committee room of the pavilion.
One last effort.
Here's Archer then, from that far end, coming into bowl to Australia's captain, Tim Payne. It's short. Oh, he didn't like that. He fended that off. And it bumped just in front of the short leg fieldsman, Stokes-Butler, who's giving the ball a rub.
He's chipping lumps out of him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Every batsman that's come in, probably worn one.
Really quick arm.
Yeah. And as you said, lovely sort of, long fingers at the top of that delivery, which then sort of snap it down.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We're getting a second short leg in here.
Why not?
So where's he going to go? Because he's got a bit careful. The man in front of square out there. You know that Payne is a happy hooker. But there's a man out there at deep square leg for that. And now Burns is going into a really very nasty position there. They're both pretty close. You don't want a half volley on the leg stump.
I don't think he'll be getting one of them.
No, nor do I. 139 for 5. Here's Archer. The crowd roaring in the background. Oh, it goes straight over Payne's stumps. Yeah. Past the inside edge again.
Oh.
About 27,000 people appeal.
Why is that not bowled?
And Bairstow grabs it on his knees. Again, he's got this ability to bring the ball back, and it's...
Oh, he's so late on that, Payne. He like... A yard, it'd gone past him by about a yard before he put his bat down. Not in the same vicinity. I'd actually try and bowl one that hits the stumps.
139 for 5. Here's Archer. One slip, a gully, leg slip, 2 short legs. Payne hit again. Oh. Hit again by a short ball that he just flapped the bat at, really. He's having a torrid time. He knows there's a man out there at the deep square leg. And there's 2 crouching there with their helmets on, and we were saying earlier, if I did get a bottom edge onto that, we were saying earlier, you just feel that this fellow has just shifted the momentum of this series.
Yeah.
Real pace, 139 for 5. And he moves again, and he bowls another bouncer, which Payne this time bobs happily underneath. 139 for 5. 5 wickets for England to win, with 9 overs and 1 ball left.
Harmy was a bit like that. Steve Armisen. You know, that sort of like steepling, sort of quick coming up at your sort of throat bounce, you know what I mean?
Very tall, isn't he?
Yeah.
Now the man's coming up from deep square leg. And he's coming, he's not quite saving the single there. He's a little bit deeper than that, but he's just lurking around there. Archer again moves in, bowls to Payne, and turns that away to the straighter of the short legs, who throws the ball into the stumps. Again, there's a hysterical appeal, but Payne wasn't going anywhere. 139 for 5. Real tension there, I think, in that Australian dressing room now. There's 9 overs to go, 5 wickets left. You can see Pat Cummins sitting on the balcony there, a rather solitary figure, looking
a little bit pale.
He's looking downwards at the moment. We've all been there, Tuffers.
Yes, yeah.
You don't really know what to say, do you?
No.
Offer a little bit of small talk, maybe.
Yeah. And no one really knows what to say to you either.
No.
Well, they do, actually. They just say, don't get out if you get in.
Yep. So the left-handed head will now face Leach.
Get one spitting out of that raft.
Well, if he gets one like Wade, he'll be gone. Leach again, bowls then, and it spins into Head, who does play that very nice and late, and with that bat just hiding behind the pad there.
Yeah, big stride as well, wasn't it?
It was.
He looked all at sea when he came in against the left-arm spinner, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
Whoa.
139 for 5. As Leach bowls, turned away to short leg. Justin Lanka, Australia's coach, is sort of twitching with a tennis ball, just bouncing it over and over and over again on the balcony railing there. Bounce, 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 bounce. 139 for 5. Is Leach bowling too short. That can be flicked away easily. Down for a single to deep backward square leg.
Get it up in the air a bit.
Yep. Well, you can see where to aim, can't you? There's some lovely patches there.
Bit too flat, that, and just driven into the pitch. Got to try and lure it. That's when you get that kick.
140 for 5. So Payne looks around. He's not off the mark yet. Down go those close fielders. There's 4 of them, plus Bairstow. As Leach tosses out, it's too full, that, and it's just driven down the ground easily by Payne. He's off the mark with an on drive for 4. And he can go searching. The bowlers too. Obviously, it's the batsmen that you imagine are under pressure, but as a bowler, there's that expectation for you to come on and win this game.
That's a poor delivery. Too full leg stump.
Now here's some sunshine, which is nice. Long shadows. Where are we? It's getting towards 7 o'clock. And Leach moves in, bowls to Payne, who just pads out away, as he can do, with the bowling from over the wicket. It's been around too long to fall for that, I think. 144 for 5. Leach bowls, and again, he just simply thrusts a leg at it, and I think Leach will have to switch sides if he's going to bowl any more at Payne. 144 for 5. Overs ticking away. 8 to go. 5 wickets left. Do you feel that the momentum's has shifted a bit?
Yes,
I mean, England are 1-0 down.
Definitely.
But they're going to go from Lord's confidence enhanced, if not fully restored, but enhanced.
He's sowed the seed, old Jofra Archer, hasn't he? I mean, for an impact, first Test match, I mean, what an impact.
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily in sort of 6ers and 7ers and whatever, but, you know, he's made an impression, that's for
Joe
sure.
Root's now got a bowler he can chuck the ball to, and so this will make something happen on any surface. He's bowling to Travis Head now. Up he comes. Archer bowls, and Head flicks that into the leg side. Archer has to go chasing it, and there's no run.
What happens as well is that old 9-10 Jack as well don't particularly hang about when there's someone like that knocking around.
Don't they?
Peter Siddle, I mean, even though he played very, very well up at Edgbaston, it might have been a slightly different cup of tea. But no, he has made an impact, that is for sure, and sown the seed. They'll be travelling up there to Headingley a little bit wary.
Archer on his way, bowls, and that's flicked away down to fine leg. They'll take one. 145 for 5 with 7 overs to go after this one.
What will Headingley be, John?
It's just been a very flat pitch. I mean, it's spun up there in recent years, hasn't it? Yeah, never been really any great pace there, has there? But it's generally pretty flat.
Yeah.
The forecast looks good.
Good.
Archer bowls. Payne gets a horrible short ball, which flies over Bairstow and into the boundary. And again, it was a quick ball, very quick ball. And Payne found his gloves and his bat going up with it. And the ball has kept going, and it flew over Bairstow. I think they have come up. They have come up because of the lack of carry to the slips.
He's going to need a step ladder, Johnny B.
Yeah. Well, that flew and kept flying. 149 for 5. Payne over his bat, and Archer in the shadows of the far end runs in again and bowls to him again. It's short, and he snatches away that bottom hand off the handle. 149 for 5. How many overs has he bowled in?
Quite a few now.
Spell.
Yeah.
This is his 4th.
Okay, I mean he's comfortably bowled more than the others.
Yeah. It's a strike bowler, isn't it? I mean, that is a strike bowler. Haven't seen one of them for a while. Aussie have got one though, Mr. Stubb.
They have. Archer bowls, and Payne gets a ball very full, which he digs out. It rolls out to cover. So there's a couple of days. Deep breath.
Yeah.
Preview day, warm-up day Wednesday, and in we go again. And,
little massage.
Yeah. It's not a lot of time, is it?
No. Could turn into a bit of a bumper warfare up ahead, didn't it?
Good.
Mitchell Stark, Pat Cummins.
Yeah.
Archer.
149 for 5. In comes Archer, bowls to Payne, short, he pulls, and he's brilliantly caught! Brilliantly caught by Denley at square leg, put in that rather strange place, rather a no man's land position. And what has the Australian captain done there? He took on the short ball, he played the hook shot. It's a brilliant catch by Denley with his left hand. We all held our breath as it went to him, not very quickly, but he had to move. A one-handed catch, as acrobatic as you like. And he held on to that as he landed on the ground. And Joe Denley has pulled off an absolutely magnificent catch. And Tim Payne, I'm afraid, the captain, is not going to be very happy with that. He's walking off, he's holding the bottom of his bat. That is not a happy man, making his way through the pavilion gates and away to the Australian dressing room. So it's 6 down.
Oh, wow.
The over's still ticking away. And out comes Pat Cummins
into the
late afternoon sunshine. And it's going to be a touch and go with that light, because there is dark cloud coming up. And there's not much in reserve, I don't think. I mean, if it does go behind shadow, then that might be it. Or, of course, route to bowl spin from either end. But there's just a hole there at the moment that we're enjoying. But beyond that, it just looks a bit bleak. 149 for 6.
What a catch that was.
It's a wonderful catch.
Yeah, that's the champagne moment.
It might well be. We have to have another entrant. But you have to question the shot.
Well, didn't know quite where to go, so you sort of think, well, I do like the pull, and it's one of my shots. I'm going to take it on, but
it was well placed because he wasn't saving the single, and he wasn't out of the boundary. He was just lurking. That was the last ball of the over, and now Leach continues, and he bowls, and that's pushed away by Head out to Silly Point. 4 men around the bat. The left-hander now simply has to stay there. And Cummins is going through a few shots at this non-striker's end. He batted very bravely, actually.
Yeah, he did.
In the first innings.
Yeah, he did.
Watching the replay again up on the screen of Denley's catch, he flung it skywards as high as he could after he'd taken it. Wonderful catch. Leach again. Bowls and it's driven well. That's an ambitious stroke. And he's going to get 4 for it. And Head there, left-handed, driving out to that rough area.
Yeah.
And against the spin.
Yeah, that's risky.
It is risky.
Yeah, that's what the left-arm spinner wants you to do. But
Payne was, I'm just looking at the shot. He was in no position to play that. That was the trouble. He was dragging the ball from outside the off stump. He didn't get inside the line at all.
Why not leave it?
Well, indeed.
Because you feel you're going to get hit. That's why.
Yeah. Leach bowls, and that's nicely played by Head again. The very dead bat this time.
Just get one to spit again and hit those gloves, because he does play with low hands, Travis Head, at that run.
6 overs and 3 balls remain. Can England level the series? Leach moves in, bowls flatter. Oh, he goes back into his stumps there. He played it away, did keep low, and it spun. And Head goes away for a little talk to himself. He tugs at his pads and settles over his bat once again as Leach makes him wait. Now strides in and bowls, tossing it into that rough. Oh, it went straight past the edge of the bat. Bairstow took it, he whipped the bails off, crept past Head's outside edge.
That was close.
It was indeed, but he pushed at it, and I think basically all he could do, but it didn't turn as expected. And that was just a millimetre away from brushing the edge. 153 for 6. There's a ball to go in this over, and then just 6 remain. Here's Leach bowling, and again that turned this time, and he prodded it away with his pad and with his bat, and Leach picked the ball up, and the crowd, and many have remained applauding that. You can't go, folks. There were some setting up and going, or appear to be leaving, but mind you, I suppose maybe the Sunday train timetable is starting to have a bit of an impact on some.
Roast is ready. Potatoes are burning.
I think mine are long burned, I suspect. I don't think there'll be much waiting for me up there tonight.
No, dinner's in the dog, mate.
It will be. But never mind. Who cares with a finish like this?
Yeah, this is it. I mean, really, left-handed to the left arm spinner is in a bit of peril. But how many overs has Jofra got left? He's got 3, hasn't he? 18 balls.
He has got 18 balls left. And Pat Cummins, who's settling over his bat now, so he batted very bravely in the first innings, but Archer's after him, and here he comes now, and he bowls short and wide of the off stump, and Cummins sways out of the way.
Did play well done in that first innings.
Well, he did,
because he was absolutely ticking.
But Cummins, of course, started it really, and you wouldn't appreciate this stuff.
Yeah.
But if an opposition fast bowler bounces you first, he's saying, you know something, mate, I'm not really bothered about what you've got.
No, that's right.
I'm not scared.
No.
Have a bit of that.
Yeah.
And the person that is bounced says, oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you wait.
Yeah.
That is what happened with Archer and Cummins in the first innings. He did steam in.
Yeah, he did.
And he's not going to get much in his half now, looking at this field.
No. This is going to be at the throat.
It is. 3 men in front of the bat with helmets on. As Archer runs in, bowls to Cummins. It's full. He turns it round the corner, and his bounce is just short. There could be a run out. As Head comes rushing to this end, the throw missed the stumps.
That was close.
Well, Stokes was on the ground. It didn't. I'm not sure what the ball came off. It might have been off his body, but anyway, it bounced just in front of Stokes. And of course Head was rushing down. Oh no, it did come off the bat, off the inside edge, but landed comfortably in front of Stokes, and a horrible bounce for him. But then Head thought, I'd better get down there. So he set off. Cummins was slow, and it was Bairstow who hurled the ball at the stumps. But he was in his ground.
Really?
But it just shows that.
Close.
You think he was it? Yeah, he was in.
Yeah.
But it just shows what's going on out there.
Yeah. Cool heads.
You need cool heads, but 154 for 6. Archer's on his way, bowls to Travis Head, who fends that off, and the ball runs down to gully. He got right behind that bravely, steered it down. 86 miles an hour. Is that, again, one of those change of pace deliveries of Archer's? Or is he getting a bit tired?
He's bowled a couple of knuckleballs. That one to Pat Cummins was a knuckleball.
154 for 6. England need 4 wickets to win. Overs are ticking away. Archer from the far end bowls to Head. Another short ball which flashes past his grill and is taken by Johnny Bairstow.
He hasn't seen that.
A flinch. No, I don't think he has seen it. And he's coming up and doing some gardening
and having a word with the ump. I think.
He's saying to the umpire down there, I didn't see much of that. And well, you can sort of understand that in a way, because the light's not good. There is some rain on the way.
Yeah.
And we're heading towards that that dark cloud now, and I don't think we'll get all these overs in.
No.
And I think Root feels that, because he's bringing all the men in now.
How crucial was that drop catch, second slip? Travis Head.
Yep. And he's still there on 42.
Yeah. Oh.
So now virtually everybody's round the bat, apart from mid-off and square leg. And Archer's on his way, desperate here for the breakthrough. That's turned away, though, off his hip easily enough by Head. And fielded by Butler at short leg. The umpires are getting twitchy.
Yeah.
You can see that cloud coming, and it's going to happen quickly.
And the old batsmen are going, the old eyes are blinking, going, come on, ump. It's getting a bit Noah's out here.
But it's been a terrific finish. It really has. Just shows these days, particularly, you lose as much play as we have, a day and a half at least, and
amazing. You
can still get a game out of it. 154 for 6. Archer from that far end bowls to Head. It hits him up on the arm and bounces in front of Butler at short leg, and he's wringing that arm, the hand. He's got a bruise there. And Mr. Dar, I'm watching him, and he's looking over his shoulder. As we know, the first sign of any rain is away on his toes.
Yeah. Keep that hat on.
Yeah. 5 overs to go. I feel that the twitcher of the two at the moment is Mr. Gaffney, actually. He was sort of moving in there as if to speak to Alim Dar, but Alim Dar's got the spinner at his end, so they can't really go off with a spinner on.
England have had their opportunities here, John, you know. A couple of drop catches, or, just one of those hits, the Nick Labuschagne earlier on. Vulnerable. Australia, this batting lineup is vulnerable.
It is. 154 for 6. Cummins is going to face Leach. He's going to bowl round the wicket at him with 4 men catching, 3 in the off, and there's a short leg. In goes Leach, left arm round the wicket, above a poor ball. Low full toss, and Cummins just prod that into the leg side. That's probably the best thing about the stuff, isn't it? Here's Leach again, looking for better than that, and he bowls this on very short, and it's again harmlessly spins away from Cummins. You can feel it, the pressure's on the bowler.
Yeah,
it is.
Yep.
And he knows the cloud's coming, and he's just got to try and get one in the right place there in that rough. Leach again moves in, bowls to Cummins, slightly better length, still quite full, and that can be patted away, negotiated quite easily. 4.3 overs remain. The light deteriorating quite quickly. I don't think you'll get another Archer over in this.
No.
Leach round the wicket, tosses that up, and Cummins lets it go by, pretty close to the off stump. And Bairstow's there crouching as if he couldn't believe that didn't bowl him, but I think it was a reasonable leave, that.
Yeah.
Cummins over his bat again, tall, right-handed. Waits for Leach, left arm round the wicket. He bowls, that's a better length. That well played by Cummins, coming forward. Pushing out to short cover.
It's got a bit ugly over there, hasn't it?
It does look ugly over there. 1 ball remains in this over, then there's 4 left. Here's Leach. There's bowling again, and Cummins just plays that last ball away.
This might be it, Aggers.
Well, I think there's going to be a problem if they're going to bowl a quick bowler. And umpire Gaffney is now striding into Alim Dar. The light is not good at all, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they say that's it. But Archer's taking his hat off when there's the option, of course, of bowling Joe Root up at that other end.
I don't think it matters, does it?
I don't think umpires decide that's going to be it, and that's enough to go on their number. They can bowl Denley. It's hard to go off for bad light when you've got spinners bowling. It looks as if Root's determined that Archer should bowl. No, he's now calling up Denley.
Okay.
The trouble with this is, of course, it's quite difficult to have men around the bat when you've got a partish time wrist spinner bowling. But Archer's taking his hat. He can't bowl, and well done him. That's a terrific effort.
What a test!
He's brought life back into this, along with that catch from Denley. Yeah. The fact is, it's too dark for him to bowl now. What's he done?
So 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 32 in this. That's 5 for 91 in 44 overs in the match.
Cool.
Well, he's put some work in too.
He has indeed. Well played, young man.
4 overs to go. Denley's going to bowl, and that's because of the light. And it's it's like a day-night game now, really. It really is very dark.
Yeah.
Apart from the floodlights. Alim Dar's pacing around. I look very happy there. He's gone to point. But I'll tell you what, and it's not being unkind, but Denley's wrist spin, you've got two men standing there at short leg and forward short leg. And there's one round the corner at leg slip and also an orthodox slip. But let's hope Denley pitches this right. Here he comes and bowls, and he does. Ooh. And that's padded away by Head. That was very nicely bowled into the rough outside his off stump.
How crucial were those 10 overs we lost this morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
That little bit of rain this morning.
Tell you what, that did puff looking at that ball.
Yeah. Can
he keep landing it in there? Here's Denley, and he bowls, and Head this time gets the ball a little bit shorter. He can defend that.
Full day's play would have been nice.
It would.
I think the declaration was about right, wasn't it?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't give it away, can you?
No, you can't.
Denley again, bowls, spinning in here, that runs down to slip. I'm reminded of the draw at 2005 at Old Trafford when the Aussies were celebrating on the balcony. It feels a bit like it might well be like one of those occasions, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
They'll feel they've got away with this. 154 for 6 as Denley bowls again, spins easily for Head to play off the back foot to cover.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone was whooping.
They were. And Michael Vaughan said, look at them.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, who knows?
Denley again, bowls, it's tossed up and driven, Broadfields. No run, and Head looks at the bottom of his bat. 154 for 6. It's Denley. Bowled a good over so far, and a little bit short. That could be just patted away into the offside. Well, it's not ideal.
No.
The light being what it is, and so Root not able to bowl who he wants, but that was a perfectly acceptable over for that sort of wrist spin. 154 for 6, 7:15 showing on the clock there beneath old Father Time. But he's watching, he's interested. He's looking over the ground, which has staged another fascinating test match. Just 3 overs left, and some of the members now have decided that's it. Making their way up through the doors there. And now Leach will bowl to Cummins, again with 4 around the bat. He strides in, bowls, and Cummins forward. I think he might have been dropped.
Pad bat.
Just in front there on the offside. It's Burns. It was pushed away as such reaction stuff so close. But I think this popped up into his right hand, just to the edge of his fingers. It bounced up and then just went away from him, and he couldn't recover and take the rebound.
Went quickly.
Very quickly. Here's Leach again, bowls, and Cummins this time is forward, and that's fielded comfortably.
And to be fair to Burns, he's virtually on the cut stuff.
It's so close.
Yes, I mean, it's so close. It's right under his nose.
And slow motion replays doesn't do it justice, really. No. 154 for 6. Leach again strides in, bowls, Cummins goes back and lets that go by. He is a calm Head, I think, Cummins. 154 for 6. England needing 4 wickets to win. 2 overs and 3 balls remain, and now Leach is going to have a go over the wicket. So Cummins will be looking to where his leg stump is and look to play this with the pad if it pitches outside there. Leach again.
He
hits it on the pad, appeals for leg before wicket. Mr. Dar says no. I think they're bound to review it. I thought it pitched on the stumps, actually.
Might have done, if that's the swinging arm ball.
Prior to director.
There's a look about Joe Root saying, look, I know that's not out.
The on-field decision is not out.
But we know we've got to have a look.
Played.
All depends if it's the arm ball or not.
Please.
If it's just the finger spinner, which is probably not out, but if he's bowled that as a little swing and it's just swung back in like a left arm seam.
That's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please.
I think it did pitch on the stumps.
It might have been an arm ball.
Ooh, let's have a look.
It's
missing.
It's spun.
Yeah, it's missing.
Right, no shot played, no need for ultra edge. Can you go to ball tracker, please, when you're in?
Yeah, this is missing quite a long way, but it did puff some dust up there.
Yeah.
Ball tracker coming up now. Ball pitching in line and wickets missing.
Missing by another
set.
Can
you put Alim back on screen, please? Alim, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now.
Well done, Mr. Dar. Another good decision. 154 for 6. 2 overs left in this over, and then there's 12 balls. Yeah. Another man comes into the leg side now. Cummins might be a bit worried about doing that again.
Yeah, might just have a little look at the bat.
Yeah. There's Leach striding in, he bowls. That pitched outside the leg stump, and that can just be kicked away.
All right. That's your lot.
A lot of people appealed there, England supporters, but pitched a long way outside leg stump, and I think Leach now thinking, there's no point bowling another one there. If he's going to do that, I'll go back round the wicket.
Yep.
For the last ball of the over, in he goes, bowls, and Cummins comes well forward and plays that calmly into the offside. But there was a chance in that over, albeit a difficult one. Burns there, just 2 yards, maybe 3 away from the bat, and it all happened so quickly there, and he did get his hand to it. The ball went into his fingers, and down it went. Our Australian friends are there. They're looking a little more relaxed now than they were half an hour or so away. Yes, they're waving now. I hope they've had a good time here at Lord's. Many for the first time, I'm sure. But, good to have you with us. They'll remember this for a while, with the lights on. What looks to be Armageddon coming up behind them. Here's Denley bowling, and that's driven crisply. Broad fields, extra cover. Heads played well. He did give a chance on 22, and it was an easy one to slip. Denley bowls. Oh, that's gone through. And there's some excitement there around the bat, but it didn't hit anything. And Bairstow gathered it standing up to the stumps. So that just it was a googly, I think, that one actually. Just went the other way.
Lovely bit of bowling. Just went past the outside.
Denley again bowls, and he's on the back foot now. And just plays it back to the bowler. 3 gone. 9 balls remain. England need 3 wickets. Denley bowls, tossing it up. Oh, well, it's an ambitious stroke from Wade, but he's not going to run for this as he drives up through mid-off. And another run is chalked off, or another ball goes anyway. 8 remain. England need 4 wickets. They need a miracle now. Denley round the wicket. Bowls, so that's pushed away off an outside edge. Wokesfields. Head tugs at his pads and his shirt and his trousers. Denley's going to come from over the wicket now, just to try something a little bit different. And Head, surrounded by fielders, prepares to face the last ball that we'll have from the nursery end in this match. Denley bowls it, and Head drives again. That's a pleasing stroke which sends Broad chasing after it all the way down to that boundary. Will it go? They're not running, incidentally. They're quite happy for Cummins to face the last rights, the last over, which England need 4 wickets from.
It's just possible they could sneak in another over, because the last hour started at 6:24.
Oh,
we're now 7:21. Although he'd have to finish the over in 3 minutes.
All right. Well, it's worth knowing. The umpires are having a chat. I think Mr. Dart.
What's he doing? That's your lot.
What are they doing with the bails? Oh, they're putting the light meter on them. There we go. I don't know what he was up to there. And well, we're going to carry on, but they've got this new machine that sits on the bails.
Red.
Yeah, and takes a reading. So we think this will probably be the last over. When did it start? 24?
24. I suspect this will be the last anyway.
Couple of balls. Shake hands. Good test.
Yeah, England need 4 wickets. This is the last over. And they're all, apart from Stuart Broad, gathered around the bat. This is the Derek Underwood to John Inverarity moment. Except it's Jack Leach. And it's Pat Cummins on strike. And Leach moves in and bowls to him, and he comes reaching forward. 5 balls remain, 4 wickets needed. And Travis Head has decided he's got something to say. And Cummins sweeps away something from the pitch there, settles over his bat. Down go all those close fielders as Leach strides up and bowls to him into that rough, and he turns it away into the leg side. And now England need 4 wickets in 4 balls.
Yep.
After all of this time and all that lost time, it's amazing really that the game finishes like this. In the last over, all those fielders around the bat, in goes Leach, and he bowls, and that's turned into the leg side, comes off the pad, and that will be the end of the match. I'm quite sure Mr. Dar is saying, I think that's enough. He's had enough.
Yeah.
And he's saying to Joe Root, I've had enough. I'm declaring it the end.
Yes.
And they're shaking hands. But for a moment, there was a bit of uncertainty, a bit of a slap on the back there for everybody. And Alindar has his way. And that is the end of, an intriguing test match, and one in which you do feel, despite the fact that it's drawn, that it's a winning draw as far as England are concerned. And Australia there were fighting for their lives and fighting for their lead. And with the next test match coming up so quickly and hard on the heels of this, then I think England will take a lot away from that. There's still questions, but they are the questions faced by both teams, actually. Both teams batting are fallible, and you do know, therefore, that the game isn't done until it's done with these two teams. Strong bowling attacks, but batting lineups that could collapse at any time under a bit of pressure. And that suggests it's going to be a very interesting series ahead. Tuffers, are you coming down with me outside? I don't know. Michael Vaughan's going with me outside, and Simon Mann's going to come in here.
Yeah, it makes for interesting Test cricket, that recipe. I think England will be going up to Headingley, having taken a few more positives out of this result. As Agaz said, a winning draw for me.
Is there such a thing, Tuffers,
Well,
really?
not really.
There's a draw, or there's a win, or there's a defeat, really, or a tie.
I'll tell you what we've done, though. For a fella on his first Test match, England might have found themselves a quick bowler.
Yeah, just give us those combined figures, match figures for Jofra Archer, Andrew.
5 for 91 in 44 overs.
I mean, fantastic figures, really. I mean, I suppose it could have been better. It could have been 9 for 90. And actually, go through the opposition. And there was that drop catch, wasn't it? Travis Head on 22. Roy.
Slip,
it was very presentable catch.
Absolutely, in the
slip
breadbasket.
corner. So Jonathan's going over to the side to get some reactions. Speak to Joe Root, etc.
How about this? What a bigger's impact? Not quite as Shane Warne. There you go. How about that?
His first Test in England, Warne at Old Trafford. Of course, he played a little bit of Test cricket. Before.
But that was the first sort of I mean, it really was. I mean, that was absolutely compelling stuff yesterday. Edgy of seat stuff.
Jim's with us as well. I just wondered, talking about Jofra Archer and the impact he's had on this game, whether it's time to unleash the Stark.
Yes.
For Headingley.
Well, I'm sure it'll be on the minds of those that are selecting the team. What can Australia do to cover the potential loss at this stage, at any rate, of Steve Smith, and to perhaps bolster the attack that was a bit lacklustre today. More Nathan Lyon than the Quicks, I suppose. It was disappointing that he didn't take a wicket.
0 for 102 from 26 overs on a pitch that was offering. Jack Leach 3 for 37. I know it's different because you would have pressure on, aren't you, in that fourth innings?
Yes, I'm not sure which way they're going to go. I mean, it's all very well to have plenty of choice, but you've got to make a choice that's going to work for you. Pattinson, you would have thought after his performance in the first Test, if he's fit and fresh, he should come back. I just wonder after this game, Siddle, will they keep going with him, or will they think they need to be a bit more attacking, need a bit more strike capacity? So it's probably Stark or Pattinson to come in. You can't leave out Cummins or Hazelwood unless you're coming up with some workload argument, but you'll certainly need Cummins in the side. So that's an interesting call. And the other one will be, what on earth now do you do with a man named Labuschagne?
Because it's easy if Smith's not there, isn't it?
That's true, but even if Smith is somehow there, which we doubt, he's got to put some pressure on Cameron Bancroft to keep his spot. Maybe Khawaja can open, but Labuschagne is going to get a spot in his team somewhere, you think, before the end of the series, and he'll certainly be playing if there's no Smith. But all of a sudden, the momentum swung strongly towards England. If they can get a bit more out of their top order batting, and Ben Stokes going up at 5 made a huge difference in this game. So I think England will be very pleased with what happened. And if they'd taken a few more catches, they may have even won this game, because that Travis Head drop when he was 22 was quite some time ago. I think it was before the last hour of play that he was put down.
Yes, Ben Stokes.
So that really would have given them a chance to have a crack at the lower order. And even that catch, I suppose, a moment or two ago. But yes, Jofra Archer has lifted the Ashes series spectacularly with his explosive, hostile bowling. And the interesting part of that is to see whether he can keep it going, because if he does, Australia's batting's looking very, very shaky. And they found a useful left-arm spinner in Leach, particularly if there's anything in the pitch. I mean, even if he's not getting these conditions to help him, he's going to block up an end from the look of it.
Yeah.
So 3 matches to go. It's there for everyone to enjoy. This is a very good contest, Liam.
Yeah. The bottom line is, of course, though, Australia could win the Ashes at Headingley. Right, let's go to Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, well, Jack Leach was just pottering about, and that was quite something, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a special atmosphere it was at the end there, obviously a bit fresh off the field, but a bit disappointed, obviously, not to get over the line, and but it wasn't through lack of effort from us.
No, definitely not. I mean, and three for you, bowling with some nice little helpful rough there as well.
I felt like I was trying to do a good job for the team. I feel like I probably wasn't at my best, but then you've got to try and find a way. So I think I've got a few things to go away and work on, and get ready for Headingley.
Yeah, it's interesting sitting up there and watching. It felt like the initiative just switched in this match. Jofra Archer tearing in and bowling like that, and you bowling well, and Australia clinging on for their lives at the end. Do you feel there's been a bit of a switch?
Well, yeah, I think we've definitely had them under pressure in this game, so that's obviously a good step forward, and we'll look to make it a win in Headingley and make it 1-1.
Well done. You're in the zone, Jack. Thanks for talking to us. I can see still eyes are wide open there, just coming out and off the field and trying to bowl England to victory. Michael Vaughan's down here.
Good evening.
We're going to get soaked, but we'll carry on. That was all rather dramatic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think when you think that the Test match has had so much rain, we've seen some exceptional cricket. We've seen some poor stuff as well, but from an England perspective, the last 2 days in particular that I look at, they were very good. And that spell from Jofra Archer yesterday afternoon, from many people's eyes, myself included, you just feel that that's changed the course of this series. You feel that England have got a real chance now with 3 to go, that, with a bowler like that, you saw him today, I mean, the pitch is slow and, he just looks an awful bowler to face. Yeah. You go to Headingley with the Australians 1-0 up, but I'd say that Australia look to me like they've got more problems, particularly with the batting unit. I would think that Australia will probably change the bowling attack up. We'll probably see Patterson again at Headingley. Will we see Mitchell start? Maybe not. Labuschagne took his chance. You get an opportunity in sport. You've got to be able to take it, and full credit to him, because over the course of 2 Test matches now, we've seen one player in particular in Steve Smith who is leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. Saw a great 100 today from Ben Stokes. Other than that, we've seen some poor play. Marnus Labuschagne today just showed a good technique, great temperament, a lot of courage. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing him again at Headingley. I can't see how the Australians don't pick him, having played in that fashion. The skipper, Joe Root, he's behind us. He'll be pleased with that. To put Australia under a lot of pressure. You arrive on the 5th morning with your team still with a chance of losing. That rain didn't help. That kind of lost a bit of the momentum. And then Ben Stokes and Stokes-Butler in particular just nullified that first hour. Then Ben Stokes got a partner in Johnny Bairstow. We saw them going for it, and I think as a captain he made the right call in declaring. Cheers, Henry. Henry's brought an umbrella, which is very kind. I'm not so sure the umbrella's any good, but
anyway. Be my choice of colours on one side, but there you go.
It's not a great one, but we'll take it. So Joe will be happy with the way that his team have produced some real quality over the last couple of days. They put Australia under a lot of pressure. The one concern with the Test team is we're never quite sure from week to week which Test team are going to arrive. If they play to the last 2 days' standards at Headingley, I think they'll have too much for Australia. If they don't, and we know they have it in them not to do that kind of level, the Australians will also put them under pressure. But I think we're in for a crackerjack series. I really do.
Which is always the case when we got fallible batting lineups, aren't they? I mean, but either team could collapse, frankly. I see Joe Root and Tim Payne chatting there after the fray, and I think I've got the man of the match coming up here by the look of it, and a man who played absolutely a brilliant Test innings today with a lovely defiant start and then opening all the shots up. Ben Stokes, well played.
Thank you, cheers.
Yeah, that's an important innings.
Yeah, I think obviously the stage of the game that we were at, it was, especially this morning, it was just trying to get, tick along nicely, try and get some runs on the board and almost take the overs down and then get to a position where we could, launch and start playing our shots. So I looked up at the scoreboard at one stage, I was 60, and to be honest, I didn't know how I was still there a few times. I ridden my luck, but yeah, I just managed to find a way.
Yeah, and then pushing on, a bit of positive play towards the end to get up to your 100 was nice.
Yeah, I think that's at that stage where it was sort of time to, the game was sort of ours to win there. We took the Australia win out of the game there. So, when you get to a point and you can sort of let your shots come out and play a little bit more aggressively, it's a nice time to be out in the middle.
Jofra Archer, discuss.
Frightening. We were saying that, thank God he's on our team. I'm not quite sure there'll be a better debut in terms of, announcing yourself on the test stage. It was incredible, that first innings when he bowled 28, 29 overs and his fastest spell was that last 9 over spell was incredible to watch, to be honest. Me and Joss were laughing, saying one test and he's going to be the top of the ICC bowling rankings already. But yeah, he's a phenomenal talent. He grafts away and he just tries his heart out. Wears his heart on his sleeve, and he's fantastic to have in your team.
Do you feel there's been a sort of switch in initiative now, Ben? I mean, everyone's pretty disappointed after Edgbaston, obviously, and Jimmy Anderson injured, and oh dear, here we go. But it just seems like it's switched during this game, and he and your form and others are kind of responsible for that.
I think when you have a day taken out of a test match through rain, it sort of, I don't know, I guess it allows you to play a little bit more free and be a little bit more aggressive with the ball. And obviously having someone like Jofra come in to replace injured Jimmy Anderson is amazing. He gives you an extra dimension with the fact he bowls 90 mile an hour and he's got frightening skills with the ball. But yeah, it was a great test match to be a part of, and to be honest, for it to go all the way to the end there after, as I said at the start, a day lost to rain was pretty cool.
You're going to get it soaked, Ben, I'm sorry. But thanks for talking to us.
What do you think of this umbrella?
Quite sure, I've never been under a rainbow-like zebra.
I know, it's terrible, so I hope no one's taking any photographs. But Ben, thank you, well played. Thanks, talk to you later. There we go. Do you want to stay under here? You can if you like. You can stay under here while I talk to Vaughan. You've got to go out to the... Okay, bye-bye, Ben. There you go. Well, that's a big innings from him today.
Yeah, I mean, he's played great all summer, hasn't he, with the World Cup. He's found balance, and the majority that he's shown across all the different styles of innings. We've seen in the World Cup aggressive innings. We saw it today with an aggressive end to his 100 where he suddenly got probably the signal from the captain, right, get on with it, and he started hitting the ball to all parts. He's a player now that you really trust in pressure situations, when the pressure's on. And when you think about when he came out last night, he looked a bit all over the place to Nathan Lyon, edged a couple, probably should have been taken by David Warner on a couple of occasions, got through that, and then you just kind of watch Ben Stokes, and I think he really revels in that pressure situation where, look, he knows that the game's on, he knows it's on a knife edge, he knows that one dodgy half an hour from that position his team potentially could lose, and he almost really revels in that situation. Josh Butler's a similar kind of character. Yeah. I thought he played better in the second innings, better than we've seen him throughout this Ashes campaign. Good signs for England that engine room's found form. Butler found a little bit better movement. Johnny Bairstow got some nice runs. I thought he played terrific again today. And when you get those three playing nicely, worrying signs for Australia. But, I keep saying this test team have got all the talent. They've got a great amount of ingredients to be a wonderful team. Jack Leach, I thought Jack Leach was very good for England. They're trying to find a way of playing. And I look at Jack Leach, I hope they give him a run of, games in the side, because from what I see, it could be that dependable left-arm spinner that you could just hold an end, and then the seamers from the other end could, can be rotated. So I hope he gets a run of games in the side. I'm sure he will do.
He's very honest, Joe. He was saying then, I know it wasn't absolutely my best. I've got things I can go away and work on and work out. I think he's very much that sort of cricketer. He's not satisfied.
No, I think when Moeen Ali's been struggling and he's having a breather away from the side, I'm sure he'll come back in, particularly when they start playing two spinners. England need to find a role for the spinner. And I see Jack Leach and think, there's a little bit, a bit of Ashley Giles.
Yeah.
Just hold an end, and he might have to come over the wicket and bowl into the rough patches. There's no harm in that. Paul Harris did it to South Africa for a while. Maharaj has done it for South Africa. They're not spinners that are going to suddenly get 6 for 25, but they're spinners that should be able to bowl 25 overs on day one, maybe go at 2 runs and over, and allow the captain to rotate the seamers from the other end. So pleased for him. You know, the skipper's walking by. I think he's going to go and do a quick TV interview before he speaks to us. But, you know, he'll be delighted because you go 1-0 down in an Ashes series, you know the pressure's on. Not many come back from 2-0 down. It's only happened once before. So he'll be very, very pleased with his team's performance this week.
We've had a photograph under this horrible umbrella. I don't know what he's going to do with that, but it's unfortunate, isn't it? I hope they don't put the England captain under this one. What I will say, Michael, is when Ben Stokes describes virtually anything, frankly, as frightening, I tend to believe him if that's the case.
Yeah.
That's what he used to describe Jofra Archer.
Well, before this week, I would have said that England need a little bit of movement in the pitch to beat this Australian side. Now I've seen Jofra Archer. You know, what they need is a pitch where the batsman can get a score. You know, because Jofra Archer is the difference. You know, that pace was frightening. You know, again today, you know, what England will have to be very careful of him is, you know, not bowling him too much. You know, what's he bowled this week? 40 overs, something like that. Starts again on Thursday. More than anybody else. Yeah, you know, if England are bowling again on Thursday, he'll be required to kind of bowl with the same venom, the same kind of intimidatory style. So England will have to be careful, particularly with 3 test matches in the space of 4 weeks. But England have got the world game has got a cricketer. You know, world cricket needs exciting, talented cricketers that, you know, everyone will be talking about. You know, Virat Kohli, everyone talks about him in India and around the globe. Kane Williamson, Joe Root, Ben Stokes. There's some wonderful cricketers around, Pat Cummins, but I think Jofra Archer, he just stands for so much. You know, he's just got an ease at which he releases the ball down there at 90 miles an hour. Tremendous excitement when he comes on to bowl.
Before we speak to Joe Root, are you changing the team for Thursday?
I don't think I am. No, I was pleased with the overall performance. I mean, Jason Roy's position in the batting order might change. It may be that they look to Joe Denley to open. It may be that Jason Roy goes to 3, Joe Root goes back to number 4. I prefer Joe Root at 4.
He prefers Joe Root at 4.
Yeah, well, that's what I'd do. I'd go Jason Roy at 3, Joe Denley to open, but no, I'll be playing the same 11. I can't see why you would change the 11 unless someone's got a niggle. I don't think anybody has. I would think Australia will change. You know, obviously, if Steve Smith is out, that's an obvious change that someone will have to play. But I would think that Marnus Labuschagne has done enough in that innings to make sure that he's playing on Thursday at Headingley.
Here comes Joe. It's very cosy under here, Joe. And you want to come in a bit? It is raining. There you go. Well, that was an interesting game, wasn't it?
Well, it was a great test match. It's a shame the weather interrupted it as much as it did, but we've, I think, played some brilliant stuff throughout, especially the last couple of days. So, huge amount of confidence going into Headingley. Shame not to be able to get across the line, but it was a great push, and you know, I think we've shown that we're well and truly in this series.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you feel that the initiative has switched now?
I think so. I think it's definitely. It was important that we had a response this week. Definitely seen that, and you know, I think even the 10 overs that we lost at the start of the morning, if they were in play today, it could have been very different. So, really pleased with the way that we've bounced back in this game, and on to Leeds now. We can take that forward into there.
Lucky captain having a chap like Jofra Archer up your sleeve, aren't you?
Yeah, you could say that. You know, I think what an impact he's made already. I think there's the way he's bowled a couple of fantastic spells, but the way he went about his business. It's 96 mile an hour in his 27th over, I think it was, in the first innings. So it's really exciting to have that added dynamic to our bowling group, and I can see him causing a lot of problems moving forward for a number of batsmen across the world.
Yeah. I must mention Joe Denley's catch, by the way. I mean, we've seen some brilliant ones during the one-day stuff, didn't we? But that was amongst them.
Yeah, brilliant. And you know, they're the sort of moments you think give you a glimmer of hope at the end there, when you're sort of chasing the win. And I think moments like that can really keep you in the series and give you a lot of confidence. So it's really pleasing to see how we went about things today, and obviously we might look at 1 or 2 missed chances or could have done things slightly differently, but all in all it was a great effort, and it's a great sign going into the last 3 games.
Yeah. Just a word about the Steve Smith injury. Obviously, as a batsman yourself in the firing line, it's a reminder, isn't it, of one minor misjudgment, and it can be horrible.
It was horrible. It was horrible to watch on the field. You never want to see anyone get hurt, and I thought it was a remarkable effort for him to come back out and play. Shows that he's a very strong character, a very determined guy that wants to be successful for Australia, and all of us in the dressing room really want to wish him a speedy recovery, because it's, I don't know, of course you want to try and find ways of getting guys out, but you never want to see someone hurt on the cricket field, and hopefully it's not too serious, and he gets well soon.
Fired up for Headingley?
Absolutely.
Home ground?
Very much looking forward to it.
West Stand roaring on?
Yeah, there's a lot of good things that can come out of Headingley, and it's great to just be in the place we are coming out of this week, so it'd be nice to go 1-1 at the end of that week and bust it really wide open.
Go on, Joe. Thanks for talking to us. Good man. See you up there. Thank you much indeed. England's captain, Joe Root. We're about to say goodbye here. Any final thoughts from you, Michael? You've managed to get yourself an umbrella. Well done.
Ed Smith just had a little chat. He's a happy chairman of selectors with that performance, just having a stroll over with Joe Root. I think in terms of Test match cricket, Test match cricket needs